Hey, my name is Matt Zimmerman. I'm the creator and solo developer of ZimmWriter, the #1 AI writer trusted by SEO professionals. And welcome to my third course on how to build a WordPress website from scratch using AI. In this course, we're going to build this site completely from scratch. We're going to start with keyword research, domain name selection, hosting setup, WordPress install, theme setup, and then we're going to dive into actually building this entire homepage from scratch. You won't just learn how to build a simple homepage. I'll essentially teach you all the skills you need to build any kind of website homepage you want. I'll show you the tools so that you can build not only this site, but basically any other site you could possibly imagine. And then after building this homepage, I'll show you how to do research to pull in real recipes. We'll load up some databases with 2.5 million recipes, pull that data into the AI, and have the AI write 200, 500, or even 1,000 different articles based on that real recipe data. So here's an example of one of the articles it wrote. It's going to use AI images. I'll show you how to make the AI images accurately represent the recipe itself. That's a problem a lot of people struggle with when they're making a recipe site. The images don't look like the actual recipe. I'll show you how to solve that problem. I'll show you how to create this completely bespoke article based on the actual recipe and the actual directions. I'll teach you how to use affiliate links to Amazon for high ticket items and insert them automatically into all of your articles. And then the cherry on the top, all right, if building the site wasn't enough, the cherry on the top is social media. I'll show you how to feed all of these articles out to social media, including Pinterest. Here's an example of my Pinterest schedule, which is already done. It's already complete. 2 years of content. I don't have to lift a finger for 2 years. 2 years of content already done on drip feed, a couple articles a day to my Pinterest account. All of this in this completely free course. So I don't know your particular situation. Maybe you're looking for a side hustle. You're looking for a way to earn income online. Maybe you just want to learn how to build a website, or maybe you've been itching to make a recipe site using AI and you didn't know how to do it. I teach you all of that in this course. This course is completely free. All you need to do to take this course is block off some time and I'll teach you everything you need to know. So if I've caught your attention at all and you want to learn how to build this entire site from scratch, then join me on this AI journey. All right, now I know you're excited to get started. You're itching, you're raring to go, but this is the first day of class. Like you're in school, first day of class, the teacher is going to explain what's going to happen over the semester, what's going to happen over this course, what you're going to get out of it. And this is very important. I'm going to do that too right now. Just going to take a minute. I want to cover these objectives with you because if you're just looking at this course from the perspective of I'm going to learn how to build a recipe site using AI, then you're doing something wrong. I'm going to teach you so much more than simply building a recipe site from scratch. So there's a couple objectives that I want to get across when we do this course. And this is the third course that I've made so far. All of my courses are free that I've made. The first was building a home decor site from scratch. The second was building news sites from scratch using AI, pulling in the latest cutting edge news. And so now we're going to build a recipe site from scratch. A lot of people, though, struggle with building a site from scratch. They can go get a host and create a WordPress site, but they don't really know what theme to use. They don't know how to configure it. The homepage ends up looking janky. Like I've seen a lot of homepages that are just garbage homepages, to be perfectly honest. I'm not saying that's you, but I have seen it a lot. So I want to teach you how to make a professional looking site from scratch. We're going to cover all the recommended plugins. We're going to cover hosting. We're going to cover domain name selection. The goal is at the end of the day, regardless of whether you want to use AI or not, you can feel confident in your ability to make a professional looking website. So that's the first goal. The second goal is to teach you how to best leverage AI to make something professional. Anybody can go to ChatGPT and have ChatGPT write them something, but to leverage AI in a way that will create a professional looking blog post with professional looking images, that's all, relevant, all contextually relevant, that reads well. It almost looks like somebody spent hours writing it by hand. I'm going to show you how to do that. And we're going to do that with AI. A lot of people don't quite understand that. So we're going to walk through all of that. I'm also going to touch on traffic and monetization in the era of AI. So this is not a ranking course. If this was a ranking course, and I'm going to guarantee you that you're going to rank #1 on Google, or you're going to make 10 grand a month from your website, then this would be a paid course. right? Because keeping up with all of the updates for Google and social media like Pinterest and Facebook and all this stuff, all the different changes they're making, that's a job in and of itself. People are definitely leveraging AI and making a lot of money with it in terms of creating content. So it's definitely possible, but this is not a ranking course. Now, I will teach you, all right, best practices, some ideas that I have for how we can monetize the site that we're creating. I want to at least leave you with that, but this isn't a ranking course. I'm also going to teach you how to use ZimmWriter. So if you're not familiar with ZimmWriter, ZimmWriter is the AI writer that I created myself. I coded it myself too. So I have intricate knowledge of it. And if you want to learn how best to use it, and honestly, I'm just going to say it's the best AI writer in the world. The interface is old school, but the quality that it creates is incredible. And the price point is incredible too, because you pay for your own usage. I don't take any fees for that. You could bring your own API key, you generate 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 articles in a month if you want to. I'm going to show you advanced techniques for using ZimmWriter, right? And you're not going to find this anywhere else because I created ZimmWriter. So you're going to definitely learn advanced skills for using ZimmWriter. And then finally, we're going to learn some secrets. I'm going to teach you some secrets that you probably don't know. This course has been delayed because I was creating it a specific way. I was using AI in research to come up with the recipes, but someone else in the ZimmWriter group, I forget their name. I want to give them a shout out though, but I forget their name. They mentioned another resource to find these recipes, and it blew my mind when I started investigating it. So you're going to learn some stuff in here that is mind-blowing. And it doesn't just apply to recipe sites, to the recipe niche. So there's all kinds of other niches using the data that I'm going to reveal to you in this course. It's pretty amazing. So those are the objectives. If you just are looking at this from how do I make a recipe site, you're looking at this wrong. We're going to cover a lot of different concepts in this course. I guarantee you will be satisfied by the end of the course or your money back, right? Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing that we want to do when building our site is choose the right niche. There are definitely right niches and there's definitely wrong niches. And if you choose the right niche, you're not guaranteed to succeed. Let me say that one more time. If you choose the right niche, you're not guaranteed to succeed. But if you choose the wrong niche, success will be that much harder. Success will be that much harder. So let's lay this foundation. Just like whenever you're building anything, you're building a skyscraper, you got to lay a good foundation, because if you don't, the whole skyscraper could fall over. So we want to choose the right niche to make sure that all the effort that we're doing downstream of this is our best foot forward, the best thing that we can possibly do. So first of all, what's the niche? What niche do we want to pursue? Obviously, we're creating a recipe site. Now, maybe you're not. Maybe you're going after something different. Then definitely pay attention to these 5 questions. But even if you are creating a recipe site, maybe you want to niche down and choose a subset. There's lots of different ways we can spin this to choose a niche inside of recipes. For instance, we could choose a particular ingredient: chicken, beef, vegetarian, fish. I like fish, so let's go with fish. But then maybe we want to do a particular diet. Maybe we want to do keto with fish. Or maybe we don't want a particular dish, we just want keto in general. All right, so keto recipes, Atkins recipes, low-fat recipes, 1 meal a day recipes, all right, or fasting diets that involve fasting. Cooking styles, that's another way that you can choose a niche. Grilling, a grilling recipe site, baking recipe site, crock pot site, no-cook site. You're just doing raw ingredients, from the earth ingredients. Or you can mix and match. You can say, I want to make a fish site for people on keto that want to cook it all in a crock pot. Now that's very niche down. There's probably no one searching for crock pot fish recipes that are keto friendly. That's very specific. Maybe you'll find one recipe, but I would not recommend building a site around it. And we'll validate that in a second. We're going to look at some keyword traffic in a second, but that's what you want to do. Choose a particular niche. Again, for recipes, you can look at a cooking style, you can look at a particular diet, you can look at a particular ingredient, or you can just mix and match, or you can just go broad, just recipes in general. So let's choose a particular niche. Let's say crock pot fish recipes. How much traffic is available? Now we want to take this and plug this into our keyword research tool to come up with how much traffic is available for this particular niche if we build a site around this. I prefer using SEMrush. There's a link down below, an affiliate link, to get a free trial. I think it's a 7-day free trial. You can use this tool as much as you want. and then you can cancel before the trial's over. You can really get a feel for this. A keyword research tool is invaluable for these types of builds where we're relying on the keywords to find volume and find what we should write about, even in the era of AI. So we'll go to the keyword magic tool after logging into SEMrush, and we'll put in crockpot fish recipes. So I see 44 keywords here with 700 volume. Now let's actually take out recipes and just put in crockpot fish and see what we get. We don't want to narrow ourselves too much. So 145 keywords. Now, is that a lot? Is that a little? It depends. Look at this, for instance. Look at these 3 keywords: crockpot fish recipes, crockpot fish, fish crockpot recipes. So someone's going to Google, searching each of these, or searching one of these. These are multiple people. 390 people search this, 260 people search this, 140 people each month search this. All of these people want to find a recipe for cooking fish in a crock pot. This would be one article. I would write an article called Crockpot Fish Recipes, and it would serve each of these people. So this would not be 3 different articles right here. It would be one. So when it says 145 keywords up here, a lot of these were going to be just one particular article. So maybe out of these 145 keywords, we only get 25 articles, or we only get 50 articles, because if we wrote an article about each one of these, they would cannibalize each other and it wouldn't be good for SEO purposes. So in reality, we have about 25 to 50 articles. That's not a lot for a site. I think I want a little bit more potential articles for our site. In addition, the volume is potentially pretty low. Let's go over here, fill this out, 1,400 volume. And this is monthly volume. So 1,400 people searching this a month. That's not a lot. Now, we're going to look at monetization in a second, but that's not a lot of volume. Let's ask, how will we get traffic? How will we capture some of this 1,400 volume a month? Gone are the days of just relying on Google. We can't just rely on organically ranking. These keywords, SEMrush is saying they're not necessarily difficult, so we could potentially rank for them, but I wouldn't count on simply relying on ranking on Google. We need to look at other opportunities. For recipes, a lot of people use Pinterest. Highly recommend using Pinterest if you are making a recipe site. I'll show you how to create that social media schedule and automatically upload all your images and recipes to Pinterest to drive that traffic from Pinterest to your website. I'll show you how to do that, but you need to take advantage of Pinterest if you're making a recipe site. In addition, lots of people follow these different Facebook pages for recipes. Some of these Facebook pages for recipes have 50,000 or 100,000 or even 1 million followers. And you can directly monetize that via Facebook, but you can also funnel those people back to your website. So definitely be taking advantage of social and then also hoping to get some organic traffic. So let's put that in here. We'll put in social, Pinterest plus Facebook, and then also organic. Google, Yahoo, Bing. People write off Bing. If you don't know Bing, that's Microsoft search engine. People write this off, but you can actually get a lot of traffic. Be happy that Bing's algorithms are not as advanced, or some people would say as messed up as Google's. You can bring in a lot of traffic from Bing. How will I monetize that traffic? So how can we monetize that traffic? We can obviously do ads, and we could do affiliate offers. Now, ads are going to depend, like the money you're going to make from an ad is going to depend on the niche. Recipes, ads for recipes don't make a lot of money. The RPM for them are very low. I don't have the exact numbers, but compare the advertisers advertising for recipe type stuff versus advertising for credit cards or something like that. If you had a vacation website and you were doing some ads for credit cards, the amount that you would get if someone clicks on that link or signs up for a credit card, you're going to get a lot more money than what you would get for a recipe. So I think the ad income, unless we're dealing with having 1 million visitors a month or something like that to our website, the ad income is going to be low. So we can use ads, but it's going to be low. And it's also going to be a slow start. All right. When you first launch your site, you don't have any traffic. The other thing we can do is affiliate income. And you might be thinking, what actually can I sell? If you're making banana bread, what exactly can I sell? Can I sell flour or something like that? You could advertise flour or some kind of spices, or it can't really sell bananas on Amazon, for instance, but there's things that you can offer, but a lot of the things for cooking are going to be low ticket items, but there are some high ticket items that we can offer. So check this out. Let's go to Amazon and let's put in stainless steel cookware set. So these are some high ticket items right here that people that are cooking might be interested in. 5-ply stainless steel cookware set, $600. I think it's like a $15 commission if someone buys that, assuming it's like 3% commission. 224, 254. So there are some high ticket items that would appeal to people that are cooking one of your recipes. Let's also put in Vitamix blender. So this is $349 for this Vitamix blender right here. So there are a lot of opportunities for high ticket items. And I'm going to show you some secrets that you've probably never seen before on how to identify these high ticket items and then automatically create those affiliate links and then put them into our articles. So I think that we'll have more success, at least from the initial stages, with these higher ticket items for our affiliate offers. So we'll say high ticket Amazon items. And then we could also do some banner ads, and you can have direct agreements with companies, maybe a company like Vitamix, for instance. I'm just using this as an example. Maybe they want to be a featured advertisement at the top of your website. So you can contract with them to get a Vitamix advertisement at the top, and maybe they pay you a couple $100s a month for that. But then they'd obviously expect to see some traffic coming to their end to make the advertisement worth it. So we can do that too, some custom banner advertisements in the content. I think that's something else we can pursue. So crockpot fish recipes, 1,400 traffic. We can get traffic from social and also from Google search engines. We can also make money through ad revenue and affiliate revenue, and then also some banner ads. This last question, is the potential monetization worth it? So this is where we look at how much is the value for those ads? How much is the value for those affiliate offers or those banner advertisements? Advertisements are going to be very low. Just the auto-inserted Google ads or Mediavine ads. The affiliate income has a potential to be high if we play our cards right. And then banner ads, assuming we get enough traffic to justify Vitamix or one of these companies advertising on our site, that could be a significant amount of money. So I'm pretty confident that a recipe site will work, but I'm not too confident about this. Crockpot fish recipes, the volume is just way too low. So we're actually going to do something pretty interesting here. Let's go back to SEMrush, and I just want to put in the word recipe. Now look at this. We put in recipe, we get 8 million keywords. Now, just like the previous one, you start clustering some of these, you're not going to have 8 million articles you could write, but you definitely have a lot more to pick and choose from. And look at the volume here. So banana bread recipe, almost 1 million people are searching that every month. Chili recipe, 500,000. Chocolate chip cookie recipe, 500,000. Now, obviously, these are much harder. We would never rank on the first page on Google for these. But think about this for a second. I'm going to show you a trick right now. Many people that want to find a recipe will go to Google and search banana bread recipe. But a lot of people also go to Pinterest. Pinterest is just a hot spot for recipes. So we go to Pinterest over here and we put in banana bread recipe, and there's all kinds of recipes. Millions and millions of people are using Pinterest each month to find recipes and other kinds of like DIY types of things. So even though this volume right here is an indication of the Google traffic, this translates directly to Pinterest because people are searching Pinterest for banana bread recipes. Now, if you're not in a niche like recipes, if you're in like a credit card niche or something like that, no one's going to Pinterest and putting in credit card recommendations. Maybe they are. So some people have some stuff, but it's not as prevalent as like recipes, as banana bread recipes, as chili recipes, and things like this. So if you're in a niche that lends itself well to Pinterest, you can look at the traffic here, the volume here, and this would translate over to Pinterest. Now, that's not saying that 800,000 people are searching Pinterest each month for this, but what it is saying is more people are searching for banana bread on Pinterest than they would be potato soup. So what I want to do is find maybe 500 articles that I can write. You want to choose a number. You want to have a number, maybe 250 articles or maybe 500 articles, and cut it off. Because AI content does cost money. If you generate 5,000 articles and your site doesn't get any traffic, or you get banned from Pinterest or something like that, then you've spent all this time, all this money, and there's no return. You want to have a number of articles in your mind that you want to write, whether it's 250 or whether it's 500. I think I'm going to do about 500. And then just get all the content made, get the site made, and just let it sit and percolate for a couple of years, because the content will be dripping out over on your site and then dripping out on social. You won't have to do anything, and it will look like someone's constantly working on your site, even though you've already done all of the work and you're not touching it anymore. So you want to let that kind of percolate. I think 500 is a good number. So we want to somehow get 500 articles that we can write from this list and just attack articles based on the search volume. More people are going to be searching banana bread and chili and meatloaf and pancakes and French toast than they will be searching. Let's go to page 100. What do we have? Easy cornbread recipe, fall dinner recipes, healthy crockpot recipes. These are all great recipes, great potential blog posts, but more people are going to be searching the stuff up here. So what I'm going to do for my site is just choose recipes in general. That is going to be my niche. And I'm simply going to write articles based on search volume, just what's ranking based on search volume. How much traffic is available? Millions. Millions and millions of traffic will then be available if I just attack recipes in general. Now, before we download these keywords, I want to go high level for a second and just think about the types of articles I want to write, because that is going to dictate what my keywords are going to be. There's two types of articles you can write for a recipe site. You can write a single recipe article where we have a particular dish and a single recipe for that. Or we can write a roundup post. I have this site over here that I made a while ago called AI Blog Post Writer. You can go there and check it out. I have different samples of AI content on here. And I created this a while ago. This is not what we're going to be creating. Like, we're going to do it much better than this. But this can give you just a high level idea on what we can potentially create. So this would be a single recipe, and we could build our content however we want. And then we'd have an AI image for the featured, and then maybe a second AI image for the recipe itself. In this situation, we have all the ingredients laid out with the 2 racks of ribs. We can lay it out this way with one particular recipe, or we can have a roundup. So this is 10 best Southern grilled barbecue rib recipes. And as we scroll down, we can see all the different recipes for this stuff. I don't think that this would be a great approach for what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to achieve a site that has really awesome recipes on it. And when you rely on the AI to do a roundup, even though it looks really good, there might not be enough variation between all of these different recipes. And then also relying purely on the AI to come up with the recipes can potentially lead to some issues. So I don't think we're going to be doing a roundup post. Even though it's fun, even though it looks cool, there's enough single one-off recipes, like the best banana bread, the best moist banana bread, extra moist banana bread. There's enough single recipes on Pinterest to justify just doing a single recipe site. So I don't think we need to focus on keywords that are roundup keywords, and we can simply focus on single individual recipe keywords to create something like this. So what you would do is you'd go to SEMrush and then type in your keyword. Maybe it's broad recipes like this, or maybe it's keto recipes like this. Whatever your niche is, whatever keyword phrase is reflective of your niche, put it in, do the search, and then we're going to download our keyword. So we'll go to export, and so I can download with my plan up to 30,000 keywords. And let's see, we'll just download it as an Excel spreadsheet. And let's put this in our output folder, and we will call this 00 keywords. Now let's open that up. Data. Now I'm opening stuff in Excel right now, but I actually recommend opening a lot of stuff in Google Sheets, because Google Sheets can render UTF-8 content, which would be like special characters and whatnot, perfectly, whereas Excel cannot, and so you'll get stuff that's butchered. It is safe to open up these keywords as long as they're English keywords inside of Excel. Plus, it's just faster to open in Excel, but keep that in mind. We will be using Google Sheets for other stuff. So we have 30,000 keywords right now, lots and lots of keywords. I don't really need, let's see, I don't care about the difficulty, because difficulty is irrelevant when we're talking about Pinterest. It is relevant when we're talking about Google, but difficulty is not going to scare me because we are going after social. CPC is not relevant for what we're doing. SERP feature is not relevant, and intent not relevant. So I deleted those, and we're left with our keyword and also our volume. Now what we have to do is somehow take this list, and this list is 30,000 long. I don't recommend pulling that many, I would recommend probably 10,000 keywords or maybe 15,000 keywords. If you go with too many, it's going to cost more for what we're going to do next. So we have this list of keywords now. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. We have this list of keywords. There's 30,000 of them in here. We're not going to write 30,000 articles. And there's also some that would be duplicates. There's some that would be irrelevant. Like I'm sure if we did a search here, we could find Minecraft in here. Minecraft potion recipes. So there's definitely things that we don't want that would be inside of here. How do we find what we want to write about? At the end of the day, we need to come up with some blog post titles to write about. And those blog post titles will be based on keywords. So how do we find 500 good keywords to then write about? The easiest way, the cheapest way would be just to do it manually. That's going to take time though. So maybe that's not easy for you, but you could, if you wanted to manually just go through this and maybe you open up Notepad and you go on Notepad on one side of the screen and this on the other side, and you just start going down the list based on the volume. You say banana bread recipe, chili recipe, chocolate chip, meatloaf, pancake, lasagna, chicken breast, chicken recipes. So maybe I don't want chicken recipes. I'll leave that out. Ground beef recipes. That doesn't really sound, that's another roundup post right there. Mac and cheese recipe. Sounds good. Old-fashioned recipe. Don't want that. Potato soup recipe. That sounds good. So you can do this. Maybe it'll take an hour. Maybe it'll take you 2 hours. But you do it until you get the requisite number of keywords, which we then can turn into blog post titles. I'm going to do about 500, maybe 450 to 500. You might want to just do 250 or something like that. I do recommend having at least 250 articles because what we're going to do down the line would really benefit having a lot of articles to then write about. If you don't have a lot of articles to write about, then your volume is really going to suffer. Now you can continue to make this list manually, but the one thing you want to look out for is cannibalization. You don't want to have keywords on here that would answer the same search query for somebody looking for a particular recipe. Let me show you what I mean. So we'll go over here and I'll put in filter for banana. So banana bread recipe, easy banana bread recipe, moist banana bread recipe. Let's see, banana bread recipe moist. Simple banana bread recipe, you get the point, right? All of these, anybody searching for simple banana bread recipe would be happy with an article about banana bread recipe. Somebody looking for banana bread recipe moist would be happy with an article about a banana bread recipe. They're all the same keyword. Let me show you what I mean. So if we go to Google and we put in banana bread recipe, and then we also put in recipe for banana bread, see what we get. So the first result is all recipes, banana bread recipe with video. The first result is banana bread recipe with video. Now some stuff can change. The second recipe or the second link is banana bread recipe by Simply Recipes. That's number 3 over here. Number 2 is Natasha's Kitchen. Let's see, we have Natasha's Kitchen over here. So we it's Sally's Baking Addiction. Sally's Baking Addiction. This is the same keyword, even though it's phrased differently, it's giving you the same results. Google is viewing this as the same. So when you are creating this list, you want to make sure that you're not having duplicates on here. And for a shorter list, that's pretty easy to do. But once you get to 250 keywords or 500 keywords, your mind can only hold so much. And eventually you're going to have this overlap. You're going to start missing things and things like that. But it is free to make this list manually. Let me show you an easier way to identify which keywords would give the same results on Google and cluster them together. So at the end of the day, we just have a unique list of keywords for totally unique articles. So what you want to do, let's get rid of all this stuff, is get your list of keywords. And then I would pick probably 10,000, give or take. Copy them, go to a new sheet, paste them in here. So we're on the sheet 2 and we'll go File, Save As. I'm going to save this as a CSV and we'll call it number 1, keywords 10K. Try to keep this a little bit organized. So now we have our 10K keywords just as a CSV file. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use a clustering tool that's going to do all the sorting and clustering for us that we don't have to do it manually. You're going to need 2 things for this. And this is completely optional. Again, I'm going to mention some optional tools in this course. If you're free to do these optional things, or if you don't want to, you can just do the things manually. If you want to keep making your list of keywords manually and not get into what I'm going to talk about, that's perfectly fine. But if you're making a lot of these sites, you want definitely to be saving yourself some time and just have the AI and have the software do a lot of these time-intensive things for you. So the tool we're going to be using is called SEO Utils. It's seoutils.app. And it does cost money. So you get 1 year of updates. You get the software for one device, $60. And then you're also going to need an API account for this thing called dataforseo.com. And for this, you can put in however much money you want. I think I put in $30 or something. Yeah, you can add funds and you can do a one-time payment or minimum. So the minimum amount you can put on is $50. So I guess I put on $50. Maybe this is not worth it for you if you're only making one site. Okay, so you can have to weigh what you want to do. I'm not an affiliate for either of these tools. So this is just to save you some time if you don't want to make your list manually. So I already have SEO Utils installed, and then I've also added my Data for SEO account. If you go to settings down here and then services, you can add your account information. Now the password that you add is not the password that you use to log in for Data for SEO, but the API credentials. All right, so on Data for SEO, there is an API access button, and you'll have an API login and then API password. This is different from your login and password for Data for SEO. Just keep that in mind. But you'll get all this added in here, and then you'll be able to go over and unlock some different features inside of this tool. And this tool is unlimited. You can use it as much as you want. Not every feature requires this Data for SEO API usage. Some stuff does. But what we're going to be using, the clustering is going to require this Data for SEO access. So we'll go over here to keyword research, and we'll click on SERP clustering. We'll click on cluster keywords, and we'll select our file. And let's see. We already have our keyword and our volume right here, so everything's good. These are not relevant because we didn't save these, and that's perfectly fine. We don't really need to configure anything else up here. What this is going to do is going to cluster based on SERP similarity. So if there's 4 results on page 1 that are to the same URL for one keyword versus another keyword, then they get put together in one particular cluster. So we'll leave this alone. And then all we really need to determine is whether we want normal execution or high execution priority. So there's a cost associated with this. This is going to be that cost. Remember, we put credits in our Data for SEO account over here. Where is it? You put $50 in. I have $20 left. So running this under normal execution time would cost me $6. But if I wanted to speed this up, estimate cost, this would be $12. So again, these optional things, these optional tools do cost money. You'll have to figure out if this is something that you want to do or not. There's really no reason to do high execution unless you're in a hurry. I'm in a hurry because I'm making this video, so I'm just going to run with it. So this will cost me $12 to cluster this group of 10,000 keywords. So we're going to let this run right now. And you just leave your MacBook on or your Windows computer on, and it will just go in the background and start clustering this stuff. Also, I guess I forgot to mention this. I would not choose more than 10,000 keywords. 10,000 will probably easily give you at least 500 articles to then write about that would be unique. But the more keywords that you feed this, the more money it's going to be. So 20,000 keywords would be $12 on normal execution or $24 on high execution. And if you're not going to write 1,000 articles, it's really not worth spending that kind of money. So we're going to let this cluster right now, and then we'll check out the results. So the clustering's done. Let's click export, and we'll export this. I'm going to save it to Dropbox. I love Dropbox. Do you guys use Dropbox? It's phenomenal. I get my money's worth out of them. And let's move it from there into my working folder, and I'll call this 02 clusters. Keep an order of kind of what we're doing during our processing. Let's make this a little bit bigger, and we'll zoom in so you can see it. So here are all of our clusters and our keywords inside of the clusters. Now, again, the cluster means this particular keyword had 4 matching URLs as this particular keyword, and as this particular keyword, and as this particular keyword, meaning Google is seeing all of these keywords as identical. it's returning the same results. Now, the name of the cluster is going to be named after the keyword in the cluster with the most search volume. So again, the name of the cluster is the keyword in the cluster with the most search volume. So we can go ahead and remove all of the duplicates inside of this, because then we'll be left with the cluster, which is, again, the keyword with the most search volume. So we're going to select everything. And if you're using Google Sheets, the remove duplicate feature is probably somewhere else, but I'm using Excel right now. So we'd go to Data, Remove Duplicates. My data has headers. I'm going to unselect all, and then I'm just going to select Cluster. All right, and we'll press OK. So it removed almost 6,000 duplicates and left us with about 1,900. So here's the cluster: mac and cheese, chicken breast recipes, chili recipe, all this stuff. We don't need some of this stuff over here. Let's just delete that. And we're left with just our cluster, our keyword, and search volume. We can actually delete cluster because the cluster is the keyword now. So we'll delete that also. Now, I have 2,000 results in here, right? If you're not doing something so broad that you have so many results, then you might be left with a couple hundred results, and that might not be enough articles for you to write about. So you might want to click on this non-clustered keywords and look at this. What this is, let's make this a little bit bigger, are simply keywords that didn't have any other keywords sharing the same search results. So marry me chicken recipe, that's a legitimate recipe, but there's no other way people search for that recipe on Google. They don't search for chicken recipe, marry me. They don't search for marry chicken me recipe. They search for marry me chicken recipe. So you might have some stuff in here that you want to then bring over to this cluster column. You'll have to determine if that's the case based on how many results you have in here. Also, right now, this is not sorted by volume. So if let's sort this by search volume, you might find that near the bottom, you have a lot of stuff with very low search volume, but you have stuff over here with a lot more search volume. And again, we're attacking search volume right now. I want stuff with a lot of search volume, but to stay under that 500 article limit. So I'll take this, for instance, and I can just take it and paste it right inside of here. So you can go through this thing, pumpkin roll recipe. Now, some of this stuff like and potato soup recipe, like what does that even mean? So some of this stuff is nonsense, but some of the stuff you might want to go through and pull out. Now, after you've done that, let's resort this by volume. Let's see, sort volume. There's other stuff that I want to remove from here. So I'll click this column, I'll click filter. Personally, I don't want sauces, all right? It's harder to recommend, in my opinion, like an expensive set of pans to someone making a sauce. So let's find all the sauces. And then, I think when you delete in Excel, don't select this stuff and then right click and press delete, because I think it will delete the stuff in between each of these. So instead, just select the stuff it found and press the delete key. So we don't want sauces. I don't want desserts, but I don't think they're labeled desserts. I'm sure there's more desserts on here. Don't want desserts. I don't want roundup, so I don't want recipes, crock pot recipes. That's just too generic. So let's get rid of the recipes. And anything else that catch? Oh yeah, Minecraft. I know Minecraft comes up a lot. There are recipes in Minecraft to make a shield, to make a book. Yeah, we don't want those. I think that's a start. That's pretty good. So let's go over here and we'll just sort by search volume, because the empties will not have any search volume. So we have this. We're down to 1,400 results. That's still too many. How can we filter this more? All right, I'm sure there's some desserts in here that I missed. I'm sure there's some beverages in here that I missed. And I'm sure there's other like small stuff, like little sides, like green beans or something like that I missed. I'd rather have an actual like main course or something like that. That's what I'm looking for. So how can we filter this more? And this is an optional step. This is not something you need to do. The easiest way to do this is just have AI do it. And this is where we're going to use either ChatGPT or Anthropic's Claude. You're going to need a paid subscription for this. And this is an optional step. So if you don't have a paid subscription to either of these, then you can just skip this step. But if you have a paid subscription, follow along, because this is pretty cool. I would select your keywords. I would not select more than 1,500. I think I have 1,400 in some. Let's see here. All right. And don't paste them into these programs, first of all, because for whatever reason, coming from Excel, pasting it in here makes a screenshot. And then ChatGPT cannot read the screenshot because the font's so small. It's really weird. So instead, take the list that you copied, paste it into Notepad or something like that, and then copy it from Notepad and then paste it into ChatGPT. And the model for ChatGPT that I recommend using is don't use any of the O models, O3, O4, whatever. Those are reasoning models, and ChatGPT will actually try to code a solution. And I don't want ChatGPT to do that. I want ChatGPT to look at each individual one and identify whether or not it's a dessert, it's a beverage, or something like that. So right now, I'm going to use 4O. So select 4O or whatever, a non reasoning model. These are reasoning models, O3, O4, select 4O or 5O, whatever is available to you. So we have that list in there now. And then go to the last line and press Shift and then Enter twice. It should make 2 new lines. Let's see, did it? Made 1. Let's try it again. There we go. And then you can paste something to the effect of this in. Here is a list of recipes. Please remove from, and again, this is personal preference. Maybe you have another thing you want to remove. Maybe you're doing keto. Please remove recipe titles that are not keto friendly, or please remove recipes that don't contain chicken. So your use cases might be a little bit different than mine. But here's a list of recipes. Please remove from the list anything that would not be a main course at a meal, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. So remove any desserts, beverages, sauces, etc. I can do sides too. I don't want sides. I want actual meals. Paste that in, and we'll press go. Same thing for Claude. All right, we'll take our list in. When you paste it into Claude, it makes a little file, but it's not an image. So this is okay. And we'll take our prompt and we'll paste this in here and we'll let this run. And you can actually watch the analysis live inside of ChatGPT. Oh, you know what? It looks like it's making Python code. See, this is not what I want. Whereas Claude is just going through the list. So I'm going to stop this generation on ChatGPT and got to figure out another way to go about this. Let's use, let's try O3. You don't want it to code a solution because you can't code a solution to this. So let's open up a new chat. We'll use O3 and we'll try it. So it has the list and it has my prompt. We'll see what it does. I wish OpenAI would sometimes leave their models alone because previously 4O would not start coding a solution. See, I think it's going to use Python. It said the word Python somewhere, using Python. I don't want to do that. See, it's trying to code a solution again. Let's go back to 4O. We'll open a new chat. We'll try this again. And actually, let's tell it not to code a solution. Note, do not code a solution. Instead, look at each item and make a determination. Let's try that. It's still trying to code a solution. Unbelievable. I have gotten this to work better with OpenAI in the past, but for whatever reason right now it's just struggling. Claude, let's see. All right, I think it's done. So Claude's done. Let's copy this, and we can't paste this right into Excel because there's like other stuff with this list now. So there's like these dashes, for instance, and there's this intro stuff. So let's get rid of the intro. Let's get rid of there's nothing at the end. Let's get rid of these dashes. So Control F, replace the dash and a space with nothing. We have 574. That's pretty good. We have chili, meatloaf, lasagna, chicken salad, pizza dough, sloppy joe, teriyaki, Italian beef, japachi. It's pretty cool. All right, I like this. OpenAI is still thinking. The list is too large. So I don't know. I have gotten this to work before with OpenAI, but right now it just seems to be struggling. Possibly, let's see here. You could probably make a smaller list, like 200, and then maybe it won't try to code a solution. Let's try a smaller list really quick and then see if that solves it. This is like 200 items. Open up a new chat. Let's try it. It's still doing code. I don't know why it wants to do this. All right, so yeah, don't use ChatGPT at the moment for this. But there's things that ChatGPT works great on, so I don't know. If it works in Sonnet, it's going to work next week in Sonnet. That's what I found, or in Claude Sonnet 3.7. So I think OpenAI just needs to not change their model so much. So we have this list from Claude. We're going to use that. And again, this is an optional step. So if you don't have Claude, don't feel like you need to go subscribe to Claude. Although I think you actually get some free chats, even on the free plan, every month. So you might want to give this a shot. So that's our list. Let's make a new sheet and we'll call this final. That way I don't get confused. Otherwise I'll pull the wrong stuff. And we'll just paste our list in here. And we have 574. Thought we had less than that. Did we have less than that? 500? Yeah, 74. Cool. So we can at least do 500 articles out of this. This is great. All right, so we have our filtered, our cleaned list of keywords that don't have any cannibalization. And you might want to pause this video now and get your own list made. Maybe you're not doing recipes. Maybe you're doing a different kind of niche, or maybe you've kind of niched down and you have to start combining stuff from the clustered and the non-clustered and whatever. Pause the video if you need to, get your list made. And then when you come back, what we're going to do is turn that list into actual recipes. And I'm really excited about this. I'm really excited to show you the magic of what I've discovered. One way using AI, and another way because of a fellow ZimmWriter user. I forget who it was, but they showed me this awesome way to find existing recipes and pull that data in. Can't wait to share that with you. Pause the video, get your list made, and come on back. So we have our list of keywords created. It's been clustered, cleaned, sorted, all that great stuff. Now each keyword is representative of a unique blog post that we can write about this, but we're missing two things. We're missing a lot of things. We don't even have a domain yet, but don't worry, we'll get to that. But for this, we're missing the title for our articles and also the recipe for our articles. Both of those are very important. So right now we have these keywords. These keywords are important for SEO purposes, but from a usability standpoint, from someone looking at different recipes for banana bread, for instance, if this just says banana bread recipe, that's not really click friendly. So we want to kind of spice this up a little bit. Maybe grandma's homemade banana bread recipe, or heavenly banana bread recipe that even angels desire to eat, or something like that. Something crazy that's just going to demand somebody clicks on the title. So we're going to convert these into those titles. But the very first thing that we need to do is get recipes for each of these. If we don't have a recipe, then a couple things go wrong. First of all, if we just use the AI to come up with a new title, it might not be representative of the recipe. That's point number one. Point number two, if we start having the AI write these articles, but without some kind of background, global background of the recipe and the directions itself, then the AI is not going to have really great results. You're going to get a lot of contradiction between the different subheadings. So we need that recipe to feed that in as a global background. And then finally, and this is a real big problem with recipe blog posts created by AI, if we don't have the recipe and the directions to feed into the image prompt, then the image could look completely different. Imagine, for instance, two different blog posts with the same title. Spooky Halloween drink for kids. Lots of different ways that could turn out. You could make a spooky Halloween drink for kids with lime sherbet, 7-Up, and some fake eyeballs or something like that. Another way you could make it would be with root beer, vanilla ice cream, and gummy worms. So if we don't feed the actual recipe and the directions into the AI as it's creating those images, you could end up with all kinds of weird stuff that doesn't represent the dish, and people will be left scratching their head thinking that this is just not something that they want to actually go out and create or bake or whatever. So having that recipe is very important. There's two ways that I'm going to teach you how we can get that recipe. The first way is purely using AI and deep research. We're going to have the AI go out to the internet, read a bunch of stuff, and probably a lot of different recipes, and kind of formulate based on all that research the ingredients and the steps. That's the first way. Now, there's some pros and cons to that approach. The pro is, or the benefit of that approach is, it's fast. It's very fast for us to do. One disadvantage, though, is it's costly. Depending on how many recipes you do, it could be a couple bucks, or if you do 1,000 recipes, it might be a little bit more money than that. So it does cost money. And then also, because the AI it's doing actual research, it's finding actual recipes, but it's still like merging it all together. You could end up with some kind of Frankenstein recipe that sounds right. It looks right, but maybe it's not completely accurate. To be honest, and this is an aside, I think it would be really awesome to make a recipe site based purely on AI recipes and then make some videos about it. This site is all AI, entirely AI. The AI came up with the recipes. I'm going to make some of the recipes and see how they turn out. That could go viral. That's a viral idea right there. I was contemplating doing that, but then someone in the ZimmWriter group explained something to me that I didn't know. They showed me, I forget their name. I want to give them a shout. I forget their name, but they showed me a resource with lots of different data sets. And the data sets are used for training AI, but you can use the data for kind of whatever you want. And some of the data sets are recipe data sets. So I'm going to show you two recipe data sets. One of them has 500,000 recipes in them, and the other has 2.5 million recipes in them. So I'm going to show you in this second approach how we can match these keywords up to recipes that people have actually made and the directions for those recipes, and then use that as the background to have the AI then write the articles. So in my opinion, you'd end up with something a lot closer to an actual recipe that would taste good than just having the AI spitball it and take its best guess. I'm going to show you both ways, both approaches, and it's up to you what you want to do. But in this course, we're going to take that second approach, which is using the database. Now, the benefit of that is it's completely free. It's free to use the database and do that. Downside is there's more steps involved, but I'm going to walk you through the entire steps. So I'm not going to leave you hanging because it's awesome. When I was making this course and they showed me this data set and I'm like, whoa. And I had to rework the entire course because this approach it's so stinking cool. But we're going to do the first approach first. We're going to use the AI to come up with those titles. And I'll show you how to do that. And you're free to proceed with that approach if you want to. But then I'll show you the second approach. So the first approach, using AI to come up with the recipes. In both approaches, I don't want to create titles for these yet. I want to get the recipes first, because then if we have the recipes and then we feed it into the AI, the actual title that it generates will be a much more accurate representation of the recipe itself. So I'm just doing an example here. I'm not going to take all 500 because I'm not using this approach. So I'm just going to use 5 of these keywords as an example, just to show you how it's done. So we're going to take these 5 keywords. And then we need to open up ZimmWriter. Now, if you don't know what ZimmWriter is, if you've been living under a rock, and it's okay, we all live under a rock at some points in our lives. ZimmWriter it's honestly the #1 AI writer trusted by SEO professionals. I created it myself, I coded it myself, and so you're actually getting a master class right now on using ZimmWriter. So I'm going to show you the ins and outs to really take advantage of generating amazing articles with it. So you need to get ZimmWriter. ZimmWriter runs natively on a Windows computer. Now, I'm not recording on a Windows computer. I'm actually on a Mac right now. But the reason I can run this on a Mac is because I'm using something called Parallels. It's like an app, and it creates windows on your Mac. And you can run all kinds of Windows applications on your Mac. It's actually really useful. It's pretty handy. I do recommend it. It is a paid application. I forget what the price is, maybe $100, one-time payment or something like that. I recommend that if you have a Mac. Some people that have Macs that don't want to go this route have also put ZimmWriter on a Windows VPS in the cloud, right? There's a monthly fee for that. You pay the VPS provider, but you put ZimmWriter on the cloud. You can access it from anywhere in the world on any device, whether it's a phone or an iPad or whatever. So with all that said, you need ZimmWriter to do what we're going to do in this course. And honestly, no other AI writer, I'm being honest, no other AI writer in the world can do what we're going to do. So you need ZimmWriter. Get it up and running. This is not an onboarding for ZimmWriter. You want to get your API keys hooked up to it. Is bring your own API keys. I recommend Open Router. Open Router, definitely get an Open Router API key because that will unlock basically all of the text models. And the important text models that we're going to use will be like GPT-4o Mini, Claude Sonnet 3.5 and 3.7, and then also Perplexity's Sonar. All right, Sonar is a model that has access to the internet to bring in real-time information. So definitely get yourself an Open Router key and then put a couple bucks on your account and you'll be off to the races. Once you get all that set up, open up ZimmWriter, click on the AI Vault, and then we're going to click on the text discombobulator. We'll click on that. If you've never used this before, let me explain it. It's actually very easy to understand and it's incredibly powerful, but I know a lot of people don't use it. What the text discombobulator is, think of a spreadsheet. Think of this spreadsheet right here. You have a column with rows. The text discombobulator allows you to feed in basically a column of rows, a list of items, and then run a prompt, run an AI prompt on each item individually. So we run a prompt on this and we get a result. Run a prompt on this, we get a result. That's essentially what the text discombobulator does. So we can take these five keywords. You can take up to 500, but again, for sake of time, and because I'm not using this approach, I'm only going to use 5 as a demonstration. So you can paste these in here. Each one of these is on a new line, a new row, so to speak. And then we need a custom prompt that's going to do some research on the internet for us and figure out some ingredients, some cooking directions, and then some other tips about the actual recipe. So to get that prompt, I want you to first click on ECP, Edit Custom Prompt. Now, in the description down below is going to be a file shared on Google Drive. And that file is going to have all of the prompts, all of the stuff that I'm talking about in this course for you to use and copy and paste into ZimmWriter or whatever you're doing. So definitely open that up and find the prompt I'm talking about. The prompt we're going to use is CP_recipe_research. So you'll get this out of the file and you'll copy and paste it into here and you'll paste the name in here and you'll press Save New Prompt. Now let me make this a little bit bigger and talk about what's happening. Research a recipe to cook the dish found in the data to process. Real quick overview, let me get out of this for a second. The text discombobulator has some directions up here. If you click it, it will show you how to use it. Definitely read the directions. But the long and short of it is, I feed this right here into the AI. And inside of this data to process section is going to be the first row, the first item in that list that you pasted in here. So it'd be like banana bread recipe, for instance. And then inside of here is the custom prompt that I just showed you. And so what ZimmWriter does behind the scenes is it takes this entire thing, feeds it into the AI, gets the result out. Then it moves on to the next row in your list, which would be chili recipe. And it would magically paste it behind the scenes right here, feed in your custom prompt, and get your result, and then move on to the next item in the row. You can read more about the directions here, but that's how it works. So edit custom prompt, the recipe research. So the prompt we're using is this recipe research. So research a recipe and cook the dish found in the data to process, which is our keyword. Everything should be based on factual research. And then we have 4 steps we want it to do. Write the title of the recipe, write a bullet list of ingredients, write the step-by-step cooking instructions, write any final tips or steps that one might want to consider. And then finally, note the entire result should be under 100 words. This is important to have in here because if it gets too long, we won't be able to do what we're going to do in the next step. So this is the prompt we're using. And so we just edit it and then we save it in here, but you actually select it over here. So we're going to select it, CP recipe research. And now we'll give this a name. We'll call this recipes. And the model for writing, if you're using Open Router, if you did what I said and you added Open Router, then the model that you want to add or you want to select is, let's see if I can find the Open Router one. Sonar Online, and then parentheses OR means Open Router. These are all Open Router supported models. Sonar Online, Open Router, and that's all we got to do. So we have our list here. And I recommend testing this out. Do a couple. Don't do 500 right off the bat. Just test a couple so you follow along and you're on the same page. But we have our list. We have our prompt selected. We have the name of the file, the job name. This will be the file name that's created. It's going to be a CSV file, which is like a spreadsheet. And the model for writing, which is Sonar Online. And we will create the output. So right now, it's going to go to the output folder, which is over here. It's working right now, so don't open it up because it's working. We'll let this thing work. Now at this point, while it's working, I want you to go to Google Sheets and open up a Google Sheet. We're going to do a lot of processing now inside of Google Sheets because unlike Excel, Google Sheets will render special characters properly. So if you're opening this stuff in Excel, stuff might get butchered in the process. So this is where you want to start using Google Sheets. Let's go over here. I have a new spreadsheet opened. And sometimes the AI, so it's going really slow right now. It usually goes a lot faster, but sometimes the AI gets busy and ZimmWriter has to retry a couple times, but now it seems to be moving a little faster. It's finally done. It usually goes a lot faster, but again, sometimes the AI at different times of the day gets busier. So there's our output. Now we're not going to open it right now. We're actually going to go to our blank worksheet, go to File, Import, Upload, and we will drag this over. Let's see, Insert, Replace Spreadsheet. Let's do that. Import the data, and here's what we get. So we have a banana bread recipe, and then here's the data, the aggregated information that the AI built based on its research from the internet. So this all looks pretty good. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to find and replace all of these hashtags. I don't want these double hashtags because that can screw up the prompts inside of ZimmWriter. And so we're going to go over here and select the entire column, and let's do find and replace, and we'll find all of the double hashtags, and actually let's just replace them with nothing. Get them out of there. And let's also replace the double asterisks with nothing. Double asterisks is a markdown format for bolding, but it takes up characters. It will actually increase the cost of your prompts and stuff like that. So we just remove all that, and we're left with this. Pretty good so far. So we have our keywords and we have our recipe. Now we just need to get our titles, the actual titles for the article. And so to get the titles, we're going to feed in this recipe right here. Each of these recipes we're going to feed in back into the text discombobulator and use some new prompts to generate our actual recipes. But there's a problem. The text discombobulator works based on content on a single line. And this right here is multiple lines. So we need to convert all of this stuff to single lines of text. In that file that I talked about in the description down below is a formula that you can paste in here and have that conversion happen automatically. So let me show you. We'll call this, let's see, keyword, and this is recipe, and this is recipe without line breaks, and then finally title. So to get our recipe without line breaks, we're going to use this formula. Now, I'm not a genius who came up with this formula. I used AI. Definitely take advantage of AI. AI can really help you. I went to ChatGPT and I said, can you make me an Excel formula that will replace all the line breaks, character returns, and also line feeds with \n, which is like a new line character. So I took this formula and I pasted it in the file down below, so you can go ahead and use that. We'll go over here and we will click on the first cell, then go up here and put in our formula. Now you're gonna have to change this right here. This is where it's pulling the data from, which is column B2. So we'll go B2, and then I'll fill down. You just double click to fill down. It's not working. Let's drag it down. Let's see if we can drag it down and fill down. All right, so drag it down, it will fill down. As you can see, we have this chicken salad recipe /n ingredients. So it's removed everything, and now everything's just on one line. That's exactly what we want. So now what we can do is take this column here. Don't take the header. We don't want that. Just take this column here, which has our keyword, our ingredients, our instructions, and final tips. Just take this, copy them all, and go over here to the discombobulator and paste the stuff in. Everything should appear on one line. All right. If you're seeing stuff that's breaking onto a new line, then maybe you got to go back and reduce the number of characters, the number of words in your result. Remember, for our research prompt, we limited it to 100 words. So you want to make sure everything gets on one line. With me so far? Now what we need is a prompt, a series of prompts that will process this and come up with just an awesome title. Now we're going to use 2 prompts to come up with our title. So you'll press the Edit Custom Prompt button, and the prompt that we're looking for is this one right here. Now you can find this again in that file linked in the description down below. So let me copy this out and show you what this is. But you'll paste the prompt in here, you'll paste in the name, and you can call the name whatever you want. It has to be contained in curly brackets and start with CP underscore, but then it can be whatever you want. But this is what the prompt says. The data to process, and the data process is our lines of text. The line of text for a given row would be the keyword, the ingredients, and then also the directions to actually make the recipe. So the data to process is a recipe and contains a name of the recipe. We want to make the title of the recipe more interesting for a blog post because the title is currently bland. So improve it by doing the following. Write the title without losing the context. That's important. If appropriate, the title should make an emotional connection. Avoid cliche language. Keep the rewritten title under 9 words. Try to use a majority of the keywords for SEO purposes that exist in the existing title. The title should have the word recipe in it somewhere. And then finally, here is how you should format your answer. New title, and then the title that you wrote goes here, and then explanation. I have found that having the AI give an explanation as to why it's doing this and how it followed each one of these will give us a much better result. It's like showing your work. You tell the students, if you're a teacher, to show your work, you'll get a better result at the end of the day because they're actually working through it. So that's what we'll tell the AI to do, and it will do a pretty good job of that. Now that's the first prompt. Let's go over here and select it. So that would be the first prompt, but that's not like the final stage. All right, because what that's going to give us is that new title and then also the work that the AI did to come up with that title. But we actually just want the title itself. So how do we get the title itself extracted out of that result from the AI? And that's where a stacked prompt comes into play. So ZimmWriter allows you to select another prompt down here. I'll show you this in a second, called Rewrite Title Prompt. And this prompt right here will pull out that title that the AI just made from all of the other stuff in there. It will pull out that title and just give that as the result. But it will only do that if you check this box. What prompt stacking does is it uses the output from the first prompt as the input to the new prompt or the second prompt. Does that make sense? So when you click this box, this prompt will use the output of this prompt as the input to this prompt. If you don't check this box, then both of these prompts work independently of each other, and they both work on simply this line of text. Does that make sense? Rewind it, watch it again if you need to. Let me show you what this prompt is. Rewrite title. Paste this out here so you can see it. Data to process contains a title of an article for a blog post, but it may contain cliche language that is overused and stuff. I built this based on my experience in creating these titles. I found that even when you tell it not to have cliche language, it can still include cliche language. So this does like 2 things. It pulls out that title, but also touches it up in case there's that cliche language. So we're going to select our first prompt and then our second prompt. We'll click stacking and we'll call this new titles. Now we are not going to use Sonar Online. We no longer need online research because we've already done the online research. And this is also an expensive model to use. I'm going to use Claude Sonnet 3.5. This is by OpenRouter, or you can use it by a direct integration through Anthropic. You could also use 3.7 or like a different model, but don't use Sonar. And we'll press go, and it will create our discombobulated output. Now we should be able to open up this output in Excel, just because it's easier than importing it in Google Docs, because all we're getting out is a title, and the title should not have any special characters unless you yourself are doing like non-English or something like that. So let's go to our output folder. So the file's working. We're not going to open it up yet. It's working on number 4. That's all done. So let's open this up with Excel. So here are the lines of text that we fed in. This was, again, the keyword, the ingredients, and the directions. So this is like the output that it gave us for one of these. New title, Grandma's Perfectly Moist Banana Bread Recipe. That sounds pretty good. A lot more click-friendly than banana bread recipe, right? And then explanation. And so it explains how it came up with this. And then the custom prompt over here, our second custom prompt, extracted that out. So we have our new result. So let's take these titles, and you can tell there's no butchered text in here. Okay, so it's safe to take these and go over here to Google Sheets and paste them in. All right, so now we have Grandma's Perfectly Moist Banana Bread Recipe. Hearty homemade classic chili recipe from scratch. That sounds pretty good. Classic meatloaf recipe just like grandma's. Love it. Hearty Italian recipe, a family-loved comfort classic. Love it. Creamy homestyle chicken salad recipe from scratch. Those are fantastic titles. So now we have our titles and we have our recipe. We're in the home stretch. This is going really well. So we're in the home stretch here for this first approach, which is just using the AI to come up with those recipes. At this point, what you should do is, just to show you like where we're going with this, you can open up ZimmWriter and click on the bulk writer and click on SEO CSV and click on this link right here. And this will take you to a Google Sheet. Let's see if I can bring this over here. There we go. This will take you to a Google Sheet. And what this Google Sheet is it's an alternative way to feed in input data to ZimmWriter's bulk writer. And the reason we want to use this is because this allows us to feed in a global background, which in our case is going to be that recipe. So we want to delete this stuff, this default data. The default data is in here to show you how stuff works. So here's the default data. Let's just, we can't delete it. I forgot. I'm in view only mode. When you click the link, and I do this mistake all the time. When you click the link and it opens this file up, you can only view it. See, some other person is viewing it right now. You have to make a copy of this so you can edit your own copy. So click on File, make a copy. It's going to make a copy in our Google Drive. And then we can come in here and delete this stuff. Now, don't do this. Don't select everything and then right click and press delete, because then that will screw up the formulas and stuff. Don't do that. Just select this stuff and press the delete key. So let's go back to our spreadsheet that we were just working with and take our titles. Take our titles first, copy those, and paste those in right there. That's our titles. Now let's go over here and paste in our recipes. You can go ahead and just paste this stuff in right here. You don't have to take this recipe without line breaks. You just take this stuff in, paste it right there. And then we want our slug, and this is the important part. Remember those keywords that we were starting with? Those keywords are now going to turn into slugs, and the slug is going to turn into the URL for the actual article. Now, I don't want you to just take these and paste them in here, because that's not what a slug is. A slug has a couple criteria. Number one, there can't be any spaces in between slugs. And then also, there's certain characters that are not allowed in a slug. So instead of pasting it in here, let's delete this. I want you to open up ZimmWriter again and click on the AI Vault and click on Slug Generator. And we can paste these in here, and we'll call this slugs, and press start. And ZimmWriter will come up with the slugs that would be perfect for these articles. And generally, it's not going to modify any of this stuff. It's just going to replace the spaces with dashes and remove any special characters, stuff like that. So we'll create it. It's already done. Sometimes, depending on the length of the slug, it might actually tap into the AI to get a lower word count for the slug. But in general, it's almost instantaneous if your slugs are not long. So let's open up our file for slugs. We're going to open this with Excel again, and we have our slugs over here. So the raw slug right here is what you want to be using if you're using the bulk SEO CSV file. So we'll take these raw slugs and we'll go back to Google Sheets and we'll simply paste these in. Those are our slugs now. Now keep hold of this because we might want this file later for when we do the internal linking. Now this kind of wraps up the first approach. We have our article titles, we have our recipes with our background, and we have our slugs. But right now it's time to dive into this second approach where we use that data set. So pause the video if you need to, go get a drink of water. If you want to do approach one that we just did, go ahead and do it, but then follow along with approach two, because I think it's going to really open your eyes to what's possible with manipulating data sets and AI. Now we're going to talk about approach number two, and this is the approach that I'm going to take in this particular course, and we're going to use Kaggle. If you've never heard of Kaggle before, you definitely should learn about it because it's incredible. It has a bunch of data sets so that we can train AI models, but you can also use the data sets for kind of whatever you want. There's data sets for the 1,000 most trending YouTube videos. Right? Maybe you make a website about that. Student dropout and success prediction data set. That'd be cool. You could make a website about that. Let's see here. You can sort by most votes. What do we have? X-ray baggage scanner anomaly detection, brain tumor data set. So some of these data sets are just images. Yeah, you can just spend all kinds of time going through this. Banana ripeness classification data set. It's 200 megabytes. I don't know. That just sounds crazy. 10,000 movies plus letterboxed data. So what is this? Film title, average user rating, genre, language, likes, watches. That's interesting. The fan, release you're not available, director, cast, average rating. So you can preview the data set in here. Genre, owner rating, runtime in minutes, countries, and language. Maybe you could do something with that. So there's all kinds of data that we can use in here. I was looking at this in my mind, just all the different possibilities. It just exploded. You can spend a lot of time going through here and just coming up with different ideas. So this is the data set that I'm actually going to use. This has over 500,000 recipes in it. What we're interested in is the ingredients, like how many cups of water, how many cups of salt. Let's see here. And then also the steps to create it. So some of these recipe data sets, like you can go over here and search for recipe. Some of these recipe data sets, let's see if I can find another one. Data sets, like recipe ingredient data set. So some of this stuff is like in JSON format, which we can't really use very well with the method that we're doing. And some of them don't have, they just have like ingredients, for instance. So we can't just do something with ingredients. We need like the name of the recipe and we need the directions, the steps to actually make the dish. So some of these data sets you're not going to be able to use, but the one that I found really useful was this one right here. And this one is 800 megabytes, but when you download it, it's zipped up. It's a couple hundred megs, but when you unzip it, it's 800 megabytes. And I have not used this one, but this has 2 million recipes in it. The data set is 2.4 gigabytes when you unzip it, and it's crazy. So we have titles, we have the ingredients, and then we have the directions. This is an absolutely massive, massive data set. So now let's go ahead and download one of these. You can download both if you want to, but the one I'm going to be using in this course is going to be this particular data set. To download this file, you will have to create an account. Creating an account here is completely free. So you create the account, you press download, and then eventually you'll get this zip file, which we can then extract. So now we got to open this up, but we have a little bit of a problem. We can't open this with Excel because it's too big. And we can't open this with Google Sheets because it's too big. So what do? So I found this online database application called row0.io. And we're going to use the free plan. We're not going to use the paid plan for this. The free plan will be able to do everything we want to do with this. It will work really well. But this is an online database tool that allows us to open up a database with basically an unlimited number of rows. Like even Airtable, for instance, has a limit of 50,000 rows. This has no limit. You can upload ginormous files to it. It's great. The only limitation for the free plan is you can only work on one database at a time. So the other databases that you have become read-only until you like close the one you're working on and open up the other ones. So you'll make an account, go to row0.io, you make an account, you verify your email, all that great stuff. You come in here and you click new workbook. So you've reached the free plan's 1 workbook limit. If you create a workbook anyways, you'll be able to edit your most recent workbook and the rest will become view only. Perfectly fine. So create anyways. So it prepares the workbook. And now what we got to do is import our data. So file, import, and we're going to drag this database over. Make sure you got to unzip it first. Okay, so make sure you unzip it and we will import it. Right now it's processing everything. It's on 50,000 rows, but we'll import it and it will take a few minutes. Now I have not imported the 2.1 gigabyte file to this that has 2 million rows. I have not done that. I'm assuming it would work, but I have not. This is the 500,000 recipe database. Okay, so we have everything imported. Now what we need to do is get our list of keywords and then match them up to the particular recipes inside of here. So let's make a new sheet. You want this to be sheet 1. Make sure yours says sheet 1. And then we want to open up our Excel spreadsheet with our keywords. Take our keywords and we're going to type a keyword and paste them right inside of here. Now, we're going to match these up to our database. And I guess I should have mentioned this before. If you are doing some really niche specific keywords, maybe for a particular diet. Keto mushroom ravioli. There's mushroom ravioli in here, but most likely not keto mushroom ravioli. So if you want something very specific, then you're most likely going to need either a larger database or possibly to use the approach number one, which was using the AI. You might find that you don't have a lot of results if you've really niched down in this approach number two. But the other thing you can do is just use that larger database, the 2 million results, and maybe you'll get some success with that. The other thing you can do is just do more keywords. So I'm doing very popular keywords like banana bread. There was 800,000 people searching that. So most likely it's going to be in this database that we're using because it's a super popular recipe. But if you're doing things with lower volume and they're not as popular, then maybe instead of feeding in 500 keywords, feed in 1,000 or 2,000 or something. And that way you're more likely to get some good results, some good matches from this approach number two. So keep that in mind. So we have these keywords in here. Now go to column B, and up here in row one, we're going to type in keyword without recipe. We're going to do a matching these up against the titles inside of here, but these titles don't have the word recipe in them. So let's copy this column, go to Notepad, and we'll press Control F and replace. We want to replace a space and then recipe with nothing. Replace all, and there's our result, and then we'll paste this right in here. Great. Now we're going to type ID in column C, and we need to find the ID that matches, or at least closely matches, the keyword right here. The ID from this sheet over here. Each ID is going to be unique to this particular recipe. So ID, we're going to do equal sign, X lookup. We're in column C right now, row 2, and we typed equals and then X lookup, and we want our key to be this right here, banana bread. The lookup range, I want you to look up banana bread in this column right here, and I want you to return the ID. And let's get our formula back. I want to show you what we're doing here. We're going to type in false. This is what happens if there's no match. It will return the word false. And then finally, the match mode. This is the most important part. Type 1. 1 is going to be an exact match or the next largest match. So we want to try to find all of the words in our keyword that are present in this recipe right here. We don't want to find less. And we'll press enter. Now we get our IDs right there. And then we'll double click this little box right here and fill down. Look at that. We got matches for everything. Cool. Now let's pull some more data out. I want to see what recipe title it's pulling. So we'll type title, and then I'll do another X lookup, and the key is going to be this ID right here, comma, the lookup range will be the IDs over here, comma, and then what I want you to return is the title over here. And we'll type, actually we don't even need false or 1 because we're going to find the ID here. So we'll just end the parentheses. Banana bread, cool. It'll fill down. Awesome. Now we need the ingredients, and we also need the directions. So I'll type ingredients and directions. Same thing, X lookup. The key is the ID, comma. The range is this ID column, comma. The ingredients is this one right here because it has they both have ingredients, but this is the one that has the actual numeric amounts of each ingredient. So E is the range, and we'll just close the parentheses. And we'll fill down. In the directions, same thing, X lookup. The key is the ID. And the range is going to be the ID over here. And then the steps is the direction, so that's this column right here. And we'll close the parentheses. And then we'll double click the box and we will fill down. We're making some good progress right here, making some good progress. Now, the last thing that I want to do is I want to clean the quotations and these brackets and all this other stuff, this nonsense from both of these, because it could distract the AI as it's writing about these different recipes. So unfortunately, there's no find and replace in this software, but it will allow you to run Python code. And you might be like, whoa, I didn't sign up to run Python code. Don't worry, this is super easy. I'm going to walk you through it. In the file down below in the description, is some Python code. And what you're going to do is copy the Python code. Let me copy it on my end. I'm going to copy the code, and you'll go over here and you'll click on this code button. You'll just paste it in. This is the code you're looking for. It's this remove double quotes function. Then we'll go over to column G and we'll type ingredients clean. And then column H will be directions clean. Click on row 2 of your ingredients clean column. This is most likely column G if you're following along, and press equals. And then we're going to type this function over here. Let's just copy it actually. Remove double quotes, and then parentheses. And what cell do we want to remove the quotes on? That's this ingredients over here. So we'll click that, and we'll close the parentheses and press enter. Now, if you get an error when you do this, most likely you just need to press this run button, and then the error will go away. After you have your result, you can double click this to fill down. And as you can see, we now have all of our ingredients cleaned up. Pretty cool, huh? Directions clean, same thing. Equals, and then function name, parentheses, and then the directions. Close parentheses, and then we'll fill down. See, did it work? Cool. So we have directions for it. You got to check, make sure you have directions for everything. If you're doing a longer list, sometimes the fill down will prematurely stop, and you'll have to figure out where it stopped and then continue to fill down. And interestingly enough, some of the directions are really short. Let's see. This one for making stir fry, the direction is cook. All right, that's all you got to do, cook. But I have found that even though the directions are sparse, the AI does a pretty good job of picking up the slack. Now at this point, what we want to do is I want to get some of this data out of this formula mode so that we can better adjust it and modify it. So we're going to make another sheet, make sheet 3. My numbering's off, make sheet 3. And we want to take, let's just take all this data. Just copy all the data. And we will go over here and we will select everything and then right click, paste special paste values. That's what we want. We just want the values for everything. Let's see. We can get rid of keyword without recipe. We don't need that column anymore. All right. We don't need our ingredients or our directions that are not cleaned. So we can remove those. See, delete columns, DDE. Trying to just clean stuff up a little bit. And we're left with our keywords, our titles, and all the other good stuff. Fantastic. So what we need now is we need like a merged column, a column that will contain our title, our ingredients, and then our directions. So we'll call this merged. We're going to type equals, and then we're going to select our title, which is the banana bread. That's C2 right here. And then we're going to type the and symbol, double quotes, \n. In computer speak, the \n represents new lines. So we're in computer speak putting these on new lines, even though everything's going to be on one line. We'll close the double quote, and then we'll type and again. And then we'll take our ingredients, and then we'll do the same thing. And quote /n quote. And then and again, and then the directions. All right. And we don't need anything after the directions. All right. So now we have our C2, which is our title. We have 2 new lines in computer speak. And then we have D2, which are our ingredients, and then E2, which are our directions. Cool. And then we'll just fill down. Now we have our merged column right now. We're going to use some of the data from that to feed into ZimmWriter to get our titles, our new titles based on this, the ingredients and the directions and stuff like that. The only thing we have to do is we have to trim off some characters from this merged column. And we're just going to use this trimmed version inside of ZimmWriter because ZimmWriter's text discombobulator can only accept lines that have up to 1,000 characters in them. And it will be okay if we just truncate anything beyond that off, because all we're using this for is a way to come up with a new title. So we're going to call this merged. We'll make a new column here. We'll call this merged truncated, and click on G2 equals, and then we're going to type left, and we want to select the merged column or select the cell, and then comma 1000. And then we can simply fill down. So we should have our truncated column now. So we'll take all this data and we're going to go over here to ZimmWriter, AI Vault, and Text Discombobulator, and we're going to paste it in here. Now, there's a problem. One problem, possibly two problems. And this is just the nature of working with data and processing data and whatnot. First problem is it might not have pasted everything in because you might have hit the character limit for this window, right? The way you can tell if you hit the character limit for this window and everything didn't get pasted in is you can just go to the last line, the very last character, and type something. If stuff actually gets typed, then you're good. Everything got pasted in there. Nothing was truncated prematurely. We got all titles in here. But the problem is all of the titles are not on new lines. They're all like jumbled together in here. So that's not what we want. We want everything on a new line. So this is where I recommend using Notepad++ to do some like just weird stuff. I'll show you. If you're using regular Notepad, this probably won't work. Get Notepad+. Only runs on Windows. It's completely free. If you're on a Mac, you can use another text editor, but just don't run the normal Notepad that comes with Windows because there's problems with it. Notepad++, you can get it by Googling Notepad++. You click it, you click download, and you download the latest version. Extremely powerful text editor. I highly recommend it. So we're going to take our data that didn't paste properly inside of here. We're going to take it and paste it into Notepad++. And we're going to see if we have the same issue. Now we have to turn off word wrap. Let's see, view. So we'll turn off word wrap. Otherwise, it looks like it's not all on one line. Turn off word wrap. Everything looks okay here. So we'll take this out of here, just copy it and paste it into here. Isn't that weird? So we pasted it from here into Notepad++ and then went into here and it seemed to work just fine. Everything's on its own new line, which is exactly what we want. We do want to check this stuff just to make sure. But from everything I can tell, everything's on a new line and that's good. If you paste it in here and it's still not on a new line, one hack is you can copy all the stuff that you pasted into here and repaste it into a new window inside of here. And that sometimes does the trick too. But the goal is to get it into this format. Now the prompts that we're going to use are the same prompts the same prompt we used in the approach number 1. We don't need to come up with a recipe here because we already have that. All we need to do is get that title. So the 2 prompts we're going to use are this one, that rewrite title part 1 clickbait, and then this rewrite title part 2b. I showed you both of these in the first approach, and they're both available in the description down below just to show you what they are in case you forgot. This is the first prompt. This is the second prompt. So we're going to load the first prompt. We're going to load the second prompt. Make sure you check this box right here. You got to check this box, right? Otherwise, this won't work. And the job name will be ZW_titles. And we'll use a powerful model. I'm going to use Sonnet 3.5. Everything looks good. Now, this is going to take a little bit of time. It might take 30 minutes, might take an hour. It depends on how many keywords you have or how many articles you're doing. But we're just going to let this thing run. And while that's running, I'll just come up here and let's see. I'm going to put a new column in here. We'll call this column Titles from ZW. So we're done right now. I'm going to let this thing run. You can pause the video. You can catch up. The goal at this point is to be following along where if you're doing approach number 2, you've matched up your titles to the IDs. Everything's looking pretty good. You have your clean ingredients, your clean directions. You've merged it all. You've done that truncation we talked about. We did the left function F2, and then we only took 1,000 characters from the text. And then we fed that into the text discombobulator. We used our 2 prompts. It's creating our new titles right now. And just to show you, I'd never recommend opening up. Let's see here. Never open these things up when they're running because it will mess everything up. But you can copy it. And so we're just going to wait for this to finish. And then when it finishes, we'll pick back up and I'll show you the results. So pause the video, get done what you need to get done, go grab a drink of water, use the restroom, whatever, come on back. All right, ZimmWriter has finished creating our titles. Let's open this up with Excel. You should be able to open this with Excel. Just keep an eye out for any butchered characters. If there are, then you'd have to open up in Google Sheets. But here's what we have. It's hard to see because we have this merged data here, but banana bread became homemade banana bread recipe. That's pretty good. Lasagna became grandma's classic homemade lasagna recipe. That's a lot better than lasagna. Let's see what else. French onion soup became French onion soup recipe. rich and rustic. I like that. And what's nice about this is sometimes it might add some of the ingredients into the title to spice it up, no pun intended, spice it up a bit. Like tater tot casserole. Now it says cheesy tater tot casserole recipe. So there's cheese going in there. The AI knew that because it looked at the recipe. So we get a little bit more relevance. We get something a little bit more contextually in sync with what that recipe is. And in addition, one benefit of doing this where we feed in the actual recipe and the actual ingredients, is the AI won't say, hey, you're going to grill this on a grill when the recipe says you're going to bake it in an oven. So you won't have grilled ribs, you'll have baked ribs or something like that. So it's important to feed this stuff in so that we get something that's more accurate from the AI, if that makes sense. So let's take this list of results. Oh, you know what? See, look, there it is. I don't know if you can see this. Cafe de Paris. I'm probably butchering. I don't have any French. There's no French in me. But see, there's a character that was not encoded properly by opening it in Excel. So let's actually import this in Google Sheets now. Do this properly. Let's go import, upload, and replace current sheet, import. There we go. And if we look at, let's see, Paris, see, now it's rendered properly. There's a little, what do you call that, a hyphen or something like that over the E? So that's all rendered properly. Great. So now we can take this list here, select all of them, and paste it right into our worksheet under the new column that we made, titles from ZimmWriter. Now at this point, there's an important step that we need to do that I guess we should have done a few steps earlier, but that's okay. We can solve it right now. One of the issues, and I forgot to mention this, is we could end up with duplicate IDs here. There could be duplicates. And the reason we could have duplicate IDs is because back at the beginning, when we were taking our title and trying to find a corresponding recipe, it's not an exact match. So sometimes we'll get something like, it might be like grilled pizza, and it might be baked pizza, all right? And so both of those might not find a match over here, but pizza will find a match. And so you'll have the pizza recipe with the same ingredients, with the same directions, the same ID, and so it's a duplicate. So we need to filter out our duplicates. We probably could have done that somewhere over here, but that's okay. We can do it right now. Now, the downside to using the free version of this program is we can't export this to a CSV file and then import it into Google Sheets. And this is too big to just copy everything. And here, let me show you, and just paste into Google Sheets. If we try to paste it, it says only 1 megabyte can be copied to the clipboard at a time. So what do? To remove our duplicates, let's just do this. It's like the lazy person's way. We'll just take this column, paste it over here. Take this column, paste it over here. There is a remove duplicate feature inside of the Row Zero app, but it will only remove them from one column, and it won't like remove the corresponding ones from here. So everything becomes offset and wrong. So you definitely don't want to use it inside of here. I've reached out to the Row Zero team and I complained. I said, really, you guys don't have a find and replace and your duplicate thing's broken, and I haven't heard anything back. So we have everything in here. So all we have to do is select this and go data. So all we have to do is select everything and go data cleanup, remove duplicates. I have a header row, and then we will not select all. I simply want to select the ID. We want all duplicate IDs removed. Remove duplicates. So 8 were removed. So those would be 8 duplicate recipe articles, even though the title might be a little bit different. All right. So now we can take all this, go back over here, and paste it all in. All right, that was pretty easy. That wasn't too bad. So at this point, what I want to do is create some categories for our non-existent website. I know we haven't gotten a domain yet and done all that other stuff. Don't worry, that's going to happen in just a minute. But this is just a good time. We have all our data here. So let's just create our categories right now. And the categories are going to be very important. our AI is going to automatically determine, as it writes the articles, which category to put the article in. So that's a burden that you don't have to deal with. But we do have to come up with those categories first. So here's a hack I've learned. It's actually pretty convenient. Select about 500 or however many you have, maybe less than 500. I wouldn't go over 500, but if you have, let's say 250 or something like that, it's probably fine. So we've copied it, and now I actually want to go to Notepad and paste it all in here and then make 2 new lines at the bottom. And then I have a prompt, and this prompt will be available in the file in the description link down below. And this is a prompt that says, I am going to write blog posts for each of these, but I need categories. Can you create me 10 categories, which would encompass these items? Each category should be between 1 to 3, I can't speak this morning, 1 to 3 words as appropriate. That works. Now, if you want more categories, you can just change this to 15 categories, 25. I wouldn't say like 50 categories or something like that. It might not turn out very well. So we'll paste that down here. Now we have all our stuff. We have our list of 500 recipes and then our directions right here. So we'll copy all of this and go to ChatGPT, and we'll just paste this in here and press go. Now I'm using ChatGPT 4.0. That's what I recommend. The other models might try to code a solution. You don't want that. I believe we ran into that problem a little bit ago. Here's a list of 10 concise categories that will neatly organize recipes: comfort classics, world flavors, pasta, noodles, casseroles, chicken dishes, beef, pork, meatless meals. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, that's perfect. Look how easy that was. So let's go back over here to our row 0. We'll make a new sheet and we'll call this categories and paste this in here. Now, one thing I found is some desserts or some drinks might slip through. And so it's good to have like a catch-all category for those kind of things. And I'll call it refreshments. So it could be a drink, could be a dessert, kind of a catch-all just in case. So we have 11 categories. That's perfect. All right. Awesome. So that's all we have to do at the moment for preparing our articles to write. There's a couple more steps we're going to do, but we're going to put this on pause right now because we've done all of the heavy lifting. Now it's time to get a domain and then look into some hosting. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. Pause the video, get a drink, use the restroom if you need to, and then we'll regroup and get to choosing a domain. So we're at the point in our course where we can hit pause on all of that data manipulation nonsense. All right. Maybe you like that. Maybe data is your stuff. All right. Other people are like, oh, I hate all these Excel things and formulas and stuff. I understand. I can feel your pain. Let's hit pause on that right now. And let's shift gears into something different. We're going to choose a domain name, and then we're going to choose hosting, and then setting up our WordPress install and configuring our themes and plugins and all this fun stuff. So some people like that more. I don't know. I don't know which camp you fall into. Maybe drop a comment down below and explain to me what you like more, the data or the actual interface stuff and domain stuff. I don't know. So let's choose a domain first. There's 2 ways to go about choosing a domain. We can choose a new domain or an expired domain. Regardless of which you choose, I always recommend registering a .com domain. .com is going to be the least expensive over time versus other domains. A lot of other extensions can be like $80 a year to renew. I think the .inc domain extension is like $1,200 a year to renew. Absolutely crazy. So stick with .com. You'll get the best deal over time. That's what I recommend. So now let's talk about whether or not you should get a new domain or an expired domain. A new domain is simply a domain that's never been registered before, or maybe it was registered and nobody ended up using it. So it has no history with it, which can be a good and a bad thing. It can be a good thing because there's no history dragging you down, but there's also no history pushing you up. And that's all from the perspective of organically ranking on Google, Yahoo, or Bing. And that just means because it's a fresh domain and there's no history with it, it's going to take time to see traffic. You're not going to instantly rank for a lot of the stuff that you're publishing. It could take a month, it could take 6 months, it could take a year, right? Now, a lot of the organic stuff ranking on Google and Yahoo and Bing doesn't matter if you're not interested in that kind of stuff. If you're just interested in social, if you're like, I'm going all in on social, I'm going to be publishing to Pinterest, to Twitter, to LinkedIn, only publish to the channels that would be relevant to your audience for your particular niche. So keep that in mind. But for recipes, for me, Pinterest and Facebook are definitely number 1 go-to sites. I could probably do Instagram also. So if you want to go all in on social, then yeah, just get a brand new domain. Don't even worry about organically ranking. But some people want to hedge their bets. Some people want to just think, like right now, Pinterest is cracking down on AI images. So, how is that going to turn out? If we just do one pin a day, are we going to be safe? I don't know. Nobody knows these answers. So hedging your bets is always a good thing, especially in the era of AI. So maybe you want to dip your toes into organically ranking on Google and Yahoo and Bing. And in those situations, you might want to look into an expired domain. An expired domain can be good because with it comes that history. But the history can be good or it can be bad. Let's pretend food.com expired. If I registered that, heck, man, I'd be ranking for everything immediately. But if, let's say, a casino, someone that was into casinos picked that domain up, but then put on food.com a lot of backlinks to their casino sites, they would be polluting that domain. And eventually, over time, that authority of that domain would devalue in the eyes of the search engines. And eventually, it would be a hole to dig out of. So when you get an expired domain, you could be getting a domain that has a hole you got to dig out of, right? Or it could already be on a pedestal that's going to skyrocket your rankings. So it's a gamble, all right? But with everything, it just takes experience to learn how to use it properly, all right? Learn how to wield the power properly. So let's talk first about choosing a brand new domain. You could just go to Namecheap and just start typing stuff in. And that's not an efficient way because then you'll start spinning your wheels. If you type in recipes.com, obviously that's registered. So you'll run into a lot of things that are registered and you can't buy, and you might be tempted to get one of these other extensions or something, and obviously don't do it. There's a quicker and more efficient way to come up with a brand new domain. The first is just ChatGPT. You come here and you say, I want to create a recipe blog and I need domain name ideas. Choose domains that are available. Now, ChatGPT is not going to go and check to see if these domains are available or not. But by saying this, it has in its own knowledge, so like very popular recipe sites. So it's obviously going to avoid those. So we could probably put some of these in the Namecheap and they actually might be available. Flavorful feasts. Let's go to Namecheap, put this in. So that's actually purchased, but it's $788. So we could buy it, but it's going to cost us a pretty penny. Let's go put this in. So that's taken. So a lot of these are taken, interestingly enough. Try another one. Now what you can actually do is you can come over here and say, that's great, but give me a list of 50 without commentary. See if this, yeah, this is taken too. So let's ask just for a list, and then we'll put this into the, where'd it go? Namecheap, beast mode, the beast mode. You can search up to 5,000, but I don't recommend that because I found that after so many, the whole system freezes up and you don't know if it's working. You don't know if it's not working, but in most cases, it's not working. So let's just take what we have right here and let's put these in here. I don't want to show premiums. I want to hide the unavailable, and let's see what we get. And this will take a second, but we should get a couple results, I would hope. So there you go. Chef Anne's Kitchen. That's cool. Gourmet Gazetteer. Chop Soup. Ooh, I like that. Chop Soup. I like that. I'm not going to register that. So if you want to get Chop Soup, go for it. Runaway Pea. I like that. You could have a logo of a pea like falling off a plate or something like that. That's and rolling away or something. That's cool. Cookie dough oven mitt. I don't know. So yeah, that's so easy. You can also use ZimmWriter if you want to. You can go to the AI Vault bulk niche generator. And this is a little bit different. This isn't ideal for this particular use case. Here, let me just put it in and then I'll talk in a second. Let's put our niche in, recipe blog. And we'll give this, let's see, a model selection and a name. Domains, let's do that. So it will give us 5 different niche ideas, and you can enter all kinds of different ideas on there and just get hundreds and hundreds of ideas. This is more geared towards actually coming up with a niche, and our niche is obviously going to be recipes, but this might help us kind of niche down within the category of recipes. But it will also give us those domain names. So let's make this a little bit bigger so you can see it. This cost me a penny to do. So justtherecipe.com. So a minimalist website blog that skips the life stories and presents recipes in a clean ad light format. That's cool. Kitchen Science Lab, Recipe Remix, virtualkitchen.co, Pantry to Plate. That's neat. Let's see if any of these are available. Actually, I'm really interested. So we'll go to Filter, and I just want to see the website. And we'll take this list right here, and I'll copy it and go to Namecheap and put these in. And let's see if any of these are available. I've actually found that some of these end up being available. Okay, so we only have one. We have Virtual Kitchen Co. But what you can do is you can come in here, niche generator, and put in like recipe blog, and then just copy it multiple times. For each one of these that you put in here, you'll get 5 different results. If you put this in here 10 times, you get 50 results. Eventually, you'll end up with domains that are available. So that's an option that you can use to come up with a brand new domain. Really easy to do. You get your domain that you like that's available, and you register it. I register all my stuff on Namecheap. I'm not an affiliate of them. I just have everything on Namecheap. Namecheap's a really recommended register. I recommend using them, but just use one register for all your stuff. What you don't want is stuff everywhere, because when you have stuff everywhere, like some stuff registered over here, some stuff registered over here, what happens is like your credit card expires and you forget that something is registered over here, and then the domain expires and your whole website is now kaput because you don't own the domain anymore. So keep everything on one register. That's what I recommend. Now let's talk about finding an expired domain. This is fun. It's like digging for gold. So if your grandparents were treasure hunters or gold seekers, and you might have it in your blood to find an expired domain, this is always fun. There's 2 ways to go about this. The first would be expireddomains.net. This is completely free. The other way is Spamzilla. Spamzilla is a paid service. It's $37 a month. It's really cool if you're registering a lot of domains. If you have an Href subscription, it can tap into that and show you more metrics. But if you have SEMrush, I'll show you what we can use with SEMrush. It's also pretty cool. So expireddomains.net. We'll click on deleted.com. We want to see all the domains, and we'll click show filter. Now contains. So I want to put in the word recipe, and I think that's about it. If you want more words in here, all of the words in here are automatically separated by or. So you put in recipe or tacos or keto, then it's like recipe or tacos or keto. I don't want any numbers in the domain. I don't want hyphens. We're not going to limit the results to a particular language, because then that would get rid of some cool spellings that you might see in a domain. And then let's say only in the past 30 days, because otherwise you'll get so many results, and a lot of times they get picked over. There's bots out there that will search based on all kinds of metrics and swoop up the really juicy ones that just expired. So we're not going to find those. But then over time, the vultures come in and they're chewing on the leftovers. So when you go too far back, it's going to really be hard to find something really good. I think that's good. Let's click apply filter, see what we get. So we have 702 domains, and you can look at some of these different things. Like this would be like the number of backlinks, and this would be the number of backlinks from different domains. These are probably your 2 most important metrics. This is also an important metric, the archive.org number of crawl results. So it shows you like if the site had a lot of pages. So this site right here had 1 page, Shots Recipe. So maybe there wasn't a lot going on with that particular domain. So you can actually sort by this and see what had a lot of results. All cookie recipes. That sounds interesting. That's available still. I should have filtered out the unavailable. Let's see, only available. Let's do that. All cookie recipes. Let me look that up on SEMrush right now. That's actually really interesting. All cookie recipes. So it was ranking for some stuff, not a lot, but it had some ranking. Let's check out the backlinks here. And you can only do this kind of research with something like SEMrush or Hrefs. So I recommend SEMrush. If you don't have SEMrush, free trial, link down below. Please use my affiliate link. But yeah, you can try this out. You can do all your research and then cancel the subscription before your trial runs out. So you can look at what this is linking to. So there's actually recipe pages on this site, pumpkin cookie recipes. Seemed like that was a really popular article, sugar-free cookie recipes. Let's go back in here. I want 200 results per page. I forgot to do that. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take all these results and I'm going to paste them into SEMrush's bulk checker, and it's going to check all the metrics on this stuff very quickly. So let's copy all this stuff and we'll go to SEMrush, and down here there's a bulk analysis. Now, if you sign up for the free trial, I think the bulk analysis is included. You'll have to check. But what we can do is just paste all this in here and press compare. And it will pull up all the metrics for all of these different domains. And sometimes you can find a diamond in the rough with this. So let's sort by authority score. So we have this right here, parwallrecipe.com. I don't even know what that is. So what we can do is we can take this and look at this particular domain right here. So it was recently ranking for something. I don't know if that's a good indication. I would rather have something that was ranking pre-AI for content. Let's look at the backlinks. Yeah, so it doesn't, looks like a bunch of this is just spam. So when you're looking for an expired domain, don't look for just links going to the homepage. Homepage links are valuable, but in a lot of cases, the spam links, like high-level SEO, this is how they advertise to you. They think that by linking to your homepage, you'll come and check your backlinks and be like, oh, look, I can get high-level SEO. Let me click on this link that's linking to me and use their services. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. So let's go back to our list right here and see what else we have. So we have 117 backlinks for this one from 66 different domains, but a lot of those I think were subdomains. The recipe patch. So let's check this one out. See what we have. Wow, look at this. That is good. So this is from parade.com. That is a, oh, let me go back. Check this out. This is a good backlink. So parade.com's authority score is 86, incredibly high domain. So this has a do follow backlink from this site. Wow, that's a treasure of a link right there. And it's going to how to make carrot cake cheesecake. So let me say, this is very important. To take advantage of an expired domain, you don't want to just register the domain. You want to bookmark or log in your database somewhere or in Notepad or something, the really good links, backlinks from authority sites to content that no longer exists on this domain. Because then what you would want to do is ideally revive this page. You could go to archive.org and just copy and paste the content and revive the page that way, although then you technically get into copyright issues and stuff like that. But we can just use AI to make an article with a slug, how to make carrot cake cheesecake. And then this will now be a working link, and you'll get the authority from this backlink transferred to you, to this page now. So you definitely want to revive some of these pages. This is actually really good. Let's see, ably.com. So one of them is a no follow, but the other one's not. I think this is probably a really high authority site too. Wow, an endorsement for Gretchen Louise. Oh, it's no follow. Let's look at the follow ones. So let's look at the follow ones. Cinnamon Swirled Bacaba. This is Hub Pages. Delishi. Simple Recipe Ideas. So let's look at this. Let's look at this domain, Simple Recipe Ideas. So that's a low authority site right here. Where'd it go? So this is what you do. You go through this list of backlinks to this potential domain that you might want to register. And you look for backlinks from authority domains and see where they're linking to. Are they linking to your homepage? Hey, that's even better. If Parade was linking to my homepage, that would be a gold mine, because then I'd get all of the authority right to my homepage, which would trickle down to all of my different pages. Now, this is just a backlink to this particular page, but that's still really good, right? That's still really good. So this has a couple valuable backlinks. I don't see a lot of other backlinks. This has this really good backlink, and possibly this one right here. Let's see where this goes. Wow, that's a very high authority score too. This would be a domain that I'm actually considering registering this. I'm not going to. I'm going to leave this for you. If you follow it along, you can go register this domain. This looks awesome. But if you do, you would want to revive this page right here. Learn to make cinnamon bab, whatever that is, and how to make carrot cake cheesecake. I would definitely revive both of those. You can use AI, make sure the slug is identical. And then also all of these are to the non-www version. So if you want to take these, either make sure that you register it in this, with the same subdomain, which in this case is none. There's no www. Or if you decide to create a www subdomain for your site, then redirect, 301 redirect all of this stuff to the www version. Otherwise, these won't count. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So this is pretty cool. We used this free resource here to find expired domains at cost. It's just going to cost us $11 the first year and then $14 the second year. Great deal on expired domain. Now there's another thing you can do to find an expired domain is you can actually buy one that's registered with someone else. So you're actually paying a premium for the expired domain. Generally, I don't recommend doing this unless you really know what you're doing. But there is a cool hack that I found. We'll click on buy now, and then I don't want anything over $100. $100 is my absolute limit. And then I only want .com, I don't want numbers, and I don't want hyphens. And I want the word recipe. So I have this list here of a bunch of results. So let's select all and then export to a CSV file. And now I'll open up the CSV file. Here's all of the domains that are available and under $100. So let's take this list now and we're going to go back to SEMrush and we're going to use that bulk domain finder. So bulk analysis and compare. See what we get. Easy delish recipes. Now, when you have stuff like this with 1.4 million backlinks, but the authority score is only 5, this is definitely a spam domain. This is not something that you want. This looks interesting. Let's check this out. Easy delish recipes. So let's copy this and look at domain overview for this domain. So it was ranking recently. I don't like that. I'd rather have it ranking previously. I'll show you what I mean in a second, but let's look at the backlinks. And backlinks. Oh, I don't know why the authority score is high, because this is garbage. This has nothing to do with recipes at all. Yeah, so this is what you got to do. You got to look through the stuff, and I thought that this would be a good domain, but it's really not. Let's look at the other stuff we have. Recipe Nova. So let's take that and see. That has 241 backlinks from 106 domains. So maybe that's a good one. So this has a Wikipedia link, which is actually hard to get. That's pretty cool. And then Jessica in the kitchen. Now that's no follow and they removed the link, so that sucks. Dash of Savory. That's pretty cool. This has some pretty good backlinks. Now this would be an interesting site to revive, I think. The other thing that you want to look at, don't just look at the backlinks. We want to go to domain overview and look at the previous rankings. So it looks like it was ranking prior to the creation of AI, which is important. So it has, I don't know, there's like a stigma that I think Google has with newer sites, that they're all AI sites or something. So it has this ranking from back in 2021 to 2022, which is good. And there were quite a number of keywords. So what you can do if you have a paid, you might be able to do this on the free trial plan too, I'm not sure. But in SEMrush, we can look back to see what those keywords were. So let's go back to February 2021. Let's go back to February 2021. And we can look at the keywords that it was ranking for in February of 2021. Dark chocolate cranberry magic bar. So it was in position 4. That's pretty good. Better than a boyfriend brownies. Weight Watchers, 3-ingredient sloppy joes. This is cool. In my opinion, this would be a great site to revive. Let me show you. Backlink. Now, I don't want to lose this page. Let's look at our backlinks. So even though the link was removed, I would still revive this. How to make chocolate chip cookies without brown sugar. Feed that into the AI. All right. Slow cooker, cheesy scalloped potatoes. We could revive that. Now look, we're really getting into the weeds here, but this is just important knowledge. Our URLs for our site are going to look like this: the domain, and then / and then the slug, and then the slash. That's it. That's how our URLs are going to look. A long time ago, back in the day, URLs looked like this. They were like date coded 2018 / 10, and then had HTML at the end. To properly get the authority from this particular link right here, linking to this article, which no longer exists on this site, if we were to register it, we would have to do a couple things. First of all, this is to www. So we'd have to choose, what do we want our site to be? Let's choose no www. And so we'd have to do a 301 redirect of the www to the non-www version of our site. That's the first thing we'd have to do. The second thing we'd have to do is create a redirect from this right here, 2018 / 10, blah, 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 .html, to whatever our URL for the article would be, which would usually be in the format that we're going to do this. It would usually just look like this. So you would use a tool like SEO Press or something like that to say, anytime someone visits this particular URL, redirect them to this URL. And then you'll get the benefit of this particular link in Google's eyes. So you'll find the ones that are worth reviving, and you'll revive those. The other type of revival you can do, and you can do this in conjunction with this right here, you definitely have to do this part, but the other type of revival you can do is revive some of these articles that we're ranking. So we can, let's see, you can export this list of pages and then go through here and there's no magic number, take 50 of the pages, take 100 of the pages, whatever, and then create articles for those, create the redirects. All of these are in that weird 2018 /08 / the slug of the recipe.html. You'll do all the redirects, all right, to the actual article that you're reviving. And you'll also possibly get a benefit from Google in Google's eyes for that too. So a couple different steps. Now, you can do this in conjunction with all of those keywords that we just came up with right now. That's perfectly fine. So you just have to figure out what you want to do. So as you've seen, there are a lot more steps involved with registering an expired domain, but it can be worth it in the long run. This is actually a really good domain though. I'm not going to register it. It's for one of you lucky individuals that wants to register it. I think this would be a killer domain. The domain that I am going to go with is called Cool Home Recipes. So I registered this a couple weeks ago, and let me show you it. It's an expired domain. I bought it from the buy now auction. So I didn't finish talking about this. So the cool thing is you find the domain you want, like where's Recipe Nova? Let's see how much that is. So this is $50. So you'd have to think in your mind, is this worth spending $50 on? Now it would be $50. You would get the year registration for it. And then every subsequent year would be just the normal price, which would be $14.97. The domain that I registered a couple weeks ago that I found here was Cool Home Recipes, and it was $20. It was $20. So it was only a couple dollars more than registering a brand new domain. And I think Recipe Nova is even better though. But let me show you this domain. So it's an authority score 4. It, back in 2017, was ranking for quite a number of keywords. So let's go to March 2017. There we go. Organics, position. So position 1 for crunchy oven fried chicken. That's pretty good. Layered banana split cake, layered banana split dessert. So this was a pretty good domain. And some of the backlinks, we have rabbitandwolves.com. Let's actually do the follow. Let's click the follow. And you'll still want to revive some of the no follows, like the high no follows, but obviously focus on the follows. So lifehack.org, that's a really good domain right there. myfridge.com, marketersmedia.com, DIYjoy, keeprecipes.com, adventure.com. A lot of cool links on here. I found this just like I'm showing you. I wasn't checking this auction every day. I simply went here on a whim and I did exactly what I showed you. I found this domain. Where'd it go? I found this domain. It looks pretty cool. So I'm going to have to definitely revive some of this stuff, but wow, this is going to be really cool. Yeah, that's all you got to do. So that's your job. Find a domain. Find the domain, either come up with a new name, register a brand new domain, or find an expired domain. Expired domains, it's fun to find one when you see what happens. Maybe you want to do both. Do a new domain, do an expired domain. See how both of those work out for you. But then when you're ready, register it with Namecheap, and then it's on to our hosting selection. So pause the video if you need to, get a drink of water, get your domain registered to get it selected or whatnot, and we'll come back and choose our host. Okay? Talk to you in a second. Okay, so we should by now have our domain picked out and then also registered. And at this point, we can move on to choosing a host. Now, if you already have a host for your websites, use that one if you're happy with them. There's no sense in switching. But if you are looking to switch hosts or you don't have a website and you want to get a host for the first time, I highly recommend Hostinger. I've used all kinds of different hosting providers over the years, and a lot of them are very good, and a lot of them are better than the rest. There's no perfect host out there. I like the balance between cost and performance that I get with Hostinger. Hostinger is cool because it's not a shared host. You get dedicated resources. That's very important to me. I don't want to get a phone call or an email, I guess, saying, hey, you know what, you're exceeding the CPU usage. We're going to terminate your account. You don't get that with Hostinger because it's dedicated resources. What's cool also about Hostinger is the pricing. It's not simply month to month. You can go month to month if you want, but you can sign up to an annual plan or even a multi-year plan. So I've signed up personally with a 4-year plan, a 48-month plan, and it lowers the price when you sign up for a longer plan. I don't have to pay hosting fees for 4 years. That's a pretty good deal in my opinion. So Hostinger is a great balance between price and also performance. That's who I recommend. I am an affiliate of them and I use them myself. I have over 20 sites hosted with them, so I do use them myself. And if you want to sign up and get my discount code, right, use my link down below to save money, but then also you can use the discount code in conjunction with the link. It's all in the description of this video down below. Use the link, use the discount code. This course is completely free. Right, I'm not making any money on this course. I figured I'd present this to you. You guys would get value out of it. And if you decide to sign up for things, please just use my affiliate links down below. A couple different plans you can choose from without getting into the details. The long and short of it is don't look at the 50 websites here and 100 websites here. In general, this plan will let you make about 10 or so websites, right? With all the different resources and stuff like that. This plan's about 10 websites. This plan will get you about 50 websites. So if you're thinking of making 50 websites, sign up for this plan. If you're thinking about only making 10 websites, sign up for this plan. Now, if you're looking for even more power, you can select cloud hosting. It's the same thing. They're just higher tiered plans. This one is probably good for 100 sites. This is about like 150 to 200 sites right here. And you can see the dedicated resources that you get with these particular plans. So again, if you're only going to make 10 websites or so, business plan is great. 50 websites, cloud startup is good. More than that, you can just go up in tier. I have this one. This is much more than I need, but I get 12 gigs of RAM dedicated and 6 CPU cores. So this is perfect for me. So choose the plan that you want, get registered and all that stuff. And then you can add your domain name to this. So you'll log in, after you sign up, you'll log in and you'll add a website. My menu looks a little bit different than yours because I already have my account set up. So we'll click Create Website. Now we're not going to select WordPress and we're not going to select Website Builder. We're going to select Empty PHP Website. The reason we're doing, and it's not the end of the world if you accidentally skipped ahead and you selected this. The reason we're doing this is because this will allow us to set our own username for the site. So I'm just going to select Empty PHP Website, and then we need to add our domain name. So this is the domain that we registered, Cool Home Recipes, and you'll give it a second. CoolHomeRecipes.com. Do you own this domain? Use it. And if you just signed up, you'll also see this thing up here saying you have one free domain available. So when you sign up for Hostinger, they give you a free domain, but the free domain is only valid for 1 year. They're only giving it to you for 1 year, and then you'll have to pay the renewal fees. I'm not using this because, like I said before, I like to have all my domains registered with the same registrar, all on Namecheap. But if you want to, you can take advantage of this too. Maybe you want to make 2 sites and one of them you can take advantage of this. And honestly, you build a site and if it doesn't get any traffic in a year, then you just let the domain expire. So take advantage of that if you want to. So this is selected and we're going to click next, and then we'll click next. And this is going to do some setting up right now. Now at this point, you have 2 options, a simple option and an advanced option. The simple option is to go into your registrar, which would be Namecheap, and you can eventually point these DNS servers. So we can delete these and put in the DNS servers for Hostinger. I'll show you how to do that in a second. But if you want to be a little bit more advanced, you can create a free Cloudflare account. Cloudflare, you've probably heard of them. They're a content delivery network. So they're going to replicate your content all over the world on all these different servers. So number one, it saves you bandwidth, although Hostinger is unlimited bandwidth, but it also speeds up access time. And it also acts as a firewall to block a lot of like bots and bad actors that might want to be accessing your website. So I actually put all of my domains behind Cloudflare. Oh, and the other big benefit of doing this is no one can find your server IP address. So it's like some people, what they'll do is they'll do a reverse IP address lookup and they can find all of the servers hosted on that IP so they could see what you're doing, see what all your servers are, and reverse engineer what you've built and copy what you've built, or they could find different ways to hack into your server. If you're just starting and that sounds confusing, then don't do this. I don't want to complicate things. But that is one of those reasons why I use Cloudflare. It's a firewall content delivery network and it masks my server's IP address. So let me show you, first of all, how we can not even do Cloudflare and just add our domain. So the easy way is just to connect our domain directly to Hostinger. It's really easy to do. You can click this check guide. And here are 2 DNS servers. We would simply copy this and go over here to your registrar. In my case, it's Namecheap, and we'd paste them in here. I paste this in here, I'd copy this and paste this in here, and I'd press this check mark, and that's literally all you need to do. And then you'll wait. It says you might take 24 hours. It usually takes about 5 minutes. You'll wait about 5 minutes or so, and then your domain will be connected to your Hostinger account. That's all you got to do. Now, if you want to go the Cloudflare route, a couple more steps, but it's still very easy. Let's go back. So I'll go to Cloudflare. You make a free account. This is completely free. Make a free account and you add your domain. Oop, that's not it. Where's my domain? Cool Home Recipes. Add my domain, click next, and Cloudflare is going to say, pay us lots of money. And I'm going to say, no, I want to pay nothing. So you select the free plan. Now it's going to pull the existing DNS records from this domain. All kinds of DNS records. Let's just delete everything. We'll delete all the records. Delete all the records. Now, we have not yet connected our domain to Cloudflare. And then eventually we're going to have to point our domain from Cloudflare to Hostinger. So Cloudflare is kind of like the middleman. We have our registrar, and then we have Cloudflare, and then we have Hostinger. It works like that. So let's see, continue to activation. Confirm. So these are the 2 DNS records for Cloudflare. Remember we had those 2 DNS records for Hostinger? We're not going to use those. We're going to use the Cloudflare DNS records. So we'll copy this. I'll paste it right here. I'll copy this. And if you're trying to follow along, but you're struggling, these popped up, these things pop, and they might be different for you. So don't just take what I have here. They might be different when you add your domain to Cloudflare, but they'll pop up when you go through the motions like I did and just start adding the domain. So we'll click continue. Now it's just waiting. It's waiting to kind of refresh. This could take about 5 minutes. We're all done over here. We could technically close this if we wanted to. This is going to take a few minutes. While this is working, so while we're waiting for these name servers to get recognized, I want you to go over here and click on SSL, and we want to turn this off. Right now it's on full. We want to turn this off temporarily. Turn this off temporarily. We just went to SSL overview and turn this off. Now let's go to click on DNS. And we want to add 2 records. The first record we want to add is an A record. So we'll click add record, an A record. We're going to type the call sign. Call means root, which is just our domain, coolhomerecipes.com. And we want to point our root domain from Cloudflare to our IP address on Hostinger. Otherwise, our domain won't be connected to Hostinger. So let's go to Hostinger and we'll click on our hosting plan and plan details. And there is our website IP address. This is a static IP address. And you can only do what I'm showing you with Cloudflare if you have a static IP address. I guess there might be a way to do it with the dynamic. I'm not really sure. But Hostinger gives you a static IP address, which is really awesome. So each server you sign up for at Hostinger will get its own static IP address. And then any domains that you put on that server will all have that same static IP address. So we're going to copy this and paste this right here. And I'll click Save. I'm going to add one more record now. So this is a root domain, but what happens if someone accidentally goes to www.coolhomerecipes.com? So we'll go add record, and we want a CNAME record, and this will be www. And we want to point this to our root domain, which is coolhomerecipes.com. So if somebody by chance goes to the www, they're going to be redirected to Cool Home Recipes. And we'll save that. Now let's see if our name servers are connected. I just refreshed and the DNS servers finally connected. And we'll go over here and let's give this a refresh. It's looking good. So what I want you to do is click on security over here. You don't do this step until this is green over here. Once this is green, once it's connected, we can go over here to SSL. And I want you to check to make sure that the certificate is valid. Now, right now it's installing right now. Sometimes this might get stuck. Now this won't work. This right here will fail if you did not go over here, when we did this earlier, and click on SSL and turn this off. This installation of the SSL will fail. We're eventually going to turn this back on, but we can't turn it on until this is first connected. You follow me so far? So let's refresh and see if it finishes. Oh, it's installing. So I'm going to give this a minute. Now, normally I would give this maybe 5 minutes, but it's still not working. It could be halted. So I'm going to press cancel over here. And we're going to retry this. I would say 9 times out of 10, I don't have to do this. It just automatically installs fine and activates. But sometimes because we're going through Cloudflare, we can get a hiccup. It finally finished. I cut out the waiting time. That took much longer than usual. It took about 5 minutes or so. You just have to let it go. And I did cancel it one more time because it was trying to use Google. There's a couple different providers that we'll use. Let's Encrypt is the most popular one, but then it will also try to use Google's SSL. And so I canceled the install of Google's SSL and went back to this, but it still took about 4 or 5 minutes. So this is all good now. You want to make sure that this says active right here. Now with that active, we can go back over here to Cloudflare and go to SSL and then overview and then configure and then custom SSL. We'll press select and then we can turn this on full again and save. Now everything should be good, but we should be able to go to our site now and check it out. Cool. All right, so our site is up, it's working. Obviously there's nothing on it. So let's install WordPress. Let's get that all set up. You can close Cloudflare, that's all done, and you can close Namecheap, you're all done with that. So let's get WordPress set up. So click on website over here and click on WordPress install. And if you didn't follow my directions and you already installed WordPress, you're one step ahead. So we're going to install WordPress. And the website title is going to be Cool Home Recipes. And the email, I want the email to be matt@rankingtactics.com. And the username will be admin and the password. Let's see, just make something hard, right? You can all see my password, but that's okay because I'm going to change it later. All right. There we go. And we don't need any advanced options. I will click next. And you can leave all of this alone and install. WordPress is installed now. And now before we go any further, let's configure Lightspeed Cache really quick. That's going to help speed up our website. We'll do more optimization in a little while, but since we're here, I just want to take care of this. If you're not on the screen, what you can do is click Overview and then WordPress Overview. And then we're going to click Change Settings, and I want to apply the advanced settings. Cool. So let's go back to Overview, and then up here, there's WordPress Admin. This is just a one-click login. So we can log in and see our WordPress site. And there is our site. So let's look at the front end. We'll hover over here and we'll right click and click Visit Site. So that's our site. That's our recipe site. We're all done, right? No, I'm just kidding. We're not done. That's the front end. Now let's actually turn on maintenance mode while we work on this. You're on Hostinger over here. We click on Tools and we click on Maintenance mode. Since we're here, let's disable this and enable this, application passwords. We also want to force HTTPS. So we have WordPress installed, everything's set up. Now we just need to start configuring it, okay? So pause the video if you need to, go grab a drink of water, come back, and then we are going to install some plugins and just do some basic configurations. I'll see you in a second. Okay, so let's go ahead and start configuring WordPress a little bit, getting some default plugins installed and whatnot. First thing I want to do is go over here to settings and click on general. So make sure our site title is correct, cool home recipes, choose whatever you want. We're going to set our time zone. My time zone is UTC -5. This is relevant because with ZimmWriter, we can schedule our posts and the scheduling is going to be affected by this time zone that we select. So we'll click Save Changes. Let's click on Writing over here. Writing looks good. Let's click on Reading. That looks good. Discussion. I like to turn off comments. I think comments are just, they can give you a lot of spam and whatnot. There's spam plugins you can get, but I could foresee if you have a recipe site, other cooks that might have social media accounts or recipe sites might come on your site and put some spam comments like, this is all AI, the recipes suck, yada, yada, yada. I don't want to really invite that to happen. So let's just turn off comments. Let's see, allow people to submit comments on new posts. Nope. Users must be registered and logged in to comment. Yep. Let's see, anyone can post a comment. Nope. Comments must be manually approved. Yep. I don't think there's any way somebody can leave a comment now. I think I've disabled everything. So let's click Save Changes. Let's see, media. All right, this is all fine right now. Permlinks. So the permlinks, remember when we were talking about reviving old posts from an expired domain? So some people would set up their sites like this, where your posts, this is they call it a slug. This is the slug to the post, would be prepended with the year, month, and then day that the post was actually made. This is not helpful. And virtually everybody now, if they're doing it right, chooses post name. So the entire URL will just be your domain name and then the slug for the post itself. So make sure that this is selected. It should be, if you're using Hostinger, although some other hosts might choose one of these other ones. So definitely switch it to this, first of all, because if you don't switch it now, it's problematic to change it later. Click Save. Now let's click on the Lightspeed cache over here. Let's click on Image Optimization and then Image Optimization Settings. With our plan, we're limited to the number of files we have on our site. So I like to go very lean. Like we have unlimited bandwidth. So bandwidth is not a problem, and ZimmWriter already compresses all the images. So the images are really compressed. They don't really need any further compression. So there's not much of a benefit to having further image optimization on your site unless you're not using ZimmWriter. All right, so let's just turn off some of these things. Turn off this, turn off next gen format, and turn off this. We'll click Save Changes. And let's see, image optimization summary. I think we're all good with this. So now Lightspeed is not going to create additional files on our site for various image sizes and stuff like this. And also, depending on when you're viewing this course, you might get this pop-up that says we need to finish this setup. Let's just click that. It will enable cloud services. We're going to stay anonymous. Stay anonymous. So that's all set up. You're not going to be able to use the CDN, the Content Delivery Network, through this because we're using one already through Cloudflare. So don't worry about that. So Lightspeed cache is all set up. Let's go over here and mess with our plugins. So let's look at our installed plugins. I like to just go lean. I don't need extraneous plugins. If you want to play around with the hosting or AI, you're free to do that. But I don't need that, so I'm going to remove that. I don't want the easy onboarding. That's not necessary. We do want these two to remain installed, hosting or tools, and then Lightspeed cache. Now let's click Add Plugin. Let's see, Add Plugin, and let's search for WP Hide Login. We're going to install this, and then let's install WP Limit Login. You got to scroll down to find it. Now, what both of these plugins will do, they'll limit the number of times a certain IP address can try a password. So it will try to lock out the bots and stuff like that. And then the hide login will hide our login URL. So let's see, settings, hide login. And so instead of, normally the login URL would be WP admin. That would be the login URL. But we can change this to whatever we want. So we can say like secret, for instance, and that becomes the login URL. And if someone tries to go to WP admin or something like that, what do we want to do? Let's just give them a 404. So now we can try this. Let's open in private window. So open private window, they go here, they get this, and they go here, they get this. So we've hid, although now you know what my secret login is, but I'll change it later, don't worry. And you don't have to do this. A lot of people will use WordPress for the back end of their SaaS products or their software products. And to do that, you would need to share the login screen. So as long as you have good firewall protection, you're using some kind of a CAPTCHA, and you're using some kind of like a limit login, and you also making sure that people are not using weak passwords, you're pretty much okay. All right, so let's click on limit login, just kind of check the settings. So 3 allowed retries for a period of 20 minutes, 12 hours until they are reset, 2 lockouts increase to 24 hours. That's pretty simple, don't have to change anything. If you do get locked out of your own server, again, we can just go to Hostinger and then do this one-click login, and this will bypass all of that and just instantly log you in. Don't remove the Hostinger tools, because if you do, I don't think this will work anymore. So we have that set up. Now let's install some more plugins. So plugins, add plugin, type disable media sizes. And let's install this one. It has a cat with glasses on. What this will do is prevent WordPress from creating like a ton of different image sizes, which just aren't really useful to us and take up space, and then also files on our server. So we'll go to settings now, disable media sizes, and all of these down here, let's just disable. You don't have to do this, by the way. These are all optional steps, but this is what I do on all my sites now. Now our site still looks nice and bare and empty. There's nothing on it. So let's add some content really quick. Let's go back to plugins, add plugin, search for it, dummy content generator. And it looks like this, and we'll install it and activate it. Dummy content generator. And we're going to click on generate posts. Let's say 50 posts. How about that? We also want the featured images. Generate posts. And this will just act as some placeholder content for our site, so we could do some basic customization, some basic configuration to get a feel for what our site's going to look like. The only thing is, this only gives us 16 by 9 images, and we're going to be using a different aspect ratio. So we're going to use 9 by 16. So we're not able to fully get a feel for what our site's going to look like until we actually start generating some articles, but at least this will get us a head start, okay? So we have our posts. You can see all our posts here. And then the next thing I want to install before I forget, because I'm going to forget, is let's go to rankingtactics.com. Let's see, just rankingtactics.com. Click on secret training, and I want to install this ZimmWriter OG image plugin. Let's see. I think it's being blocked by my plot. And let's see, save link as, and let's see, downloads, save. What this is, oh, insecure, download blocked. We want to keep the download. Fantastic. What this plugin does, let's go back to plugins and add plugin, downloads, ZimmWriter OG image. If I'm going to teach you in this course how to create secret hidden images that are alternative images. And I don't want to go too into the weeds here. Like a recipe site, for instance, a lot of times the images on the recipe site, like that when somebody actually visits the site, you don't want text on the images. You just want to see the dish, the meal, or whatever it is. But when you share on social, some of you might want text on your images. Now, that's been like a sensitive subject recently because Pinterest has been cracking down on AI images. And it's weird, if the images look too good, if they look too professional, then they might get flagged by people as AI. instead of just high quality images. But I'll still show you how to make those alternative images. What this OG image manager does is it's going to make it so the featured image on your post is like the normal featured image. But if someone were to share your post on social media, the hidden image would be used, which could, and it could be whatever you want, but it could have text on the image, heavenly ham Christmas dinner recipe or something like that. It would have that text up top and then a picture of the heavenly ham down below. So that's what the OG image is going to do. It's going to pull those alternative images into the HTML code automatically, provided you have generated them with ZimmWriter. We're getting ahead of ourselves. I don't want to do that, but let's install that plugin. Again, you can get that plugin by going to rankingtactics.com, clicking on secret training, and then downloading this ZimmWriter OG image plugin. So we have that installed. Now let's do one last thing. All my sites, I have some placeholder pages. Contact us page, about us page, privacy policy page, and terms of use page. I create those all the time. I hate making them, but I've done enough sites that I've gotten it down to a science. It's not really hard, but we at least need those pages. So let's create the pages just as empty placeholder pages right now, okay? Because then we can add them to the menu and stuff like that. So add page. And this is going to be about us. Publish. And let's actually go and look at our pages right now. So we have privacy policy. Let's delete this default one. And we'll add another page called terms of use with a U. Has AI made us lazy in terms of knowing how to spell? I don't know. I feel bad for our youth. Let's see, privacy policy, publish. And then what are we lacking here? About us, privacy term, and then contact us. And we'll publish this. View page. That looks pretty good. We have our pages now. And our site doesn't look any different, but we have our pages. So now it's time to choose a theme, install a theme for our site. We are going to be using a theme. We're not going to be using a page builder. The difference between the two is a page builder basically gives you a blank canvas and you can build the entire site from scratch. In a lot of situations, it's either going to be very tricky or very easy. It's going to be easy if you can just use a template, but then it's going to be tricky if you actually want to customize that template and do a lot of specific things. So a lot of times page builders are complicated to start using. They're difficult to learn how to use, and then you have to use them very frequently to get good at them. The other problem with page builders is a lot of them are slow, but the ones that aren't slow are sometimes more tricky to get the hang of. So we're not going to be using a page builder. We're going to be using a theme. Problem with themes are there's millions of them to choose from, and there's optimized themes. There's not optimized themes. There's themes that you can only install on one site per license, so you have to cough up more money for each license. Or there's themes that you can install on all kinds of different sites, like as many sites as you want to. Lots of choices. It's really easy to waste time spinning your wheels, choosing between the different themes and different options you need. Let's go back to the first course that I made, where we made this site. I made this site, designeraffair.com, and I built this site with the Blocksy theme and then a block builder called Generate Blocks. Those were the two that I used. I love that combination. A theme, the Blocksy theme, is going to allow us to customize our header, customize our footer, customize our fonts, and customize the search pages, the category pages, customize the actual blog post layout. It's extremely fast. It's very customizable. It has all kinds of extra options. I really like this theme. Now the homepage I built with a block builder. Themes don't necessarily come with block builders. A theme will give you options. So here's the Blocksy theme, and it will give you some pre-created sites, which when we say pre-created, you'll have different homepages depending on the option inside of the theme that you select. Most themes have different layout choices for the homepage. So Blocksy comes with a bunch, and you'll have pre-configured fonts and pre-configured colors and a pre-configured homepage layout. But the homepage layout generally can't be changed, and it's fixed. All right, now you can create a brand new homepage if you want to, but the themes, they designate what kind of homepage you're going to be stuck with unless you create your own homepage from scratch, which you typically can't do with just the theme itself. That's why we're using Generate Blocks. Generate Blocks is a block builder. If you know what a block builder is, here's a post. So back in the day, we had a classic editor for WordPress posts. Now we have a block builder, and there was a lot of fuss from people switching over to a block builder and no longer having the classic editor interface, but the block builder is much more powerful. What a block builder means is everything inside of a post for WordPress is a block, and that block can be all kinds of different things. If you click this plus icon up here, you'll see all kinds of blocks you can choose from. And you can choose from more blocks too, depending on the different plugins you install. The most common, a paragraph block. There's a heading block. There's a list block, a table block, image block, columns block, all kinds of cool stuff that you can do with this. So using blocks will allow us to create our own homepage, but the default blocks inside of WordPress are definitely lacking, especially when it comes to customization of the padding and the margins and the layouts and stuff like that. So if you want to create your own homepage, your own look for your site, you need a block plugin. And the block plugin I love, absolutely love, is Generate Blocks. And I'm not just saying that. The reason I like Generate Blocks is because they don't have a lot of blocks in the plugin. I think the free version is 6 and the paid version might be like 9 or something like that. I forget what it is. They don't have a lot of blocks. But with that limited number, you can build anything you want. You can literally build anything you want. It's so powerful. There are other companies out there with block plugins that have 100 different blocks inside of their plugin. And it's not sustainable from a developer maintenance standpoint. There'll be inconsistencies with the font and with the margin, or there won't be global colors or global styles or things like that. I like Generate Blocks because they have global colors, they have global styles, everything works together. And the developers, the Generate Blocks, the company behind this Generate Press, they can maintain this very well. So I'm not going to drone on and on about this, but I recommend both of these. They both have free versions, and we're going to use the free version in this course. I think we're going to be able to do everything we want to do with the free version for both of these, but you'll get more benefits by going with the paid version. If you want to get the paid version of these, the Blocksy paid version, I have affiliate links down below. If you want to sign up with them, or if you want to get the paid versions, you can. It's totally up to you. Blocksy has a lifetime deal where you pay for an agency account, you get unlimited sites. You'll never have to pay for anything with this again. So I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff. I signed up for that, but you can do a lifetime on 10 sites if you want to, or you can just do the annual plan if you want to. Generate Blocks, they've never had a lifetime deal. I think it's like, let's see, I don't know what it is, a year. Generate Blocks Pro, $100 a year. So I recommend both these plugins. Don't start off with the paid unless you want to. Start off with the free versions. With all that said, my last course, we used a Spotlight theme. Now you might, if you're coming from my last course, if you never took my first course, maybe you're using the Spotlight theme. You're like, I want to continue to use Spotlight for my site, for my recipe site or whatever it is. You can if you want to, but Spotlight, again, because it doesn't have a block builder, you're going to be limited to what you can select for the homepage. In addition, it's not nearly as configurable as Blocksy. So in terms of configuring the header up here and configuring the footer and configuring the layout for the posts, you're going to get a lot more bang for your buck with Blocksy. Now, the reason we used Spotlight, the Spotlight theme for these news sites, these crypto news sites, is because of infinite page loading. Where for a news site, someone can, if they're interested in crypto, they can just sit on your site and scroll all these different articles and continue to read into infinity. But for a recipe site, infinite page loading, where again, you read a post and the next post automatically loads, that's not relevant for recipe posts. Because if you come to a recipe about how to make meatloaf, you're not going to make the meatloaf and then immediately start to make the next recipe that appears, which might be chicken noodle soup. All right. So we don't need Spotlight, in my opinion, for the recipe site. If you want to use it, hey, be my guest. But what we're going to use for building these recipe sites are going to be Blocksy and Generate Blocks. So with all that said, let me close this stuff and let's install the plugins. So let's go back to our plugin page. Actually, let's go to our theme first. So Blocksy is a theme, and it has a companion plugin that we have to install, but we're going to install the theme first. So add theme. Blacksea, and install and activate. Now, let's see here. Let's go to plugins and add plugin, and we want to search for Blacksea, and we need the companion plugin. There we go. If you have the paid version, you'll have the same theme, but just a different plugin. It will be a Blacksea Companion Pro, which you'll download from their website. So we have that installed. Let's go back to plugins, add plugin, and we want to find generate blocks. Where is it? Let's try one word. There we go. Awesome. So we have everything installed. Our homepage has probably changed just a little bit. It looks a little bit different right now. Definitely not where we want it to be, but now we have it all set up. So we have some basic plugins installed. We're going to install more later on, but we have some basic plugins installed. We have our theme installed, our block builder installed. Take a break if you need to, grab a drink of water, come on back, and we're going to create some categories, create a logo, design our header, our footer, our homepage, and stuff like that. It should be a lot of fun. See you in a minute. So it's time now to start configuring our theme. We're going to change up our header, our footer. We're going to make a logo, add some disclaimers, change up the fonts and all that good stuff, set our colors. So let's do all that right now. The first thing I want you to do is go to your database. Remember the database we created? And go to the sheet where we have our categories. And we're going to copy those out and put those in the notepad. I want to add these categories into WordPress right now. So let's go to the back end, and we're going to click on or hover over posts, click on categories. We have some existing categories in here. These are the existing categories from the dummy content generator. So let's delete the existing ones. Let's add in the new ones. So comfort classics, world flavors, hearty soups and stews. If you have more than this, then it will just take a little bit longer. There is a bulk category importer, but I would not bother with that plugin unless you have 50 categories or something like that. Let's see, seafood, did we get seafood in there? Yep, seafood, meatless meals, sandwiches and salads, and then finally refreshments. And while we're here, I want to go over to our posts and let's see, let's quick edit a couple of these. I want to assign a couple of these to some of our categories, beef and pork, just that we can, let's see, we can see what it's going to look like with some stuff in our categories. Edit, we'll put these under chicken dishes, and these right here can go into hearty soups and stews. So we can go back to our site right here. We can do a little bit of a refresh. And then when we click on like chicken dishes, we can see what the layout would briefly look like. Again, we're going to use different aspect ratio images. So it's going to look a little bit different when we have our real articles on here, but this kind of gives us a feel for what it's going to look like right now. So we have that. Now I want to create a logo for our site, make it look a little bit more professional. The reason I do this is you never know who's going to visit your site. Sometimes a Google reviewer might visit your site. I don't know if Pinterest is visiting people's sites or not, but spinning up these sites is all about how fast can we do it? How fast can we put these new sites up, fill it with content and wash our hands of it and be done, and then let it go and rank and bring in traffic for about 2 years. So we want to do these things quickly, but we also want to make them look professional so that if somebody did come to our site that was verifying that this was a professional looking site, we ticked all the right boxes. So I like to use Canva to just whip up a quick and easy logo for my site, all the different sites I do. And it's really not hard when you get the hang of it. So go to Canva, and I recommend a Canva subscription. You really need one. Canva is amazing. I don't use Photoshop or anything else. All those are they're way too complicated for the basic things that I need. So go to Canva and you'll make a new image. And the image you want to make is, let's see, 320 by 100. So create an image or create a template or a layout, whatever it is, with custom size 320 by 100 pixels. And then just come up with your design, come up with your logo, whatever it is. You might want to switch around some fonts. The fonts that I'm using that I like, they look cool, are Cinzel, C-I-N-Z-E-L. And then this script font is Miss Truly. At the end of the day, my site's called Cool Home Recipes. It's saying, hey, I'm cool. I don't know. I don't really know if there's a better way to create this. I think it's when somebody says, hey, I'm cool or I'm smart or something like that. It's like, are you really? If you were, you wouldn't have to use the word. So I don't really know how to make this look cool because it has the word cool in it. This is the best I can come up with. I think it's good enough. All right, I think this is good enough. And then we want some kind of like an image or a logo in here. You can just type up, let's see, you can type in whatever you want. And you can click the dots and see more like this. And then you can find something that you like. I actually like this one right here, but I think this is too much of a contrast because there's too many colors going on. I think it almost looks too childish, but I do like that one. But this is pretty cool. I like this. This is pretty neat. So we're going to run with this. So we're going to share it and we're going to download this. And now this is important for our logo right here, for our site title and logo. We want to select PNG and then transparent background and download. Put this on my desktop. And then I want to go to tiny PNG and we're going to drag this over to tiny PNG and we'll compress this from 11 kilobytes to 4. And that's all we need. So let's save this. And this is our cool home recipe logo. Let's go back to our site and let's click the customize button. Okay, so we have our logo. We'll add that in just a second. A couple different things I want to customize. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see. And what I want to do is I want to reduce the site layout. I think this is just too wide. Now, most people are going to be visiting this not on desktop, but on mobile. So this won't play a big factor with that. But for those that are reading this on an iPad or on their desktop, I do want this a little bit narrower. So we're going to do 1080, all right? I think that's a good size. Content area spacing on desktop, I want 40. And then on tablet, I want 30. And on mobile, I want 20. That's the spacing after the header, whether you're on the home page or whether you're inside of a blog post. If we go back to default, let's go back to the default. See, there's just too much white space. I like themes that I can control a lot of this stuff. So again, we'll do 40, 30, 30, and then 20. And then we'll save it, click publish. I think that looks pretty good. Now let's go to colors and let's change the colors of this whole thing. So colors, there's existing color palettes you can choose from, and choosing colors is so freaking hard. For me, it is. Maybe for you, it's really easy, but choosing colors for me is actually pretty hard. In general, I like to focus on maybe 2 primary colors, maybe one for the header, and then use like a white for the background, and then a different color for buttons. I get confused like mentally with too many colors, so I don't know where to put them all. So I have a color palette that's saved. And you're free to use this color palette if you want to, or you can come up with your own colors, whatever you want. But let me start adding these colors in right now. Let's see here. So we're not changing it down here. This is like a variable that's defining the color palette, but the actual color is right here. And then this variable will be used elsewhere in the theme to refer back to the color that's saved. So this is going to be pure black. This will be black. And then I want to do red for this. And then we're going to do white, and green, white, and then green. And you're looking right now and you're like, what in the world just happened? Don't worry. We'll take care of it. So that's the palette I want to go with. And so the base text is going to be black. It's going to be our black one. The links, when you hover on them, will be black. And by default, they will be this green color right here. Now, as for text selection, when you select the text, I want the text to be white and the background to be that green color that we picked. And I want our site background to be this white color, starting to come together a little bit, right? Let's see, what else? What other settings do I have here? I think that's pretty good right now. We can change our header color by clicking up here, clicking on main row, and clicking on design and background, and that will be this color right here. That looks pretty good. We're making some progress. Let's see, our footer, we'll click edit and then design. The row background is going to be black. Now we can't see our text, but that's okay. If we click on one of these individual things in here, we can change the font color. All right, so the font color for this would be white. The links would be, let's make the links like, actually just make the links white and then hover on the links will be maybe like this color or something like that. But we can mess with this in a little bit. But that's looking pretty good. What I also want to add right now, I forgot, I usually do this. Let's go to rankingtactics.com and we're going to go /typography. And all this typography content, I want you to select it all. This will help us as we're configuring our fonts. Select it all, copy it, and then go over here back to your site. And let's go to pages. And we're going to add a page. And we'll call this typography, typography, typography. And we'll paste what we just copied. And this typography page has H2s, it has H3s, it has italic content, it has bold content, it has a block quote in it, it has a link in it. And this will allow us to see on the front end what our stuff looks like. So on the front end, we can go to typography, and there we go. So we can press customize and then see how this looks and then change it up if we want to. So we have our color set up, we have our typography page. Let's edit our fonts. So you'll press back, and if you don't know how to get to this menu, you're like, whoa, what is he doing? This is the customize menu, and you get to it by logging into your site and then going to the front end, like where the visitors would see, and then clicking on customize. So right now we're going to click on typography, and we're going to check everything out. Now, this is a nice font, but I don't think it's great for a recipe site. One thing you can do is go to other recipe sites and see what font they're using, but they might be using a font that's not available. A lot of the fonts for Blocksy are Google fonts, which are free fonts. So the font that they might be using, it might not be available to you. The font that I like to use for recipe sites is Poppins. I like Poppins for recipe sites. And we will select that. Continue. I like that font. So that's the base font. That's this stuff right here. But now let's adjust our heading fonts, our H2s, our H3s, our H1s, all that stuff. So H1, we want to be Poppins. H2, we want to be Poppins. H3, H4. I'm not going to bother doing H5 or 6 because I never use those. Those are crazy. So this is what we have so far. It's looking better. I like it. This would be good for a recipe website, I think. Nice big bold font, and I think that would be good. Now, the font for our base font for reading, I want to bump this up a little bit. On desktop, it looks kind of okay, but if you were to view it on mobile, it looks okay right here, but actually on my phone when I'm reading this, because you have to realize this is a lot bigger than what my phone really is. So this will actually get squished down a lot. So I want to make this a little bit bigger. Let's set the default to 18. And then I'm going to set the line height to 30 pixels. That's a good line height. If you're ever wondering like, how do I set the line height in relation to the font size? Because sometimes, like when you change the font size, you're like, what line height should I do? And a lot of people will just eyeball it and they're like, I like this line height or I like this line height. But just like the rule about having too many words on one line, there's also an unstated rule about the golden ratio, the ratio of the line height in relative to the font size. So what you can do is go to Google and type in golden ratio. So golden ratio typography. And this has most of the Google fonts in here. So we can select Poppins. We're at least close. Where's Poppins? Poppins. And the font size that we're using, so I'm using 18. Show me the golden ratio. So it says for a font size of 18, you should use a line height of 31. So let's go back to this and set this at 31. So you can read more about this. Trust me, not a lot of people do this, but the people that don't do it, their sites end up not looking that pleasant when it comes to actually consuming the content. So I like this. Now let's go to our H2. And on desktop, we're going to set this to 32. And the line height, I'm going to set, let's set the pixels first of all. I'm going to set this to 42. Right, this is for our H2s. This was an H2 right here. Now on mobile, I want to change this up a little bit. So these settings, it's kind of like a hierarchy. First is the desktop, and then you can override it for the tablet, and then you can override that for mobile if you want to. So I want to override the mobile. And let's set this to 25 and 32. And then for H3 on desktop, I want to set this to 25. I have H3s in here. The H3s, I believe, are these. So let's set these to 25. And then on mobile, see, they're still a little bit big. Let's set this to 20. And because we're not dealing with paragraphs, we're dealing with just headings, the line height's probably okay. All right. The only time the line height will be different is like when you have something that goes on 2 lines and there's not enough space between the 2 words. I think all of that looks pretty good. I'm happy with everything. So let's actually edit our header. So what's nice about Blocksy is you can hover over stuff. Now you can't hover over stuff inside of here because this is actually like the post content, but you can hover over stuff like in the header and the footer and instantly jump to the area to edit it in the menu. So we'll hover over this and we'll select this option right here. Click select logo, and we're going to upload our logo, and we will select it. And there it is right there. Now we have our text underneath of it. Let's turn that off. We'll check this or uncheck this box. Now we just have our logo. Now, before we adjust the height, let's actually check this on different resolutions. So this is tablet and this is mobile. So we're running into a problem right now. And I didn't realize this, but it's good, I guess, for me to do it. Then I can show you what the problem is. First of all, the problem is that there's this spacing on this edge over here. And the reason is because when we saved it, I saved it centered, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have saved it all the way to the left so that there wouldn't be this extra space right here that would screw up the way it looks on mobile. So let's go ahead and redo this. Let's just move this all the way over here. That looks pretty good. I like that. And the other thing I'm realizing, although there's a way to adjust this not in the image, I'm also realizing there's not a lot of padding between the top and the bottom. And we can adjust that using the margins over here. We can say, let's turn off sync. Let's say for the top, we want 25 and the bottom, we want 25. So we can add that if we want to, or we could just do it inside of the image itself. So let's add some padding to begin with in the image itself. And the way to do that is simply make this smaller. So we'll group it all and we'll just make this a little bit smaller. Then we'll move it over some. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Center it all, move it all the way over here. That looks pretty good. So we'll share this, download this, PNG, transparent background, save it to our desktop, tiny PNG, feed this into tiny PNG, download the optimized version, and we'll actually call this cool home recipe underscore logo underscore 2. You can't call it the same thing because if you call it the same file name that you uploaded to WordPress doesn't accept it. It like loads the cached version, which is not the updated image. Always rename images to be something new when you upload them. So let's go back over here, general, we'll remove this, select logo. Let's delete this one. We don't want this anymore. And where's our version 2? This is the 2. So let's upload this, select it. And that looks better. Now it's aligned as far possible to the left as it can be. And it lines up with the rest of the text. So I like that. Now it's still, and we have a little bit more room, breathing room on the top and the bottom. So we're on mobile now. Let's check it on tablet and check it on desktop. I don't even see it on desktop. Where'd it go? What? Let me refresh the page. I don't know where it went. Oh, wow. I guess for whatever reason, it didn't load when I selected. I guess I loaded it on mobile, but it didn't load it on desktop. So let's exit out of that, reload it. There it is. Obviously, it's way too small on desktop. Even arguably a little bit small for mobile. So let's change this up. Let's make this a lot bigger for desktop. I like that. Let's check out tablet. Make this a little bit smaller for our tablet. And then mobile, we'll make this smaller. I like that. And we can check this out on the front end. Cool home recipes. That's pretty cool. Now it is a little blurry, but it's good for me to have these problems and then I can show you how to solve these problems. So this is a little blurry. How can we prevent the blurriness? Let's see if I can zoom in to show you. See how blurry that is? So how can we fix that? Really easy to do. So we take this entire thing and we'll click resize. And we're simply going to just make this bigger. So custom size right now it's 320 by 100. Let's just double the size. So 640 by 200. 640, 200. And we'll check this. That's what we want. Yes, and we don't want to copy and resize. We just want to resize this design. Resize this design. That looks pretty good. Maybe we can make this a little bit bigger in here. We'll do the same thing. Download PNG, transparent background, save. And we're getting quite a collection over here. So we'll save it right there. Go back to tiny PNG, drag it over, download it, and we'll call this cool home recipe _ logo 3. I'm contemplating editing this out, but to be honest, having you guys see me work through this is probably a good thing. Oh, and you can have a different logo for desktop and for mobile. I think that's what I was doing. I was loading it on mobile, but not desktop. So, but it inherits the parent. It inherits the parent, not parrot. So if you set it on desktop, the mobile will take the desktop unless you then set something new on mobile. So we'll go on desktop and select logo. Let's delete this one and let's upload the new one. And we'll see if the blurriness goes away. That looks a lot clearer. That looks really good, actually. Let's see. This is a tablet. We'll make this a little bit smaller. And we'll try mobile. I like it. What do you guys think? coolhomerecipes.com. We'll click publish. It will save this. I think it looks pretty good right now. Let's set up our menus. We haven't done that. We don't want in our, so this is on a tablet right now, and this is called a hamburger menu. So on desktop, we have like the actual menu, but then when we go to tablet, it turns into a hamburger menu. And then on mobile, we have the hamburger menu also. But what we don't want for these menus is we don't want this stuff up here. We want actual categories and things like that. Now, normally you would think that you would go to the back end and click on appearance and then menus and set it in here. But when you set it in here, it's not going to appear out here. So we're actually going to create our menus via the customize button. So customize and scroll down to core and menus. So create new menu, and we'll call this main, and this will apply to header menu 1 and mobile menu. And next, and then we will add items. And we'll go to our categories, and we want to add, we don't want to add blog. That's like the default category, or you might have uncategorized on your site. We don't want to add that, but we'll add everything else. So everything's added. Let me just publish it to make sure this appears. It does. Now let's rearrange a little bit of stuff and rename it. So let's rename beef. And we're not renaming the categories. We're just renaming how it's displayed. So it takes up less room. So let's rename just the ones we want featured out here. So I want beef featured. That's an important category. I want soups. I want chicken. And I want seafood. Now let's drag these around. Chicken can come first. See if I can get this. Chicken, beef, seafood, soups. Let's publish, refresh. Chicken, beef, seafood, soups, pasta. Let's edit this a little bit more. Now we can change how this looks. Like, do we want it to look like type 1, which is like this? Do we want type 2, where when we hover over it, we have an underline. You can't see it, but there's an underline that's appearing, and the underline is just a different color based on our colors. We can have it look like this. This is actually pretty cool. I like that, actually. Or we could have it look like this with the underline and then a line up top. I like this one. This is nice. Item spacing. I think there's still too much stuff up here. Stretch menu. Enabling this option will make the menu stretch to fit the width of its parent columns. I like that. Publish, and let's just view it on the front end. Now, as you can see, as I hover over this stuff, the turns black. We don't want that. We want to fix that. Let's go back up here and select main menu, and then select our menu so we can configure the colors. We're going to click design, and this is the configuration for when we're like hovering over this stuff and whatnot. We want to change the configuration for the drop down that appears. So right now the drop down looks good, but when we hover over stuff, it's like a dark color. We don't want that. Let's see, design, font color, hover. Hover's black. We don't want that. So let's make hover, oh, let's try this light blue, or maybe a darker blue. Let's try that. All right, so you can still see it being selected, but now it's not black. That's cool. I think our header's pretty much done. Let's check it out on mobile just to see. Yeah, I like it. It looks really good. Let's do our footer. So scroll all the way down, click, hover over the footer, and then click edit. And then we're going to change this up right now. So as far as the footer goes, if you want to just take what I have, it's perfectly fine. Just come to my site, copy it all, and paste it in here to make it your own if you don't want to come up with your own stuff. And then we can align this. Let's make this center aligned, and we will publish it. So now we have our disclaimer down here. Now I want to add a menu up here with our terms of use, our privacy policy, all that good stuff. So let's go over here to the next row up, the middle row. We'll click that. We're just going to make this one column. We don't need anything fancy. And in here, we want to add, we'll click this back button, and we're going to add a menu. Just drag it right over here. This is why I love Blocksy. Like the customization and all the different ways to tweak the layout and the options and stuff. I haven't found it in any other theme in existence. Blocksy is just incredible. Enough of that. So we'll click on the menu, and the site menu is going to be, oh, we haven't made our footer yet. We got to make our footer. Let's save this and go back and go to core, menus, create new menu, and we'll call this footer. Forgot we didn't make it. And we'll assign this to footer. We'll click next, add items. We're going to find our pages. Where's our, oh, up here. Let's see, privacy, terms of use, about us, and contact us. Let's see, about us, we'll have that first. Contact us, I guess that can go last. Publish it, and we'll come, so it's down here right now, so we'll edit this. Click on the menu, horizontal alignment centered. The background, click on design. The background we want, where is that? Oh, to set the background, we actually have to click on, so we're in the menu customization right now. To change the background, we have to hover over the middle row, or click over here and click edit. The middle row is different from the menu itself. So click on middle row, design, background, black. Now we got to change our text because we can't see it. So go back over here and click on menu, design, font color. We'll just set white for everything, nothing. Actually, for hover, let's do color 2, but then active, I want white. Cool. Now, problem is we have lots of padding here. I don't want all this padding. So let's adjust the padding for this middle row. We'll click edit, vertical spacing. Let's scooch this down. We don't need a lot. Let's just say 25 or something like that. Check this out on all the different sizes. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Now, the other thing I've noticed is let's make this smaller. This is way too big on mobile. We'll come over here and click on the copyright, and then we'll click on design for that. And the font size, let's make this 8. No, that's too small. How about 9, 10, 11? I like 11. 11's not bad. Now that's just for mobile. Tablet, let's make this 12. Desktop 12. I'm happy with that. We can probably make this middle menu a little bit smaller too. Let's see, default family 10 on mobile. Yeah, you can play with this all day long and tweak it as much as you want. What's cool is, and this is what's really neat, ultimately, you'll be able to configure everything and then come over here to general and then manage options. and then you can export all of the customizations you've done. And then when you create a new site, if you're making another recipe site, you can just load up those customizations, just import them really easily. And you don't have to do any of this stuff because it will already be done, assuming you like the existing customizations. Let's actually just reset this. What else? What other odds and ends can we do inside of here? Let's click on home and let's find a post. And let's change the layout of our single post, of our blog post. So over here, I want you to click on single post. So we're in the menu and we see post types. Underneath blog post is single post. So click that. And then we're going to configure some different options in here. First of all, we want a featured image. We want our featured image to be displayed. So we're going to click this box. Then we can change the ratio of the featured image. Obviously, if you're going to set a specific ratio for the image, then you should be uploading it in that ratio to get the highest quality. And we will be uploading it in 9:16 format, but I'm going to just change it right now just to show you. So we'll click on the featured image and then we'll do a custom ratio. I'm going to do 9:16. Now this is not a 9:16 image by default, so it's definitely blurry. It's been enlarged and stuff like this, but this will give you an idea for what this is going to end up looking like. And I'm going to set the image location below the title. I'd rather have the title up here. And we'll publish this and we'll go back. And let's see. Let's go down here to post tags and let's enable that. I don't think there's any tags. Oh yeah, there's a tag. So there's a tag right there. Now we can tell right now we don't like this red outline. So let's get out of here and go to colors. And right now the border color is the red. Let's set the border color to, let's try blue. That works. Or let's try dark green. That's cool. I like that border color. Let's go back to our single posts. So those are our post tags. Let's add a share box. So this is the share box down here, but I'd rather have it be higher up in the article. So let's click the share box and we'll put it just on the top. And I guess we can put it on the bottom too if we want, but I'm just going to leave it on the top. And there's a type 1 design and also a type 2. I'm going to go with type 2. And I don't want to do my colors. I'd rather do the official colors. And let's see here. I don't want X. I would choose the platforms that are going to be relevant for your niche. So Facebook would be relevant. Pinterest would be most relevant. Let's put that first. I'm not going to do LinkedIn. Let's see, what other stuff do we have? Flipboard, let's add that. And email. Some people can email the recipes to themselves. And Blue Sky. I'll move this right up here. Cool. And now when someone clicks on one of these, they can instantly share or email themselves this particular article. I like that. Looks pretty good. What else? If you have an author box, you can click this to add it. You'd have to fill that information out. And then post navigation. This will be like next post and previous post if you want to do that. And you can get into here and configure all this stuff if you want to. And we can click this. Right now, there's really nothing displayed because I don't have a lot of things in here. But the navigation criteria, you can select taxonomy and then select based on tags. And so right now, I don't really have any tags set, a lot of tags set, but it will display other posts that share the same tag. So that's great from an internal linking standpoint. A lot of people overthink this internal linking when you can just get away with it by simply using tags and then related posts. We're going to turn off comments. We don't want those. Let's turn on related posts. That's pretty cool. And let's go up here and change up these things that appear down here. So we can click edit or we can click post title, whatever you want. And let's see our title. So we have that, our excerpt. Now there's no excerpt in these dummy posts, but the excerpt would be your meta description. All right. And so we're going to leave that enabled for right now, because when we start uploading, you'll see the meta description appear. Post meta. So we have author, published date. Let's actually remove the author because I'm not going to have multiple authors and we're just having the AI do it. I don't want comments. The taxonomy is our category and that's fine. And let's put some icons on there. Make it look a little bit more fancy. I like that. What do you think? Do you like that? So you can totally get in here and start messing with all the different options and really amp up the quality of how this all looks. Let's look at it on tablet, and then let's look at it on mobile. All right, that looks pretty good. Oh, I guess there's one last thing I want to do on here. Let's click customize. So we set the width for our posts, but we didn't set the width for our pages. Right now, these pages are just way too big. So go down here to post types. We're going to click on pages, and we want to select narrow width. I like that. Now our pages look like our posts in terms of size, although why is this thing up here not obeying me? Let's flush our cache. Maybe that's it. Nope, for some reason our menu changed up here. So let's go back and change our menu. I don't know what's going on. Select menu, main. There we go. So our menus look good, our logo looks good, our posts look good, our footer looks good, our disclaimer looks good. Everything's looking good except for our homepage. Okay, so that's what we're going to build in just a moment. So pause the video, go get a drink of water or something, get an energy drink, and then we'll regroup and we're going to build this homepage, and it's going to look amazing. So at this point, I want to have us start creating a good looking homepage. I think this is really important to pass the smell test that we are a real recipe site. We're making a real recipe site, but I want it to look professional. So if anybody ever comes here, they're like, wow, this is a really good professional looking site. Meaning if you look professional, then people treat you professionally. Just if you're going to go into a business meeting, if everyone's wearing a suit, wear a suit. Or unless you're like Elon Musk or something like that, you're like the richest person in the world, then you can do whatever the heck you want. For us, we're all going to wear suits, okay? So let's go over here and create a home page. So on the back end, go to pages, click add page, type home, and publish. Now, if we go to the home page and we refresh, we still see this list of blog post titles. We don't see our home page. So what we have to do is click customize and then scroll down and homepage settings, static page, and then we're going to select home. I'll publish it and refresh, and there is our homepage. Not much there, and we don't want this word home here, so let's get rid of this home first so we have a blank slate. So back on the home page in the editor screen, we're going to close this, and I'm going to click this B button, the Blocksy page settings. Blocksy is going to control whether or not that home up here is displayed or not. So we click this B button, and then we click page title, and we're going to disable the page title, press save, and then refresh, and now we have a nice clean slate. Let's go back to the home page on the editor view, and I want to click, let's click right here, and then click this plus, and we want to add a container, a headline, and some text. Now, when we're doing this build with blocks, this tab right here, this document overview tab is very important because it lets us see the structure, the outline of all of our blocks. So we'll put the headline in the container and the text in the container because before they were not. So now they're contained in this container. And the headline, we can put something like discover your next go-to meal, and then we can put whatever we want in here. I have some pre-made text that I'm going to spin with ChatGPT. I have like discover your next go-to meal, inspiring recipes, blah, blah, blah. This is a portion of the landing page for my new site, Cool Home Recipes. Can you rephrase it, spin it a bit? So if you're doing a recipe site, you can just enter this prompt right here and spin up your own like intro content, so to speak. So here's some variations. Ooh, I like that. So this is a little bland. Easy recipes, big flavor. Let's try that. Easy recipes. Oop, that's good. We want this to be our heading. Easy recipes, big flavor. I like that. And let's grab delicious homemade meals with ingredients you already have, featuring crowd-pleasing casseroles, air-fried favorites, and breakfast go-tos. I love it. Using AI just takes the difficulty out of making it sound good. We'll save this. We'll refresh our homepage. And look, we're off to a good start. Now let's go back over here and get out of this container, and we're going to press this plus button. Actually, let's click on paragraph first of all, because sometimes when you add a block, it might override the old one if the old one's selected. So let's select this paragraph block, press plus, and add a new container. And then we're going to add a query and start blank. So what I want to build right here, and again, with generate blocks, you can build whatever you want. It's that powerful. So what I want is I want 4 blog post images, and then the titles for each of those images or each of those blog posts, and then everything's clickable. So just we're building something that looks good. So that's what I want. One row, four columns with the image and the title. So we added a query block to this container. We're going to expand the query block, expand the looper block that the query block created, and go inside this loop item. Now in this loop item, we're going to add a couple things. Click this plus. We want to add a container. Then we want to add an image. And then outside of the container, we want to add a headline. Let's check everything out. So we have our container, the image inside the container, and our headline. Pretty easy. Now, if we save this and we look on the front end, there's nothing there because we haven't loaded the data yet. So let's go over here to our image. We'll select the image. And what I want you to do is click on this settings tab, and we're going to access the generate blocks settings. So click on this gear icon, and we want an image. Now, we're not going to browse for the image. We're going to pull it from dynamic data. So click this database icon, and I want you to select featured image, and we will insert the dynamic tag. And then for the link over here, I want to link to the blog post. So we'll click this dynamic tag database icon, and we'll select, where is that? Post permalink, and insert that. Now we'll save it, and we'll look at it on the front end. There we go. Now remember, these are just default images and they're all janky. This is going to look a lot better when we have the images that we upload. So this is cool. Right now, the problem, first of all, is we have way more than 4 images. We don't want, or 4 blog posts. So if we click on each one of these, they'll take us to a different blog post, but we don't want this many. We just want 4. So let's go back here. And first of all, let's click on query and click on the gear icon. And we want 4 posts. So now we just have 4. So at least that's a start. We'll click save. And let's go over here to the headline now. We'll click that. And there's a database icon right here. And we're going to click the database icon. And we want to select the post title. Now, before you click away, before you insert this dynamic tag, I want you to click this link to, and we're going to select post. So now we've made a title of the post with a link to the post. We'll save it. We'll look at it on the front end. All right, that's cool. All of these are now links. The image is a link, and this is a link, and they both take us to the post, and we have 4 of them. That's cool. Now, what we want is we want this all as one row. So let's go back over here, and we'll click on Looper. We'll click on Layout, and then we're going to click on this grid layout. And we want a column gap of 2 REM, and then the row gap can be 2 REM, and we'll click Save. Let's look at this on the front end. That's not bad. It's making some progress, right? Making some progress. Now, what I want to do is let's see. Let's add, first of all, actually, let's change the font here. This font is way too big. Let's make it a little bit smaller. So let's click on the title over here, the headline, and we're going to click on typography. And let's make this font size, let's do 18. And then also we got to change the line height. Now, remember we use that golden ratio to determine the line height. That's great if you're talking about paragraphs. But when we're just talking about headlines, H2s and H3s and stuff like that, you just eyeball it. So let's try 20. And you got to select pixels, otherwise it's all weird. 20 looks pretty good. Let's try 21, 22. I like 22. 22 looks good. Now, what I don't want is I don't want underline and I don't want it green. For our homepage, we're going to do some different stuff with the fonts. So let's make this black with no underline. And then when they hover over it, I want an underline. All right. So, and actually, before we do anything, let's center all this stuff. So center align. Now let's do what I said. Let's change the underlines and stuff like that. So over here, if we just change the typography here and just make it like a no underline, it won't work. Nothing happens because we have to select using this more icon, this more drop down links, and we got to select links, and that will choose the CSS code for these actual links. And then we can come down here and say, you know what? I don't want any text decoration and I want the text color to be black. If we don't do that, then it won't work. Now we want an underline when we hover over it. So go back up here, select more hovered links, and we're going to add an underline. So we're going to save it now. and we'll refresh it on the homepage and see. That looks pretty cool. I like that. Now let's add a shadow. Let's make this pop a little bit. Let's add a shadow to these. So let's click on this loop item, and we're going to scroll down to effects and box shadow. We're going to press the plus key to add it. And let's set this at 0, this at 15, this at 40, this at 0. And let's select let's select our light color one. Now you might have chosen different colors. Then if that's the case, then just select a very light gray or something like that. Just a really light gray to make it pop. All right, that works. Now I want to add some padding. Right now, if we were to go on the front end, it's very tight down here. I want some padding up here, some padding down here, some padding on the left and right. And I also want curved corners, or rounded corners. So let's click on our headline, and let's click on spacing now. And let's see, the top spacing, I want 25, bottom pixels, bottom 25, left 10 to 10. Let's save it and take a look on the front end. That looks pretty good. I like that. That's pretty good. Now let's add those rounded corners. So let's go back and select our loop item because we want rounded everywhere. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a 10 border radius. Now it's hard to see, but this is adding a radius down here, but not up top to the images. So even though we're doing it for the entire container, the image is not getting a border radius. So we can fix that by clicking on the image and then also scrolling down to borders and adding the top left of 10 and top right of 10. All right, now we have borders on the bottom and borders on the top. Let's refresh and check this out on the front end. That looks great. And honestly, I think I have too much padding down here. Let's dial that back a little bit. You just got to play with this a little bit and get it how you want. Let's try 15 for both of these. Save it, refresh. I like that. That looks pretty good. Now the last thing to do is make sure that this looks good on mobile. A lot of people are going to be visiting your site on mobile. So let's press F12 and enter developer mode. And we're going to press this toggle device thing up here. And we're going to switch to responsive. And that way we can drag and see. This is not good. So on mobile, we have 4 columns and everything's on its own row. This is terrible. So let's go ahead and fix this. So go over here and click on Looper. And then in the layout, we see this grid option. So right now it's set on one row with four columns. That's great for desktop and that's great for a tablet. But for mobile, we want something different. We want 1 column with 4 rows. So click on mobile, first of all, make sure you're on mobile view, and then click on this right here and just select 1 column. That's all you got to do. We're going to click save. We'll go over here and refresh. Hey, that looks pretty good so far. I like that. Now, the only thing is, though, everything is not aligned in the center. It's all left aligned. I would like stuff aligned in the center. See, as we come up here, we don't really see stuff aligned in the center. So let's see if we can go ahead and fix that. So over here, loop item, we're going to be in the layout. And let's see here. Let's click on alignment and align justify items center and press save. And we'll refresh now. And look, everything is aligned in the center. That looks pretty good. Do you like that? I like that. I think we're making some good progress right here. So I like how this looks. Let's go ahead and add some more stuff down below. So what I'd like to do now is add a trending categories section, 1 row with 5 different images representing like the 5 most popular categories. And then below that row, below each item, we'll have the name of the category or like a shortened name. And both of those things will be links to the category. So the first thing I need to do is get some images. I want images of some of these categories. And I have a list over here that we're going to use for our AI image prompt. So like soup recipes, pasta recipes, chicken recipes. And then I have a prompt right here, create an image, which is an extreme close-up of the following recipe. All right. Actually, the following food item. All right. Cooked as it would be in a finished recipe. Let's try that. I haven't really tested this out, but it's not hard to conceptualize kind of what we want, just like a close-up of this food item. So let's open up ZimmWriter, and we're going to go into the AI Vault, and the bulk image generator. I'm going to take this prompt and I'm going to paste it right over here. And I have not tested this prompt out, so we're just going to use one of these right now. And let's actually use steak. Actually, let's delete the word recipes. So let's take steak as an example, and we'll put this in here. Create an image which is an extreme close-up of the following food item cooked as it would be in a finished recipe. That sounds good. All right, the model I'm going to choose Sonnet 3.5, but you can use like GPT 4o if you want to. And the image model, I'm going to use an expensive image model. So I'm going to use Flux Ultra. Everything on this site is going to be Flux Ultra, and that's expensive. Every image is going to cost me 6 pennies. That's an expensive endeavor. You might not want to do that. You might want to go a less expensive route. If you want the ultimate low-priced images with the highest quality possible, then I would get a Runware API key, and that will unlock the RW models. And as an example, J Pro, Juggernaut Pro, Juggernaut Lightning, Juggernaut Base, very high quality, and they're all like this. These two are a penny each, and this is like a 1/10 of a penny or a 1/5 of a penny. You can get very high quality images with these at a very low price point. But if you want the absolute highest quality possible, then Flux Ultra, in terms of like a realistic looking food item or something like that, then Flux Ultra is what you want. If you want like the highest quality text overlaid on an image, then you would want to use Ideogram. So there's 2 ways to use Flux Ultra if that's what you want to do. There's 2 providers of that. FAL, and that will unlock all of the models with F in parentheses. All right. And then Replicate, that will unlock all the models with R in parentheses. I recommend, if you're going to be using Pinterest, to sign up for Replicate, because Replicate will give you access to 2x3 images, which is the aspect ratio that Pinterest likes. And we're making all these recipes to eventually share on Pinterest and then also on Facebook and stuff. 2x3 is a good choice. So I recommend signing up for Replicate, getting that Replicate API key. You can put that into the ZimmWriter options menu under Image APIs, and you'll be all connected. So I'm going to select Flux Ultra right here with the R for Replicate. I'm going to click O, and the aspect ratio for what we're doing is 1:1. All right, just for these images representing these categories. We're going to do 1:1, and we will enable RAW mode, which basically means the style of the image is going to look more like an actual photograph that somebody took and less like AI. And only Flux Ultra has this RAW mode available. All of these models have different options, but Flux Ultra is the one with the RAW mode. We'll click Save Choices. So we have steak, we have our title, and then finally, how many images do we want to generate? Let's just generate 2, just to test it out, because I don't want to do all of these, and I don't want to do like a bunch of images because the prompt might not be very good. So we're just going to try this. Create AI images. And let's look at our output folder. Now, Flux Ultra takes a little bit of time. It could take 10 seconds per image. So we'll just see what this looks like. And again, the goal is to have something that says trending categories or something like that. And then we'll actually have a square image representing each category. So the first one's done. Let's see, always. That looks pretty good. I wish the plating of it was a better style, but that looks pretty good. Let's try number 2. I like that. It has more colors and stuff. Yeah, I think this prompt is good. Doesn't that look real? Like that legit looks real. I'm actually really hungry right now. All right, cool. So let's take the rest of these and put them in. I think this prompt will work, and we'll generate 2 images of each. Now, these files are really big. And if we click on one and I show, let's see, where's properties? Show more options, properties. The images are 2048 pixels by 2048 pixels. That's really big, all right? That's not great. Even if we were to compress it, it would still be very large. So I actually want to resize all of these images that we're going to choose to 500 by 500 pixels. I found an app in the Microsoft Store, and honestly, if you're on a PC, use the Microsoft Store to find apps because they're less prone to have viruses or things like that than just downloading something on the internet. Likewise, if you have a Mac, download stuff from the Apple Store, you're probably going to be better off than like just downloading a random application from the internet. So I searched on the Microsoft Store for this resize image. It's completely free. It seems pretty simple to set up. And then when I installed it, it asked for like hard drive permissions to be able to write to my hard drive, and I agreed to that. And here is the application. Resize image, custom. So let's do 500 by 500. And then just to show you, let's take our steak. We like steak number 2. That was a good, I'll just call this steak. All right. And we'll select the images. We're just going to select this one image right here, steak, and save as, put it on my desktop, steak. So both of these, let's see what the difference is. The properties on this one, so this is 1.3 megabytes, and the properties on this are 46 kilobytes. Like, that's freaking small. I don't think I even need to compress this. This is just a really good size right now. So that's good. Let's find the rest of them. So chicken, let's choose which chicken dish we like. I don't know, that looks cool, but I don't know, it has some weirdness going on. I like chicken number 2. So let's take chicken number 2 out. We'll delete chicken, we don't need that. Try pasta. I like this better. It's plated up and stuff. Pasta. Number 2, we're winning on number 2 for some reason. Whoa. I don't know. I think I might redo the fish. Look, I don't want an eyeball. That's nuts. What is that, like a prawn or something? I don't know. That's crazy. And this, I think these are supposed to be not clams, like mussels or something. I don't know. That's just weird. So we're going to redo seafood. Let's look at soup. I like that. That has some color going on it. Again, it's number 2. Let's see. We don't need steak because we have steak number 2. Vegetarian and eyeball. Not going to take the eyeball. That's vegetarian. It just looks nasty. It looks real, but it looks nasty. All right, so let's see. We want vegetarian again. And I spelled sandwich wrong. And we want, what was it? Seafood again. And let's check our sandwich out. I spelled sandwich wrong though. That's cool. All right, let's go with that. Sandwich, I think that's what, number 2? I tell you, number 2 is the real winner here. I don't know what's going on. So we're going to do vegetarian and seafood again. So we'll open those, and we want them all to 500 by 500. We will save them all on our desktop. And it's just going to save them all. Perfect. Look at that. I was previously using an online resizer, and it was taking a long time because I'd have to upload each one individually and then configure what resolution I want and then download it. It was just a pain. Let's see, vegetarian. Let's see if we get a home run now. It's like a mushroom burger. That's actually interesting. Looks like seafood. I don't know. I still don't have a winner with the vegetarian. I might run that one more time. Let's see, seafood. All right. Sometimes you luck out. Sometimes you don't get good stuff. I think the seafood is not doing well. All right. Yeah, let's try this. All right, let's try salmon. And then, what was it? Vegetarian, mixed. What's a vegetarian dish? Popular dish. All right, what's a good vegetarian meal? What do we have? We don't want vegetable soup. I think we have a salad. Green. Oh, this sounds pretty cool. Creamy goat cheese polenta with ratatouille. I have never had ratatouille, but that movie, what's it called? I don't know. I call it the Rat movie. That Rat movie really made me want to try ratatouille. Very intrigued by the dish, like all the different vegetables. My mom used to cook these intricate dishes when I was a kid, and I hated them. I didn't want to eat them. And my mom, bless her heart, she would make me normal food, not fancy food. I would kill to go back in time and eat that food because she would make that fancy stuff for dinner. Blood, sweat, and tears. She'd be working all day on it. And I was an ungrateful child who did not appreciate that kind of stuff. But now I'm older and my taste buds have expanded, and I would love to try that kind of stuff. But hindsight's 2020, right? That's perfect. Salmon, I like that one. That looks freaking great. So salmon, and that's actually number one. So we got good on number one. SALMON, perfect. And let's see what we get for this creamy. I love goat cheese. Have you had goat cheese before? It is so freaking good. I will just eat it out of the container. It's so creamy. It's so great. Love goat cheese. See what we get. That's cool looking. It's intriguing. You have a lot of different stuff. Maybe this is, I guess this is the polenta. Isn't that like a rice? I've had polenta, but I don't know what it is. I can't remember it. Oh, isn't polenta kind of like grits? Isn't it like grits a little bit? I could be off. Now I'm wondering. Polenta. Polenta. All right, cornmeal. So I've had polenta before. Now I remember. It is like grits. I don't know. It doesn't taste like grits, but it has the texture of grits. I went to Clemson for college, and so I'm an oatmeal guy. I love oatmeal, but down at Clemson, everybody's grits. I could never really get into it. I like the oatmeal because it's more of a sticky texture. I love this. This looks great. Let's go with this. We'll call this vegetarian. Fantastic. So you see what we had to do? We just had to give the AI a little bit more direction on what we wanted. Let's select these images, vegetarian and salmon. And we have more than we need right now, but we'll just choose the best ones and then save desktop. And let's go to my site and we'll go to media and add media files and let's upload all of these. All right. What do we want to add first? I guess let's just build the kind of the framework right now. Let's go out of this container. Let's click on this paragraph and we're going to click this plus button. Let's actually get out of mobile view. Let's view this on desktop. So let's add a container. We need a heading and then we need a grid. All right, let's go over here and make sure everything is inside of this container. So we have a new container. We put our headline in there. We put our grid in there. All right, the headline, let's put this as trending categories. And then actually, if we go over here and click on the gear icon, we can put an icon in front of this just to give it a little bit more pizzazz. And let's make the icon, oh, I don't know. There's a lot of choices in here. Let's make it this arrow right here. Let's refresh. That's cool. Trending categories. All right. So we have our grid and we have this container here. Now, the grid eventually is going to be a grid of 5 columns, but I don't want to create it just yet as 5 columns because the easiest way to make this grid is to make the first item, and then when we're all happy with it, we can just duplicate it, and that will save us a lot of time. So let's get rid of that. Let's just have one container. In the container, I want to have an image, and then I also want to have we want one more thing. I want a headline. We'll click back on the image, and then over here on the gear icon, we can select what we want. So we'll click browse and let's choose chicken. That's pretty popular. And we can title this chicken. I can spell chicken. All right, that looks pretty good. Now the link, we want this link to link to the category for chicken. We can't select the category here. So we're gonna have to go to our front end and choose the chicken category. So let's go to the front end and choose chicken and then simply copy this and we will paste it into the link right here and click save. Let's go to our home page and we see this chicken category and we click it and it takes us to the chicken dishes. So we have that. Now let's create the title for the category. So chicken. All right, and we want this to be centered. And remember how we had to change the font over here? Let's go revisit what we had for the font choices. So we clicked on this, we clicked on styles. Let's go down to typography. We have font size 18, line height 22. Do the same thing here. All right, so typography, font size 18, and line height 22 pixels. And let's save it and check out what it looks like. That's cool. I want a little bit more space though between the top and the bottom. Over here we did padding because we were creating like a drop shadow, but we're not going to do that here. We're getting a little bit of variation. So instead I'm going to click on this image on the edit area, and we'll just add a margin down below. So click on the image and then spacing, and let's add a bottom margin of 25. All right, and it looks weird in here, but it looks different on the front end. That looks pretty cool. I like that. Now, I also want to add some rounded corners to this. So let's select the image again and go over here and select borders. That's what we want. And let's start out with 15. We'll do 15 everywhere and see. I like that. That looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And then, oh, I forgot. Let's make this an actual link someone can click on. So we'll click this link button and let's type in chicken. Chicken dishes. There we go. Oh, you know, let's see here. Is this right? Looks like it duplicated it. Let's check it on the front end. Yeah, so there we go. All right, now same thing. We want to edit the link so the underline is only underlined when they hover over it, and we want the text to be black. So we clicked on the headline over here, and we'll go over here to typography, but we have to select more and then links. Text color, we're going to do black and no text decoration, but then we're going to select more and select hovered links, and we want underline and text color to be black. Let's check it out on the front end. Perfect. Look at that. That looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. Now let's duplicate this and make 5 columns. So we'll take this container, select it, and we're going to click duplicate, duplicate. All right, so we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we have to tell the grid, we have to select grid and tell it that we're doing 5 columns, 1 row. Okay, so we select grid, we'll click the gear icon, and we're going to select 5 columns. All right, let's save it and look how it looks like on the front end. Cool, I like that. Now, obviously, we have to change this up because we have chicken for each one and we don't want that. So let's change it up really quick. Let's do for this, let's do beef and pork. I think that's what it was. And let's search for beef and pork. And this will be the beef and pork image. Select that. I'll just do beef and pork. And the link needs to go to our beef and pork. So let's find that particular link. That's right here. And we will save that. And then let's do, let's do seafood. So let's select the image for seafood. I don't always fill out alt images, but hey, you're supposed to. It's good for SEO. And let's find the category for that, seafood recipes. Paste it right here. And then we'll change this up. This will be seafood and seafood. And this is going to be, let's see, what do we want? Oh, let's do pasta. I like the way the pasta looks. And we'll edit the link in a second. I guess we can find the link this way. Pasta, it was actually pasta and, what was it? I think it was pasta and something else, but we'll do pasta, search for pasta and noodles. That's what it was. Wait, let me go back in there. Pasta and noodles. Let me copy this link, save it, and then go over here and put pasta and noodles in. We save it so far. We have one left. Let's see, what do we have left? The sandwich image is like blah. Let's do vegetarian. That's cool. Vegetarian. All right, save that. This will be vegetarian. What was it called? Meatless. Meatless meals and vegetarian. Save, and I copied the link, so we'll paste it right here. And I think that looks pretty good. Let's go back to the home page. That looks pretty good. Looks pretty neat, doesn't it? Now, again, we have to look at this on mobile, see what it looks like. And this looks pretty good on mobile. It takes care of it already because we're not doing a looper, a query looper up here. We're just doing a grid with the columns and containers. And Generate Blocks takes care of that for us. So we don't really need to do anything to fix that. Cool. All right. Let's move on and add a new section. So I think what I want to add now is just like a big area down here with a single post in it. We'll have an image on the left, and then we'll have the title of the post on the right and then a button down below it. And I also forgot to do something over here. So let's take care of this first, and then we'll make this, this cool thing down here. So what I forgot to add was in the, let's see, in this query over here, I wanted to pull posts at random. Right now, it's not pulling posts at random. It's pulling them based on date. So select the query. So open up the second container, click on this query, and then we're over here in settings, click on this gear icon. Click on add parameter. So this is going to be like the query parameter. That's generate blocks is going to query the database and fetch our posts. So we're going to add a parameter, and we want to add a order by parameter. We want to order by random. So it's just going to pull random posts, and we're going to save this. And then when we go to this page over here, we're just going to get random posts. We won't get any duplicates between these. Now you see duplicate images, but the posts themselves are different. When we remove this dummy content and have our actual posts on here, you'll see what I mean. So we have that. Let's get out of this now, and let's go down here below this container, and we're going to press this block inserter, and let's add a new container, and let's add a query loop. And we're going to select start blank. We always want to start blank because then you can figure out how to do all this stuff. Go over here to document overview, drag the query loop into the container. We're going to open it up. Now the loop item that we want to add is a grid. We want to add a grid. And that might seem weird to you, but I'll explain how this all works in a second. So we're going to add a grid. We'll go back over here, and we got to actually, it did not put the grid inside of the loop item. So we just have to drag this into the loop item. Now, high level, what you need to understand is you can put anything you want inside of this loop item. The loop item is simply the query going to the database, fetching the data, and then we can build kind of anything we want to display that data, and then use those little database icons to pull that dynamic data dynamically. So we can build whatever we want. I don't think you want a query loop inside of another query loop, but aside from that, you can put just about every other block by generate blocks inside of that query loop. And by the way, let's go back to this query and click on the gear icon, and we just want one post. That's all we want. And then we're going to add that parameter, and let's see, where is it? Order by, oops, here we go, random. Get a random post. We'll save this. Let's go inside our container. Now in this container here, I want an image. I did not select, there we go, image, I want an image. And in this container, let's select a headline, and I want something else. Where's the plus button? I can't find the plus button. There we go. I want a button. And this is going to be, again, a generate blocks button. Now let's go back inside here now. All right, we have our image, and then in its own container, and then the headline and the button in this other container. So let's click on the image and let's tell it what we want. So the image, right, we're in this gear icon. We're going to select this dynamic tag database icon, and we want to pull the featured image. Now again, remember, we're in this query loop. So generate blocks is going to the database, fetching a post, a random post, and then we're pulling the featured image from that post. And we're only doing one item in this loop. So insert this tag, and the link, we're going to click this database icon. We want the link to go to the post perm link, the URL for the post. Cool. Now let's click on the headline. Headline, pretty easy. Click on this, and we're going to select the post title, and we're going to link to the post. Insert it. Fantastic. Now this button, we're going to type get the recipe exclamation point. Now let's click save and see what it looks like on the front end. Doesn't look like much, but we're really going to spice this up right now. First of all, let's get all this stuff centered over here. So we're going to select the container that houses the title and the button. So we select this container. We're going to click on styles over here. We're going to click on layout, and we want to select flex layout. Then we select the flex direction of column, all right, which basically means the direction of the items in this flex are going to be in a column, in a single column. If we did row, then it would be all organized in a row. Okay, so we're doing it in a column right now. And let's click on alignment. And the alignment, we want it center aligned and then vertical aligned. Let's click save and check out how it looks. Hey, that's looking a little bit better. Now let's see, what do I want to do now? Let's add a border around this, right? That will make it pop. So go back to the container that houses all of this stuff that we just built. Select this container right here. And then what we want to do is click on backgrounds and click on background color and select the light color we picked. We'll click save and check it out. That's cool, but I want to add some padding around this. I don't want this right on the edge. So let's go back and click on that container we had just selected. Let's click on spacing, and we'll click this button right here to link. We're going to do padding equal on all sides. So this is just going to save us time instead of having to put the same number in all of these. So we'll select this and just type 30. Click save, check it out. Hey, I like that, it's looking better. Now what we got to do is fix the text here. I want this black, kind of like we're doing here. Black, and then when you hover over it, it gives you an underline, and I want this button black and then an underline for the text when we hover over it. So let's do our headline first, and also we want to center align this headline. So we have our headline, and let's go to typography. You should be familiar with this by now. We're going to select, let's see, more, and then links, and the text color we want black. We want no decoration. And then we'll go back up here, hovered links, and let's see, text color still black, but then we want underlined. Let's save it, check it out. Pretty cool, I like it. Let's fix this button a little bit. So let's click on the button. First of all, I want the background color to be black. And this button's a little bit different. There's a main and then a hover over the button. So when we hover over the button, we still want the background to be black. And because this is not a link, like the button's going to link somewhere, but this technically is not a link, we're not going to go over here and select more and all this stuff like links and hover links. We're not going to do that. We're just dealing with the button right now. So on hover of the button, we want to add a text decoration of this underline right here. So let's check it out. Let's refresh and hover over the button. We get a nice little underline. The final thing I want to do is add some curves for the border. So we're going to select this button, scroll down to, where'd it go? Borders. And I'll click link all sides and we'll put a border radius in here, but you're going to find out that it doesn't change. It only changes when we hover, and the reason is because we're in the hover mode. So we have to delete this and click on the main mode, and then we can add our border radius. I think, let's just do 15. We're doing 15 everywhere else. We'll click save and we'll refresh. And so we have the border now, and then when we hover over it, it retains the border because the hover mode is inheriting from the non-hover mode. Cool. I like that. I'm pretty happy with that. Now let's check this out on mobile. We got to always check it on mobile. Press F12 and we'll scroll down. I think it looks perfect. I don't think we really have to do very much. What do you guys think? That looks great. So we'll build our next section. All right, so what I want to build now is a section with 10 of our posts, or 10 of our recipes, and it's going to be called 10 popular recipes. Now, I don't have a way of tracking what's a popular recipe and what's not, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to be staring at our homepage and trying to figure out what the most popular recipes are. It doesn't really matter. And to be honest, all of the recipes that we've selected are popular recipes. Like banana bread, that the number one, that had 840,000 searches a month. And I think the lowest one had 20,000 searches a month or something like that. So these are all popular recipes. But I want to build that section, and I think it will really make everything pop. Now, one thing I haven't told you is I paused the video and I installed Generate Blocks Pro because there's a feature that I want to do, and it's an optional feature. There's a feature to spice up this 10 popular recipes. I want it to really pop visually, and you can only make it pop with what I'm going to do with Generate Blocks Pro. Here's some other features inside of Generate Blocks Pro. It even, if advanced custom fields, it even ties into that, so that's pretty powerful. But that's optional, and I'll show you when that comes up. So don't fear, oh, I don't want to buy Generate Blocks Pro. It's perfectly fine. I'll show you what to do if you have it and what to do if you don't have it right now. And also, if you do want to get it, again, I have an affiliate link down below. This course is completely free. So let's go to this page over here, the edit page, and click plus to insert a container. We always start with a container. And let's add a headline and then our query loop. Let's check out what we have. So let's put our headline in here. Let's put our query loop in here. Now for the headline, we're going to put in 10 popular. I have that Wicked song. I want to be popular, but I don't have the pitch for that, unfortunately. So I'll stick to teaching you guys how to build websites. But 10 popular recipes, and we'll click on this gear icon and we'll select the icon for this arrow, and we will save this. And for our query loop, we're going to start blank, and I want to add a container, and I want to add an image, and I want to add text. Now, only add this text if you have Generate Blocks Pro. If you don't, then skip this text part right here. But I'm going to add that because I'm going to use Generate Blocks Pro, and then add a headline. Let's look at our outline. So we have our query loop. I'm going to put a container in that query loop. And in the container, I want to put an image, and I want to put text below the image. And outside of the container, but in the query loop, I want the headline. So let's do this. First things first, for our image, we're going to go over here and choose the dynamic tag for our featured image. And we will insert this. And the link is going to go to the post perm link. Now, this is the part right here where you need Generate Blocks Pro. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this dynamic tag button. And I want to scroll down and select loop index. All right. And we're not going to use a zero-based index. We're just going to leave that unchecked, and we'll insert this tag. And this is going to insert a number for each one of these, And we're going to leave this for a moment, and we're going to go over here to our headline and put our title in. So we'll click this dynamic tag and select our post title, and it's going to link to the post. Cool. Check it out on the homepage. Does not look very interesting, but that's okay. Let's go over here to our looper. Let's select looper, and I want to select 5 columns. 5 columns, and we'll click this style over here, and we'll click on layout, and we'll click on grid layout. In the column gap, I want to be 2 REM, in the row gap 2 REM. Cool. Now let's see, what do I want to tackle first? Let's tackle this title first. So we'll click on this title, and let's go to typography. And the font size, we want this small. I want this 18, and I don't want it to be a heavy weight. We're just varying stuff up a little bit. So let's go with a normal weight. And the line height, let's make it at 22. And we got to make it at pixels. And we're going to center the text. Now let's go over here to more, and we'll click links, and text color, we want it to be black, and we don't want any text decoration. But then for our hovered links, let's make sure again it's black with an underline. Let's check it out on the front end. That looks pretty cool. Now let's spice this thing up with these numeric indexes. So we'll click this loop index, and again, this is just for people with Generate Blocks Pro. I'm going to align this in the center. All right, and then I'm going to go background, and I'm going to set the background. I like that. Let's do that. And borders, and link it all, and do a border radius of 50. Now we need to change the sizing of this. And let's set our width let's set it at 40, and our height at 40. And then our layout, let's set the layout at flex with a center alignment, and we'll justify self in the center. Cool. Now we want to bring this up and go in between the image and then the area below the image. So let's go to spacing and set the margin at the top to -33. And this is going to be pixels. Cool. Actually, we can probably go down to 30. I like that. And actually, let's make this bold. So under typography, we're going to do font weight of bold. Let's see how it looks on the front end. So on the front end, it looks pretty good. Now, I've run into the situation in the past where these, for whatever reason, end up looking translucent, almost like it's behind these images. In a situation like that, what you can do is we can go down here to position and set the Z index to 1. And if you do that, it should fix the problem. Now, I also want to bring the margin down. I think I made the margin negative too much. So let's go back to our spacing and turn this down to 20. And let's see how it looks on the front end. That looks pretty good. I like that. And again, these are not the right sized images. The images that we're going to be using are going to be in 2x3 format. I think that's what it is, 2x3 format. So it will look a little bit different. We might have to touch this up when the time comes. Now, the last thing I want to do is add that border, that drop shadow that we have up here. I want to add that down here to make this all kind of cohesive. And then we'll also round the edges. So let's select our, let's see, not the container, because that doesn't have this bottom part. We want to select the whole thing, which would be our loop item. Perfect. And let's go over here to effects, and we'll click the plus for box shadow. Offset is going to be 0 for X, 15 for Y, 40 for blur, 0 for spread, and then find like a light. You just want to barely be able to see it. Something like that. Cool. Now, again, we got to fix our padding here. So we'll go over here to spacing, and I think we have 15 for the top, 15 for the bottom, and then 10 for the left and the right. Let's see how this looks. That's pretty cool. Now, as I'm looking at this, I'm realizing that I forgot to mention to do something. So our homepage can actually be larger, all right, than the normal blog post page. So right now we're doing a narrow width here, and I don't like that for our homepage, and it constrains everything. So watch this. We're going to change this up and make it pop. So let's make sure we've saved everything. Let's click Bloxy, all right? And instead of inheriting for this particular page, the setting in our customize is, we're going to override it. Bloxy is really cool like that. You can override individual pages and posts on a post or page basis, post by post or page by page basis by simply going into this options menu and choosing what you want. So we want to do a normal width, not a narrow width, because that's what the customizer is set. So we're going to do normal right now, save, and then watch what's going to happen. That looks a lot better. I really like that. I was making this, I'm like, this really looks constrained, and that was it. This looks a lot better. Cool. So we've made a lot of progress. Let's make a couple more sections. Okay, so what I'd like to create now is a section with the picture of the chef. But the chef is not going to be a picture of me. It's going to be a picture of a robot. I don't want to hide behind the fact that I am using AI to make blog posts about recipes. Number one, because I'm making a public site to everyone. I'm not going to lie, and I don't want to lie in general. A lot of these recipe sites, they have an image of some woman in a kitchen and she's baking or something like that. And it's total AI nonsense. I've looked at a lot of these sites and it's AI nonsense. And the reason you can tell is because you can look at the images and they have messed up forks or something like a fork with 2 prongs or something, or maybe it's cut off. Or the examples I love are, I go on Facebook and I look at the different pages for recipes. And like this one, there's like a page with this grandma and she's, hi, I'm like Elena or something like that. I'm 60 years old and I live in Italy and I love baking. But this grandma is making like 50 recipe posts a day about things that apparently she made or something like that. No way in the world she's baking 50 different things a day. So total AI nonsense. I don't want to hide behind that. I want to tell people, hey, this site is made by AI. The recipes are real though. They're based on actual recipe data, but this site it's made by AI. And I think it would be a cute spin on the whole process. So that's what I want to make. Let me show you how to do that. And if you don't want to tell people that your site is made by AI, then you can put your own picture in here or an AI picture of someone if you want to. It's totally up to you. So let's actually go over here first. And I want to use this prompt to create an image of what we want, our robot chef. And it has created an image of a cute looking robot chef in a kitchen, a photorealistic kitchen. The robot should be cute. Not like a girl cute, but just an adorable looking robot and wearing a chef's hat. The overall picture should be bright and clean. And I forgot to add, I want the aspect ratio in 1:1. I found using ChatGPT actually gives some pretty good results for these types of images. I think the prompt, by the way, I think the prompt that I shared in the description down below does not have this bit in there, but you'll probably want to add that. And while we're waiting, let's go to tiny JPEG because we want this to be compressed. Let's see what we get. See if we get a cute, adorable looking robot. Okay, that's looking pretty cute. I like that, but let's make it even cuter. So let's say make it again, but the robot is wearing an apron which says "Kiss the Cook." He is also holding a coffee cup with hot coffee. Personalize it a little bit more. See what we get. While this is running, let's go over here and build our framework. So like usual, we're going to add a container, and then we're going to have a grid, and then we're going to have a headline and some text and a button, another container, and then an image. So let's organize all this stuff. So we have a container. Let's put all this inside of the container. So in this container, we have a grid, and in the grid, we have a container with a headline, and then our text, and then our button. And then in this container, we want an image. I think I have one too many containers. All right, cool. So we have our container with our grid, with the container with our headline, our text, our button, and then our container with our image. Let's go check this out. Kiss the Cook. I like that. Cool. Let's take that as our image and let's compress this. Is this in a JPEG? Yes, it is. What do we get? See, 593 kilobytes. That's actually really big still. So let's go over here to our resizer that we downloaded, or whatever app you're going to be using. 500 by 500 is fine by me. We'll select the image and we will save as Robbie. That is its name. Oh, you know what? It's saving as a PNG. I don't want that. I want it as a JPEG because it takes a lot less space. But I guess this won't let me convert it to a JPEG, which, let's try this again. Let's see if we can convert it to a JPEG just to save space. Let's open this in Paint and let's save as JPEG. Cool, desktop. Let's delete this Robbie so we don't get confused. Save as Robbie. We save that as a JPEG. Now let's compress that. 98 kilobytes. That's doable. I can work with that. Robbie. Put it right over here. Replace the file. All right, we have Robbie the robot. Cool. First things first, let's add our image of Robbie. Media library. Media library. Upload. Pull Robbie in here. There's Robbie. I like it. Cool. And let's go over here to our headline. In our headline, let's type bonjour. In our text, let's put, I use the latest cutting edge AI to create inventive recipes for humans. It's cute, right? Learn about Robbie. I'm going to save this. Let's see how it looks. That's cool. So let's spice this up a little bit. Let's click on our container. And for our background, let's do the same thing. Let's choose that light background. And then let's add some padding. Let's try 30. That works. I like that. And let's add a picture frame around Robbie. I kind of want a picture frame. So we'll click borders. And on all sides, let's add a 10 pixel frame. And let's make it white. Let's save it and see what it looks like. That's cute. Now let's get this center aligned right here. I don't think I want it in the center. I just want it vertically centered. And then we'll change this button up a little bit. So to center this stuff, we're not going to select a display of flex. Instead, we're just going to leave it at default because the parent is a grid. So we'll leave this as default and we'll just align self in the center. And we'll check it out over here and that looks pretty good. I'm liking that. Now let's change up the button to make it look like this button up here. And there's a really easy way to do that. So we can actually go up here and click on this button. And there's this cool feature baked into WordPress because we have Generate Press installed. It's this styles button right here. So we'll click this and we'll copy this style. And then we'll come down here and we'll click this button and we'll paste the style. Check that out. So it's all done for us. We don't have to do anything else. Let's refresh it. Pretty cool, huh? Now let's check this out on mobile. So let's go F12 and bring this in a little bit. Oh, I guess we didn't fix this. We got to fix this in a second too. We haven't, when this gets to be on mobile, this should be like everything else where we're just doing one column with a bunch of rows. So we'll fix that in just a second. This is not okay on mobile. I want this picture up top and this stuff down below, and then also this stuff centered. All right. So to change the order where the image will be up top and this will be down below, we'll go over here and we're going to select this container right here. And now we have to first switch to mobile. That's important. Switch to mobile first. Man, this looks freaking ridiculous. We'll change that in a second. So we've selected this container that has these three things in it. And we're going to go over here to our, let's see, our grid layout, because remember the parent is a grid. And we're going to change the order to 1. So by changing the order to 1, this becomes order 0. This becomes up top, and this becomes down below. This becomes second down below. So now we can refresh this, and this looks great. Now let's just center this, this text right here. Center it all just on mobile. We go back to desktop. It's not centered anymore, which is great. Now let's go back to, actually, let's go to, let's see here. This is still pretty tight on tablet, but I guess it's doable. Let's go to mobile right now. Yeah, we really got to change this. So let's go back over here and go to our query. We want to click on Looper, all right? And remember the parent, from an inheritance standpoint, the parent is defined on our desktop and it's in grid format. So in mobile format, you see this little yellow, that means there's something that it's inheriting right now. So it's inheriting that grid, but we want to change what that grid is. So let's go over here so we can watch it. We're going to click this grid columns. We're on mobile right now. We'll click it and then we're just going to do one column. Let's see how it looks now. Look at that. Looks freaking perfect. Love it. Cool. All right, we're almost done. Let's add a couple more sections and then we'll wrap up our homepage. It's really starting to look like a professional looking homepage right now. So the last two sections I think I would like to create would be just a 4-column row like we have up here, but for the category of seafood, and then maybe another 4-column row for the category of like steak or something like that. So let's try making something like that. Let's go over here and let's see, let's select a container. Let's make sure it got inserted right. And then in the container, let's make a headline and then also a query and then also some text. Put all of this inside of the container. And let's for a headline, let's put seafood recipes. Click on the gear icon and select that icon that we've been using. And then for the query, we'll start blank. And inside of the query, let's get a, let's see, an image. Where'd it go? An image, and then also a headline. So we'll put these in a loop item, an image and a headline. The image we'll pull from the database, and it's going to be our featured image. And the headline is going to be our post title with the link to the post. Cool. What we have to do before I forget, because I'm going to forget if I don't mention this right now, we need to go to this query over here, and we're going to select posts. We only want 4. We want posts from, let's see, where is that? The taxonomy, which is a category. And we want, let's see, where's seafood? Oh, I missed it. Seafood. There we go. We'll save. Now, honestly, we have a dummy post in here right now. I don't think we have anything in the seafood category. Let's double check. We want to at least have something in seafoods. Yeah, we don't. Let's change these beef and porks to seafood. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to make sure that we're doing all this right. Seafood. And then I guess we might do either chicken or beef and pork down below. So let's change these to beef and pork. I think we might do beef and pork. Everybody loves beef, right? So we'll probably do that and edit beef and pork. Let's save this, and there we go. Now we have our seafood stuff because we have stuff in the seafood. Let's click on our looper, and we're going to do a 4-column grid. We're going to save this. Let's actually refresh this right now, because unless we refresh this, then it won't pull that data. So what we can do down here is we can actually copy the style from this up here and just paste the style down here and save us a lot of time. So let's click on this up here and look in the loop item. Well, that's weird. For whatever reason, the loop item has a container in it. I don't think we should have a container in there. I don't know. I can't remember if I told you to put a container in here or not, but let's remove the container. So let's move the image out of the container and delete the container. I don't know why we have a container. And we'll refresh it just to make sure everything looks good. Yeah, everything, and let's look on mobile. I'm not sure why we have a container up there. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. So let's take our image, and we're just going to copy this style, and we'll go down here to this image, right down here, and we will simply paste the style. And we'll go up here to this headline, and we will copy the style, and we'll click on this headline, and we'll paste the style. Cool. Now, let's see, it didn't change what's going on with this, so I think that's the looper that we need to change. So let's go over here to looper, and we'll copy the style and click on looper and paste the style. Good, let's check this out. Let's see. Seafood recipes. That's pretty cool. Now we're missing the drop shadow. So let's copy the style from the loop item then, and we will paste it on the loop item style down here. Paste. So we have our drop shadow now. Isn't that handy how quickly you can paste this stuff? Now, I'm not an expert at generate blocks, but you're able to save stuff as a global style into a pattern library. It's amazing what you can do. I haven't done that, but yeah, you can do some really cool stuff with this. So let's check this out again on the front end. It looks great. Let's check this out on mobile. It looks great on mobile. And now I want to add one more thing. I want some text down here that says see more seafood recipes, and it will just take them to the seafood category. All right, so let's copy the seafood category. So we have a link to it. And that's where this text comes in right here. This text should be in just this main container here. So it's not in the container now. Let's put it in the main container, not in the query loop, just outside the query loop in the main container. We want to put in see more seafood recipes, and we want the alignment to be on the right, and this is going to be a link to our seafood recipes, although why is it showing up like that? See more food recipes. Yeah, it's like duplicating the text for some reason. I don't know why it's doing that. See more seafood recipes. I like this. Let's check it out on the front end. Now, I don't mind this being green because it's not, I don't know, it's not like bolded and stuff like this. So this actually looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. I want some spacing though underneath this to give this a little breathing room. So our query, we are going to add some spacing. Let's add a 20 pixel margin. And let's see what that does. We got some breathing room. Cool. Now look, what we're going to do, this is really easy. We're going to go to this container that we just made for seafood, and we're going to press duplicate. And now we have a second one down here. And this is going to be beef and pork recipes. Cool. And all we have to do for this, the only thing we have to do two things, is we go to our query and go to the gear, and let's see, we don't want seafood. Instead, we want beef and pork. That's literally all you got to do. And then we got to change this phrasing down here in this link. So we want see more beef and pork recipes. Beef and pork. Sweet. All right, let's view our page. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, that looks so good. Cool home recipes. I'm loving our logo here. I'm not great with styling. This is an aside, but I'm appreciating this more now. I'm not great with creating logos, but I found when you mix and match different fonts, don't go crazy. Mix and match too. Don't go beyond that. But when you mix different fonts, and then maybe you'll do a cursive font, and then you'll do bold, and then like a normal non-bold, and then you adjust the letter spacing, you can really make something that pops, and then just have a little logo like this. This is cool. I really like this. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. Let's just tackle this right now since we're here. I forgot that this doesn't go anywhere. And if I don't fix this right now, then I'm definitely going to forget about it. I want to tell people about Robbie. We want this to go to the About Us page. So let's go in here, and it looks like there's a period. Is there a period? I don't want a period. Not a period. All right, the link, I want this to go to About Us. Save. And this should take you to the About Us page. So let's make this About Us page. It's going to be really freaking simple. All right. So watch this. We're going to go to my other site, designeraffair.com. And let's go to the About Us. And you can yank this from Designer Affair, or you can yank this from my Cool Home Recipe site, whatever you want. But go to the About Us and take all this stuff. So what we can do is we can paste in our About Us page, and then we'll make some new lines, and then we're going to paste in a prompt. This prompt I'll make available to you in the description down below. Don't worry about it. But this is the prompt that we have. I want you to make a new About Us page for my site, Cool Home Recipes. But here's the kicker. The site's about recipes, and the recipes are based on real recipes, but made by a robot AI named Robbie. So add that in there and explain that Robbie is a robot and wants to be a cook, but he can't taste since he's a robot. So he's using his best ability based on actual recipes to write the content, and wants you to help him figure out if the recipes are winners or not. So that's all we need, and we'll paste it in as the prompt, and we'll tell it to get to work. Welcome to Cool Home Recipes, delicious meals one robot recipe at a time. At Cool Home Recipes, we're dishing out delicious, easy to follow recipes with a futuristic twist. That's awesome. Let's just take this, and then I'll put it on my page, and then we'll view it. So let's edit this page. And instead of About Us, let's make it will still link, it will say About Us, but not up here. It will say welcome to, let's say welcome. And this will be an H2. This will be an H2. It's short, but that's a welcome. Delicious meals, one robot at a time. Now let's make this About Us. View page. At coolhomerecipes.com, we're dishing out delicious, easy to follow recipes with a futuristic twist. Every recipe is crafted by Robbie, our friendly kitchen-loving robot. Robbie isn't your average chef. He's an AI who dreams of cooking greatness, but there's just one problem. He can't taste anything. That's right, Robbie's all circuits and zero taste buds. But don't feel too bad for him. He's pouring his digital heart into researching real recipes, studying culinary techniques, and learning from some of the best food minds on the earth. Then, with his processor running at full speed, he reimagines these dishes and shares them right here with you. That's pretty cool. Our mission: to make home cooking fun, fuss-free, and futuristic. I'm reading this because I recommend reading whatever the AI wrote, because if you don't, you could be in a world of hurt. We believe that great meals shouldn't require a culinary degree or hours in the kitchen. Robbie's mission is to help you whip up meals that are simple, satisfying, and smart. But here's the deal: since he can't taste anything, he's counting on you to help. Try his recipes, tweak them, test them, and let Robbie know what's a hit and what might need more seasoning. Together, you and Robbie can build the ultimate go-to collection of crowd-approved dishes. That's freaking cool. Why coolhomerecipes.com? Because food is better when it's fun and even better when it's shared. This site is for curious cooks, busy parents, flavor explorers, and I love that, flavor explorers. Wow. Is that domain taken? I'm really having an ADHD moment right now. Flavorexplorers.com. If it is taken, I want to see what is there. That's freaking cool. That's a great name. Coming soon. Man, that's a shame. Flavor Explorers, and anyone who just wants something good to eat without overthinking it. Robbie's recipes are based on real ones, adapted with a dash of AI logic. That is freaking great. Jeepers creepers. That's awesome. That's why I love AI. Like doing that myself, I'd be like, oh man, I'd probably spend 3 hours doing it and I wouldn't be happy with it. That would be my entire night. Total waste of time. I'm very happy with this homepage. I hope if you're following along, I hope you're happy too. So that's it with building our homepage. Now we're going to probably tweak some stuff later on, make sure when our actual recipes are uploaded to the site that everything looks good. But we're pretty much done with this right now. Now we can go back. Remember, we switched gears from all that data processing. We can go back now and use some of that data to test writing some articles. And I want to underline the word test, because what we don't want to do is just go into ZimmWriter and like queue up 500 or so articles in the bulk writer and just press go. Because if we don't test the output, we're not going to get good stuff. We want stuff that's engaging, that people actually want to read. And that's all achievable, all right, in high quality images. All of that is achievable, but we have to test first. So that's what's coming up next. This was a doozy of a build right here. It took a lot of time, but I hope you learned how to use Generate Blocks to just create whatever you want. I'm not a great designer, but if you are a great designer, if you're a really good designer, you can do almost anything with Generate Blocks. So I hope you had some fun building this. Take a break, get a drink, whatever you need to do, and come back and we will start dialing in the settings for ZimmWriter and generating some sample articles, and then gradually improving the quality of them until we're happy with the result. And then we can pull the trigger and generate all of our articles and be done with that. I'll see you in a few. So at this point, I feel pretty good about our homepage. I like the way it looks. I like the fonts, the colors, the style. And in general, I think we're about 90 to 95% done with configuring our site from a UI, UX perspective. We might have a couple more tweaks to the category pages and then the blog posts themselves, but I'm going to wait on all that stuff until we delete this dummy content and then start writing our actual articles. So let's hit pause on that. And now we're going to start configuring our AI writer. I know you've all been waiting for this. We're going to configure the AI writer and dial in the settings. That's the most important part. Before we pull the trigger on 500 articles, I want to make sure that the articles that we're going to write are going to be very high quality, the highest quality possible. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to dial in those settings and configure all of that so that we can just queue up those 500 articles, press go, and then sit back and let the AI do the heavy lifting. So what I want you to do first is to open up ZimmWriter, and we're going to go into the bulk writer. Now, if you've never used this before, you can think of what I'm going to show you as an advanced overview on using the bulk writer. We're going to dive into a lot of these different settings and really take advantage of this. So again, even if you're not making a recipe site, or you're just kind of watching this video, pay attention to this part, because you're going to get an expert high-level overview and then also a deep dive into how this bulk writer works. So the very first thing I want you to do, is we're going to create a profile name. I'm going to call this food, recipe number 2. I have to do a lot of testing to create these courses. And so I've already created a recipe number 1, but I want to start from scratch now and reach that point, reach what I created, and walk you through the entire process. So we're actually going to create a lot of the same articles and watch how it evolves when we adjust the settings. We can look at the results and then pick apart what's bad, what's good, and hopefully you'll see like the methodology that's used to reach a point that we almost have a flawless article. So we've created a profile, we've saved the profile. I want to configure some basic settings. Eventually we're going to use a custom outline, but right now we're just going to leave the number of H2s on automatic, and I want to actually set the section length to short. I don't want super long sections. And then we have to figure out a voice to write our recipes. I definitely want to write in first person. I, me, my. That's just how they're written. Now, if you're not doing recipes, well, I don't know what niche you're doing, but go look at how those articles are written. Recipe articles are written in first person. So definitely mimic whatever the other people in your niche are doing. If they're writing in first person, write in first person. If they're writing in second person, write in second person. If they're not using personal pronouns, they're writing like in a professional setting, then use professional mode. I'm not going to use literary devices. I often use this, but I'm not going to use it in this case. This would insert metaphors, similes, onomatopoeias, things like that. And it can be good, but I found that it's not necessary to achieve our end result. I'm not going to do lists. I'm not going to do tables. And I'm not going to do block quotes. The block quotes are a really cool feature. I found them very useful for our news course, the previous course where we did some news articles. In our news course, the block quotes were really cool. They would appear like this, but I don't think that really works well for a recipe site. So we're not going to do block quotes. We're definitely going to nuke AI words. And this is a pretty cool feature. Let's leave this for a second and go into the ZimmWriter options menu. In the options menu, you can set the AI words you want to nuke. And this is the default list that comes with the ZimmWriter. And you can change this up or whatever, just separate every word or a phrase with a comma. But realize the more you put in here, the more ZimmWriter is going to try to replace. But because the AI is the AI, when you replace a word, the AI might replace it with another AI word. So you get this like cyclical loop. So ZimmWriter will only do one pass trying to remove the AI words, and you just get what you get. So if it removes the word embark and then it replaces it with the phrase look no further, that just how it is. So my recommendation, my rule of thumb is don't put in too many AI words. Just put in the ones that you really don't like. Maybe there's certain words that really irk you and ruffle your feathers, so to speak. Put those words in. Maybe you don't even care and don't even worry about this, but don't like populate this with 500 AI words. You'll end up getting bad results. So let's see. Let's go back to the bulk writer now. We're going to nuke AI words. We're also going to bold words to help readability. I like this because we live in a TikTok, an Instagram generation where we're swiping, consuming content very quickly. We're scanning over content. So bolding words will help that scanning and help somebody digest the content and then also find what they're looking for. If they find a section that they like based on those bold words, maybe they'll zoom in with their eyes and hang around for a little bit and actually consume the rest of the content that's not bolded. I recommend bolding to help readability. For recipes, we're not going to enable key takeaways. I don't see those on recipe posts. We're not going to enable H3s because ultimately we're going to use a custom outline. And let's see, disable skinny paragraphs. I'm going to leave this enabled. What this does is ZimmWriter will write, I guess the AI will write big chunky paragraphs. It could be like 4 sentences or 5 sentences. And sometimes that becomes like just a wall of text, especially on mobile. So skinny paragraphs will help break that up and make it more digestible. Maybe you'll get paragraphs with 2 sentences, or maybe you'll get a single sentence paragraph. A lot of the length of the sentences in the paragraphs can also be affected by style mimic, which we'll eventually get to. Finally, I'm going to disable conclusion. I don't see conclusion very much anywhere in a recipe post. And with a custom outline, we can mimic a conclusion without it actually being a conclusion. For now, we are going to leave the intro on. Just standard intro as default. We'll just leave that on for right now. I'm not going to use an audience personality. There are benefits to audience personalities, but ultimately, again, we're going to use a mimic, and the audience personality somewhat defeats the purpose of a mimic. So we're going to leave this off. If you do want to learn more about this, you can just follow the tooltip. Google the phrase 12 brand archetypes, and you can learn more about what audience personality means. The AI model for writing. So a lot of people are like, what AI do I use? There's so many different AI models. What's the best? I add more models because people complain, oh, when are you going to add this model? When are you going to add this model? I add the models that work. But within this set of models that work, there are really good models, there are models, and there are pretty bad models. My go-to writing models are GPT-4o Mini for the writing model if cost is an issue. If cost is an issue, you can use this to write an article, and forgetting AI images for a moment, the text portion of the article might be 1/10 of a penny. You can write really inexpensive articles using GPT-4o Mini. OpenAI has recently released a 4.1 Mini and a 4.1 Nano. I have not used 4.1 Mini extensively, so I can't give any thumbs up or thumbs down on that one. Nano, though, so Nano is cheaper than 4.0 Mini, and Nano, I don't like it as much. As the models get cheaper, or they're cheaper to run because they use less GPU resources. To do the same thing with 4.1 Nano versus 4.1, the server load at OpenAI for Nano will be significantly less than the server load for 4.1. That's why we have like different costs for these models, because some of these models require a lot of server usage, a lot of GPU and CPU usage, and some of these other models require very little. It all gets back to the size, if we were to make an analogy, the size of the AI's brain, so to speak, the number of the billions of or trillions of parameters that defines how big the brain for the AI is. A smaller brained model, like a baby's brain model, which would be 4.1 Nano or 4.40 Mini, those models have very small brains like a baby, whereas something like 4.0 or 4.1 have a much larger brain. And I found with the smaller brained models, the range of vocabulary is smaller. All right. So when you start reading the paragraphs, reading the sections, a lot of the sections might start, especially with 4.1 Nano, start with the same words. The ability for the AI to vary its word usage is very limited on the smaller brained models, so to speak. So that's what I found. So I guess if I were to sum it up, what's the difference between a less expensive model and a more expensive model, or a smaller brain model and a larger brain model? Number one, the range of vocabulary it can pick and choose from is going to be smaller on a smaller brained model. In addition, the ability for the model, for the AI on a smaller brained model to follow a plethora of directions, maybe you have 10 directions or something like that, will be worse than a larger brained model. So when we start using something like a style mimic, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, a style mimic has a lot of directions in it, a lot of specific rules, possibly. And so in situations like that, you would want to use a larger brained model so the AI can follow all of those directions. Does that make sense? If cost is an issue, I would recommend using 4.0 Mini. If cost is not an issue, I enjoy using Claude Sonnet 3.5 and 3.7. So if you can use those models and you don't mind paying like 15 cents for an article or 25 cents for an article, then these models are recommended in my opinion. I want to show you one more thing before we go any further in here. Inside of ZimmWriter, there's some defaults you can set. And the default for the writing model you can set inside of here. So when you go to the bulk writer, for instance, this will be the model that first pops up. So I just recommend setting your default to GPT-4o Mini. Now, you'll see stuff in parentheses that say OA. This is when you add an OpenAI API key, it unlocks these OA models. I recommend for most people to add an OpenRouter API key, and that will unlock all of the OR models. The reason I recommend an OpenRouter API key is because you'll get the GPT-4o Mini. You'll also get the Claude models like Claude 3.5 Sonnet and 3.7 Sonnet. And you're also going to get the Sonar Online models, which are the Perplexity models for searching online. I never recommend writing with them, but using them for deep research or in a text discombobulator is highly recommended. So when you, where'd it go? Sonar Online is actually up here from OpenRouter. So I recommend getting an OpenRouter key because it unlocks basically all of the writing models that you could possibly want to use And also, you're not going to be rate limited. If you go in and get an OpenAI API key, it might take a week or two before you unlock full speed, because OpenAI has different tiers, speed tiers and limit tiers. And as you spend more money, then they'll move you up in the tiers, but it can take a couple days. It can take a week or two before you really move up in tiers. Get an OpenAI API key, but while you're moving up in tiers, start using an ZimmWriter API key. Does that make sense? So that's the model for writing. That would be the default. And then there's a model for ancillary tasks. And this is the only place in ZimmWriter that you can set this. The TLDR, before I give the explanation, is I recommend just setting this to GPT-4o Mini. So just set it at GPT-4o Mini and don't ask any questions. But I'll give you the explanation on what this is. The models that are available in here are going to be inexpensive models, cheap models to run. Why? Because there are certain tasks such as scraping, summarization, bolding, nuking AI words that do not require a big-brained model like Sonnet 3.5 or GPT-4o. They can do scraping, summarization, bolding, etc. It can work with a less expensive model. So there's no sense in using the more expensive model, which would give you the same results, but cost you a lot more. Why not just use the less expensive model? So this is the only place in ZimmWriter you can set it. And ancillary tasks are used when writing blog posts. I recommend just setting this at GPT-4o Mini. The cost is going to be insignificant, and the AI can follow the directions. Where some of these other things, like 4.1 Nano, the AI might not follow the directions that well. Let's see, this right here, Llama 370B, the AI might not follow the directions very well. So I just recommend setting it at GPT-4o Mini and not touching it. So make sure those are set in there. Let's go back to the bulk writer and let's load up our profile again. So this is why profiles are so cool. We load up our profile and it loads up all our settings. So we don't have to like reconfigure all this stuff. And then we'll take this up a notch later and I'll show you how, I don't know if I'll show you in this course though, but in the news course, I show you how you can put in a title, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of it, you can go profile equals recipe02. And we can even, let's see. So you can write different articles, loading different profiles, and each profile can be linked to a different WordPress site. It can have different links that are going to be inserted. It can have all kinds of different configurations. And once your profiles are created, you can just load them on the fly like this. And it's very convenient if you have lots of different sites, or maybe you have client sites, you can just write to all of your clients just in one big job. Pretty handy feature to use profiles. Definitely take advantage of it. So what else? We have the AI model for writing. We're going to use 3.7 Sonnet. And we're going to leave off auto style. There's 3 ways you can get the AI to write in a particular style. The first is you can give it the style of somebody. Write in the style of Mr. T or Dr. Seuss or something. And what's actually going to happen here is ZimmWriter is not going to tell the AI to write like Dr. Seuss or write like Mr. T. Instead, it's going to ask the AI, how does Mr. T write? Nobody knows because he doesn't write anything, but we'll know how he speaks because the AI was trained on some TV stuff. It's going to get some characteristics. And then when the AI starts writing, it's going to write using those characteristics without actually saying Mr. T. The other thing you can do is maybe you have a bunch of different articles you're writing here and you don't want them all written like Mr. T or Dr. Seuss. Maybe you have different styles that you would want. Maybe there's like a medical article you would want written. Maybe there's a recipe article you want written. Maybe there's a how to wash a dog article you want written. Each of those should probably be written using a different style. The how to wash a dog, maybe in the style of a veterinarian who would probably write professional, using technical language, but also with a caring personality or something like that. I don't know. Auto style right here, if you check it, it will come up with a different style behind the scenes for each of the articles that you're writing. Now, we're not going to use this either because eventually I'm going to show you how to use a mimic. We're going to mimic the style of an existing article written by a real cook, a real chef, somebody that we really like that has a good personality. And when we use this, it will disable the ability to use this and then also the auto style. Automatic keywords, this is a setting that's going to allow you to have the AI come up with some keywords, not SEO keywords, because we don't really know what the search volume would be. But when you check this box, think of it encouraging the AI to go in new directions. A lot of times when you write an article about the same stuff, you're going to get similar content. But this right here will without giving like too much of an explanation, will help the AI go in new directions. It will still be on point, but it won't be repetitive, if that makes any sense. Let's see, we're gonna leave this on image progress indicator. And let's select a featured image right now. Let's just do an image. Lots of different image models you can choose from. There's so many different image models. Again, just like the AI models, the provider of those image models is encased in parentheses here. And you can, let me update this profile. You can add more image API keys for more providers inside of here. And you can add your text API keys like OpenRouter or OpenAI inside of here. So you can go in here and add your image API keys for the different providers. So like I said, lots of different providers. There's OpenAI. First of all, there's Pexels, which is not an AI image. It's like a stock image. It's completely free, but their selection is very low. It's limited. I don't even recommend it. I added this years ago into ZimmWriter before we even had AI images. Then there's OpenAI. You can't see the parentheses here because these have gotten so long. But basically, there's OpenAI images, there's DALL-E 3, and then there's like this thing called GPT Image 1, high, medium, low. You can play with these, although they are very expensive. So I don't necessarily recommend using these. There's Stable Diffusion by Stability. And I think this is unnecessary now. So you don't really need to get a Stability API key. And then we have a plethora of models by F and then also R. Same models on both platforms. F is FAL, FAL.ai, and then R is Replicate.ai. Which should you sign up for if you sign up for any? That's a tough sell. FAL is nice because some of the models are less expensive than Replicate. So FluxDev, for instance, is 2.5 pennies, whereas FluxDev on Replicate is 3 pennies. And this can add up if you have a lot of images. So Replicate is just slightly more expensive for some of the models, whereas FAL is going to be less expensive. But one of the problems with FAL is they limit you on the aspect ratios for some of the images. If we're doing Pinterest, for example, which needs a 2:3 ratio, that's not available in FAL. Let me show you. Let's select FluxDev, and then we can click Options to select the ratio. There's not a 2:3 ratio that FAL provides. But if we go over here to Replicate and we select FluxDev, so this is the R, this is Replicate, and we go into Options, there's a lot more ratios, and there's a 2:3 ratio. So if you need a specific ratio, a common ratio, then I would recommend signing up for Replicate instead of FAL, but you're free to sign up for both of them too. There's also Ideogram. There's a direct API key for Ideogram, but realize Ideogram is also provided through Replicate and also FAL. And then there's Recraft, which is also provided through FAL and Replicate. And then the last really big one is going to be this RW. RW stands for Runware. Runware is the new kid on the block, and they only have open source models. So an open source model, for instance, would be FluxDev or FluxSchnell. Flux Pro and Flux Ultra are not open source models. So they're not going to be available on Runware. But look at the prices for Runware. So on Runware, for FluxDev, one image is 1/5 of a penny on Runware, whereas FluxDev over here is 3 pennies. So it's, what is it, like 15 times cheaper on Runware. And the images on Runware, the quality is actually really good. So this might be something that you might want to consider using or signing up for and seeing if the image quality is high enough for you. Especially from a testing perspective, you can do a lot of tests and you get really high quality images, and it won't cost a lot. Like this J Lightning, this is, what is it? Yeah, 1/5 of a penny. So let's just use that right now. We'll use J Lightning. And then I want to set the aspect ratio. So the aspect ratio is going to be 2:3. Now, some of these providers don't have aspect ratios in like a 2:3 format. They have the aspect ratios defined by a resolution. So what you can do is we can open up our calculator and just do some math to figure out what is a 2:3 ratio. And by the way, by default, all of these images here, doesn't matter, or all of these models right here, doesn't matter what you pick, the default aspect ratio in ZimmWriter is going to be 16:9. Okay, so you don't have to worry about changing the aspect ratio for everything. If you want 16:9, that's going to be the default aspect ratio. But for a recipe, you don't want a 16:9. You could have a 16:9, but most recipes, you would want a 2x3 format because that's just how it is on Pinterest and that's how it is on Facebook. You would much rather have it like look in the format that everybody else has. So that either 9x16 or 2x3, that's what you want. So let's select J Lightning and let's click on options over here. And the aspect ratio, so just to show you, 1024 divided by 576 is 1.7. Now watch this. 16 divided by 9 is 1.7. So if your model doesn't have a ratio, it just has a resolution. Let's go over here to replicate, for instance. So we have the aspect ratios here. And if you're trying to achieve 16 by 9, then you can just divide those two numbers together and figure out what the ratio is, and then divide the resolution to find the ratio. So what we're looking for is actually 2x3. So J Lightning, let's see if we can find 2x3. So 2 divided by 3 is 0.666. So let's try 640 by 960. 640 divided by 960, 0.666. So this is our 2x3 ratio. Does that make sense? Everything else in here, you don't really have to mess with. You don't have to mess with any of this other stuff. And we're just going to click Save Choices. Now, some of the other options, this allows us to set a prompt, but we're not going to set a custom prompt right now for our images. We're just going to use the default prompt. And we could do subheading images, subheading image model if we want to. And then we can select a different model for actually creating the prompt for our images. If we don't select this, by default, it will just use this model right here. I'm fine with this. And we're not going to translate this to a different language, so we'll leave all this alone. Then we have a whole host of other options over here. We have setting up WordPress. We have link packs, SERP scraping, deep research, style mimics, custom outlines, custom prompts, YouTube, webhooks, alt images, SEO, CSV. To give you a hint about where we're going, for this course here, we're going to be using WordPress. We're going to be using link packs. We're going to be using a style mimic, a custom outline, and alt images, and then finally SEO CSV. So that's kind of where we're going. We're not going to get there right away. I want to walk you through this incremental process, but that's where we're going. Right now, all I want to do is just set up WordPress. So we would go in here and select our WordPress site. If you don't have your WordPress site set up, let me show you how to do that real quick. Before I get out of here, I want to update my profile, update the changes we've made. I'll go to Options and Set up WordPress. So in here, this is where you connect ZimmWriter to WordPress. Obviously, if you have any questions that are not answered in this video, you can click the link, read the directions, and it will give you more of an indication about how to proceed. You would add your WordPress site URL. This is not the path to login. This does not be like domain.com/wp-admin. You don't do that. It's just like the domain. So https://yourdomain.com. This would be your WordPress user, the username. And this is the app password for the user. You actually have to create this, and this is not the user's password. This is the app password. You can read more about it in here and about how to actually create that. And then you can set the time zone for your site, which is actually very important. So inside of WordPress, I had you do this when we created our WordPress site. In settings, in general, you can set the time zone, but ZimmWriter doesn't know what time zone that is. And so you can tell ZimmWriter right here what time zone it is. Let me actually load my site. Oh, I guess I haven't even added my site. Let's add my site. That would make sense. Here I thought I added my site. No, I didn't do that. Let's go to users, all users, click on edit. So first things first, let's get my URL. So this is the URL. I really thought I added my site. I can't believe I didn't. And we'll put this right here. Again, to get to this menu, let me back out of this and show you. Inside of ZimmWriter, you click on the options menu and you click on set up WordPress. Pretty easy. So we'll add that URL in. Again, it's just the URL to your site. If you have a www, then you'll add that. Otherwise, you'll just leave it as is. And then we need the user. My username is admin. Now you might have different users on your site. You can add different users here, but the user, like the main user you should be adding, hopefully is going to be an administrator user. If you add like a subscriber user, for instance, you're going to get an error when you try to connect the site to ZimmWriter. So I would recommend just setting it as an administrator user, at least for the default user. And then we need an app password. So let's scroll down. Now, if you're using Hostinger like I recommended, your setup will look just like this. But if you're using some other host, disable application passwords. And actually Hostinger does disable this. But when we created our site, we went in here and we enabled. This was checked, so it was disabled. We unchecked it, so it is now enabled. So you might be in a situation like that where either you're using hosting or you forgot to uncheck this, or you're using a different host, and for whatever reason, the app password is not available, and you will have to figure out how to solve that problem. So let's add this, add a name. You can add whatever name you want. We'll just call this ZimmWriter. Add this application password. Once you copy it and you update the profile, this will go away. You won't be able to ever retrieve this again. So just make sure you've copied it. And then let's see, let's update the profile. We'll go over here and we will set the time zone. Time zone was UTC -5. And we will, let's see, save new site. If everything went well, your site should be connected. You would not get an error. And you go over here to post, and you'll see a brand new post called test post created. And that shows that everything connected properly. If it doesn't work, if you get some kind of an error, there's all kinds of different reasons for it. REST API might be disabled on your site. You can determine whether or not REST API is disabled by going to yoursite.com and then /WPJSON. If nothing comes up here, if it doesn't look like this, right, then it's disabled, and you'd have to have your host or whatnot enable it if you're unable to do that. Sometimes your firewall could be blocking it. Some people have mod security, and that can block the connection. There's all kinds of different reasons. But again, use Hostinger. I don't have any issues. So we can trash this test post. So that's connected. Let's get out of the options. Let's go back to our bulk writer, and we have recipe 2 still loaded. Let's click on WordPress, and we'll select our site now. So cool home recipes. The user is going to be admin. I don't think I did this either. Let's go back here for a second. Users, all users, edit user. I like to give the users a nickname. So we'll say Robbie. That was my robot's name. And we want to display the name publicly as Robbie. That way, when it says who made the post, it's not going to say admin, it's going to say Robbie. Forgot to do that. But it's still, the username is still admin. You're still going to see admin in the ZimmWriter dropdown. Now the category, now this is really interesting. You can select this option right here called automatically determine category. If you select this option, ZimmWriter is going to look at all of your top level categories and figure out where the post should go within them. Let me show you what I mean by top level categories. So these are all top level categories. A non-top level category might be, say, drinks, and we'll put this under refreshments. So this is like a subcategory. And so when you select automatically determine category, it would not go inside of here because this is a subcategory. So again, when we select automatically determine category, it's going to have it go in one of these. Now, I don't want it going in blog. Usually you'll have this default generic category, probably called blog or maybe uncategorized. I don't want it to go in here. So how can we tell ZimmWriter that we want it to pick a category, but not pick this one? So to do that, let's go over here to plugins and add a new plugin. And I want you to search for Reveal IDs. Let's see here. Let's install this, Reveal IDs. It has this blue logo with the eyeball. And what this does is just about everything is stored in the database. And when you store something in a database, you need like an identifier to find where it's stored. So Reveal IDs will put an ID column for all of your posts, for all of your tags, and then also for all of your categories. This blog category is ID of 1. So what we can do is we can come down here and we can enter a comma-separated list of category IDs to exclude for auto mode. Now, I only have one category, so I don't have to add any commas. I just put the number in there. Now, if I had more categories, I would put the comma and then put 75 or 76 or something, whatever the other categories that I want to exclude. Again, if you're going to use this, you only have to exclude the top level categories because ZimmWriter is not going to look at the subcategories. So keep that in mind. And let's see, let's also set this to publish. We're going to do just some sample posts right now. I'm still in maintenance mode, so nobody will see what I'm writing. We're just going to write these and view how they look on the front end, and then we'll incrementally improve the quality as we go along until we're happy with the finished product. And I'm not going to schedule right now. We're not going to do any scheduling. That will happen when we finally pull the trigger on the 500 articles. And we're not going to mess with any of this stuff. Let's go back here. We're not going to do a link pack right now. We're not going to dive into the mimic. We're not going to do alt images. So let's update our profile. Now what we need to do is we need to load our articles, our article titles. Now normally we would come, let's see, we would get some of our article titles. You can go to row 0 and pull up your stuff. I think we made a sheet 3 with everything in it. You could put your titles into the bulk writer right here. Well, and actually, if you try to paste directly from this, they're not on new lines, and that will screw stuff up. So if you're coming from your spreadsheet, take it from your spreadsheet, paste it in here first into like Notepad or something, then copy it from there, and then paste it into ZimmWriter. Then they're all new lines. So this is cool, but this is not good enough. Remember how we found the recipe for all of our titles? We found the recipe for the purpose of, number one, making sure that when the AI was writing, we fed the recipe in as like a background, a global background, so that it had context as it wrote each section. And then also we're using the recipe as background so that it feeds it into the image as we're creating the image. Now, we're not going to do the image part right now. We're not going to feed it in as a background for the image. We'll get to that. But at least at the very start, I want to feed this in as background for each of these titles. So how do we do that? We don't do it in here. So we're not going to actually use this input box here. We're going to use this SEO CSV. If you have not used this yet, just click that box and then click this link and we'll open up the default sheet, but it's view only. So go over here and make a copy. So here's my copy. And then we're not going to right click and delete the rows because that will screw stuff up. We're just going to come over here and delete this stuff. So let's put some article titles in. Now we're just doing tests right now. So let's just do 2 articles. We'll do homemade banana bread and rich and hearty homemade chili. So we'll put our titles in here. Then we need our background. So our background was the merged, not the merged truncated. The merged truncated was what we used in the text discombobulator. We're just going to use the merged. So there's our background and we put it, it's right inside of here. Or even though it's like flowing over here, there's nothing actually over here. We're not going to do an outline. We'll have the AI come up with an outline. We're not going to do keywords. Our category is going to be automatically determined, so we're not going to fill this out. If we filled this out, then it would not automatically determine the category, but we're going to have it automatically determine the category, so we're not going to fill this out. And then we can fill the slug out. We have the slugs, so let's, where'd those go? Do we have slugs? We don't have our slugs. I guess we haven't done that. So if you remember, back in sheet 1, we had our keyword. And this was the keyword from SEMrush. We used a formula to look up, we used the XLOOKUP, we used this formula to look up this recipe right here from our master sheet of like 500,000 recipes, or maybe you're using the other one with 2.5 million. But we looked up the recipe or the title that would match it, and we found a corresponding recipe title. In some situations though, this changed. Let me see if I can find an example. Let's see here. This is a good example. So birria tacos, all right? That's what it was looking for. It didn't find that. It found, I don't even know what this is. It's like a weird Britainam's Mueller. I don't even know what that is. So let's go over here actually in 47. Let's see what that turns into. 47. So this becomes Mediterranean zucchini mukever recipe. Can you see that? Make that a little bit bigger in this. So that's what it is. It's very interesting. I didn't know that. And actually, I think what we're going to do is sometimes these like weird characters can screw stuff up. So I'm going to put the actual character in here. ZimmWriter, I'll show you in a second. It's going to take care of this and amp stuff, but some of the weird stuff like that weird thing that we just saw, the ZimmWriter probably would not pick up on. So back to what I was saying before I found this weird one. I was looking for birria tacos, and we didn't find that. We found this one right here. So we can't use these keywords as the slug. If we use it as the slug, then some of these things won't be correct. If we had a slug to this article right here about this Bertram's, whatever it is, and the slug was like birria tacos, that wouldn't make any sense, and Google would not look on us favorably because it was a completely wrong thing. I'm trying to see if there's another example. You'll run into situations where it's wrong, all right, when you have recipes that are not as popular. Remember, we're doing really popular recipes here. We did not pick a particular niche, but if you're doing like keto soup or something, it might not find keto soup. It might just find soup. See if there's anything else on here. So this is like lima beans and corn, and we searched for lima beans. So lima beans and corn would be probably a better slug. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this list of titles right here. And this list of titles, we're going to feed into the AI, and that's going to turn into our slug. And so we're going to come over here, and I'm going to make a slug column. Slug. And let's take this list, copy it, go into Notepad, copy it in here. Make sure we get all the nonsense out, get title out. So we have our list. Let's go into ZimmWriter, make sure we update our profile so we haven't changed anything. It's all saved, any changes. AI Vault, and then bulk slug generator. We can put it up to 1,000 keywords. We only have 500, so we're fine. Paste these in here. And we're going to put in slugs. Create slugs. And for the most part, it will go very fast. But if it runs into some longer stuff like this right here, it's going to use the AI to dial that down a little bit. Otherwise, it would just turn this, for instance, into that, and that would be the slug. So again, while this is working, again, what's going on is we're not using the keyword from SEMrush to determine our slug. We're instead using the name of the recipe to get our slug. But the name of the recipe is not the name that we retitled using ZimmWriter, right? It's just the simple name from this database sheet. With me so far? So it's all done right now. Let's open up our slug file and get a bunch of stuff in here. So we have this formatted slug column, which is useful if you are, let's go to the bulk writer. If you're putting your titles in here, then you can put the slug on the end. But we're not putting the titles in here. We're putting the titles in the CSV file. So we would use this column right here. Now, before I copy and paste these in, I want to just double check that everything looks right. Here's the input. Here's the output. Let's just double check, make sure everything looks good. Let me make this a little bit bigger. All right, so we have a, I can't tell if there's a mess up or not because we're in Excel, and not Google Sheets. So let's actually not save this and open this in Google Sheets so it doesn't butcher the special characters. File, import, upload, slugs. So let's look at it in here, make sure everything looks good. I'm looking for special characters over here, that thing that we were talking about a minute ago that ZimmWriter would not be able to detect. Just looking for special characters that might not have been converted properly. So there's this one right here, Chipotle breakfast burrito, number 5 fix. I don't know if that's a title or if that's a special modification, so that it actually is the title. Everything looks good to me. So let's take this list, our slugs, and let's go back to row 0 and simply paste it in, and let's just confirm everything in fact did get copied. Let's go to the end. Meatloaf. Everything looks good to me. Let's take both of these and we'll close this and we'll just paste these right in here. So I think we're good for, at least for our tests. We have our title, we have our background, and we have our slugs. So let's, the directions for this, you can read the directions and learn more. We're gonna go to sheet 2. You gotta go to sheet 2. And on sheet 2, we're going to download a CSV. And I'm gonna save this on the desktop. CSV test. Let's see, go over here. So this is all you have to do. Click on this button again, load CSV, and we're gonna load the one that we downloaded, and this will gray out. This will black out because it's not gonna use this stuff, and we should be ready to go. So let's start the bulk writer, and actually let's change it. I don't want 10 subheadings because I think it would just take too much time. Let's just set this at 5 and update the profile. Otherwise, this test might pick 10 subheadings, and I don't want that. It would just take too much time. So let's run this and see what we get. And the output is going to go in this output folder. So let me take some of the stuff we were working on and put it in another folder, and we'll just wait for the output right here. So the first file is done. It just finished uploading and it's working on the second one. So in your output folder, you'll see a couple things. You'll definitely see a text file. And then you'll possibly see an image file if you used images. And then in the ZimmWriter options menu, there's an option to enable HTML output. I should have just set this as default for everybody. I highly recommend having this as an option that's checked for output, because just having the HTML is really nice. Right now, this text file is in Markdown format. Because we're in Notepad, Notepad can't like display bolded stuff, right? You can't display subheadings as a larger font size. So what it does is it puts a little hashtag here to represent an H1, a master heading, and then 2 hashtags to represent a subheading and a second level heading. And these double asterisks mean bold. But we can't really see all of that in this text file. That's why I recommend going into the ZimmWriter options menu, enabling HTML output, and then you can see it look like this. So this is how it might look on your website. Definitely enable HTML output. There's no extra charge for that. It's completely free. And this will give you a quick and easy way to look at the output in a more digestible format if you don't want to upload it to your website right away. But we did upload the stuff to our website, so we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Let's look at the text file real fast, though. I want to show you some stuff. So it will tell you some instructions to convert this to HTML, but I recommend just using the option in ZimmWriter. This is a summary of the different models that were used to write the article. So we used GPT-4o Mini. That was the ancillary model. And then we used Claude 3.7 Sonnet. Remember, that was our writing model. And this cost us 5 pennies to write this article. And this includes the AI image costs. So 5 pennies, that's not too bad. Let's see. The AI status, the servers are pretty healthy. We made 33 calls to the AI, 0 failed. And then here are some of the different settings that we used. Not every single setting will be in here, but here's some. And then here is the prompt right here. Here is the prompt that was generated by ZimmWriter, or the AI, and then fed to the image model, the image AI model, to generate the image, right? The featured image. Here is a meta description, and then down below is our article. So let's see what we got for 5 pennies. Let's check out this image first of all, homemade banana bread. Now, remember, this image cost us 1/5 of a penny. So in a lot of respects, the quality is very high. But when you go super, super cheap, there's more opportunities for some glitches. So we have a glitch here. We have a banana with some kind of, this looks like the end of a banana, and then there's like another banana connected to it. So this kind of looks like a glitch over here. But if this was not here, this would look great. This would looks like banana bread to me. Right, now, it looks like it has raisins in it. Let's see if the recipe has raisins in it. So let's actually refresh now and see if we get our image. I think this is just pulling stuff random. Here we go. Homemade. Now, you can tell these images are 2 by 3, and these are 1 by 1. So when we have this whole thing populated, they'll start to look like this, which I like the look and the layout of this much better. So let's see what we got. So here's our title, Homemade Banana Bread Recipe. Mouthwatering banana bread awaits with this foolproof recipe that transforms overripe fruit into a heavenly treat. That's pretty cool. So right now, this is up here. I kind of like this layout here for the recipe. We don't give them too much. We just dive right into the photo. So I like that. Looks great. I found that few aromas rival the scent of banana bread baking in my oven on a quiet morning. It's one of those recipes I return to repeatedly, both for its simplicity and satisfaction it delivers. My version requires just 6 basic ingredients and an hour of your time, yet constantly earns accomplishments when shared. The secret lies not in complexity, but understanding a few key techniques that transform ordinary bananas into something truly special. The simple joy of banana bread. So the recipe calls for pantry staples like flour, sugar, oil, overripe bananas. Ingredients you'll need. Here we go. 1.5 cups flour, 2/3 cup sugar as your base. And let's actually check our recipe out right now. Let's see. It used it as background to write the content. So let's actually check out what our recipe was. So for banana bread, here is the ingredients and here are the directions. And then for chili, here are the ingredients and where are the directions. Here's the directions right here. Let's go back to our article and see what we get. You can read this side by side. So you'll need 1.5 cups of flour and 3/4 cups sugar. So 1.5 cups flour, 3/4 cup sugar, and add 1/4 cup cooking oil and 2 tablespoons of water for moisture. Cool. Don't forget 3.5 teaspoons of baking powder and 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda for proper rising. Cool. Now there's also peanuts or chopped cashews. Let's see if it says that. The stars of the show are 3 ripe bananas. The riper the better for flavor. Finally include 1/2 cup of chopped peanuts or cashews. Cool. For a delightful crunch. I prefer cashews, but either works beautifully for this recipe. Love the first person. Once you've gathered all your ingredients, making banana bread couldn't be simpler. I start by mixing everything in a large bowl, flour, sugar, oil. That's cool. So place all the ingredients into a large bowl. Though the mixture might seem dry initially, I keep mixing until it forms a pasty liquid. Next, I pour the batter into a lightly greased loaf tin, and I bake at 175 for 40 to 50 minutes. To check if it's done, I insert a toothpick into the center. If it comes out clean, my bread is ready. Cool. That it followed the ingredients, it followed the guide. See how powerful it is when we feed in that background, right? Because it knows like what to write about here, it knows what to write about here. Tips for perfect banana bread. Don't overmix your batter, combine the ingredients. The toothpick method is reliable. Consider adding nuts like the suggested peanuts. This seems redundant. Variations and add-ins. While mastering the basics yields a delicious classic banana bread, experimenting with variations and add-ins can transform your loaf into something extraordinary. This is cool. It says add chocolate chips and stuff, cream cheese swirls. This is great. I love it. Now, one of the downsides is this picture has raisins. All right, so that's a problem right now. It doesn't look like it has any nuts or peanuts or cashews or something. We'll deal with in a little bit, taking care of the image. But this is pretty good. Now, it finished the other one. Let's go back. Let's open both of these, actually. Let's look at the chili. So we have, this image looks great. I don't see any flaws with this image. Looks like a real image. And again, it was 1/5 of a penny. I've perfected my chili recipe over the years of Sunday football gatherings and cold winter nights. The secret lies in browning the beef properly, developing these crispy edges before adding the trio of tomato. That's pretty cool. I don't necessarily like that it says I perfected my chili recipe over the years of Sunday football because, again, we're a robot. When we've said that we're a robot, in a way, it's not really telling the truth right here, but we'll figure out a way to fix that. The secret to perfect beef chili, ingredients, step-by-step cooking instructions. So the ingredients are quality ground beef. It doesn't have our quantities here. That's a bummer. I wish I had our quantities inside of here. Step-by-step cooking. We can solve that. I'll show you how to solve that. Step-by-step cooking instructions. It seems like it followed it. We talk about brown the beef, drain and rinse the beans. Browning your beef, drain and rinse your beans. We got seasonings and simmer on low heat. Serving suggestions and toppings, storage tips and make ahead options. This is neat. I like this. I don't mind this. One of the downsides is I wish we had some more consistency with the headings. So it's like the secret to perfect beef chili. That's cool. The simple joy of banana. Both of these are cool headings. We have like an intro section here, the ingredients, step-by-step, tips, variations, and add-ins. That's not bad. Secret to perfect beef chili, like serving suggestions and toppings. We have variations and add-ins, and nothing about serving suggestions. So we're getting, and storage tips. We get storage tips here, but we don't get storage tips over here. So we're getting a lot of variation with our outline. I wish we had more consistency with our outline. We just wrote 2 articles here. Imagine if we wrote 100 articles. There are probably going to be some dud outlines, some outlines that aren't very good or are missing things. I want to develop what I would envision as like the perfect outline for a recipe. Not too much, but not too little. Just the right amount. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if we can come up with an outline that we can have ZimmWriter use as it writes each of our articles. And it can like stick to that format. Because I think that will give us better results than just having the AI write all kinds of different headings with different types of content. So let's go back to ZimmWriter and start talking about a custom outline, because our goal is to get consistent subheadings, H2s, we like to call them. This is an H2, a heading level 2. We like to have a consistent outline, the same H2s for all of our articles to give some consistency. So let's go back to ZimmWriter and make sure your profile is loaded. Do that first, load your profile. And then you'll see this custom outline disabled button. So go ahead and click this, and it will bring this custom outline menu up. Now, at any time when you're using ZimmWriter and you get stuck, look for a blue link from wherever you are, and then click it and read the directions. A lot of people don't read the directions. ZimmWriter is like an F1 race car. There's lots of buttons, lots and lots of buttons, and oh boy, do we like to press those buttons. But if we don't know what we're pressing, or maybe it's like the rocket ship or a spaceship or something, you press the wrong buttons, bad things will happen. You won't break ZimmWriter, but you're not going to get what you want. So try to read the directions, try to understand the directions. If you get stuck somewhere, don't just press buttons. Go to the Facebook group. There's almost 15,000 members in there, and ask a question in there. Say, hey, I want to press this button. What does this button do? Or, hey, I pressed this button and it's not doing what I thought it would do. And then I'll respond and I'll be like, did you read the directions? And you'll say, no, I didn't read the directions. And I'll link you the directions and I'll say, go read the directions. But honestly, take advantage of the Facebook group. There's thousands of people in there that are using ZimmWriter on a daily basis that can help you. There's power in numbers. No other AI writer has what ZimmWriter has in terms of a community. So take advantage of that. So there's lots of stuff that you can read about how to use a custom outline. Custom outline is very simple. You'll put a list of phrases in, and that list will be the headings that you want. Let me just use a practical example. Here's the headings that we're going to use. Why you'll love this dish, ingredients, directions, substitutions and variations, additional things to serve with this dish, final thoughts. So if we take this and every heading is on a new line, if we take this and copy it and put it right inside of here, now any article that we write, any article title that's in here that we write will use this outline. And every article will have the subheading, why you'll love this dish. If we put chili in here, if we put hot dogs, if we put barbecue ribs in here, each one of those will use this outline. Now, all you have to do to use this outline is I've already saved it, but you'll give it a name and you'll click Save New Outline. And then when you do that, this button will turn green, right? And now it's enabled. If you want to ever disable this, you can simply come in here and click None, and then it will be disabled. Very simple. So let's go ahead and do that. You can pause the video and copy this down, or you can use your own outline that you want. But it's simple as this. Just come up with a subheading title and then put it down, and then on a new line, put another subheading title and then another subheading title. And you can put whatever you want in here. And we'll close it so it's enabled right now. Now realize when you're using a custom outline, this right here has no effect anymore. Right? This is not going to have any effect whatsoever anymore because it's going to follow your outline. If you put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things, you'll get 6 subheadings. Likewise, this enable H3, you get a little error right here. It says you cannot select auto H3 and enable a custom outline. So there's certain features you can't use when you use other features. So custom outline, this is irrelevant anymore, and then this is irrelevant anymore. So let's delete this and update our profile. So now we have our custom outline enabled. And let's load the CSV file again, and we'll write our 2 articles. We'll just click Start. And actually, let's change the image model. So we use JLightning. Let's step it up a notch. So this was a fifth of 1 penny. So let's step it up and use JPro, and this would be a penny per image. Now, whenever you change image models, you need to press the O and reset your options, change your options, because each image model has different options. I believe we selected 640 by 960. So we'll save this, and we'll update our profile, and then we'll click Start Bulk Writer. Now, while this is writing, I went into my output folder, I deleted the content so we don't get confused. And let me also go to my recipe backend and delete what we wrote so we don't get confused. Go to my media file or folder, whatever it is, and delete these. Now the article is almost done writing, and then it will make the image and then upload it. But I wanted to say something else about custom outlines. The custom outline feature that we just implemented, just enabled, it's going to use the same outline for every article. And there's definitely times when you want to do that, but there might be times where you don't want to do that, but you still want every article to have an outline that you create. Maybe you create your outline somewhere else and you've queued up 10 or 100 articles or something, and they all have different outlines. You want to use them all. That's where you can go over here And in the bulk SEO CSV, there's an outline column. Now this is a little more limited than that custom outline that we're using right now, right? We can still come in here and paste in our outline and it will work just fine. And we can have a different outline for each of our articles. But in a few minutes, we're going to look at some more advanced features of a custom outline. And those advanced features only work with the custom outline in the menu. They don't work with the outline here. So again, this is useful. This column is useful when you know exactly what outline you want. And there's no other frills that you want. There's nothing else, none of the other special things that you want. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But a lot of people do take advantage of this to have a different outline for each article, but that's not what we're doing. We're having the same outline for every article, and therefore we're not using this column. We're simply using what's inside of ZimmWriter in that custom outline menu. So the first article's done. Let's check it out. So here's the image for it, by the way. So this image cost us a penny. This is pretty cool. We don't have that messed up banana over here. That's cool. I like it. And this article cost us 6 pennies. It's about 1 penny more, and likely that came from the fact that we're using an image now, an image model that costs a penny per image. So let's go to our site and refresh it and look at the article. So homemade banana bread recipe. Now, actually, you're going to notice that I guess this is a good time to point this out. Because we're using the same slug, and the image is likely called the same thing, it's pulling like a cached version on our site. So for both of these articles, we have why you'll love this dish, ingredients, why you'll love this dish, ingredients, directions, substitution, variation, additional things to serve with this dish. So same thing, directions, substitution, variations, and additional things to serve with this dish. So let's give it a once over. Why you'll love this dish, whether you're a seasoned baker or a novice in the kitchen, this homemade banana bread recipe will quickly become your go-to comfort food. I found that its simplicity is its greatest strength. Just mix everything in one bowl and you're halfway there. Ingredients, directions, that's cool. Same thing. Over here, why you'll love this dish. And it would be great if our site becomes as popular as recipes.com or something. I doubt it. I doubt it will. That site gets millions and millions of visitors a month. We're never going to be that. So is the same visitor going to come back to our site and notice that all of our articles have the same outline? Probably not. And if they come back to our site and notice that our articles have the same outline, who cares? It becomes an easier read for them because they know exactly what they're going to get. They're going to get, why this dish is pretty cool. They're going to get ingredients for the dish. They're going to get directions for the dish, and then some substitutions and some additional things to serve and some final thoughts. Very straightforward. They're not going to get some 50,000 word discourse on how my grandma taught me this recipe and the history of where she grew up and all this nonsense that a lot of recipe sites used to have and stuff like that. No, straight to the point. Now, this is nice. I like this. But to be honest, a lot of people like to see the ingredients in a bullet list. And there's other things that I want. I'd rather have maybe a paragraph and then a bullet list of ingredients and then maybe some additional considerations and the directions. I think there's some specific things I want about the directions. This is nice, but I want to format this a little bit more consistently. There are times when we're only doing 2 articles to test right now. But imagine if we did 10 articles or 100 articles using this exact outline format. There might be times where the ingredients, you're going to get a bullet list. There's going to be times where you don't. In this situation, for this chili, we have our ingredients, but we don't have the quantities. But this recipe had the quantities. What good is a chili recipe if it doesn't give somebody the quantities? So we need more consistency. When we feed it quantities, we want it to use those quantities. And also we would like this bullet list of ingredients. So we need more consistency with not just the subheadings in here, but also the formatting for certain outline elements. Now for substitutions and variations, I don't think we really need anything specific there. I'd rather just have the AI do its thing. Same with this, same with this. But for the directions and the ingredients, I want almost like a specific prompt, a custom prompt that we're going to use for both of these. So let's go ahead and explore the concept of raw prompts that we can use with our custom outlines. And this is, again, this is that advanced feature I said is not available to be used right here. It can only be used inside of, let's see, inside of the bulk writer. So let's go to the bulk writer, click on custom outline, and there's this button over here called create raw prompts. So let's go ahead and click that button. Now, as always, if you get stuck, click this blue button up here and learn about raw prompts. Read the guide. I've spent lots of time on the guides. And if you get stuck after reading the guide, go to the Facebook group and ask your question. So raw prompts, what are they? Raw prompts replace my prompts. Anytime you apply a raw prompt to a subheading, my prompts, the ZimmWriter prompts, will not be used to write the content for that subheading. Instead, your prompt will be, your raw prompt will be used to write the content for the subheading. So if you're using raw prompts and you're getting bad output, there's only one person to blame, and that's yourself. So it's a very powerful feature, all right? But if you don't know what you're doing or you don't know how to create a good prompt, then you're going to get bad output. So very powerful feature. I'm going to hold your hand through the process. It's going to be very easy for this recipe use case. Hopefully you'll get the hang of it, because once you understand it, once you can wrap your head around it, it's actually very easy and extremely powerful. This is something no other AI writer in the world does. Only ZimmWriter can do it. So a couple things. Let's just read through some of this stuff. Raw prompts are only meant for use with custom outlines in the bulk writer. And they're applied to subheadings you choose, but not the intro, not the FAQ, and not the conclusion. But they can apply to any of your outline subheadings. And when I talked about how ZimmWriter will not send its prompt to the AI, instead it sends your prompt to the AI, it still uses a template to send your prompt to the AI. So at the bare minimum, ZimmWriter would send this to the AI to write the content for the subsection. It sends this in brackets, article title, and then the title of the article, homemade banana bread. That would be sent to the AI. Current subtopic, whatever current subtopic we're on right now. So if we're applying the raw prompt to this particular subtopic right here, ingredients, all right, then the word ingredients will be in here. And then the directions, this section right here, your prompt that you create inside the raw prompt box will be pasted right in here. Then ZimmWriter wraps this all up and sends it to the AI. So you can have whatever you want in the raw prompt. You can tell it to write, I mean, there is a word limit, but you can tell it to write 15 paragraphs if you want to. You can say, create a list of 50 things. You can do whatever you want, but that's what's sent at the bare minimum. Now we're actually using a global background. Remember our bulk SEO CSV? We're pasting this background in here. So that background, where do we go? We'll create this knowledge section. So in addition to this stuff right here being sent to the AI, this is also sent a knowledge section, and then the global background, which in our case has that recipe title, the recipe ingredients, and the recipe directions. That will also be sent to the AI, and the AI will have knowledge of all this stuff as it writes whatever subheadings we've attached the raw prompt to. Now in our case, we're going to attach a raw prompt to the ingredients section, and we're going to attach a raw prompt to the directions section. So that brings us to the next question. How do we create a raw prompt? So we'll click the Create Raw Prompts button, and this is where you're going to create your raw prompt. This is where you'll paste that raw prompt. And again, that raw prompt is what's going to go right in here. ZimmWriter is going to put it in here as it writes the article, and then feed the relevant stuff to the AI, the relevant stuff for the template. So we'll specify our raw prompt here. I already have one that I've created, and I'll make all this available in the description down below. This is the raw prompt. Now, I call this version 1 because this is like the first stage. There's something else we're going to do to this, but we're not there yet. Okay? So I don't want to jump the gun and confuse you. So write a list of ingredients to make the recipe in the article title. So what's the article title? Homemade banana bread, or rich and hearty homemade chili. Start by writing one paragraph. Then write a bullet list of the ingredients based on what is found in the knowledge. Now, what's in this knowledge? So there's specific headings that I feed in this template to the AI. So you can refer to these headings if they're in fact being used. Like, it would not be proper in our use case to refer to facts because we're not applying this. Then write a bullet list of the ingredients based on what is found in the knowledge. What are the ingredients? The ingredients are the things that we're feeding in that global background inside of the bulk SEO CSV, so the AI will understand what we're talking about. Add one more paragraph which discusses any other considerations regarding the ingredients. It might say, hey, if you don't have this on hand, maybe you want to use this other ingredient or something like that, or maybe other things you might want to think about. That's our raw prompt. So you'll put that in here, and you want to leave all this checked. Some of this stuff, if you uncheck it, then other bad things will happen. Don't uncheck this stuff unless you really understand what you're doing. And then you'll give this a name. Now, the naming convention for this is actually very important. The name has to be enclosed in these curly brackets. There can be no spaces in the name. You can only use letters and numbers. And it has to start with raw and then an underscore. And don't worry if you try to save it with something else like, test, just like that, and you click save prompt, it's going to say, oops, nope, the raw prompt name must start with this stuff and give you those rules. So save it, get it all saved, and then copy the name, because we're going to need this name in a moment. So copy the name, raw recipe ingredients version 1. Now let's see, let's create another raw prompt for the instructions. Let me copy this out so you can get a feel for what this is. Write 2 to 3 paragraphs about how to make the recipe in the article title based on the directions in knowledge and any other directions that are important. When writing the direction and first mentioning an ingredient, include the amount as mentioned by the recipe for helpful context. So not only are we having the AI, as it writes the ingredients, create a bullet list of the ingredients with the quantities, but as it writes the directions, it's also going to recite those ingredients. I found that to be really helpful because you'll come up here, if you're going to prepare this recipe, you'll get all the ingredients and you want to follow the directions. But it's really cool to have, let's see, I think it might have done it automatically inside of here. No, it didn't. It would say, combine the 1.5 cups flour and the 3/4 cup sugar and 1/4 cup cooking oil, et cetera, et cetera. So it will actually recite what you need to combine based on the amounts in that direction section. And I found that actually very useful. I don't see a lot of other recipe sites doing that. That's very helpful because then you don't have to refer back to how much sugar do I need? How many cups of flour do I need? Because it's there in the directions. Pretty cool. Let's see here. Copy this, paste it in here, and then we'll give this a name. I'm calling this raw recipe instructions version 1. So there's that. And copy the name somewhere because we're going to need that. So once you've saved the prompt, we can close this. So unlike the custom outline where you select your outline, and when you've, let's see here, when you've selected the outline, it effectively, quote unquote, loads the outline for this job, so to speak. You don't select the raw prompts here. You just create them. You can load a raw prompt, but you don't have to come in here and actually select the prompts to quote unquote load it. You can simply load the prompts to edit them and update or save a new prompt or something like that. So what we want to do is we want to apply those prompts, right? We want to apply them to the subheadings that we want. Our first prompt was this raw recipe ingredients. We're going to copy this and I'm going to go right over here to the ingredients. So I'm going to paste it right there. So you got to do. And we're going to go to the raw recipe instructions, and I'm going to paste it right there. And that's it. So when ZimmWriter writes this subheading, it's not going to use a raw prompt. ZimmWriter is just going to use its own prompts. When it writes the ingredients, it's going to use the raw prompt in this raw prompt template. Again, facts will not be sent because we're not using that, but the knowledge will be sent and this stuff will be sent, right? With your raw prompt right here, right inside of here. And then when it comes down to directions, it's going to use a different raw prompt. We could use the same raw prompt here if we wanted to, right? But we're not. We have a different raw prompt. So we're using this raw prompt to write the directions. And then ZimmWriter will not use any raw prompts for these. It will just use its own built-in prompts to write those. Now, what we have to do, because we've modified this outline, we have to click Update Outline. And then we'll close it, and the outline is now loaded. And I'm going to click Update Profile. And I'm going to load the CSV again. And we're going to start the writer and let it do its thing. It's generating the image right now. It just uploaded it. So let's check it out. Why you'll love this dish. So again, this is just ZimmWriter's prompt. Ingredients. Now we have our bullet list. We have our first paragraph. This classic banana bread recipe calls for simple pantry staples combined with ripe bananas for a moist, delicious loaf. So here's our ingredients. And then we have a final like paragraph. For best results, choose bananas that are quite ripe. Even those with brown spots are ideal as they provide more natural sweetness and banana flavor. See, we gave the AI a little bit of flexibility. We said, hey, write one more paragraph. And the AI just thinks about what would work best here. And this is a really good point. The natural sweetness and stuff like that, pretty good idea. Directions. Begin by gathering all ingredients and preheating your oven to 175. In a large mixing bowl, combine, now this is what I'm talking about. Combine 1.5 cups of flour, 3/4 cup sugar, 1/4 cup cooking oil, 2 tablespoons of water. This is great. See, it's so easy now to follow these directions. You get all your ingredients, and then you just go through the directions right here. Let's see, our bananas, yeah, our 3 ripe bananas, 1/2 cup of either chopped peanuts or cashews. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And then everything else was written using the ZimmWriter prompts. I love it. Now, let's see, let's look at the actual image that was made here. So we still, I think this looks like cranberries or something, so we still don't have the nuts and stuff, but we're going to get to that. We're eventually going to solve the problem with the image not representing the actual recipe. And that's crucial when we talk about recipe blogs. You want the image to actually look like the ingredients were used to make the recipe. Let's go back home and refresh. Let's see, what do we got? Here's the chili one. See, it used that cached image. Let's look at the actual image that was used, or that was made. That's cool. So ingredients. So again, we have this one paragraph, and then the ingredients with the quantities, and then our one paragraph here. And then we have our directions. Begin by browning 1 pound of ground beef and 48 ounces of canned kidney beans. This is great. See, this is why I don't think we're putting out spam. We're taking real recipes and we're making a very easy to follow blog post that's engaging, that uses the actual ingredients and creates this directions section that's actually very easy to follow. So I'm proud of this content, and we're not even done yet. We're still going to keep dialing this up a notch, making it even better. Now, what else can we do to make this content pop even more, especially from an SEO perspective? One thing that makes this very generic is the consistent outline. I like, why you'll love this dish. I like why you'll love this, right? But instead of saying dish, I wish it actually had the title of the recipe in here. I wish this said ingredients for rich and hearty homemade chili. All right, so I wish we had this stuff, like directions to make this chili, right? I wish we would have that, but how can we do that in here? Because this outline is going to be used for every single title. How can we have, if we had, let's see, our chili in here and our banana bread over here, how can we make it so that this says why you'll love this chili for this article, and then why you'll love this banana bread for this article? That's what we're going to talk about right now. Custom variables inside of our custom outline. And these variables allow us to do true programmatic SEO. So let me show you how easy it is to unlock the power of this programmatic SEO and really do incredible things with our custom outline, so that each of our titles is going to use this bespoke outline that's very specific to that particular title or that particular recipe in our use case. Let me start by actually clicking on this custom outline directions link to take us here. Again, always start on the directions if you get confused. And we're going to click on this var1 to var5 down here. I think it scrolls us past it, so let's scroll up. Let me just read the directions and explain this. Maybe this will make sense to you. So you can now insert curly brackets, var, and then a number between 1 to 5 into a subheading right, of your custom outline to accomplish programmatic SEO. So one more time, we can insert like a var and then a number between 1 to 5, and all of that inside of curly brackets into a subheading of our custom outline to accomplish programmatic SEO. And then when ZimmWriter starts writing your article, it will replace that variable in your custom outline, replace it, right? For example, var1 with the corresponding variable that you defined alongside the title. So pause it, read that a couple times if you need to. So here's what it means. I actually took this and I copied it in a notepad so you can see it maybe a little bit bigger. So here's an example of a title that we would put into ZimmWriter. You would write the full title into ZimmWriter, whatever you want the title for the article to be, just like you're doing this normally. So the title for this theoretical article would be Recipe for Southern Barbecue Chicken. If we weren't doing this with programmatic SEO, we would just put the normal title in. That's what we're doing, just putting the normal title in, Recipe for Southern Barbecue Chicken. The only difference is, alongside the title at the end, it has to be at the end, we're also defining some variables. You only have to define one. If you don't want to use this, you don't have to define any. If you want to use programmatic SEO, you just have to define the variable that you're going to use. So we're using 2 variables. So we're going to define 2 variables. So we have curly brackets, and then var1 equals, and then whatever we want that variable to equal. Okay, so, ZimmWriter is a computer program, and we're saying to ZimmWriter, we want you to create this variable called var1. And inside of this variable, in your memory, ZimmWriter, we want you to store this text. Then we create another variable. Again, creating multiple variables is optional, but we're going to create a second variable here. Curly brackets again, var2 equals BBQ pork, barbecue pork. So we've defined our variables to use for this recipe. Now, defining our variables doesn't do anything unless we actually use our variables. Unless we use our variables, defining these variables up here isn't going to do anything. So the way you use your variables, and the only place in ZimmWriter you can use these variables, is in this custom outline in this menu. Okay, we can't use these variables in our bulk SEO CSV outline. We can define our variables over here alongside our title, all right? But we can't use our variables in this outline. This is like the more explicit outline. The only place we can use our variables is going to be in this custom outline menu. Very important distinction. So let's go back over here. So in this example for Recipe for Southern Barbecue Chicken. So here's the custom outline that we would paste into here. Check this out. History of space var1. Now we've already defined our variables. When we put this title over here and ZimmWriter starts writing this article, we'll have defined both of these variables. This is defining them. To use the variables, we have this stuff in here. So when ZimmWriter goes to write this subheading right here, it's going to replace this phrase. It's going to replace this phrase, var1 curly brackets, with whatever the variable is. In our case, it's Southern Barbecue Chicken. All right, so ZimmWriter behind the scenes will go like this. See, history of Southern Barbecue Chicken. Best recipe for, when it goes to write this one, best recipe for space, it will replace this with Southern Barbecue Chicken. You don't have to. ZimmWriter will do it all by itself. Which is better, var1 or var2? ZimmWriter behind the scenes will go Southern Barbecue Chicken, or var2 is barbecue pork. So the subheading here becomes this. All right, why var1 is better than var2? So here's var1. It's better than var2. And let's not worry about these optimized titles right now. That's another advanced concept. And then var2 is barbecue pork. Why Southern Barbecue Chicken is better than barbecue pork? Why barbecue pork is better than Southern Barbecue Chicken. See how easy that is? And see how powerful that is. So this is that, like the first article. Imagine another article, recipe for, I'm trying to think of something like oatmeal, for grandma's oatmeal or something like that. It would be like var1 oatmeal, var2 grits. I went to Clemson for college, and a lot of people down there eat grits. I never got into grits. I tried it. I really did. I just like the texture, and if you do oatmeal right, you get this stickiness. I love the stickiness and the texture of oatmeal. So nice. So I'm an oatmeal fan, not a grits fan. But we could say, let's see, recipe for grandma's meal. All right. And then var1, we could define this as oatmeal. And var2, we could define this as grits. All right. So as ZimmWriter writes this, let's take our outline like we had it. This would be the outline that we paste in here and we save. And when ZimmWriter goes to write this article right here, it's going to say, oh, there's a variable here. Let's see if somebody defined the variable. Oh, yeah, they did. So let's replace all the instances of var1 with oatmeal. So all of the instances will get defined by ZimmWriter with oatmeal. And then all the var2s get replaced with grits. I think I forgot one. Let's do this right here. History of oatmeal. Best recipe for oatmeal. Which is better, oatmeal or grits? Why oatmeal is better than grits? Why grits are better than oatmeal? And you'll have to realize if you get in a situation like this, why grits is better than oatmeal. This is just how it would be. So think in your mind of when we plug all these variables in here, is the outline still going to make sense? So that is how you use custom variables. That is how you do programmatic SEO. Think outside the box for a second. Think outside of the niche, the concept of recipes. You could do this for local SEO. Fill in the blank here. Things, for example, things to do in Toledo, Ohio. var1 equals Toledo, Ohio. Look at that. Parks in var1. Let's see. Places to eat in var1. Things to do in var1. Sites to see in var1. Now, this is just a very off-the-cuff example, but you get the point. See how powerful this is to get something very unique. And then now you can repeat the process. Get 1,000 cities, go into Excel, and then have your things to do in on one side, and then your city and state on the other side, merge them together. And now you have 1,000 articles to write that are all different, but they can all use the same custom outline. Very powerful. So that's how variables work inside of ZimmWriter to create this programmatic SEO effect. Now let's go back to our use case, how we're using it, what we're going to do. Let's take our recipe outline right here. I'm going to copy it over here to Notepad, just so you guys can see it a little bit better. And here's our recipe right here. So let's start thinking about some things. Let's go over here and create a variable. We're going to say curly brackets, make some curly brackets, var1 equals banana bread. Let's start doing some stuff. Why you'll love this. Let's get rid of dish and put our variable that we've defined now, var1. So when ZimmWriter writes this section, it will be why you'll love this banana bread. Now ingredients, let's change this up. Let's see what ingredients are in var1. And let's put a question mark. So what ingredients are in banana bread? Directions. So let's make this a little bit more specific. How to make var1. Now substitutions and variations. Let's actually say var1 space substitutions and variations. Additional things to serve with var1. So let's kind of read it out. Why you'll love this var1, why you'll love this banana bread. What ingredients are in var1? What ingredients are in banana bread? How to make var1, how to make banana bread. var1 substitutions and variations, banana bread substitutions and variations, additional things to serve with var1, and then final thoughts. So if we wanted to, we could paste this in here and update the outline or save the new outline. But we got to think about this for a second. Here's a potential problem. Here's one of our titles, Braised Short Ribs Recipe. So let me copy this over to Notepad and show you the potential problem. I'll make a new title down here, Braised Short Ribs Recipe. So var1 equals short ribs. Now let's do that mental substitution for this particular title. Why you'll love this short ribs. That sounds a little weird, doesn't it? Why you'll love this short ribs. It would make more sense for this to be why you'll love these short ribs. So we could say, we could change this to these, right? Why you'll love these short ribs. That makes sense. But then that's a problem for this up here. Why you'll love these banana bread. That doesn't sound right either. So what do? We can't seem to fix this. It seems like we're gonna have some grammatical issues over here. We could try to change this, maybe why you'll love banana bread, why you'll love short ribs, but I don't know, I like this or these. I think that just makes a little bit more sense. So what we could do is we could put in this and these. So why you'll love this banana bread, why you'll love these short ribs. That makes sense. Let's go through the rest of the outline. What ingredients are in this banana bread or these short ribs? I like that. How to make this banana bread or these short ribs. That makes sense. This banana bread substitutions and recipes. Oh, that's a problem. These short ribs substitutions and variations. Yeah, that doesn't work. Additional things to serve with this banana bread or these short ribs. That works. So now we have a problem right here. This is the problematic one. Now we could say substitutions and variations for var1. Then we're just putting, I don't know, it seems like we're slapping the variable on the end for everything, and I'd rather have it on the beginning for this particular one for whatever reason. So let's do this. Let's actually define another variable, var2. So I'm going to take this and copy it, make this a little bit bigger. I'm going to say var2 equals banana bread. And over here, var2 equals short ribs. Now, when we use var2 here, it will say banana bread substitutions and variations. Short ribs substitutions and variations. You understand that? So now we have that perfect outline. It all makes sense, and we have two variables defined for each of these. Very cool. But there's one more problem. How do we do this? I have 500 titles. I'm not going to go through this by hand and create these variables. That would be terrible. Plus, we're not simply using the title. So var1 is not this homemade banana bread recipe. We could do that, but then our subheadings become so long. I don't know. I'd rather get rid of the filler, braised short ribs recipe, get rid of the filler and just distill it down to exactly what we need. So how exactly do we do that? It's simple. We use a prompt in the text discombobulator. The text discombobulator allows you to do all kinds of text manipulation just like this. So let's grab some titles and I'll show you. Just grab a couple titles here, and let's see. I'll paste them right here. So we have street style Mexican elote recipe, grilled corn magic. Like, we definitely don't want that title to be used. It's way too long. Mexican taco salad, crispy homemade crab ragoon recipe, Asian comfort food. So we have some really great titles here, and we want to somehow turn those again into those variables. How do we do that? So let's go back to ZimmWriter, and we're going to close the bulk writer. And we're going to go to the AI Vault and the text discombobulator. If you're familiar with this, you'll know that we take our titles from in here and we paste them in here. So each title is on a new line. And the text discombobulator, just to remind you, it can do 500 lines of text at a time. Right? So if you have more than 500 recipes, you're going to have to do these in batches. Then we can press the Edit Custom Prompt button, and we're going to create a prompt. The prompt is why you'll love. And you can save the name whatever you want, but I'm calling it this, curly brackets, CP, custom prompt CP underscore Y underscore U underscore love. And let me put this in here so you can see it a little bit better. This is a doozy of a prompt, but it works. The data to process, remember there's a section when the text discombobulator runs and feeds the data to the AI. There's a section called data to process, and in that data to process is the line of text. And in this situation, it's the title of the recipe. So the data to process is the title of a blog post about a recipe. In the blog post, one of the subheadings will be why you'll love, followed by the recipe title. However, the blog post title might not work because it's too long and may contain extraneous information. For example, why you'll love soul-warming vegan ramen recipe that rivals restaurant bowls. Say that 5 times. That is too long. Plus it contains the word recipe, which it should not. A better subheading would be why you'll love this soul-warming vegan ramen. Another example, bad, good. Bad, good. And this is an example of few-shot prompting where we're giving the AI an example of what we don't want and then what we want, the expected output And the AI really likes that kind of stuff when you give it these examples. And the examples are formatted similarly. So we have this bad and this good, bad, good. So it can make those connections. So write the why you'll love subheading for this title. Note, do not provide any explanation, commentary, or other responses. Just write the subheading starting with why you'll love. Now, you don't see in here anything about this or these or things like that. I don't need to, because the AI will write naturally. And so it will say why you'll love these or why you'll love this. It will just do it naturally. And so we're basically having it create this why you'll love subheading for us. And then I'll show you what we're going to do with it. So this is the prompt we're using. Let me select it, why you'll love. And we'll give this a title, love. And the model for writing, I'm going to use a powerful model, Claude Sonnet 3.5. But you can, if you added OpenWriter, then you'll have Claude Sonnet 3.5 or 3.7. You'll have those available to you. You could also use GPT-4o if you want to, or something like that. But use a more powerful model for this. And that's all you got to do. We're going to create the file. Let's go to our output folder and wait for this to finish. It's all done. Let's see what we get. And remember, when we do this, we might need to open this up inside of Google Sheets at the end of the day, so we don't have any butchered characters from Excel. But here's what we get. Street style elote, I'm probably butchering the name, recipe grilled corn magic. Why you'll love this street style Mexican elote. Okay, that's cool. Mexican taco salad recipe. Why you'll love this Mexican taco salad. Crispy homemade crab rangoon recipe, Asian comfort food. Why you'll love these crispy crab rangoon. So we have this, we have these, this. Why you'll love these braised short ribs. That's cool. And then here's the magical part. So we would take this output and we would open up a notepad and we paste it all in here. And then we do this. This is the magical part. We simply copy this part, why you'll love, and we'll do Control, Find, and Replace. So we're going to take why you'll love space, and we're going to replace it with curly brackets, var1 equals. Let's do that. So var1 equals this street style Mexican elote. var1 equals this Mexican taco salad. var1 equals, that's pretty cool. I like it. That's pretty cool. Now we need to get a curly bracket on the end. And this is a little bit more tricky if we're not inside of Google Sheets. We could do it manually. We could just come over here and do it manually. If you are using Notepad++ or a notepad that has regular expressions, we can do something like this. But if this is over your head, I'll show you another way to do this too. We can go over here to Replace. We're going to click on Regular Expressions, and we want to replace, and we're going to put $sign in here. And we're going to replace the $sign with a closing curly brackets. $sign using regular expressions signifies an end of a line. So we're going to replace that end of a line with this curly brackets right here. And we'll do replace all. All right, and it put an extra one right here, but we have our curly brackets on the end. Now, if you can't do regular expressions or that just went way over your head, I'll show you another way to do it. We'll do it with Google Sheets. It will be pretty easy. So what I want you to do right now is close Excel if you had that open, and we're going to take all of our titles now, all of the titles from ZimmWriter. I have 500. I'm going to copy it. And remember, we're going to paste it to Notepad first, because otherwise if we paste it inside of here, the stuff is all jumbled together and not on a separate line. So we paste it all into Notepad, make sure we don't have any headers or footers in here. We could take it from here and paste it right into here. And let's give this the name Love2, and we're going to run this now. All right, so now it's going to do all 500 for us and give us that output that we can then import into Google Sheets, for instance, and then create our variables. While this is working, we can go over here and create another column. We can call this var1 and call this var2. And then finally we'll say titles merged. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take this title and then append on the end of it the var1 and then also the var2. So we're just going to let this run for a few minutes, and then when it's done, we'll pick back up and process the results. So the discombobulator just finished. And let's go over here to Google Sheets, and we're going to open up a new sheet. Actually, let's go to import, and we'll upload this Love2 file, and we'll create a new spreadsheet. I want to keep this window open for the bulk SEO CSV, and we're going to open that new spreadsheet up. So here's what we have. We have, it's a little bit bigger so you guys can see. So homemade pizza dough recipe, simple guide, why you'll love this homemade pizza dough. Homemade chicken noodle soup recipe, why you'll love this homemade chicken noodle soup. So we have this, we have these, why you'll love these classic sloppy joes. This is great. Let's just go down and double check everything. We just want to make sure there's nothing that's goofed up or messed up or stuff like that. Just giving it a visual look over. Yeah, it all looks good. Nothing's missing. Everything looks good. So let's do this. Let's just delete this column, the input, so we just have our result here. We'll delete both of these, clean them out. So what we'll do first is we're going to go to the menu and we're going to go to edit and find and replace. And we're going to find why you'll love space, and we'll replace this with curly bracket var1 equals. Replace all. There we go. And now for those people that don't understand regular expressions or don't really want to do all of this manually, we're just going to put in an ending curly brackets right here. And we'll click on this little circle and fill down. And then column C, we're going to type equals, and we're going to click this, and then type the ampersand sign, and then click this. And so we're going to fill down. There we go. Now we have our variables defined with starting curly bracket and ending curly bracket. Exactly what we want. Now what we're going to do is we're going to copy this column, and I'm going to right click on column D. I'm going to paste special values only. Now I want to turn this into our var2 column. What I want you to do is click edit and find replace. We are going to replace var1 equals this space. Right, var1 equals this space with var2 equals. And remember, we selected this column, so we're only doing the range of column D. If you don't select this column, it's going to do it everywhere, which will mess up column C, which we don't want. So replace all. So now we have var2. Now realize we just did a replace on this, but there were some these. So let's cover our bases with that one too. These space. So var1 equals these space is going to be replaced with var2 equals. Replace all. And now we're done. We want to take both of these and we want to paste them into the row 0. So let's first of all delete this header row. So I can take all of column C and paste it right into here. There's our var1. And let's go back over here and take all of column D, and we're going to paste it right under here. Let's just scroll down, make sure we have everything. Make sure everything looks good. And as we scroll down, look at that. Yeah, there's a glitch in the matrix. So for whatever reason, I think this stuff got offset. So Asian meatball. So for whatever reason, there's more rows for both of these variables than there are actual recipes. So I actually did some digging in the video edit, and up here for row 317, I found where it got offset. So for whatever reason, we have two instances of creamy Italian carbonara. I don't know, we deleted our row in Google Sheets, so I don't know if it happened with our Google Sheet conversion or something happened with the text discombobulator. But it's why you always want to check your stuff. Make sure that when you're pasting stuff in, everything syncs up correctly. Because as you can see, we have navy bean soup, so that's correct. But then because we have these two duplicates, it gets off kilter here. So ginger soy Asian salmon, it's for Italian puttanesca or something like that. So it's been offset. So what we want to do is delete this extraneous row right here, right? Just for right here. And we're going to move all of this stuff up one. So again, always double check your stuff, because if we didn't, we would have 100 and some articles that were all screwed up, right? So definitely double check your stuff when you're doing this data manipulation and you're using AI and stuff like that. So now everything should be right. So we have fish batter here, and the var is golden crispy fish batter. So that's that's all synced up. Stuffed pork, we have stuffed pork. Ham soup. Meatloaf, yeah, we can get rid of this ending one. So meatloaf, venison. So everything, cheese and enchiladas, chicken gyro, so everything's correct now. Phew, that could have been bad. Now let's do our titles merged. Very simple, equal sign, title from ZimmWriter, and var1 and var2. And we'll simply fill down and make sure that the fill down was successful. Let's see. Yep, the fill down was successful. Cool, we have our stuff now. So let's go and take, let's take these two right here, these two title merged, the chili and the banana bread. And we're going to take these merged areas now and go back to our bulk SEO CSV and paste these in here now. So remember, in our CSV file that we've been using for testing, we did not have these variables. So we have to edit our CSV file now. So let's go back into Google Sheets, into the CSV, and paste these in here. Banana bread, here's our variables defined in the title. And then here is the chili, and here's our variables defined. So let's go to Sheet 2. Always got to go to Sheet 2, download CSV, and we're going to override the one on our desktop. Cool. So we have our titles now with our variables. Now we have to go and actually add that outline into ZimmWriter, because I don't think we ever did that. So again, the outline will be available down below for you in the description. And I haven't decided if I'm just going to make the final outline available. I think I'm going to try to make these incrementally available to you. But let's go down here. And here's what the outline is going to look like, just so that you can see why you'll love var1, what ingredients are in var2, how to make var1, var2. That all makes sense. I like that. You'll also see one other thing that we're adding in here, one little thing, this image tag, curly brackets IMG. And what we're doing, go over here to the custom outline directions. If you come down here and there's an image, all right, IMG means this variable causes an AI image to be added to that particular subheading. The AI image model used will be the one selected in the subheading dropdown on the main interface for the ZimmWriter feature you're using. For example, the bulk writer. Okay, so let's check this out. We have our image tag here, and the subheading image model that it's going to use will be this one right here. Now we have not selected one. So let's go over here and select a subheading image model. So let's use JPro again. It's going to be a penny for that image. Let's go ahead and update our profile. So we've saved the fact that we've selected this particular outline with these variables in here and this image right here. And then we've selected JPro as our image model. You're free to use whatever image model you want. Obviously, I recommend using an inexpensive one as we're doing our tests. And I think that's pretty good right there. Let's go ahead and write our content. So I'm going to load our CSV file, and we're going to click Start. So our first article is done. Let's check it out. Why you'll love this homemade banana bread. Hey, that's pretty cool. What ingredients, and it's like this homemade banana bread. What ingredients are in homemade banana bread? So this is our var2 because it doesn't have the this or the these. All right, that looks pretty cool. How to make this homemade banana bread. Neat. That image looks really nice, actually. There's less glitches, and let's look what the featured image would be if we didn't have this caching issue. That looks like a great featured image right there. Now, as you can see, it still looks like there's like raisins or some kind of berries in here. So we're going to want to fix that. Homemade banana bread substitutions and variations. That's awesome. What to serve with homemade banana bread. Final thoughts. Love it. So from an SEO perspective, we're really hitting, in each of these subheadings, we're hitting that title. And this title is not bad right here, but some of those titles that I was showing you in this text file over here were just so long. So having the AI kind of distill that down, using the text discombobulator really makes a lot of sense. And it's almost done with the second article. Let's refresh and see what we have. Why you'll love this rich and hearty homemade chili. Awesome. What ingredients are in rich and hearty homemade chili? How to make this rich and hearty homemade chili. Rich and hearty homemade chili substitutions and variations. What to serve with rich and hearty homemade chili. Final thoughts. I love it. We are hitting that keyword, rich and hearty homemade chili, a lot. I love it. Now, what else can we do to make this better? I think our text is getting pretty close. We're not quite there yet. We haven't talked about mimics yet or writing styles yet. We're going to do that in a minute. But what I want to focus on at the moment is these images. These images, it's hard to tell with chili, but with the banana bread and our new image here, it's not reflective necessarily of the ingredients. So I mentioned that it looks like there's raisins or cherries or cranberries or something inside of here. But when you scroll down here, there's none of that. And I also don't see peanuts or chopped cashews. And I see a cinnamon stick, but there's no cinnamon right here. So how can we get these images to look like the actual recipe? Plus, I forgot to press the options button and make this in a 2x3 format. So that's another issue we got to do. When we select a model, we need to make sure we configure the options for that model and then save the profile accordingly. And the other thing with these images that I don't necessarily like is I'd rather have a top-down view of this and like a head-on view of this. I guess this is top-down, but I don't know. I just want different perspectives because with AI, if you just try to have the same angle of your shot, then people are going to notice inconsistencies because at the end of the day, this is an AI image. Maybe the bowl will be different. Maybe the cutting board will be different. So I think giving some different perspectives, some different angles at which the photo was taken can help offset that recognition in someone's mind of these differences. So let's go ahead and make some image prompts for these. With ZimmWriter, ZimmWriter has image prompts built in by default. There's a lot of defaults in ZimmWriter, but ZimmWriter allows you to override those defaults. So before I forget, let's first of all go over here and select our aspect ratio, which was 2x3, which we talked about was 640 by 960. And we'll save the choices. And I'll update the profile. I don't want to forget that. Now let's create some prompts for our featured image in subheading images. When you click the O button, that opens up the options. When you click the P button, it opens up the prompts. And I guess let me talk high level real quick because we're explaining how ZimmWriter works. Let's close this and go over here to the options menu and click on Set AI Image Prompt. So by default, when you have ZimmWriter create an image for a blog post, it's going to use these two prompts right here. I don't know if you can see this. Maybe you got to zoom in a little bit. Write a prompt to describe a photograph about title. Now, title's in curly brackets. Use detailed visual language that is specific, no text or words in the image. The photograph was something someone took using a high-end camera. Make the description less than 75 words. A couple things going on in here. First of all, we're saying write a prompt. We're not saying create an image. The reason being is we want the AI to come up with the prompt. We want the AI to describe the scene, describe the setting, describe the details. And to do that, because every image is going to be different, we need the context of what it's writing about. So when we write about chili, all right, the context is going to be different than if we're writing about banana bread. The details, like what's going to be around the image. Like we don't necessarily want the chili on a cutting board, for instance, but we might want the banana bread on a cutting board. So we feed the AI some information. Here's what we're going to write about. We're going to write about banana bread. We're going to write about chili. And we say, come up with a prompt for us, right, that we can then use to feed into the image model. And for our featured image, the image that appears up here, all right, there is one variable inside of the prompt that's used, and it's title in curly brackets. So ZimmWriter will take the title, which would be homemade banana bread, and replace this title, the actual word title in curly brackets, with the title of the article, which is homemade banana bread. And so it will end up feeding this to the AI, write a prompt to describe a photograph about homemade banana bread, use detailed visual language, etc., etc. And then it gets that prompt back, right? It gets what was created back, and then it will feed that to the image model then, and then get your image. Now this is for subheadings. Same exact concept, same exact thing, but now there's two variables that are used for the subheading. The first is the title again, and then the second is the subheading. So in our situation, we wanted an image right here. In our custom outline, we use that image tag. So in our prompt, we have write a prompt to describe a photograph about title, so homemade banana bread, in the context of subheading, which becomes how to make this homemade banana bread. So we're discussing the topic of how to make this. So maybe it's going to get some flour, maybe it's going to get some of the ingredients and display them in a presentation or something like that. By default, these are the two prompts that ZimmWriter uses when you're creating a blog post. And this is like globally. Now, if you want to override this, you can come over here to a default override and you can insert some new prompts. that will, on a global level, whether it's in the bulk writer or the penny arcade or the SEO writer, whenever you're doing something, this will be used. And that's useful, I suppose, to have a global override. Right. So you'd create your prompt up here and make sure to use that title in curly brackets. And then you could create your prompt down here for the subheading. You'd use title and subheading in curly brackets. And then you would click this box to enable it and click Save Prompt. And that way, this will now be the default. This will override, because this is checked, this will override this default prompt. So anytime you're creating a blog post inside of ZimmWriter, this is what's used. Sometimes though, you want site-specific prompts. Maybe you have a site about beach vacations or something like that. Maybe you have another site about dog care or cat care or pet care or something like that. You're going to have two different styles of prompts there. So what do? ZimmWriter also allows you to override both the default prompt and the default override prompt with site-specific prompts. So maybe you want a specific prompt for our recipe site to be used everywhere, for our featured image and then also our subheading images. And maybe you have another site over here that you want a default prompt to use. So you can create these site-specific prompts for all of your different WordPress sites that you have. That's pretty cool. Now, we're not going to do any of that stuff, right? We have the default prompt, but we're not going to use a default override, and we're not going to create this site-specific prompt, because what we're going to do is go even narrower. We're going to create a job-specific prompt. So in the bulk writer, there are these P buttons, which allows us to create a prompt that will just apply to this job that we're going to run. And we can also save the prompt that we've created and selected to the profile. Okay, so anytime we load the profile. And so think of this kind of like a waterfall or like a hierarchy. First, there is the default prompt that ZimmWriter will use. And then if you've specified a default override prompt, it will use that. But then if you've specified a site-specific prompt for a particular WordPress site, it will use that. But then if you've specified a specific prompt for the job, it will use that. So there's a lot of different options inside of ZimmWriter to create an image prompt and then have it applied. But what we're going to do just for this situation is create these job-specific prompts. With me so far? I hope so. So we're first going to create the prompt for our featured image. So we'll press this P button, and the P button and the O button only work when you've actually selected a model. So select your model first, and then we'll click the P button. And the prompt that we want to create is this one right here. I'm going to make this available in the description down below. Here's what it looks like. Write a prompt to generate a photograph without text for a recipe about the dish listed above. The dish listed above is, remember, a title in curly brackets. ZimmWriter will replace this as it's writing the article with the actual title of the article that we have. Use detailed visual language that is specific, describing the placement, color, and style of each object. The photograph should be high quality, like something you would find in a cooking magazine. The photograph should be from a top down 90 degrees or bird's eye angle 65 degrees. So that's the prompt we're going to use here. You can paste the prompt in and then give it a name and then save the prompt. And then when you save it, as long as that's the prompt that's selected, this will turn green to show you that it's loaded. Same thing for subheading. We'll click P, and the prompt that we're going to use for this is recipe individual one. Now, you'll notice the name of the prompt for the featured image is the same name for the subheading image, but the prompt itself is different. How can they have the same name? Because the featured image prompt is stored in one database. The subheading image models is stored in a separate database. So you can have the same name for both of those prompts, even though the prompts are different. And because this is a subheading, we can't just use title. We have to also use subheading in curly brackets. So this is a little bit different. Write a prompt, although it's very similar. Write a prompt to generate a photograph without text for a recipe about title. We put curly brackets title and we put all that in quotes in the context of quotes subheading in curly brackets. Use detailed visual language, etc., etc. And then here we go. It should also be an extreme close-up shot slightly above 15 degrees with a, I can't say this, a bokeh, a blurred background. That's like the technical term that you would use when you're talking photography, but I don't know how to say that. I'm sure somebody will correct me in the comments below. That's perfectly fine. All right. Get your giggles, right? So that's what we're using, and you can see that they're both loaded. because P's for both of these are in green. All right, so let's update our prompt so everything's saved. And let's load our CSV again. And we're going to run this. The first article is done. Let's go over here and look at the actual image. So here's our featured image that we saw, and then here's the subheading image. Now, look at this. In this image, we have, looks like some nuts, so that's good. But we have a cinnamon stick right here, which is not relevant to the ingredients. And then over here, we have honey, which is not relevant to the ingredients. And we have, again, some kind of berries or something in here. So I like the look of the images, but I don't like what's inside of the images. I want them to better represent the actual recipe. Let's take a look at the chili recipe and see what we have. All right, Rich. Let's just open these up right here. So this is the featured image. It's not exactly top down, and the AI is not perfect. This looks good. And then we have something similar over here. Now you'll see that this looks like parsley on top of here. And there are chives on top of here. Do we even have chives and parsley? Chili ingredients. No, I don't see chives or anything like that on here. So I'm liking the look of the images a little more now, but it doesn't reflect the recipe. So how can we solve this problem? Let's go back to our custom outline and check something out. I want to go to the custom outline and I want to click on the directions again. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to look at something special. This is called save text and load text. Now this is a feature that you might need to pause the video and just read this and digest it to understand it, because this is extremely powerful. And it applies just to images, but we implement it in the custom outline and then also our image prompt. So what ZimmWriter is going to do, and no other AI writer has this, only ZimmWriter has this. What ZimmWriter allows you to do is use a variable called save text alongside one of your subheadings in your custom outline. So in this example, we have recipe, and we're applying this save text right here. What happens is ZimmWriter will write this subheading and then save the text that it wrote for that subheading to a variable. So when we put save underscore text in curly brackets, ZimmWriter will write this recipe section, the content, and then save the content that it wrote. And then the prompt for the image is always created after a subheading is written. So it writes history. There's no image there. Writes recipe. It writes the recipe section, right? We save the text. And then we have this image tag, so ZimmWriter is going to create that image prompt. So the image prompt is always created after that section is written. In the image prompt, we can use a variable called load text, right? Curly brackets, load underscore text. What this will do is retrieve anything stored in the saved text and paste it wherever this is in the prompt. So in this situation, it will write the content for the recipe using the raw recipe prompt. It will save that to a variable. And then we're calling an image here. We want an image to be made here. And in the image prompt, we have this load text. And ZimmWriter will paste in what was written for this load text to give context. Let's go to our outline. For our ingredients, how to make var1, how to make banana bread, homemade banana bread. It will write this section, and then it will store all those directions in that save text. If we put, let's put save text here. Actually, let me just load up the one that we're going to use, save text. So we put save text right here. ZimmWriter will write this section, how to make homemade banana bread, using this raw prompt. It will write it all. It will save it to this save text. And then we can use that data in our image prompt to give context. Because remember, our instructions, our directions have those quantities in them. So the AI, when it creates the image prompt, will know like what the ingredients are, and also like how to make the recipe, like what the final presentation will be. Whether if it's going to be grilled barbecue ribs, it will have maybe a grill there. If it's going to be baked barbecue ribs, maybe it will have an oven there. So we'll get that relevance. So enter this into your prompt and then save it. I'm saving mine as recipe single v version 4, but make sure that you save this or update the outline accordingly. And now we need to adjust our image prompts to recall this information. Let's go to our subheading first. we need to figure out where we want that saved text to be pasted. So let's have it paste the stuff up here. So I'll do load text. We're loading the saved text, and ZimmWriter will paste it up here. And then we'll have write a prompt to generate a photograph without text for a recipe about title in the context of subheading as described above. As described above. And that's all we need. So I've saved it as version 2, recipe individual version 2, and that's what we'll select. Now that should solve our issue for our subheading. We should now, when ZimmWriter goes to create this image here, it should feed in all this stuff, all this content. So the AI should be able to do a good job of creating that image. But what about our featured image? What about this image up here? Right? How do we use load text right there? Is that even possible? It is. And this is pretty magical right here. Let's go back into the custom outline. So what's very interesting is the way ZimmWriter works. The featured image, the prompt for it, is generated at the very end of the article, after the last thing is written, after final thoughts. The data in saved text remains there until either the article changes, we go to another article, or you use another save text. So, you can use another save text here if you want to, right? But we're not. We just have one save text. So what this means is when ZimmWriter finishes this outline and it goes to create our featured image prompt, the data that we saved for the save text is still there in the memory. So we can go to our featured image prompt and load our text. It's still there in the memory because we have not, number one, we have not used save text again. We have not overridden the content with new data, and we also are still on the same article. Again, the featured image prompt is created at the very end. So we can access whatever data you last saved using save text. Does that make sense? So make sure our outline now has save text in it in the how to make var1. Make sure you have that there. And then make sure our prompts are using this load text. We have load text for the featured and load text for the subheading. And we're going to update our profile. Now let's run this thing. Let's load our CSV and see what we get. Let's just look at the images over here. Now we're talking. Look at this. Do you notice something? This is our featured image. And what do you see? What do you see down here? Nuts. I think these cashews, or are they peanuts? But yeah, we have nuts now. This is great. And I'm not seeing any of those like raisins or things like this inside of the image itself. And maybe I see a little bit of something, but it's not very prevalent. That's pretty good. Now realize we're using a very inexpensive model, and the more inexpensive it is, usually the weaker the model is. We're going to dial this up a notch in just a moment and write using Flux Ultra. I'm going to do that for my tests. I think when we finally start going, I want to demonstrate the cost of an article written with GPT-4o Mini and then one of these cheap models, and then demonstrate the cost of an article written using Sonnet 3.5 and then Flux Ultra. And it will be a significant difference. One article might be less than a penny, and the other article might be 15 cents or something like that, or 20 cents or something. So depending on your budget, there's options for you. You can go very inexpensive, or you can go super high quality, very expensive. In both situations, it's going to look really good. Which do you need? Do you need the super expensive or just the low cost? I don't know. You'll have to do your tests and figure out where you can make an ROI. Let's look at our chili now. That's our featured. So now we're not getting the chives in the part. I guess there's a little cup of chives, but that's okay. All right, that looks a little bit more realistic. Did it have sour cream in there? I'm not sure you even had sour cream. Let's see here. Here's our chili. Yeah, see, I don't even see sour cream. So it's really nice. It made both of these. There's sour cream on the side, which is perfectly okay. It's a good accompaniment, but it's not in the recipe. It's not in the dish itself. So it more accurately depicts the actual recipe. That's extremely powerful. This load text, save text and load text is extremely powerful when we're talking about recipes. And that's a good point. I don't know what your niche is. This is a recipe course. We're making a recipe site. Maybe you're doing something different. You don't always have to use the save text and load text. It just depends on what you're doing. It completely depends, but the power is there. It's available for you. So let's go back here and go back to our bulk writer. I think we've done a lot so far. We've really done a lot. Let's do a few more things. I am personally going to use Flux Ultra for writing. I'm going to break the bank because I'm making this a public course. I want to just do the best, the absolute best that's possible. But then if you want to dial it down and use a less expensive model, you definitely can. And I'm going to select my aspect ratios 2:3. Now, Flux Ultra has a cool feature called RAW mode. And if you enable it, RAW mode will make images look more like an actual photograph and less AI. So if you're going for a recipe, for instance, or an image of people, for instance, and you're using Flux Ultra, then RAW mode can be very beneficial. Let's do that for the subheading also. And speaking of subheadings, I did not mention this before. There's a drop-down to specify where you want images to be displayed. So every H2 but max of 3, every other H2. We're not going to choose this because we're defining exactly where we want the image. We want it right here and nowhere else. So even though we have not selected anything, we're still going to get that image because we've defined it inside the location inside of the custom outline, okay? You follow me with that? What else do we want to do? I don't want an intro up here. I think we're just going to jump right into this. I think the intro is redundant. We have something, just a little tease up here, and I think a lot of this is redundant with what's inside of here. So let's not do an intro, and we're still not going to do an FAQ. Now let's update this profile, and I'm gonna actually do something. Let's call this expensive update profile, and then I'll go down here and I'm going to select the cheapest runware model, right? J Lightning. This is 1/5 of a penny. So we're going to do two tests. We're going to do an expensive test with Sonnet 3.7, and then a cheap test using GPT-4o Mini, and then also cheap images. Compare and contrast both of these. So we'll do J Lightning. I'm going to do 2:3 for both of these, and we're going to save this as cheap. We want to save model, save profile, not update. Oh, and then we got to select this over here, GPT-4o Mini update profile. So we have our cheap profile and our expensive profile. Let's load our CSV, and we're going to run the expensive one right now. We'll run expensive. I'm going to start this, and then we're going to run the cheap one when this is done. So the expensive articles are done. Let's run this again, but with the cheap mode, the cheap image models and the cheap writing style. So let's go over here and switch to cheap, and then we'll load. And you see how cool that is? How you can just switch profiles and everything loads. We're on the cheap one mode, and then we're on the expensive mode. That's really powerful, extremely powerful. So let's go to cheap and select our CSV file again, and we will just write the same articles again, but using cheap mode. And this is a fairly accurate comparison between both because we're using the same outline, the same exact outline. All we're doing is just changing the writing model and the image model. Oh, I put these in cheap, and that's actually supposed to go in expensive. So these are our expensive models. Let's see how much it costs, first of all. So our banana bread, this cost me 17 cents, so 17 pennies to write this article, mainly because of the images. Each image was 6 pennies, 2 images, 12 cents. And the article was about 5 pennies. So altogether, it's about 17 cents, which can be a lot or it can be a little. If I was to write 100 articles, this would be $17. 500 articles would be what, $70, $80, somewhere around there. So maybe $80 for 500 articles. Is it worth it? I don't know. That's gonna have to be something that you answer yourself. If no one comes to your site, then it's not worth it. But if a lot of people come to your site and you can get a good return on your investment, then it was definitely worth it. So you're just gonna have to figure this stuff out. Let's look at the images for banana bread that it made. Wow, look at that. Looks very high quality, actually. It's a cool image. So that would be the featured image. I forgot to select the aspect ratio, so I got to make sure to do that. Always make sure you change your settings. So the aspect ratio for the subheading image, I forgot to select to 2:3. But look at the quality. That's amazing. You can definitely tell there's a difference between a low quality model and a high quality model. And there's no berries inside of the banana bread. It looks very accurate. That's great. Let's look at the chili. Oh, look at that. Man, that looks nice. Very nice. Let's compare these. So there's our banana bread. Now let's go to cheap. I think the cheap one finished. So here's the cheap banana bread. What do you think? First of all, it's not top down. I like the top down look. So the AI struggles on that. And I don't know, the bananas, they look accurate, but I don't know. I don't know. I wish they were in bunches like this and they had those browning marks on them to make it look a little bit more realistic. And I don't know, it's in this weird loaf pin that doesn't look really realistic. It looks almost like too clean and too proper. It's not bad. This was a fifth of a penny, and this was 6 pennies. So you could get 30 images out of this for the cost of this. I think my mental math is right. Let's look at the cost. So this is the banana bread. This is the cheap mode. So this did not even cost us a penny to write the article. So 500 articles. I'm not even I think it would be $5. 500 times 0.07. Actually, that's wrong. It's 0.007. $3.50. Wow. And with ZimmWriter, you can write unlimited content, unlike other AI writers. So you could write 500 articles using GPT-4o Mini as your writing model and using JLightning for your images. 500 articles for $3.50 or thereabout. That's incredible. Now with Flux Ultra and Claude Sonnet, it's going to be more like $80. That's a significant difference right there. I'm scratching my head thinking, man, I could really save some money. But again, your images could have some glitches in the matrix and things like this. Now, is there a happy medium? I don't know. Maybe instead of using the JLightning, that's a fifth of a penny, maybe you use JPro, which is 1 penny an image. These are things you're going to have to think about. And how do you figure it out? You do lots of tests. Do lots and lots of tests to figure out what the best model for writing and images are. So let's look at the cheap chili photo. It looks good. I think the lighting in here is just better, and it's very close though. It's very close. Let's look at the subheading image. So I did select 2x3 for the subheading image, but I forgot to for this over here. I think there's more detail in here. You can look at the detail in this cloth that's underneath here. There's this crust around the bowl, which makes it look a little bit less AI and a little bit more realistic. You have this very clean bowl right here. So if you had a trained eye, I think you could tell that this might be AI. Whereas this is just honestly hard to tell. When you zoom in, it looks real. So does this kind of. I don't know. They look pretty good. Let's see how much this cost. So the inexpensive chili cost us, again, not even a penny. Now let's go look at the actual content for the articles. Right? On my left is we still have the caching issue. On my left is the expensive model, Claude Sonnet 3.5, and on my right is GPT-4o Mini. Okay, so we'll go through this. Why you'll love this homemade banana bread. Simplicity is the secret behind this irresistible banana bread recipe. I've created a foolproof method that requires just 1 bowl and minimal effort. The straightforward mixing process means you'll go from craving to enjoying fresh banana bread in about an hour. That's pretty cool. You'll appreciate how this recipe transforms overripe bananas into something magnificent. The addition of chopped nuts adds delightful texture, while the moist, tender crumb delivers perfect comfort with each bite. When you take that first bite of homemade banana bread, you'll instantly understand why it's a beloved classic. The warm, comforting aroma fills your kitchen, wrapping you in nostalgia. Each slice offers that's pretty good, actually. I'm impressed. This is pretty good for not even a penny. And the text portion over here was 5 pennies. So let's discard the images for a moment. The text was 5 pennies. This was like well under a penny right here. Let's see, ingredients. What ingredients are in homemade banana bread? When it comes to baking homemade banana bread, the ingredients you choose play a vital role in achieving the perfect loaf. Not only do they contribute to the flavor and texture, but they also determine. So this is like obvious. The ingredients you choose play a vital role in achieving the perfect loaf. Yeah, no duh, right? Not only do they contribute to the flavor and texture, but they also determine how moist and delightful your bread will be. That's a little bit less fluffy, a little bit more, it's going to determine the moistness. That makes sense. This recipe combines the natural sweetness of bananas with a few simple pantry staples. Not bad. When selecting your ingredients, it's important to reflect on the ripeness of bananas. All right, that's a weird word right there, to reflect on the ripeness. Reflect on the ripeness. Using fairly ripe bananas will enhance the sweetness and flavor of your banana bread. Additionally, you can customize. So, it's okay. It does have a decent vocabulary, but some of the word choices are interesting. The quality of your bananas greatly affects the final flavor of the bread. For best results, use very ripe bananas with brown spots on the peel. That seems more human. It seems like this is like very verbose, if that makes sense. Let's look at the actual directions. Where'd that image come from? Making banana bread couldn't be easier with this straightforward method. Begin by gathering all your ingredients. Place everything in a mixing bowl and combine thoroughly. Don't worry if the mixture appears somewhat dry at first. Continue mixing until it transforms into a pasty liquid consistency. To make this delicious homemade banana bread, start by gathering all your ingredients. In a large bowl, combine everything. While mixing, don't be alarmed if the mixture appears dry at first. Continue to mix vigorously until you achieve a smooth, pasty liquid consistency. This step is essential, I don't like that word, as it guarantees all the ingredients are well incorporated, leading to a uniform loaf. Once your batter is ready, prepare a loaf tin by lightly greasing it to prevent sticking. I like this. I think it's worth the extra 5 pennies. The question that I would ask if I were you, though, is it worth the cost of the images, though? Is Flux Ultra what we need to be using for this? Or can we get away with a less expensive model? If you were trying to figure out what would be a good image model that I could use, and by the way, let me change my aspect ratio before I forget, because I'm going to forget. So Flux Ultra is good, and Flux Pro is like one step down from Flux Ultra. Everything else, though, Flux Dev, Flux Schnell, use those on Runware, RW. Flux Dev over here is not even a penny. It's 10 times, 15 times, 20 times cheaper than, probably even more than that, than Replicator or FAL. So if you want to use Flux Dev or Flux Schnell, get Runware because it's incredibly inexpensive. So Flux Dev is a step down from Flux Pro. So if you like Flux Dev, then use that because that's going to be like the third highest quality possible. Flux Ultra is the highest, super high quality, then Flux Pro, then Flux Dev, then Flux Schnell. Now there's also these Juggernaut, J Pro, J Lightning, J Base. J Pro arguably is as good as Flux Pro. Now this on Runware is, and it's only available, actually it's on FAL also, but the FAL version it's much more expensive. So I would test these out too, J Pro and J Base. Try those out. See if those do well. Because if this is a penny, let's do some math over here. Where's our calculator? If we use Sonnet 3.5 to write this article, that's going to be 5 pennies. And if we add in the image model, that's going to be like another penny. So it's about 6 pennies or maybe 7 pennies. 500 articles times, let's just say 7 pennies, is 3,500 divided by 100 pennies in a dollar, 35 bucks. So this would be, if we use Claude Sonnet, $35 to write our 500 articles. If we use GPT-4o Mini and the image model, that's a penny an image. Let's say maybe 2 pennies per article then. So 500 times 2 divided by 100 is about 10 bucks. All right, so if we use like J Pro for our images, a penny an image, then 500 of these articles would be 10 bucks. Pretty good deal, assuming you're using GPT-4o Mini. So do lots of tests, do lots and lots of tests. So we're very close right now, I think, to what we want. But the last thing that I want to do, the last thing I want to toggle to tweak our writing at least, is going to be our mimic. Right now, this is generic. All right, even though it reads well, I want a little bit more personality to this. And that's where we can use a style mimic to write in the style of an existing author, an existing blog post that we like. We can take that style, extract out the characteristics that make that style unique, and then mimic it. And that's what we're going to talk about in just a second. Take a break if you need to, go get a drink of water, whatever you need to do, pause the video, come on back, and we're going to talk about style mimics. Now, before we talk about mimics, I want to tell you two things. First of all, I paused the video. I have the luxury of doing that. I paused the recording and I went back and I made a modification to ZimmWriter, and now we'll no longer have the problem of cached images. To tell you what I did really quickly, when you upload an image with the same file name, something inside of WordPress just wants to reuse the cached version. I even turned off the caching, the Lightspeed cache for Hostinger, and that didn't solve the problem. So what I did for ZimmWriter is I had ZimmWriter add a random string of 5 characters at the end of the file name when it uploads. So the file names will always be unique. And it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but the file name is really not a big deal. So the file name still has the SEO keywords in it, but now we have this random string at the end, and that will guarantee near uniqueness so that we'll not have these old images being displayed and reused. So these are the new images, and I'm actually happy with the results. So everything that I experienced, you will not be experiencing if you're on the latest version of ZimmWriter and watching this course. The other thing I want to mention is I tweaked the prompts for this featured image and the subheading images. So in the description down below, you'll have the tweaked, like the new prompt that I'm using. So if that's where you got the prompt and you didn't copy it off the screen as I was doing it, if you actually just downloaded the prompt and used the one that was in the file down below, you should be good to go. But yeah, I tweaked the prompt because I was finding that sometimes for the featured image, I was getting like a list of ingredients. So I tweaked the prompt. Now the prompts, I'll show you. And I'll explain why I did it. I think that's learning experience is always a good thing. So for the featured image, we have write a prompt to generate a photograph without text for what the finished result would be for the recipe above based on the ingredients and directions. So it's the saved text is going to be, we're saving the text right here, which is like the directions. And we don't really want directions. We don't want like a big old list of ingredients everywhere in the photo. We instead just want the final product reflected by, or the final dish, recipe, whatever you want to call it, reflected by those ingredients that we used. So that's what we're doing for the featured image. And then the subheading image prompt, what we're doing is this. So the subheading, I don't want to confuse the AI. The subheading in this situation is how to make this homemade bread. So I think it would be best for that to go up here. And then the title, which is homemade banana bread recipe, goes right here. And then the saved text from those directions go here. And then our prompt is simply write a prompt to generate a photograph without text for what the finished result would be for this recipe above based on the ingredients and directions. I'm getting good results with that. And if you're not getting good results, then you tweak it a little bit. You do some tweaks before you scale this up to 500 articles. Then, do 10 articles and make sure you're happy. Really dial that in and perfect that, because just doing 2 articles here or there, that's not a good enough of a test. Enough of that. Let's talk about mimics. Let's talk about a way to really style this, the language as we're writing it, to get it in a tone of voice that we really like. I've mentioned before that there's 3 ways to modify the style of how the text is written, like the voice that it's written in. We can enter a style here, right? This would be a person, an entity, like a person such as like Mr. T or Charles Dickens or something like that. It could also be like a characteristic of a person, right in the style of a food blogger, all right? Right in the style of a doctor, right in the style of a pediatrician, right in the style of a veterinarian. So you could do that too. You could also do auto style and have the AI come up with its own style. But the best way to come up with something that's very unique and very high quality, but again, high quality, little asterisk there. If you have good input, then you can get high quality output. But if you don't give it something good, then this isn't going to really do much. The way to get high quality output, all right, a high quality style, is using a mimic. So let's go into this mimic right here. And I'll explain what this is. Again, there's a directions link up here. Click the directions. Read the directions if you get stuck. What a style mimic basically is. All right, Alice, she's looking in the mirror at someone that's not exactly her, but it looks like her. That's what a mimic is. A mimic allows you to to put in text that you copy from the internet. So you'd go to a blog post, and let's go to a blog post right here. This is a blog post about a safety kit for your car, ultimate car safety kit, more than just jumper cables. Now, as we scroll down and we read this, essential tools for basic repairs. Check this out. I really like this article. 5 essential tools should form the foundation of your car safety kit for basic repairs. Let's break it down. A screwdriver set, flathead or Phillips, adjustable wrench, pliers, tire gauge, pressure gauge, duct tape. Yes, you heard that right, duct tape. It's not just for DIY enthusiasts and kidnappers. I love that little snarkiness. Now, that wouldn't be great for a recipe post, but I'm just going to demonstrate using this as an article to mimic this style. So here's how you make a mimic of a style. You simply go somewhere to a blog post that you really like, that's unique, that has a flavor to it that you want to replicate. Or maybe they write in a specific way, they use specific language, or maybe they use really short sentences that are broken sentences or something like that. It needs to be a style that's unique and that's noticeably unique. And that can be a blog post, that can be a Word document that you wrote or someone else wrote. It can be something from inside of a PDF. It just needs to be words, words in a style that's unique that you want to then have the AI mimic. So we're going to take this content here. I'll take the key takeaways and we'll just go down and copy the rest of the article because I actually wrote this article using a mimic. So this should give us something decent. We're just going to use this as an example. So I'll paste this in here. Just paste the content in here. It doesn't have to be formatted special or whatever. Now to generate our mimic, this is the style to mimic, and then we're going to mimic that style. To generate our mimic, we need to choose a model to analyze this text. The only time you need to select a model is when we're creating our mimic. Now, in my opinion, and I wrote ZimmWriter, so I hope my opinion carries a little bit of weight. In my opinion, you should choose a powerful model here. You want the big AI brain analyzing this input text to look at the nuances of the text and generate that mimicked style. So I'm going to choose Claude Sonnet 3.7. All right, a very powerful model. And then all we have to do is press Generate Mimic. We'll see what we get. I'm going to copy this out and so that we can actually read it. So write in a style that is conversational and direct, addressing the reader as you with a confident, slightly sarcastic tone. Use 9th grade vocabulary mixed with industry terms and colloquialisms. Vary sentence length between punchy statements and medium explanations with deliberate comma usage. Maintain an emotionally urgent tone, 7 out of 10, while alternating between declarative statements, questions, and commands. Provide specific detailed examples, 8 out of 10, rather than vague advice. Incorporate moderate humor through sarcasm and hyperbole. Organize information with bulleted lists, clear headings, and tables to enhance skimmability. So this mimic style that we just generated, we can save this now as our style. Let's call this test, and we'll save the mimic, and we'll close this. And so now this box, this style mimic enabled box is green and it says enabled because we've loaded this mimic. Now when we write this blog post, ZimmWriter will use that mimic to write the various sections. It will use that mimic, append that mimic on at the end, and then write with this. Now there's a couple gotchas that I need to explain. This is very important. First of all, anytime your mimic ends up saying organize information with bulleted lists, clear headings, and tables to enhance skippability, you probably want to delete that from the mimic because what's going to happen is every single section that the mimic is applied to is going to get a table, is going to get a heading, is going to get a list. Right? You don't want that. Right? You don't want tables forced into every single section. You don't want bulleted list in every single section. But this is what's going to happen. You're going to get that in every single section because ZimmWriter doesn't write the entire article at once. It writes chunks. And then this mimic will be applied to each chunk. And so for our, why you'll love this, you'll get a table and you'll also get a list. For this, you'll get a table and a list. For this, you'll get a table and a list. For this, you'll get a table and a list. Not what you want. So anytime you get a mimic that says add a table or add a list, we're going to edit it. We're going to remove that from it. Now there's a little asterisk button over here that allows you to turn this into an editing mode. I hide this over here because I've seen some of you guys, now not you personally, but other people. I've seen other people create some nasty prompts And when I say nasty, I mean like just poor. They're long. They're so long, and they're just full of conflicting rules and conflicting advice, and it's just bad. I feel bad for the AI, to be perfectly honest. Now, that's not you. Of course, that's not you. It's other people. But that's why I don't let people edit this just right off the bat. So I hide this little button over here that when you click it, it makes this editable. So let's click it. And you might have a different mimic. You might have followed me along and got a different mimic. But we can come in here and we can just delete this, turn off edit mode, and click update mimic. Now, you might not have got that. You might not have got tables and stuff. And every time you generate a mimic, you're going to get different results. So watch, let me generate it again. Let me go back to Sonnet and generate mimic. And you only have to generate it one time. You generate it one time and you save it, and then you apply it, and then you do your tests. You test. And you finally dial it in, you tweak it in to get exactly what you want. And that's the mimic that you end up using. So this is a little bit different than what we had before. Let's see. So this was what we had initially, and this is the new mimic that we just generated. Write in a style that's conversational, yet authoritative, addressing readers directly with you while maintaining a friendly tone like advice from a knowledgeable friend. That's cool. Use varied sentence lengths from very short fragments to medium lengths ones with plenty of commas to create rhythm. Include specific details and practical examples while incorporating moderate humor and sarcasm and unexpected comparisons. I really like that, actually. Organize content with bulleted lists and headings and short paragraphs for easy scanning. So let's delete that because we don't want that. Mix declarative statements with questions and commands, and don't shy away from exclamation or rhetorical questions to maintain an emotional connection without becoming over dramatic. I'm impressed. Keep vocabulary accessible to middle school readers, explaining any specialized terms immediately. I like that. That's actually interesting. I wonder how that would sound for a recipe blog. So let's edit the mimic, let's paste in the modification, and we're going to update the mimic. Now let's save this. We're going to call this Bella Baker 2 or Bella Baker Snarky. I'm going to update the name. The reason I'm calling it Bella Baker is because I have a mimic that I am going to use. All right, this is the one I decided on and I generated, and let me just show you it right now. This is what we're going to use, but I'm really curious on the Snarky, how that would turn out. So this is what we're going to use. And I'm not going to show you what I mimicked because I didn't mimic my stuff. I mimicked someone else's stuff. You can mimic whatever you want, to be perfectly honest. So write in a style that is conversational and approachable using 8th grade reading level with common cooking terminology. Employ very sentence structure from short and punchy to medium length with frequent commas, creating a chatty rhythm that mimics natural speech. Incorporate emotional expressiveness with rhetorical questions and expressive phrases, but without exclamations. I found that when you do exclamations, you get a lot of exclamations. Balance simple declarations with sentence fragments for emphasis while maintaining a casual blog-like flow. Provide highly detailed 9 out of 10 instructions and personal anecdotes, and incorporate moderate humor 6 out of 10 through self-deprecation, playful exaggerations, and conversational asides. Avoid rhetorical appeal to ethos. I forget what ethos means again. Let's see here. Symbols of ethos. Oh yeah. I was finding as I was doing my tests, like I said, so this is the mimic that we're going to end up using, or I'm going to end up using, but I'll share this with you in the description down below. I found through my tests, lots and lots of tests, you generate a mimic, you write an article, you see what you like, what you don't like. And also, let me put a little asterisk out here, the writing model that you choose, GPT-4o Mini, GPT-4o, Sonnet 3.5, that's going to highly affect how this mimic is interpreted. GPT-4o Mini, for instance, we talked about at the beginning of this course, how it has a small brain. There's a lot of rules in here. And this is not the only thing that's fed into the AI as we write our content. There's other rules too. So with so many rules, GPT-4o Mini can start to struggle, or maybe it picks out 1 or 2 rules that it can follow, but it doesn't follow the rest. But if you use a bigger brained model, a smarter model like GPT-4o or also Sonnet 3.5, it can do a better job at following all of these. But realize the way that GPT-4o, the big brain model of GPT, interprets this is going to be completely different from how something like Claude Sonnet 3.5 interprets this. Right? Each model has a different way of interpreting all of these different rules. do lots of tests. Do lots of tests and then settle on a particular model you like, and then also tweak your mimic based on that model you plan to write with. Does that make sense? So speaking of the ethos part, I was getting, when I was testing this, when I was preparing this course, I was getting a lot of, trust me, I did it this way, trust me. My persona for this site is a robot. It's, let's go to the homepage, Robbie the robot, who hasn't cooked anything in his life. So I don't want to appeal to ethos. And that's like a grammatical technical term. And I didn't know what that meant. I actually went to ChatGPT and I was pasting in examples of what I didn't like. And I said, what is this? What is this called? And ChatGPT said, oh, that's called ethos. And it gave me an explanation. I said, oh, that makes sense. And so I went to my mimic and I said, avoid rhetorical appeal to ethos. And it worked. It took that stuff out. Also, never write about experiences this person did. I cooked this, I baked this, it this way, etc. So feel free to use first person, but never about past experiences. I found that without this in here, the AI will write, I cooked this and I really liked it and I want to share it with you. I didn't cook it. This is a robot. So I put that in here to avoid that. So this is like iteration 5 for me when I was creating my mimics and I was tweaking. This was like the 5th iteration. I really liked the output with this. So this is the mimic we're going to be using. I would be interested to find out what this sounded like, but I think we would get this ethos problem and then we'd also get this first person problem that we have. So we would probably need to incorporate this language into this snarky mimic that we just created. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to select this mimic, this Bella Baker mimic, the non-snarky one. This is the one that I made by myself. We're going to select this mimic and write using the expensive model, write using Sonnet 3.7. Let me update my profile. And we'll compare the output to the non-mimic output. So let me first load the CSV and we will start the bulk writer. Now I'll leave it up to you to test your mimic out on an inexpensive model like GPT-4o Mini, if that's the route that you want to go, and then also compare the result to an expensive model like Claude Sonnet 3.5 or 3.7. You'll definitely notice a difference on the powerful model. The powerful model is going to follow those rules a lot better. And while this is finishing, let's actually open up this bread recipe and read a little bit. So why you'll love this homemade banana bread. Whether you're a seasoned baker or just starting out, this banana bread recipe will quickly become your go-to favorite. I've designed it to be incredibly simple. Just dump all the ingredients in one bowl and mix. The texture is perfectly moist with a tender crumb. While ripe bananas provide natural sweetness, you can customize it with peanuts or cashews for added crunch and protein. I love that it requires minimal cleanup and basic ingredients you likely have on hand. So in my opinion, this is nice, but it doesn't have any real personality. It's just straightforward. So let's put this over here and we'll open up the new one on the left and we can compare both of them. So the banana bread with our mimic is done. So this is what we have. This is our new image. Cool. Looks like a good image right here. Get some peanuts on top, maybe some nuts inside. Why you'll love this homemade banana bread. So we have one paragraph here. There are 3 reasons you'll love this homemade banana bread recipe. First, it's incredibly simple. Just toss everything in one bowl and mix. No fancy techniques or special equipment needed. Second, it's customizable with either peanuts or cashews, letting you make it exactly how you prefer. Third, it's the perfect way to use those overripe bananas sitting on your counter. You know, the ones getting browner by the minute, trust me. They're actually ideal for this recipe, giving your bread that rich, sweet banana flavor that makes everyone ask for seconds. So this is standard right here, but wow, this was really nice. You know, the ones getting browner by the minute, trust me, they're actually ideal for this recipe, giving your bread that rich, sweet banana flavor that makes everyone ask for seconds. That's really cool. Now, I actually forgot something. I made a mistake. And I'm glad I made this mistake so I can tell you not to make this mistake, and we'll go back and we'll correct it. A style mimic is applied anywhere ZimmWriter's writing content except for a raw prompt. Remember we talked about raw prompts and all of my prompts go away. We feed this template in and the directions on how to write is basically limited to what you've told it. And so that means a mimic is not going to apply. So the question becomes, how can we get not just this section? Remember, there's no raw prompt here for this section. This was just the ZimmWriter prompts plus the mimic, but we used a raw prompt here, and we used a raw prompt for this section here, but not here. So the mimic applied for these three sections. How can we get the mimic to also apply to this section and to this section where we used a raw prompt? The secret is to add your mimic inside of the raw prompt. So let's wait for this to finish, and then I'll show you how to do that. And then we'll do it one more time with the mimic applied to both of these. I hope that makes sense. I explain things very in depth, so I hope I'm not boring you with the explanations, but I explain things how I would want to have them explained. Mimics only apply to non-raw prompts, to situations where ZimmWriter is using its own prompts. So let's go to the bulk writer, and I'll show you how to do this, and then we'll just queue up the next batch of articles. Go to the custom outline and create raw prompts. And so this is what I'll do. So this is our normal raw prompt. This is the one we've been using. Now here's the prompt with the mimic. So let me copy this out so you can see it. So here was our original prompt. And now here is the prompt with the mimic. So I said, note, colon, when writing, and then literally this is just a copy paste of the mimic. Note, when writing, write in a style that is conversational and approachable using 8th grade reading level with common cooking terminology. I'll show you. This is just a copy and paste of our mimic right here. So you just take this, copy it, and then what I recommend doing is you paste it here, you lowercase this, and you simply say, note, colon, when writing, comma, and then just paste the mimic in. Let's go back to our outline. So modify your raw prompt if you want to, paste it down here or create a second one. All right, I created a second one called version 2. And we have to do the same thing for our instructions. So the instructions, this was our original prompt, and this is the one with the raw prompt. Same exact prompt, this is word for word, exactly what we have right here. Okay, so just paste it in this one too, update the prompt or save the prompt as version 2 if you want to, whatever you do. And then we'll go back to our outline, and then we need to change it accordingly if you've saved it as something new. So I saved mine as version 2, and we'll simply update the outline. I think I actually saved this over here as version 2. So we have a raw prompt as version 2 now with our mimics, and I will update our profile, and I will write this one more time just to show you. And I'm doing tests right now. I'm writing these with the Flux Ultra. As you're doing your tests, maybe you want to use that inexpensive model so you're not spending 50 cents for each test. For each article, I think was like 17 cents. So together it's close to 50 cents or something. Maybe don't test that expensively. So while this is writing, let's look at the sections that did use the mimic. So let's see, no mimic, mimic. While the classic banana bread recipe delivers reliable comfort every time, you can easily customize it to accommodate dietary restrictions or simply to experiment with exciting new flavors. I often swap regular flour with almond or coconut flour for a gluten-free version. Not a fan of peanuts? Cashews make a delicious alternative, or try walnuts for a traditional twist. For a dairy-free option, replace cooking oil with applesauce or mashed avocado. Sounds weird, tastes amazing. See, that's cool. That's what the mimic is causing right there. You can also add chocolate chips, dried cranberries, or even a swirl of cinnamon for extra personality. The possibilities, near endless. All right, so it's these little subtleties that our mimic is creating. Now you can go heavier handed with the subtleties and make this even more obvious. But I like this. It's professional, but it's relatable. These little subtleties, these little personality tidbits that are inserted in here. It's not over the top in my opinion. Let's look at the non-mimic version. While our basic banana bread recipe produces wonderful results, you can easily customize it to match your dietary needs. Let's see, don't have cooking oil, melted butter works beautifully. You can switch between peanuts, cashews as the recipe suggests, or try. That's not bad. I think it is lacking some of the personality. Like this, what to serve with homemade banana bread. Although banana bread is delicious on its own, pairing it with complementary foods and beverages elevates the experience. I love spreading cream cheese, butter, or nut butters on a warm slice for added richness. For breakfast, I serve it alongside fresh fruit for a balanced meal. So let's see what the mimic does. Whether you're enjoying banana bread for breakfast, snack time, or dessert, pairing it with the right accompaniments can elevate this humble treat to something truly special. I love serving warm slices with a dollop of mascarpone or cream cheese. The cool creaminess against the moist banana bread creates magic in your mouth. So we do have the I love serving it Robbie's really not serving it, but this is cool. The cool creaminess against the moist banana bread creates magic in your mouth. For breakfast, try it with Greek yogurt or a drizzle of honey. Coffee, absolutely vital. The bitter notes balance the bread's sweetness perfectly. And don't forget about fruit, exclamation point. Fresh berries or sliced peaches make delightful partners when you're craving something lighter. That's cool. Final thoughts. Let's see, but beyond all serving suggestions, this banana bread recipe has become my go-to for so many reasons. It's ridiculously simple. Just toss everything in a bowl and mix. No fancy techniques required. The secret, those overripe bananas sitting on your counter. You know, the ones with the brown spots nobody wants to eat. They're banana bread gold. That's cool. All right, that's how somebody would write. You're not going to get that over here. I love how versatile it is too. Swap peanuts for cashews, add chocolate chips, sprinkle cinnamon, make it yours. Isn't there something magical about transforming humble ingredients into something so comforting? I like this. The Mimic, I think, is doing a good job here. Now let's look at the next one that we just wrote that has the Mimic everywhere inside of our raw prompts. Let's check it out. Again, the image looks great. Look at that image. So we now have a Mimic on this section. This banana bread recipe calls for just a handful of simple ingredients that come together to create something truly special. Let's see. What makes this recipe particularly appealing is its straightforward nature. No fancy extracts or hard to find items required. The ripeness of your bananas can make or break this recipe. Looking for those spotted, even slightly brown bananas, that's when they're perfect for baking. Sweeter, softer, and packed with more banana flavor. That's cool. That's, yeah, if you look at it over here, you don't get that writing style. The recipe offers flexibility with nuts too. Can't decide between peanuts and cashews. Both add a wonderful crunch and nutty depth. So you really can't go wrong with either choice. And while not specified, a pinch of salt might enhance all these flavors even more, bringing out the sweetness of the bananas and richness of the nuts. That's great. Look at that photo. Love it. Making this banana bread couldn't be simpler. It's pretty much a one bowl wonder that even the most reluctant baker can master. Start by gathering all your ingredients, etc., etc. The beauty of this recipe is how forgiving it is. Just toss everything into a large bowl and mix thoroughly. Don't panic if the mixture seems dry at first. That's completely normal. Keep stirring until you achieve a pasty liquid consistency. Those mussels will thank you later. Love it. Love it. Let's look at all our settings now. So we have our first person. I'm liking how the first person's coming out. It's using I, but it's not over the top. We're nuking words. I don't see a lot of AI words in here. We're bolding words. I love how the bolding is turning out. We have banana bread recipe, homemade treat, ripe bananas, heavenly aroma, simple ingredients, moist, flavorful loaf, straightforward nature. So we have some great bolding going on for skimmability. I'm disabling skinny paragraphs. I don't know why I'm doing that. Let's turn that off. I want skinny paragraphs. This is why you check over everything. Update prompt, update profile. Yeah, I was wondering as I was reading this, I'm like, man, we got some pretty fat paragraphs down here. But now we have, let's not disable skinny paragraphs. We want to enable it. We want to disable conclusion though. AI model for writing, Claude Sonnet 3.5. We have our flux models. We have our correct aspect ratios. We're using raw mode for both of these. Again, that's an option that's only available for Flux Ultra. You might not want to go down this road because, again, bringing out that calculator, if you're doing 500 articles, 2 images per article, that's 1,000 images. Oops. 1,000 images at 6 pennies each times 0.06 is $60. So the images alone, 2 images, 500 articles with Flux Ultra would cost you $60. Whereas if you use that J Lightning from Runware, we'd have 1,000 images times 0.0019. So it's a fifth of a penny. It would cost you $1.90. So $2. $2 for those 1,000 images versus $60. Which is better? It's up to you. You got to earn that return on investment. What's going to give you more of a return? I don't know. It's up to you. Then we have our prompts for each, and we're loading the text that we've saved. The saved text happens in here. We have our outline, so we have our vars. We have our 2 raw prompts, and these raw prompts are my version 2, which has my mimic in them. I have my saved text, so I'm saving that text. We're making an image here with that image variable. I think it's pretty good. Before we pull the trigger and write 500 articles, there's one more thing I want to do. possibly two things you might want to do, one thing I want to do, and that's deal with links, both internal links and external links. That's what we're going to talk about in just a moment. So pause the video. Maybe you need to tweak your settings a little bit more. Maybe you need to catch up with what I've done, but I want you to get to a point that you have everything configured, everything exactly how you want it, except for links. We'll deal with links, and then we're going to do one final bonus after dealing with links, but I'll save that. I'll save that secret bonus for after the links, but we're going to deal with links next. So get everything exactly how you want. Get your mimics how you want. Decide on what image model you want to do. Maybe do some more tests. Maybe go to your CSV file and queue up some more article titles with the background and the variables and stuff like that. Do 10 tests, do 15 tests. So do more tests so you're completely happy with the quality of the output and the quality of the images. Once you've done that, unpause the video and we're going to pick up with links. So now we get to the fun part. At least this is fun for me. Maybe this is not fun for you, but it's link building. And let me preface, I hate manual link building. I don't want to build links manually. I want the AI to do everything for me. That's the way I roll. If the AI is not going to do it, then I'm not going to do it. There's two types of links that we can have the AI build for us, both internal links and external links. We're going to configure some stuff and then have the AI write all of our 500 articles, automatically carrying out our linking instructions, and we don't have to lift the finger. So that's the end result. That's the end goal. And we're going to be linking out to Amazon in this particular case. So if you don't have an Amazon affiliate account, you should get one. It's not hard to get one. We're not even using the API. We're not going to use Amazon images. I'm going to show you a cool little hack that we're going to link out to Amazon search results pages, not actual individual product pages. And then in terms of internal linking, I was hesitant to show you this because I was not planning on doing internal linking for these articles, because these articles will have tags. Yeah, where are they? They'll have tags. And so once we write enough articles, like baking tips, for instance, this will link to other recipes that share the same tag. So there's already internal linking going on. Is it necessary to add those inline internal links? If it is necessary, like where would we add them? I don't necessarily want an internal link inside of here. So I've been scratching my head thinking, where would I even insert an internal link in here? I was thinking about possibly doing it here, but then we might get something weird. Like it might say like barbecue ribs or something like that, like trying to recommend something. I don't know. We could possibly put it in final thoughts. So I'm on the fence in terms of internal linking. I still would like to show you how to do it with ZimmWriter. But the first thing we're going to tackle is those affiliate links. Where do we want the affiliate links to go? I don't want to shove an affiliate link down someone's throat when they're just beginning to read our article. And I also don't want to give them an affiliate link when they're reading our ingredients. And I don't want the affiliate links to be for bags of flour or sugar, because there's no commission in that. And I don't buy flour on Amazon. So I don't think linking to ingredients is useful. I would rather link to high ticket items. So I think the perfect place for me to have an affiliate link is in this section right here, where someone's actually making the bread. So if someone gets down to here and they're going through the steps to make the bread. Now, what do you need to make bread that might be expensive? Again, I want to advertise high ticket items, not cheap dollar bags of flour or something. Let's see, you need an oven. That's expensive. You need a mixer. You need a mixer to mix all the dough up. Or you can mix it by hand if you want to, but a lot of people would like a KitchenAid mixer or something to mix all the dough up. So that would be something. So I would actually like to have that advertisement, for example, a mixer inside of here, because as they're making this recipe, maybe they have an old crappy mixer and it's on its last legs. It's about to kick the bucket. They're making this and they're like, my mixer sucks. I wish I had a better mixer. This would be the perfect opportunity to advertise that mixer, because they understand the problem. They realize the problem. They're ready to get a mixer. And it just so happens you have a link to a mixer in here. Man, that'd be phenomenal. But now I don't want the link to be to a specific brand, because I want this article to be evergreen. I want this article to work 10 years from now. If someone's looking for how to make this banana bread, I want this mixer link to be valid for 10, 20 years or whatever it is. So we can't link to a specific model of a mixer, because that model is going to be out of style in 10 years. So what do? We could link to a category of products on Amazon, high-end mixers or stand mixers or something like that. And we'll still get the commission when they click on that link and decide to buy a mixer within 24 hours. That's the cookie expiration time on Amazon. So I want the link to go in here. and I don't want it to be for a specific product. So how do we go about doing that? It all starts with the text discombobulator. We've used this a couple times already in this course, and you should be getting familiar with it. It truly is like the Swiss Army knife. When you want to get stuff done, you could substitute some words for stuff done. When you want to get stuff done, use the text discombobulator. It's great. So first things first, let's go over here to our worksheet and let's get the titles from ZimmWriter. So we have a couple titles here. We're just going to do some tests. We'll put them in here and we'll copy them out and put them inside of this list here. We're going to click the Edit Custom Prompt button, and there's going to be a prompt in the description down below called CP Product Finder. And this is what it looks like. Let me copy this out to show you. I'm trying to find products to promote on my website that would be relevant to someone reading a blog post about the content found in the data to process. Write a 1 to 5 word search string that I could search on Amazon for expensive $100 to $500 products that would be useful for someone reading this blog post. And then note, don't provide any explanation, commentary, or other discussion, just write the 1 to 5 word search string. Now, question, is the AI going to go to Amazon and search? It's not. And we're not going to use an online model either. We're not going to use the Sonar model. So how does the AI know what products are $100 to $500? That's a good question, isn't it? We're not asking for specific products. We're asking for a search string that we could search on Amazon. And the AI has common sense, as far as we can understand that word in the terms of AI. It has common sense to understand like what an expensive product would be and what an expensive product would not be. What would not be an expensive product would be a bag of flour. But what would be an expensive product would be a stand mixer. So the AI, I think, can do a pretty adequate job, at least for our recipe niche, of coming up with high ticket items, high ticket being relative, but high ticket items that we could then create affiliate links to. So let's go ahead and use this. Let's use this product finder. And we'll give this a name. We'll call this products. And I'm going to use, we want to use a powerful model for this, like a big brained model. So you could use GPT 4.1 or 4.0. I'm going to use 3.7 Sonnet. And this will not be expensive. This isn't going to cost $1 or something like that. It's a fairly inexpensive job. Let's see what we get. So homemade banana bread recipe. Now look at this. Stand mixer premium. That's pretty cool. Rich and hearty homemade chili recipe. Dutch oven Le Creuset. I think I'm saying that. I don't know if that's a brand, but I'm sure that's expensive. Let's go to Amazon and check some of these out. Let's put in this Dutch oven. Wow. These are $300 bucks. I've heard of this brand. I don't think this brand is going out of business anytime soon. So we're pretty good with that. It's not a product like model number, so I'm happy. All right, stand mixer premium. Cool. 179 bucks, 249, 349, 179. Kitchen stand mixer professional. That's kind of the same thing. High quality pasta maker. 200, 129, 160. That's cool. Professional chef knife set. Ooh, all right. Got some high ticket items in here. At least all things being relative. A lot better than a bag of flour. Let's see. Dutch oven KitchenAid mixer. Is that a thing? Dutch oven KitchenAid mixer? I guess you get both. Dutch ovens and KitchenAid mixers. Interesting. Cool. So this is what we can do to come up with our search result. And then we're going to eventually take this result and turn it into an affiliate link. So let me queue up all of our titles now. And while it's processing them, I'll show you how to take these and start turning them into affiliate links. So let's go over to our data and get all of our titles. Just copy the whole thing. Get rid of this header row. All right, I have 500 of them. Perfect. Go over here and we'll call this products complete. Now, while that's running, while that's doing its thing, come over here and we're going to go to sheet 7 that had our categories, or wherever the sheet was. Let's just make this sheet 4. Sheet 4. If you still have this, that's fine. If you don't, then just make an empty sheet. We're just doing an empty sheet. We don't need our categories anymore. Now we need to put a couple things in here. The first thing we need, and let me type it in here so you can see it at a larger font. Let me copy this right here to show you. Can you see that? HTTPS:// www.amazon.com/ the letter S, question mark, K, and then equals. So you might want to pause the video, write that down or copy it, but that's what we need. We're going to put it, let's see, we'll put URL right here and we'll paste this in here and we'll just fill down a little bit. Then we need keywords. Now these are the things that ZimmWriter is coming up with right now. So these would be the keywords right here. But because we're making a URL from this, the URL cannot have spaces. So what we're going to do is paste our list of keywords into Notepad or something, and we're going to take all of the spaces and we're going to change them to pluses. And make sure that you're not on regular expression mode, because pluses mean something in regular expression. So we're going to go back to normal mode if you are using Notepad+, otherwise you don't have to worry about this. But we're turning the spaces into a plus symbol. Replace all. And if your stuff is uppercase too, we can go in here and lowercase stuff. There's like a lowercase list online. Let's see, convert case. I think we can do it with the pluses. If not, we would have to do the casing first. So lowercase, yeah, that works. So we lowercase the whole thing. Let's go back over here and let's paste this in. So this is our keywords plus lowercase and then plus symbol. Now we need our affiliate ID. And our affiliate ID you can make on Amazon. And mine for my site will be Cool Home Recipes -20. That's going to be mine. Now make sure you actually add this to your affiliate account first, because if it's taken, then you're going to have to come up with something else. Cool Home Recipes 20. Then what I want to do is come to the front of it and we're going to put the ampersand sign. Let's see, come to the front and put an ampersand sign and then TAG equals. That's how you specify your affiliate ID. And so we'll come over here and I'll put in affiliate ID. And then we'll just fill down right now. And then I'm going to make a merged column. And this is where we just combine everything. So we say equals this and this and this. So here is the resulting link that we have. That is our affiliate link. So when we visit this link, let's visit it right now, it takes us to the search page for Stand Mixer Premium. Now there's one other thing we need. So when we add links inside of ZimmWriter to our link pack, to make our link pack, ZimmWriter is going to try to visit the URL and then scrape it and then use AI to summarize it and use that summary to store in its database so that when it comes time to actually insert the links into your article, it can make a good judgment about what links should go into which articles, and then also what language it can use to create the link text, the text for the link. Now the problem is ZimmWriter can't go to this thing right here and summarize this, because like all it is just a bunch of mixers. So we can't have ZimmWriter go to this page and scrape it and summarize it. So instead we have to come up with our own summary to provide to ZimmWriter to tell it what this page is about. And that's going to save us a lot of time, number one, because ZimmWriter is not going to have to come to this page and scrape it and summarize it. But then also we'll get something more accurate. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this. I do some things behind the scenes to take the scraped summary and turn it into something to store into the database. And if you're creating your own summary, if you're providing the summary and ZimmWriter is not going to go to the website and scrape it, then I want you to use this right now, a web page that lists the following products for sale. And then what we would have in here, let me just demonstrate this, would be our, I guess I'll put it here, Stand Mixer Premium. The title should be close to Stand Mixer Premium. So just run with me on this. For our use case here, linking to Amazon categories, this is the template that I recommend using. I recommend you using. So here's what we're going to do. Let's see. It's hard to transpose this so you guys can see it. I'm going to make this Excel formula. So let's say our summary is equal to double quotation, a web page that lists the following products for sale, space, and then double quotation. And then we're going to do an and symbol. And we're going to select our keyword, not the one with the pluses. And we're just going to select the keyword over here. And then we're going to do and symbol, double quotation, period, double quotation. So we ended it right there because we got to get more. We got to get more data. And we need to say the title should be close to. Okay, so let's go back and edit what we just had. And right after the period, we'll do a space. The title should be close to, space again, and symbol. And we're going to select B2 again, do an and symbol, double quotation, period, double quotation. I'm going to fill down a little bit. Now let me show you, let me make this big so you can see what the formula is. Here's the formula, equals a web page that lists this following products for sale. I spelled it wrong. Let's fix that. That lists the following products for sale, and we'll fill down again. So let's copy that and go to Notepad. A web page that lists the following products for sale. So this is our double, encased in double quotes. And then we have B2, which is our keyword. And then we have another double and symbol, double quotation, period, because that's our sentence. And then space, the title should be close to colon, space, double quote, ampersand, B2 again, ampersand, and then a period encased in double quotes. So again, if you're doing Amazon affiliate products, or any affiliate products, and you're making your own summary, this is the way to do it. Now, all we need to do is somehow append this summary onto our merged URL. So what we're going to do is, let's go to the formula, and we have A2 and C2 and D2. We want to do another and at the end, double quotation, pipe symbol. That's, for me, that's right above my enter key. Another double quotation, and symbol, or ampersand symbol, and the summary, right? And that gives us this. Let me copy this out so you can see it. All right, so here is our URL, right? Our affiliate link URL. And then we have a pipe symbol. The pipe symbol is a magical symbol that indicates there's going to be a summary coming, okay? And then here's the summary. And in general, the summary should be under 50 words. If you go too long, problems can occur. Under 50 words. So if you're not following exactly what I'm doing, try to keep your result, your summary, under 50 words. A web page that lists the following products for sale, Stand Mixer Premium. The title should be close to Stand Mixer Premium. So let's go ahead and use the result that the text discombobulator just made and fill down on this, and then we'll create our link pack. So let's close this, and let's open up our products complete. Now again, if you're going to open it in Excel, you got to keep an eye out for special characters that are butchered. If they are, then open this inside of Google Sheets. So let's see what we have. Kind of looking at everything here. And we should have 501 because we have a header row. So the result should be 501. We want to make sure everything looks normal too. There's no like prompt leaks or something like that. Yeah, everything looks great. Italian, with Craven Italian. All this looks good. So this is what I want to do. I want to delete this column just for clarity purposes. We're going to delete this header row and delete this over here. And we're just left with our search string. And what I want to do is I want to remove dashes. So like hi dash end. Some of them will say hi dash end. Some of them will just say hi end. So let's remove the dashes because then we're going to remove duplicates. We want to make sure we remove like all the different similar things. So Control F, find a dash, replace with a space. We replace 64. Now let's go over here. Again, if you're in Google Sheets, it's going to be a little bit different, but I'm going to go to data and then remove duplicates. And I don't have a header row and I'm only dealing with column A. So let's remove them. So 160 duplicate values found. All right, so that's good. And if we remove the duplicates, it will actually save us money because the prompt that we feed to the AI, that ZimmWriter feeds to the AI to determine which to recommend, will be less. Last thing I want to do is put this into lowercase. So we have 399. Let's go to convert case, lowercase. And then we'll take all of this stuff and go over here and put in our keywords. And then we're going to, let's see, go back to Notepad. And we're going to replace all of the spaces with a plus sign. We'll go back here, paste this in. Now we're going to fill down. And we're going to fill down, fill down, And then finally our merged fill down. Double check we have everything over here. We do. We have 340 affiliate links. So let's take all of this stuff, except our header row, paste it into Notepad. I'm going to turn off word wrap just so that I can see this a little bit more clear. And what we want to do is close the text discombobulator and go to the link toolbox. And we're simply going to paste our links in. Oh, I didn't copy it out of here. So we're not doing any new lines in here, which is a goof. So let's copy it out of here and paste it in here. Cool. Now what I want you to do is I want you to go in here and look to make sure that everything copied. We didn't hit a truncation because we had too much data in here. And that could happen if you're doing like 1,000 links or too many links, or your description's too long. That could happen. So the last thing we have in here is Italian kitchen stand mixer. So let's make sure that's in here. Italian kitchen stand mixer. Perfect. Let's give this a link pack name. We're going to call this recipe 02. And save new pack. So we need to process 339 links. It could take 169 minutes. This is way off. It's not going to take that long. It might take 15 minutes to process all these or less. So let's get this thing processed. And when this is done, then we'll have our link pack and I'll show you how we can add this into our custom outline. Let yours run if you're following along. Create your pack, let it run. I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to go get a drink of water and come on back and we'll show you how to actually use these links now. And then we'll do a test or two. The link pack is created. You'll see this pop-up that will appear. And sometimes if we're scraping sites, some of the sites might fail to be scraped and you'll see a list of the ones that were added and then a list of the ones that failed. But because we weren't scraping any sites, everything should have worked fine. And yeah, it did. That's correct. Our links are created and we can pull up our link pack and check. Let's see, recipe 02. And there it is. We have 339 links now in our link pack. Now let's copy the name of this. It's recipe 2. Let's just put it here, recipe 2. We want to save the name. The link pack is made. Let's go back to our bulk writer now. And let's open up our custom outline. Now, where we want to insert the link is right here, like in our instructions. So we can click on the custom outline instructions again, how to use a link pack on a subheading basis. So curly brackets, underscore, and then your link pack name. So our link pack name is recipe 2. So to do this right, we would go LP underscore recipe underscore 2. Okay, so this is the name of our link pack, but then to format it properly for insertion. So to actually enable a link pack, we need to click this menu button here and we need to select our link pack. Now, like I said, we're going to actually insert our link pack on a specific subheading. So this is selecting it here is irrelevant, right? But we have to select a pack in general. And the reason I'm saying this is because you might, in your custom outline, use a couple different link packs on different subheadings. And so you might get to this point and think about, I'm using a couple different link packs. Which should I actually choose in the dropdown? And if you're specifically designating where the links are going to go on a subheading basis, then it doesn't matter which ones you select here. So just select something. And then these settings right here are the number of links per article at a limit, like a cap, and then how many links per subheading. Now we only want one link in our subheading, our directions subheading. We only want one link in there. If we wanted more, we could say, I want 2, and then we'll get 2 links in there. The AI model that we want to use to write the link text, write the sentence that's going to comprise the link text for insertion into our article. I recommend selecting the same model that you're using for writing. So if you're using Sonnet 3.7, then use Sonnet 3.7. If you're using GPT-4o Mini, then use GPT-4o Mini. The reason is you want everything to sound the same. So I'm going to select 3.7 Sonnet. This is irrelevant for us because we're not doing auto insertion. We're designating exactly where we want the link. We don't want the links to be do follow. So it's going to be a no follow link. Set the links to open it in a new tab. Let's do that. I want the links to Amazon to open in a new tab. And let's make the links bold. I would like to really call out the importance of actually clicking on that link. We want to encourage somebody to do that. And now this is the important part. This is the part for our use case that you have to do. Disable insertion except via this LP and custom outline. So if we don't check this box, then what ZimmWriter is going to do is it's going to put a link. Where's our article? It's going to put a link here. It's going to put a link here. It's going to put a link in this section. It's going to put a link in this section. It's going to put a link in this section. It's going to put a link in this section until it hits that cap. But we don't want that. We only want a link in that specific subheading that we're going to tell it to. So we're going to check this box. We want to disable insertion except via custom outline. And then finally, we want to unlock Mega Linknado mode. So what this means is when you don't check this box, ZimmWriter will insert based on relevance. It will look at all your links and then look at like the summaries for the links and then determine if there's a relevant link to insert for the given subsection that has been written. But sometimes you want to just force those, square pegs into those round holes. That's what this checkbox does. If you check this box, you're going to get a link. Like 99% of the time, you're going to get a link. And so you can build like crazy links. If you want to insert a link about mace, like protective spray, handguns, and bubblegum into an article about how to wash a dog, yeah, you could do that with Mega Linknado. It just shoves those links in there. And that's fine for us because we're in control of our links. We've made links regarding these articles for different supplies somebody can use to prepare this particular recipe. The links are going to be on point. So I have no problem checking this box to enable this setting. So let's close this now. And now our link pack is enabled, but it's not going to do anything because we checked this right here to disable it except via the custom outline. So we have to go into our custom outline now and put the variable, this variable that we created. Remember, this is the name of our link pack, and then this is the format it wants it in. Curly brackets, LP underscore, and then the link pack name. So we're going to take this and we're going to put this right here. And by the way, I want to say this in general, it doesn't matter where any of these variables are in terms of order of the variables. You can have this raw recipe appear at the end if we want to. It really doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is these vars. The vars become like the var 1, var 2, var 3. That's basically a find replace. ZimmWriter will replace this with whatever that var represents. So these are the things that matter where they are. But everything else like the save text, the curly brackets, IMG, it has to be after the subheading somewhere. But like the order of where it has to appear after the subheading doesn't really matter. So let's update our outline. And all we really changed was we added this link pack variable right here. Let's close this and save our profile. And let's open up the CSV again, and we're going to write it, and we're going to see what we get. The first article's done. Let's check it out. All right, there's our image. Man, the images are turning out really nice. It's good. Let's see if we get our link. There it is. For an even smoother batter with perfect consistency, consider using a premium food processor to quickly blend your ingredients while maintaining control over the texture. While the recipe is forgiving enough for beginners, I always recommend letting the bread cool in the tin for about 10 minutes before removing it. Let's click it and see where it goes. High-end food processor. Pretty neat. So hopefully someone reading this article and they're using like this hand-me-down food processor that doesn't work very well, or maybe it's underpowered. They're like, yeah, I could really use a premium food processor to get a even smoother batter and better consistency. And they click this, they go to Amazon, they decide to buy this, and I get like a, I don't know, like a $8, $9 commission. That's pretty good. I like that. And the great thing is, right, this is like an evergreen link right here. I'll never need to replace this link. Okay, because high-end food processor, you search this phrase now or you search it in 15 years from now, and yeah, it's always going to return a list of high-end food processors. And we're also not spamming our article with these affiliate links. It's been said that there's a negative result with that if you have like too many affiliate links in there, or your site is just too Amazoned or Amazon. I don't know how to say it. Amazonified. That's what it is. Amazonified. If your article is too Amazonified, there's been discussion that you won't rank as high. An example I know of is there was like a local dentist, and the dentist was reviewing the best toothpaste. And Google gave that local dentist a lot of love for that particular article, for that toothpaste article. And it was ranking high on Google, not because it had a lot of backlinks, but because it didn't have any skin in the game. It was just a local dentist. They didn't care. Google saw that the local dentist didn't care about selling toothpaste. It just wanted the people to come to the dentist, right? So Google trusted, in a way, their opinion on the subject of what's the best toothpaste more than like an affiliate blog's like top 10 toothpaste to have a white smile, right? Which is most likely just an affiliate site. The person's never used the toothpaste before, whereas the dentist, has no skin in the game. He's really making some honest recommendations. So in a situation like this, where we only have one affiliate link in here and it's not like front and center, taking up the whole page, and there's no images associated with it, I think we'll get possibly more love from Google, but it's definitely not going to make us rank on page one, especially right off the bat. The other article's almost done. Let's check it out. Let's see, refresh, and we have chili. Image looks great. Absolutely love it. And you see, we've done a lot of these tests so far, and you see how all of them they continue to follow the same format. We have our nice list of ingredients, and then we have our nice directions with the ingredients explained inside of there. Very nice. And here's our link. For those busy days when you'll be away from home, this recipe adapts beautifully to a crock pot. Just brown the beef first, then combine all ingredients in your slow cooker instead of a pot. For best results, consider investing in a high-end slow cooker that offers precise temperature controls in multiple cooking settings. Hey, that's pretty cool. See how it just baked that right in here? That's phenomenal. So we have $39, $165, $98, $16. It's better than a pound of flour. See what a pound of flour goes for. Flour pound. $5. So yeah, if somebody buys from us, we'll make better commission than $5 on a pound of flour. I like it. So that is external affiliate links. Now let's talk about internal links right now. What if you want to link all of these articles together that we're going to write? Remember, we're going to write, let's go back to our list here, sheet 3. So we have 500 articles to write. Wouldn't it be cool if all of these articles were interlinked together in a way that made sense on a contextual basis? Wouldn't that be cool? But how can we do that? How can we write like this banana bread recipe article? Let's pretend that this is the first article that we write. How can we write this article, but then link to an article like Indian curry that hasn't even been written yet? Because we don't even have the URL for this. How can we create links to things that don't exist yet? Like what we just did with Amazon, we created our link, we built our link, and then we gave the AI a summary. So the AI did not have to go to the link and scrape it and summarize it because we gave it its own summary. So what we need to know to create our links are two things. Number one, we need to know the final URL that's going to be created for the article. And we know that fairly easily because remember, if we go up here, we already have our slugs. Remember we made our slugs? So we know the domain and we know our slug, and therefore we know the URL. The other thing we need is that summary. We need to come up with a summary. Now for the summary for these articles, it's going to be a little bit more in depth than just like this article is about a banana bread recipe, right? There's a little bit more that we want to feed into that summary. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use this merged truncated list that we used before. Remember we made this with the title, with the ingredients, and then with the directions, and then we truncated this to 1,000 characters so we didn't exceed the limit of the text discombobulator. So we're going to use this column again to create that summary and then create our link. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Let's make another sheet. And I'm going to call this sheet 5. And first thing, let's make a URL column, and then we're going to have our slug column, and then we need to have a summary column, and then we're going to need our merged column. So what's the URL first of all? So the URL to my site is https://coolhomerecipes.com. That is my URL, and then I'm going to put a / on the end of it because then the slug would come after that. So the slug Let's go to, where is it? Sheet 3. And here is our slug right here. So let's just copy these. Go to sheet 5 and just paste them right in here. There's our slug. Then we need our summary. And now that's a little bit more tricky. Let's go to sheet 3 and let's get our merged truncated column. Paste that into Notepad. Let's turn off word wrap first so we can make more sense of this. All right, so we have all of the different things in here. Let's go to our AI Vault, and guess where we're going? Text discombobulator. So we're not going to copy the entire list in. Let's just copy in a couple. We want to do a test first of all. Always test before you do a full run. Let's just copy a couple in. So we have banana bread, chili, meatloaf, lasagna, chicken salad, beef stew, and realize some of these are truncated on here. And so this will help us understand if the truncation causes a problem. Let's find another one that's truncated. I think the last couple are truncated too. Let's see, place a layer of prosciutto. So some of these are truncated. Let's take these and just check these also. So we have a good list here. We're going to do a test on this. Let's click on the Edit Custom Prompt. And what we're going to use is custom prompt, pseudo summary. Now, what this prompt says, let's make it a little bit bigger, turn off word wrap. We just finished writing a blog post about a blog title found in the data to process. Now we need to create a summary of the blog post. Start the one paragraph summary with the phrase, a web page that. It's perfect. Your summaries should start something like this, a web page that talks about blah, 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 blah. So that's what our summary is going to end up being. So this is the prompt we're using. Let's see, pseudo summary, and we'll give this a name, summary. Let's use a powerful model for this. I don't know if Sonnet 3.5 is still available for you, but you can use 3.5, you can use 3.7, you can use GPT 4.1, whatever. And we're going to create the output. So here is our summary. This is banana bread, a web page that provides a simple recipe for banana bread. The recipe calls for basic ingredients like flour, sugar, cooking oil, water, baking powder, baking soda, bananas, chopped nuts. The preparation involves mixing all the ingredients together, blah, 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 blah. That's cool. A web page that presents a simple and classic meatloaf recipe using ground beef or ground round as the base ingredient. The recipe combines 2 pounds of meat with breadcrumbs. That's great. A recipe that shares traditional lasagna recipe, detailing both ingredients and preparation steps. Yeah, it's fantastic. This is great. Let's take a couple of these so we can just paste them in here and work on this while our larger job is running. So we're going to go back to our list and we'll go to the discombobulator. We'll paste these in. Now, what I want you to do, again, I mentioned this before, when you paste stuff in here, you paste a lot of stuff in here. First of all, make sure it's all appearing on one line. Each list item is on one line. And then make sure that wherever it ends, that at the very bottom, you're not losing anything you pasted in. So I'm at the bottom of my list here and place a layer of prosciutto. That's the very last word, or the very last phrase, and that's in here. So nothing's been truncated, nothing's been lost. We have all of our input data, and we should be ready to go. So I'm going to call this summary complete, and I'm just going to let this thing run for a few minutes. And while that's running, let's finish our formula here so that when this is all done, we're all ready to go. So merged, click on the cell and type the symbol equals. Then we're going to click on this, and we're going to click on this, and double quote, /. And now before we do a double quote, you'd think we would do a double quote, we're going to put the pipe in. So we put that pipe symbol in right above the enter symbol, and we go double quote again, and then our summary. All right, and we'll just fill down a little bit. Now let's check out this. I want to show you this formula first of all, so you can see the formula. Turn on word wrap over here. So here's the formula. I have A2 and B2. Remember, we put that / after the URL, and B2. Now we need to add a /, so we go and double quote /. And if that's all we wanted it for the URL, we would just have a double quote in here. But we got to add that summary. So the summary, we first start by adding a pipe symbol to indicate to ZimmWriter that we're having a summary come afterwards. And then we do a double quote to end this text, an and symbol, and then C2, which is our summary. And the end result is this right here. There we go. coolhomerecipes.com/banana bread /. And then we have a web page that provides a simple recipe for banana bread, blah, 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 blah. So that's what we're going to use in our link pack with all the rest of the stuff. And we'll create our link pack, and then we can choose where we want to use these links on a particular subheading. So again, I'm going to let this thing run right now. Go take a break if you need to, queue up yours if you need to, and then we'll come back. And by the way, before you hit pause, you might not want to do internal linking, and that's perfectly fine. Right, but some of you might want to, I don't know. So I'm just showing you how to do this in case it's something you wanted to do. So we'll come back in just a second. The text discombobulator is done. So we have all of our summaries now. And I want to open them in Google Sheets because otherwise it's going to butcher our special characters. So let's go to Google Sheets. We're going to go to import, upload, and let's find our summary. And we're going to replace the spreadsheet. And here we go. Now, I just want to scroll down to make sure we don't have anything that looks like a glitch. Everything should just start with a web page that. All right, we have 498 because we have a header row. So we should have everything. Everything looks good to me. Let's take this, copy it, and go over here, and we're going to put in our summary. Summary, and then let's just fill down on the merged column and just double check that we have everything. Yep. Everything looks good. Cool. So let's take this now, and we're going to feed this into the link toolbox to create our link pack. So as before, we're going to take this, we're going to go over here to Notepad or your editor. We're going to turn off word wrapping, and then we'll take all of this, copy it from here, make sure there's no header row in there, copy it from here, and go over to our link toolbox. All right, I'm going to paste all this stuff in here. Again, make sure nothing gets truncated. It's herbs, vegetables, and cheese. Let's check this out, herbs, vegetable, and cheese. Yep, so it took all of our links, nothing got cut off. And we're going to give this a name. We're going to call this, actually, let's rename some of this stuff. So recipe 2, let's load that real quick, and we're going to rename this to affiliate. Update the name pack, and we have to modify our outline. So LP underscore, remember our outline, we saved it as this, but now we're renaming it because we're going to have these affiliate links, and then we're also going to have internal links. So we've updated that. Let's open up a new workspace here and paste this stuff in. Now we'll give this a name, recipe 02 internal. And we're going to save this pack. So the naming should be correct. So we have recipe 02 affiliate and recipe 02 internal. And so let's save this pack. And so it should take a little bit of time to process, but it's going to be a heck of a lot faster than if ZimmWriter were having to go out and scrape these URLs. And it can't scrape them anyways because these URLs don't exist. But this is going to take a few more minutes. I'm going to stop the video right here, and you can queue your stuff up. If you're doing this, if you're following along, and then when this is done, I'll resume the video and we'll pick up where we left off. So our links, our internal links are now created. Let's go down and make sure everything's added. It is. And just to tell you, in case you're curious, when you go into your link toolbox and we pull up our internal links, for instance, you'll no longer see that summary anymore. Okay, so we're just going to see the link, but you can trust me, if this was added to ZimmWriter, which it was, you know, if the link is in here, then there is a summary. It's stored in the database. And your database for all your link packs, just so you know, from a backing up standpoint, inside of the database folder. So we're in ZimmWriter, inside of the database folder, inside of link packs, here are all of your different link packs. So you could technically save these somewhere else, back them up. You could give these to a friend if you want to. You want to exchange link packs? Yeah, you can do that. Just make sure if you do all that stuff, you've closed ZimmWriter. So yeah, that's done. Now in the bulk writer, when we should have the link pack enabled. Oh, we renamed the link pack's off because we changed the name. So let's load this. We have to redo this real quick. Open a new tab, all links bold. Let's see, and disable instead of here, and then also mega link NATO. We want 1 link per subheading, 10 per article max. We're going to use Sonnet 3.7. So again, we have to reset this stuff because we changed the name of the link pack. And let's go to our custom outline. and go to our recipe and fix this right here. It's recipe LP underscore recipe underscore 02 underscore affiliate. And update outline and life should be good. Update profile. So right now in the link pack menu, there's this option to set all links to do follow, but we don't want to do that because we don't want to do a do follow for Amazon. We wanted to do a do follow, say that 3 times. We want to do a do follow for our internal links, but not our external links. So what we can do instead of checking this box, because this is going to make all the links a do follow, and we don't want that. We can get out of here for a second. We go to the link toolbox and we can put in our domain name. So coolhomerecipes.com, and we save this. This is just like a global setting. It's not tied to any particular link pack. And I think you can put in up to 1,000 do follow domains if you want to. So we put this in. So any link to coolhomerecipes.com is going to be a do follow link, but our Amazon links are going to be no follow. Does that make sense? So let's see. Let's go back to our bulk writer now that we have both links packs created, and see if there's a place to put our internal links. Final thoughts. Maybe we could put it in the final thoughts because I don't want to say what to serve with, because remember we did that parsing of the recipes and we tried to filter out things that would be sides, and we just try to focus on actual meals. Now I know like banana bread's not really a meal, but we try to filter out and not do like simple things. We could end up with some weird stuff if we did a link pack in here, what to serve with banana bread. And it might say like barbecue ribs. I don't want to do that. That's just weird. I think the best place to probably have another link to one of our articles might be in this final thoughts area. So let's try that. So final thoughts, I'm going to put our link pack name in here. So our link pack previously for our affiliate was LP underscore recipe underscore 02 underscore affiliate. And the link pack for, let's see, for internal links was same thing, but internal, INTERNAL. It's hard to talk and spell at the same time. So let's try this. Let's give this a shot and do just a test, same test, update profile. And let's load our CSV, and we're going to do this test. All right, let's run this. While this is running, I want to explain something, why I'm not using internal links. We went through the process to make these, and it was important to show you how to do it. But the main reason I'm not going to be doing this is because I'm going to be scheduling my blog posts. I'm not going to release 500 blog posts all at once. I'm going to drip them out, I think 5 blog posts a week. So let's check out our articles. I think at least the first one is done. Let's look at this. Homemade banana. Man, that's a great image right there. Wowee. Fantastic image. Very good image. So we have our external link, using premium cookware sets can elevate your baking experience. So there we go. We have that. Let's see if we have our internal link. Yep. So here's our internal link. This banana bread is approachable as other comfort foods like homemade chili, which also welcome beginners with its straightforward preparation method. Hey, that's pretty cool. Now, interestingly enough, it shows chili, which we've just published. But this kind of brings us to an interesting conundrum. And it's the reason why I'm not going to... Oh, this is cool. High-end slow cooker. Let's see where this goes. We didn't get a link in this one for some reason. Even though we use Linknado, sometimes you end up not getting a link, which is very rare, but it can happen. So we run into a conundrum if we're planning on using internal links. The problem is the internal links, when we're writing these articles, we're creating these links to articles that have not been published yet. So this article right here might not have linked to the chili article. It might have linked to like an article, let's see, stuffed peppers or turkey burger. And these might not publish for 4 months or something like that. So the only time you can really use internal linking by ZimmWriter is when you plan to link to articles that you're publishing all at the same time. If we're dripping articles out, then we can't do this. So this is why I'm not going to be using internal linking, at least at this approach. I am going to link to other articles by these tags and then these related posts, which are all features of, and then previous posts, which are all features of Blocksy. So we still have our linking through this method. And so I'm comfortable with that. but I think I'm going to turn off the internal linking. Now you might think, oh man, I just wasted all that time. No, you learn something. There's times when this internal linking is very useful. For our news sites, Crypto Diamond Hands. For our news sites, what we did, all right, is we wrote about 150, I think it was 150, like just crypto basics articles, like what is cross-chain technology? How much money can you make from crypto mining? Can cryptocurrency be converted to cash? So we wrote all these basics articles and we just published them all immediately. And then as we're having the AI write our news articles, we're feeding in that list. So our news articles can link to our basics articles. Let's see, is this, so we don't have one in here. Let's try it. Let's try this over here. Here it is. So this is linking to one of our crypto basics articles. So there's definitely times when you can take advantage of the internal linking, but you just have to be aware of the limitations. There's just no way to write an article and figure out like what links to build based on what articles are not written, because at the moment, no articles are written right now. There are other tools like Link Whisperer and Link Boss, which you can go into the tool every week or something like that and create new links for newly published articles. But from writing an article from scratch, just be aware it's going to create links to articles whether they're written or not, and you're going to have links that are going to be 404s, okay, which is something you probably don't. 404, if you're not familiar with that, it means it goes to just something that doesn't exist on your site because the article has not published yet. So just be aware of that. Let's go back to the bulk writer. Let's go back to our outline, and I'm going to remove this link pack right here from the final thoughts, and we're not going to use that. We're just going to stick to our affiliate links. We have one last thing, one last little bonus, and it's optional. This is completely optional what we're going to do. So there's this button over here called alternative images. And this is a pretty wild feature. Again, there's this right now, if you click the blue link, it says coming tonight, but this has been like this for about a couple weeks. So let me explain how this works. I do have a YouTube video on this, what alternative images are. So let's go to one of the articles we wrote. So what an alternative image is, it's an image that you're not going to see on your website, but it's going to be on your website, and it's going to be like a hidden image behind this image. The only ways to see it, one, somebody can come to your blog post here and share your blog post. And when you share this on social media, normally this would be the image that would be used. If you go to Facebook and you share this post on Facebook, they would see this image. Or if you go to Pinterest and you pin this page, you would see this image right here. But we can create an alternative image, a hidden image, so that when you share this post, you see an alternative image. What can be on that alternative image? Anything. It's basically a way to create a second image with whatever you want on it. It all uses the same data. So we can use that save text, that load text. We can load the text. We'll get the title for the article and then create whatever we want. So for Pinterest, for instance, a lot of the pins on there will have a text overlay on the image. So we can create a new prompt to, for example, create a text overlay if we want to. So you can do an alternative image for the featured image, and you can also do an alternative image for the subheading images. Now the alternative images, you can really dial in the prompts with a lot of testing. You can dial them in and achieve something really amazing looking. The problem is it's so incredible looking that it puts other Pinterest pins to shame. And then you have people that will flag your images as AI, and they don't really know if they're AI or not. You could have just made it in Canva, but they'll flag your images as AI, and then you'll be deranked from Pinterest. So should you do it or shouldn't you do it? Now, unlike Pinterest, there's no like banning that takes place with Facebook in terms of sharing AI related images or something like that. So we can definitely take advantage of sharing our alternative image that has text and stuff like that to a Facebook group if we wanted to. So there's a lot of different options. It's completely optional if you want to do this or not. Now it does cost more money because you're generating another image, right? So it's completely up to you. What I'm going to do for this course, for my site, is I'm going to make one alternative image just for the featured image. I'm not going to do a subheading image. All right, we're not going to do an alternative subheading image, but we'll do an alternative featured image. And in that way, when I share these posts on Facebook, I'll use the alternative image, but I won't be sharing those alternative images on Pinterest. If that makes sense. You might be thinking, I still can't wrap my head around it. Let me just demonstrate what all this is. So let's go to ZimmWriter, and we're in the bulk writer, and we're going to click on alternative images. And you can select a model, an image model for the featured image, for the alternative featured image, and a model for the subheading alternative image. We're just going to do featured image. In the model I'm going to choose an expensive model here. I'm going to choose Ideogram 3Q. So Ideogram 3 are the latest Ideogram models. We're phasing out Ideogram 2 because Ideogram is classifying them as legacy models. So Ideogram 3 is the new thing. An ideogram, if you're not familiar with it, is the #1 model for having text on an image. If you want high quality text on an image, use ideogram. It's just good, but you have to have good prompts. It's all in the prompts. So we're going to use Ideogram 3Q, and each image is almost a dime. So this gets expensive. Let's do our math over here. 500 articles and 500 images, so 500 alternative images. We're only going to do one alternative image for the featured image. 500 alternative images would be $45. It's a lot of money. So you're really going to have to think if this is what you want to do. Now, you don't have to use ideogram. You don't have to have a text on the image. Right? But then if you don't have text on the image, then you've got to ask yourself, well, why are you making an alternative image? What's the whole point of it? I don't know. If you're not going to put text on the image, what's the point of an alternative image? I don't really know. So we're going to use this, and let's go to options again. Let's choose our ratio. Ratio is going to be 2:3. We're going to leave the magic prompt off, and our style is going to be, let's do automatic. We'll try that. Actually, you know what? Let's do realistic. That's what I want. I had a YouTube video where I showed how to generate this really high quality text for these social media images. And we used design, but it's too AI. Like it's really professional looking, but it's too AI. And we're going to go for realistic. So just trust me on this. So we'll go for realistic. Now the prompt that we're going to use, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time dialing in a prompt in this course. I'm just going to show you the prompt that I'm using. And if you want to use this prompt, hey, that's great. The prompt that I'm going to use is this right here. And let me share it with you. Here's what it looks like. Let me turn on word wrap. Okay, it's a big prompt. I've spent a lot of time dialing this in. So recipe, and then load text. So this is our alternative featured image. So it's going to get that text, all right, it's going to get that text that we've saved. Write a prompt to generate an eye-catching photo about title. Write a first paragraph which describes how a heading with the text title, this is going to be the title of the article, is located in overlaid, I had a little typo, is overlaid on the upper half of the photo and written using contextually appropriate handwritten typography, featuring thick lettering with colored outlines, which contrasts with the rest of the image to help readability of the typography. The typography should use playful flourishes this is like a secret right here. This is what I learned. This really helps right here. Playful flourishes, I'm being serious, and splashes of color accents. Arrange the text in a dynamic layout with varying sizes and smooth curves. End the paragraph with 3 sentences describing contextually relevant graphical elements around the edges for visual interest, including a contextually relevant scene and also real objects, photo quality, arranged around the text. The final effect should blend modern flair with vintage charm, underscoring the fun theme of the design. Write a second paragraph which describes the lower half of the photo, which includes a photorealistic depiction of the finished recipe. The prompt begins with the phrase, an eye-catching photo. Note, the entire prompt should be under 150 words and should be 2 paragraphs. That's a big prompt. I'd spent a lot of time dialing this in to get something good. And it's AI, it's not always going to be consistent, but this is pretty good. I'm impressed with the quality. So you paste it in here, you save the prompt, and that's what we've loaded. So now it's P. So we loaded this ideogram design version C. It's loaded now, and this is all set. So let's update our profile, and let's go over here and load our CSV again. And we are going to write it one more time. And To make this work, you're going to need something that we installed at the beginning of this course. At the beginning of this course, we went to my site, Ranking Tactics, Secret Training, and we downloaded this OG image plugin. And then we installed it. Where is it? Right here. So we installed it. And when somebody goes to share the post, it will cause the alternative image to be used. Let's wait for this to finish. Now, the only other thing that we have to do when this is done, so I'll just clock ahead, is configure our schedule for WordPress. And then we're basically done. We have nothing else to configure. If you want to, you can do some more tests. You can maybe write 10 articles and do some tests. But I'm comfortable with my settings for what I'm trying to achieve. Now, you might want to tweak your mimic some more. You might want to tweak the outline some more, change up the outline, add more subheadings, take away some subheadings, or tweak the raw prompts. I don't know. Don't just copy if you want to copy what I have, that's perfectly fine. I'm doing this course not to make money from this site. It'd be great if I did, but I'm doing this course to show you how to use ZimmWriter, show you how to build a site from scratch. So if you want to copy everything I'm doing, that's perfectly fine. But I want you to learn. That's the most important thing. I want you to learn the intricacies of using ZimmWriter and using Blocksy, using Generate Blocks, creating sites, getting domains, all that good stuff. So we'll configure WordPress after this, the schedule, and then at least I will be ready to just queue up a bunch of articles and start writing. So here is our alternative image. Cool homemade banana bread recipe. Got some bananas hanging out over here. That looks pretty amazing. Freaking like bananas inside of the thing. So let's go to our post now and view our post. So there's our featured image, our subheading image, but you don't see the alternative image. So where is it? So let's take this post right here. Actually, to actually do this, I have to turn off maintenance mode or this is not going to work. Let's see, where's maintenance mode? Let's turn this off. And let's go back to our posts, view. The reason I have maintenance mode on mainly is so Google doesn't crawl my site and then get the wrong information while I'm making my site. I'd rather have them crawl it when I actually have some articles done. So I copied the URL. Let's go here and let's just paste it in here and let's see the image that's pulled. Isn't that cool? So it pulls the alternative image. Same thing when we go to, let's see if I can actually post this. Let's go to my thing, let's post this, and only me. I only want me to see this. I'll post it and we'll see. That's pretty neat, isn't it? That really pops. So that's how you use alternative images, all right? You don't really see it on your site, but you only see it when you share on social. So this might be something that you want to use. It might not. It's totally up to your use case. There are lesser expensive ideogram models, and this was 9 pennies. If you don't want to use this, you want to dial it down a little bit. I think the middle tier is B for balanced. The top tier is Q for quality. And then I think the bottom tier is T for turbo, 3T for turbo mode. I think I have those right. And there's definitely a price difference with them. So try it out. Try the different ones out if you decide to use alternative images and see what you like better. It's completely up to you what your quality standards are based on the return on your investment that you're trying to get, if that makes sense. So let's see what this alternative image looks like for the chili. This is our featured image. This is the subheading image. And here is our alternative image. Rich and hearty homemade chili recipe. It's cool. Now, I've noticed that when you have the AI try to do a lot of different things, and different meaning text, and then also a very specific, like photorealistic image, it does a little bit of both well, but it doesn't do any one of those very excellently. So we're saying we want this realistic image, but then we also want this like really fancy text, and we had all those characteristics in our prompt. So this looks good. For some people, this could pass off as real. For other people, it would seem like AI. So you just have to determine what you want to do for your specific needs, if that makes sense. So that's it. That's all we need to do from a writing standpoint. So I guess the last thing, let me do it while I have you here, is we're going to load up all of our stuff into this bulk CSV from row 0. So let's go over to sheet 3. That's where everything is. And let's go to, what do we need? Let's select our merged column, not the merged truncated, remember, just the merged column. And we got to give this a second. All right, so we got all that. Let's go over here and paste it in as our background. Let's get our titles now. Now the titles we need to get are the ones with those variables. Don't accidentally take this column right here, just the titles from ZimmWriter. We want the titles that are merged, that have the var1 and var2. So make sure you pull the right ones. And we'll paste this in for our titles. And now we need our slugs. Can't forget that. So let's go, here's our slug over here. So let's just scroll up and grab them all. There's our slugs. And it goes right here. So let's just, I want to scroll to the bottom, make sure everything's in sync. So we have meatloaf low carb recipe. Because if the bottom one's in sync, then everything should be in sync. Meatloaf low carb recipe, that's the slug. Meatloaf low carb recipe, or meatloaf low carb low fat. Yep, that's right. And then over here, let's arrange this column on the left. Italian style low carb meatloaf recipe worth craving. I think we have everything. I'm happy with everything. So let's delete this CSV, and we're going to export this file. Oh, I almost did it wrong. We got to go to sheet 2. Go to sheet 2 or this won't work. So we're in sheet 2. We have our slugs, we have our background, we have our titles. And we will go File, Download, CSV, and we will say Cool Home Recipes. And I will save it to my desktop. Let's see, what else? This is what we're going to do. Click on WordPress Enabled. And the last thing that we have to do before we start is we have to set our schedule. Right? How many posts a day do we want to write? I actually want to write 5 posts a week. Okay, so 5 posts a week. And we can leave all of these alone. We don't have to modify these. Now, here's the important part. I don't want to start today. Today is May 8th. I don't want to start today because if I start today, I'm only going to get 1 post on today. I want to at least populate 25 posts or something like that. Not too many. I just want my homepage to look like I have content. What I want to do is maybe write 25 or 50 posts, or not too many, but I want to write some. So we need a back date. We need to start back in time. And then as ZimmWriter writes, it will eventually get to the current time and pick up. So let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Let's start on March 30th. Okay, so if we start on 3/30, that should give us 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, maybe like 27 or 30, somewhere around 30 posts instantly published. And then it will continue the schedule on, and everything else will be an actual schedule. Right? It will be 5 posts each week. And if you don't know this, ZimmWriter is going to write all this stuff right now. It's going to write all this content right now, and it's all going to be uploaded to your site. And your site will actually do the dripping of the content on the correct scheduled date. So ZimmWriter's actually going to write all this content right now, but your WordPress site will actually take care of releasing it when the schedule is appropriate. Because ZimmWriter is going to create the article and then tell WordPress when this particular article should be released or should be published. That makes sense? So we have 5 posts a week, and we're backdating this. We're starting on 3/30, if that makes sense. And that's all we have to do. Let me update my profile again because I made changes in here. We can check our custom outline. Everything looks good. We can check our mimic. I like that. Remember, we put our mimic inside of our raw prompts. Don't forget that step. I'm using alternative images, which is completely optional. It's up to you if you want to do that. My aspect ratios for my 2 image models are correct. I have the right prompts for each of them. And I'm using these expensive ones, but you don't have to. You can use any model you want, but do some tests first. No intro, no FAQ, 3.7 sonnet to write, section length short. I'm using first person singular. I'm nuking words, bolding words, and disabling the conclusion. So I think we're ready. Let's pull the trigger. SEO CSV, load it, load our 500 articles, and we are off to the races. Let's see. ZimmWriter found all of these articles to write. So we have 498 in here, and we're good to go. Let's proceed. So let me tell you what's coming up next. We're going to revive old pages. I don't know if you got a new domain or an expired domain, but we're going to revive those old pages. I'll show you how to do that. And then we're going to configure WordPress some more. And also one of the reasons why we're publishing some of these articles, not just so that our homepage has content, it looks more professional, looks more finished, but also so that we can look at how the posts look. And maybe there's some modifications, some tweaks to the UI that we need to change. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of that. We're going to set up our contact form. We're going to do some SEO stuff. Let's see, we're going to set up clarity so we can watch visitors interact. I can watch you interact with my website. And then we'll dive into social. We're going to build an entire social media schedule with 2 years of Pinterest content. And then we're also going to build an automatic publishing schedule for Facebook, all done automatically. The whole goal when we get done is we're done. We don't have to do anything else, and our site will just continue to release content for the next 2 years and hopefully continue to grow. So that's the goal. We're in the home stretch. We're like 85% done right now, I think. So we're in the home stretch. I'm going to let this write, and then we'll come back and do those other things. You don't necessarily have to wait for this to completely finish while we configure WordPress and stuff like that, but we do want some articles to populate on our homepage so we can do some more tweaking and whatnot. Whew. Take a break, get a drink of water, do whatever you need to do, and then come back, we'll regroup and pick up where we left off. See you in a few. Okay, so at this point, I need you, before you proceed further, to have at least 25 to 50 articles completely written and published. Because what we're going to do now is put the final tweaks on our layout. The homepage is basically done, but for example, we haven't done anything with our category pages or our search page. Okay, so we want to do that stuff now, but to really get the final feel for our site, we need to have the content, at least some content, written and done. So get that done right now, and then you can unpause the video and we'll do our layout tweaks. After that, we'll do some plugin installs and then social. And our social is going to require all of your content written. So if you don't have all your content written, you better start getting on that. To give you an indication of how long this took. So I have all my content written, 493 articles, 50 are published. And this took about 24 to 30 hours for ZimmWriter to write all the content and get it all uploaded. So this does take time. And now you might not have 500 articles to write. You might have 250, or you might have 1,000 articles. So just, you'll have to set aside some time to have ZimmWriter just do its thing and work, and have your computer not go to sleep while it's working. Get started with that right now. And just to tell you, in case you didn't understand, ZimmWriter will send all the content to WordPress. So like this article is the very last article it wrote, and it's scheduled to release. So WordPress will automatically publish it in January of 2027. Isn't that crazy? So I have 2 years of content on here. I don't have to do anything. You know, it's done. Like my site is basically going to just run itself for 2 years. And hopefully I'll get some traction. Hopefully I'll get some backlinks. And then hopefully I can start making that affiliate income. So this is the benefit to the approach I'm teaching you. We'll have all this content completely written and done, and you don't have to do anything for forever, to be honest. Let's go back to our homepage and just look at it, make sure everything looks good. I am loving the layout. Now that we have the correct aspect ratio for our images and we can see the final product, this looks great. Looks absolutely incredible. Look at it on mobile too. You can press F12 to get in developer mode. You'll press this button over here, and then you can select what device you want to view it on. So this is what the iPhone 14 Pro Max is going to look like. Everything looks good. Definitely view it on mobile just to make sure everything's good and makes sense. One thing we can do, we could make this center aligned on mobile. Let's see if we can do that really quick. I'm going to right click and edit this page. Let's go select this. Let's click on this settings, typography. We'll have to go over here. Right now we are on all devices mode. Now let's go to mobile mode and do a center aligned. Okay, so let's see if we can find it. There's our center aligned. We'll scroll down here to the beef. We'll click on it, and then we'll do typography, center aligned. Save. Go back to desktop, and we'll look at this on the front end. Yeah, cool. See more seafood recipes. See more beef recipes. I like it. It looks really good. So I like our homepage. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. You might have designed your layout to look like this. But at the moment, you might not even have anything under seafood, or whatever category you chose. Or maybe you have one post under there. Realize, and the same thing for beef down here. You might not have anything under here. You might just have one. They might be in the queue, but they might not have been published yet. So what I would recommend is if yours does not look like this, if it just has one image here and you're like, where's the rest of my images? Just let ZimmWriter do its thing. And then when ZimmWriter gets enough articles written, you can go in there and find some more beef articles that you can take off of the schedule. Like you can just go into here, let me show you. Let's search for beef right now, or steak. See, oh, this one right here. I don't have 4 steak ones right here. I want to just fill it up so my homepage looks full, so to speak. So you'll simply find a steak recipe if steak's your category, and you'll press edit, and then you'll come over here to status, and you'll set it as published. So you'll just publish a couple, publish 4, or however many you need, right, to fill this out, and then you'll be good. Otherwise, it could be a month or 2 months before corresponding seafood or whatever category you have recipe is then published. That makes sense? So if you need to fill out your homepage, find some of those corresponding recipes in here, select them, and then publish them. And by the way, you might run into this while you're writing. Let's say you're writing your 500 articles or whatever it is, and ZimmWriter stops for whatever reason. Maybe you ran out of credits and you aborted the thing, or maybe your computer rebooted or something like that. What do? You're 100 articles into a 500 article job. What do? Go back to Google Sheets and then find where it stopped, right? And just take that content and simply copy it and then paste it higher into the Google Sheet to basically restart from wherever you left off, and then create your CSV, import it, and you can continue on with your job. Sometimes that happens and people are like, what do I do? What do I do? It's not a big deal. Just pick up where you left off by creating a new CSV. Not a big deal. Let's do this. Click on Customize, and I'm going to give you guys some CSS code to paste in. Let's just do this now, and that way it's done. If you click on Customize, you scroll all the way down, there's something called Additional CSS. You can click it, and we can paste some special code in here. There's HTML. HTML is like your framework, like the internals, the guts of the car. And the CSS is like the visual aesthetics of it, so to speak. So we're gonna paste some CSS code in, and I'll explain what it does so you have a better idea of this. So the CSS code will be in the file down below, and you can just take all of it and paste it in here. Now, before I paste it, I'll show you what it does. I'm gonna click on this chicken category up here. Now, one thing you're probably gonna notice is depending on the font size of your H2s, these are H2 titles. White bean chicken chili recipe, that's an H2 subheading. This is hearty homemade chicken soup recipe from scratch, another H2 recipe. Depending on your font size, and mine's large here, you might run into situations quite often where you'll have a recipe that's on 2 lines and a recipe that's on 3 lines. And what happens is, just because it's more content over here, the image gets moved down and it's not like in sync with this one. Same thing over here. We have 3 lines, 2 and 2. Call me particular. I don't really like that. We can't prevent all situations. Like maybe you have a super long one that's 4 or 5 lines. We're not gonna be able to solve that. But in situations like this is pretty easy to solve. So you paste the CSS code in, watch what's gonna happen. Right, it gets all synced up. So where this is, let me show you in here. So in this CSS code we pasted, we said only on tablets or desktop are we going to do this. And what we're going to do is this area called entry card H2, which is reflective of right here. We're going to set the minimum height to 85 pixels. Right now, you might have to come in here and adjust this depending on your H2 font size. On one of my other sites, I think I had to do 45 pixels because my font size was a lot smaller. But I'm using a big font size here, and I need to bump this up a little bit. Now you bump it up too much, like 185, it's going to look stupid. So that's where I'm saying, like, if this was 4 lines, we're not going to be able to cover every single situation. But I think a lot of situations you'll have recipes that are 2 lines, recipes that are 3 lines, and this CSS code can help sync up all of the image heights to the same height. I like that. So that's the first thing that this CSS code will do. The second thing the CSS code will do is adjust your bullet lists. So in here, on desktop and on tablet, everything's going to look normal. You're going to have these bullet lists that are indented. They look really nice. So let me get rid of the CSS code for a second and show you. On mobile, though, by default, you still have this list indented, which I'm not a fan of indenting lists on mobile because then we get excess word wrap that we don't really need. I think this is not necessary on mobile. So the CSS code, watch what happens when I paste it in. It gets rid of the indentation for lists on mobile. So I think it becomes a little bit easier to read. It's not as long because not everything is word wrapped anymore. So that's the other thing it does. So the last part right here modifies the footer. Let me remove all this just to show you the before. If we go down here to the footer and we click edit, so we're editing that footer itself, there is a row vertical spacing. If we put this back to default, we have a lot of spacing in here and it just looks weird in my opinion. So we can dial this down to 25 or something. But then we get still a lot of spacing between these two. You know what I mean? Like I don't want so much spacing in between here. Let me just show you what happens when we paste this CSS code in. So paste this in. See how that kind of vanishes right there? I should reach out to the Blocksy team and have them try to implement an easy trigger to solve this, but just to set the padding at the bottom at 0, but leave the padding at the top. But I've just been too lazy to reach out to them. But this will take care of that for you. And I think this only works if you're, let's see here, if you're using a bottom row. So the CSS code I added just works for this bottom row, and I think it removes the padding on the top of it. So if you're using the top row and the middle row, you're not going to be able to do this. You got to move your copyright stuff down to the bottom row, if that makes sense. If none of this makes sense, then don't worry, just paste in the CSS code in here. It won't break anything. So let's publish that to get that kind of done. Now let's go back to our category, and I want to tweak this page a little bit. So let's go over here and click on under post types, under blog post, click on categories. Now let's see here. What I want to do is click on page title, and let's play around with this, see what we get. So when we expand the title, look at the options. Yeah, we're going to classify this title as an H1, so that's good. Now the archive label that says category chicken dishes, let's remove that. I don't want it to say category. I just want it to say chicken dishes. That makes sense. And let's align all of this in the center. Now I like that. Now one more thing we can add are breadcrumbs. So let's add this breadcrumbs right here. And now we have a home and then where we are, which is chicken dishes. And I think all of this looks good. If you have a description for your category, which you can create inside of the WordPress categories area, that can be displayed, or you can hide it if you want to. But I like this. And we're not going to use type 2, which would allow for like an image with this overlaid on it. But if you want to do that, be my guest. That's perfectly fine. I like this. Cool. Now let's edit the actual cards themselves. Blocksy calls these cards. So let's edit these cards. Let's go back, and we're in category still. We left page title. Now let's scroll down and look at card options. So a couple different options. We're using the boxed for the cards, which kind of puts them in like these boxes. And the post meta, let's expand that. So I like the taxonomies. If we turn this off, then we don't get the category for each of these. I like the taxonomy. And we can do icons with these if we want to. Chicken dishes. That looks pretty cool. And then for title, we have it as an H2. Yep, it links to the post. And there's a bottom spacing that you can mess with, but we've already adjusted this with our minimum height of 85. The featured image, right now it's displaying it as 16 by 9, but we have 2 by 3. So let's click on custom and 2 by 3. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? Let's see, what else do we have? We have borderless image. You can do a border on it if you want to. With the border, I don't know if you can tell, but there's like a very light shadow, a drop shadow effect, but it's hard to see. So unless we change that, I don't know if this is really what you want. So if you want this to sync up with this right here, we can turn that off. And now it all sizes up with the title. That's up to you if you want to do that. I don't think that's a big deal. Excerpt. This is just an excerpt from the post, which would be our meta description. If you don't want it to be the meta description, you can do full post, and it will just pull the full post in here, which is absolutely silly. And I think it all looks good. See, post meta. Now this is the stuff down here. I don't care for the author because it's all going to be by Robbie. I do want the published date. We don't want comments, and let's add some icons. Cool, I like that. I think all that looks good. Now let's click on design. And for our, let's see here, for our meta font, let's go over here, and I want to make this italic. So we're gonna, let's see, click on semi-bold. We're gonna click on semi-bold italic. Actually, let's just do light italic. I like that. I've noticed, like with our design up here, when you play with the different font weights, you can really get a nice effect with this. I like this effect. And let's change our font color a little bit. I think it's that's way too light. I want a gray, kind of like this. I'm going to copy this, put it on the hover also. I like that. It's almost too gray though. Or too light. Let's go like this. Don't spend too much time playing with this stuff, because at the end of the day, this is very minimal return you're going to get on the time that you're investing here. And the excerpt, I actually want the excerpt a little smaller font, default size. I think we did 18 font. Let's do 16. And then line height, maybe 1.2. No way. Well, let's go to pixels, and we probably need 20 pixels, 23 pixels. Let's Google this. Golden ratio typography. We have Poppins. Remember we did this before? 16. Let's see what we get. Line height 27. Let's just do this right. 27. That's better. I think it was just too big before for whatever reason. Card shadow. So we can get more of a shadow going on here if we really want to. I like that. And then we can do a border. Nope. We can do a radius for all this stuff. Let's do 15. Cool. So we have a nice like rounded edge for everything. Publish it. Check it out. Look at that. Doesn't that look a lot better? It really does. Gonna check it out right here. That looks really nice. So now I want you to kind of keep all of this in your mind, because I think there's two other places we need to apply something similar. Let's take our meta font color, so I don't have to remember that, but remember everything we did. And we're gonna go over here, and I guess we could just search for it right now. Let's search for taco. So we have a search page now. We got to do the same thing to our search page. So let's go back, and here it is, under pages, search page. Same exact thing. So we'll go to page title. I'll just go faster because we're doing the same thing. You can't turn off search results. It's just going to say search for results for whatever you entered, which would be taco. We are going to put breadcrumbs in. I don't want a subtitle. I'm going to align everything in the center. And I like that. Let's go back, click on card options, post meta. Let's put an icon on there. Our title is good. Featured image is good. Excerpt, I think that's good. And then post meta, we're going to take off the author, take off the comments, turn on icons. And then we're going to click on design. And the meta font color is going to be what we copied, remember? So we're going to try to keep the same thing. And we are going to do meta font. We're going to do light italic. I think that's what we had, right? I think it was light italic. And then let's see, excerpt font, we're going to do 16. And this is going to be 27 pixels. Try it again, 27 pixels. That looks good. Now the other thing we have to do is that shadow, and I don't remember the exact amount that we drug it over. So just eyeball it, tell you which. I think that's good. And then we'll do a 15 radius everywhere. I like that. We'll publish that. Now I think there's one more page too. Let's go back. Let's see, we have our search page done, categories page done. Yeah, so actually it's only 2 pages. We did the categories, we did the search page. I don't think there's another page we have to do. So cool, I like this. Click on some more just to see. I think it all looks great. I feel pretty good about the layout. No issues. Let's click on our post and read our post. That's one more thing we can do. So we have this up here, which is nice. We have our related post down here, our next post. We have our tags. Yeah, it all looks perfect for me. So I guess let's be done with our customization and let's create some pages. So we'll go back over here to our backend, click on all pages, and we want to edit our privacy policy page now. So what you can do is you can go to my other site, designeraffair.com, and just yank stuff from there if you want to. like privacy policy. This is what I do for all my sites. I just take the stuff from all my sites and copy it over. Again, pay attention to your local laws, your local rules, and all this stuff. All I have here is as is. So if there's a problem in your jurisdiction with what we're putting on your site, that's on you. Talk to a lawyer if you need to. This is a free course. I'm not charging for it. So everything's as is. No warranties. Hope we've covered all our bases here. So our website address is Cool Home Recipes. Let's save it and view our page. So here's our just generic privacy policy page. Hey, we have one now. Go to our terms of use. We're going to edit this page. Let's go over here, designer affair, terms of use. Now I add additional terms in my crypto course. In my crypto terms of use, I add additional terms like this is not investment advice, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know what niche you're in, but obviously pay attention to making sure that you have the right terms for the particular niche that you have, if that makes sense. So I'm going to take all this stuff and go over to my terms, paste this in, and the date today is May 15th, 2025. And let's edit this thing right here. There we go. Cool Home Recipes. And by the way, if you are taking this, do not put on your site that you're my LLC company. Put your own LLC company in there. Get that right. I don't want to have to come after you. All right, because I am not going to indemnify you against any problems that you have. This is my company. Go get your own stinking LLC. Honestly, you should. Definitely, number one, definitely have an LLC. That way they can't take away your house or something like that. Put all your crap under your LLC so you're completely protected. Get a separate bank account, get an EIN, depending on where you are. If you're in the US, maybe there's something different for Europe. Take care of all that. Cover your bases. This is an important thing to do when you're doing stuff online. So we have our terms of use done. Let's do our contact page. We're gonna need some plugins for that. We'll do some other plugins too. So let's go to the back end and click on plugins. Right now, let's install an SMTP plugin, which is going to allow us to send emails. And then also our plugin for forms that we can then receive people's contact information and stuff like that. So let's go to add plugin and we're gonna search for Fluent SMTP. I love this plugin, completely free. I love the team behind the plugin. Highly recommend getting all of their software for WordPress. Now let's configure it. What Fluent SMTP will allow you to do is connect your WordPress site to an email provider to send emails. So you can run your own mailing list on your website. You can obviously have contact forms. You can, if you're using WooCommerce or SureCart or something and people are buying stuff, you can send after purchase emails and all this stuff. And it can tap into all of these different platforms. Like on my ranking tactics site, for instance, I'm using AWS, which arguably is a real pain to figure out how to use. All these big companies like Amazon and Microsoft and Google, their backends to actually set stuff up is really freaking confusing. But the cool thing about AWS is it's so dirt cheap. I can send 1 million emails in a month if I wanted to, 1 million emails for $100. Or I can send no emails for no bucks. It's completely pay as you go. But for this site, we're not going to be creating a mailing list. We're not going to be sending a bunch of stuff out. And Hostinger has PHP mail already set up. So all we have to do is just click this right here and then enter some information and we're done. And we can send emails very easily. This is not what you would use for a mailing list. If you want to send out a bunch of emails, you don't use this, like this PHP thing. If you want to send after purchase emails, you don't use this. Use an actual email provider, someone from that list that we were looking at over here. So keep that in mind. But for what we're doing for this site that we're never going to touch, PHP email, perfectly fine. But again, not all providers have this built in. As an example, in a previous course, we used Cloudways. Cloudways does not have PHP email set up. So you could not use this. So keep that in mind. So from email, no reply at coolhomerecipes.com, from name, and it's gonna be from Robbie. Save connections. We're done. Now let's install our contact form. All right, so plugins, add plugin. Another plugin by the same company is called Fluent Forms. We're going to use the free plugin, but I highly recommend installing the paid plugin. The paid plugin helps reduce spam because it has, what do you call it? Double opt-in, helps prevent spam, but it's not available in the free one. So Fluent Forms, go to Forms, Contact Form Demo. All right, we're just going to copy this. We don't even need to remake this thing. We'll just copy this and we'll go over here to Contact Us, click Edit. And we're going to paste that short code we just copied. Remember, we clicked on Forms and there's a contact form demo already set up. We're just going to copy it right here and paste it right here. Click Save and look at the front end. Now we have a contact form. Let's test it out. Spam user. Let's see, spammer@net.com. So just a spam email address. I want to spam your site. Now, if you have not set up Fluent SMTP, it's perfectly fine. You'll still get the message in this little area called entries, and you'll see the message and you can view it and whatever. But if you actually want to be alerted of the fact that somebody sent you an email, that's when you need like Fluent SMTP. Fluent Forms can then email you at your email address and alert you that somebody has reached out to your site with a message. At the end of the day, who's going to be reaching out to me at coolhomerecipes.com? It'd be great if someone reached out and said, hey, I want to buy your site for $1 million. That's probably not going to happen. So the Fluent SMTP is optional, but you definitely have to at least get a contact form set up, and Fluent Forms could not be easier. So we have that set up now. Now let's help prevent some spam. Right now, there's no spam prevention on here. We don't want that. We need some kind of spam prevention. We need to install a CAPTCHA. A lot of people will use the Google reCAPTCHA. It's completely free, but I actually prefer to pull all of my stuff away from Google and not have all my sites linked up to Google. So I actually prefer to use HCAPTCHA. Completely free, arguably even better. So this is what we'll do. We'll go over here to plugins, add plugin, and search for HCAPTCHA. HCAPTCHA, C-A-P-T-C-H-A. And it looks like this. Activate. And here it is. You need to register at their site and create a key. And you can use your one key at all your different sites. You don't need to make a new key for each site. But you'll need to go and register right here. And I think what they give you is 2 million HCAPTCHA requests a month completely for free. I'd never even come close to hitting that. You'd have to have somebody, like 2 million bots come into your site trying to log in a month. Never exceeded that limit before. I already have my site keys, so I'm going to copy them in right now. Let me go over here and copy them in. My site keys and my secret key. Click this right here. You got to solve this. So we have to drag this to the shape, verify, and check site config. Site is valid. Save your changes. Save changes. Now we'll click on integrations. I'm going to integrate with Fluent Forms and then any of these, and we'll click Save Changes. So it integrates with all kinds of different plugins and stuff like that. But right now, we just care about the Fluent Form submissions and then also the WordPress login and stuff like that. If you remember, we hid our login with that WP hide login, but now we've also put our login behind this CAPTCHA thing. So if we go to our site on incognito mode and go to the hidden login URL, I think it's secret. Here we go. So now we have our HCAPTCHA and we have to fill this out and complete it before we can try to log in. And we're also protected by the limit login. So it's really hard for a hacker to try to hack, at least through this way, into our site. So at this point, I want to install an SEO plugin. An SEO plugin, we're talking about like Rank Math, we're talking about SEO Press, Zenith, Yoast, something like that. I don't use them for making sure my content is quote unquote SEO optimized because we're in the era of AI. I don't have time for that. I use these plugins mainly for the sitemaps and for redirection, overriding my meta description, meta title on certain posts or pages if I want to do that. I use it for disabling indexing of my pages, my Contact Us page and stuff like this. And then I also use it for instant indexing. So those are the main things I use an SEO plugin for. I don't want to force you into a paid plugin. So we're going to use a free plugin. We're going to use SEO Press, but the free version cannot do redirection. So I'm going to use a different plugin for redirections, a free one. I don't want to have you have to pay if you don't want to. I believe there is an affiliate link to the paid version of SEO Press. If you do want to get that, that's what I use on all my sites. So we're going to install the free version of both of these plugins right now. Click on plugins, add plugin, search for SEO Press, install now, activate. There's not a lot we need to do in here. Now that it's installed, it will automatically be working on our sitemaps. If we do want to enable instant indexing, I believe all we need to do is come in here and just check this box and click Save Changes. I believe that this will pull a Bing API key, or at least allow you to generate one automatically. So you don't really have to do anything. If you want instant indexing with Google, you'll have to follow this guide and get your Google stuff set up for indexing on Google. But Bing's pretty good. And let's see, if you have any social networks you want to connect, you can do that inside of here. There's analytics. You can configure your title and your meta description and all this wonderful stuff for your site. And there's other stuff you can go in here and kind of mess around with. But this is set up. We're going to let this kind of do its thing. And now let's install our redirection plugin. Now, a redirection plugin, we're going to actually take advantage of that in this course because we registered an expired domain and we're going to revive some URLs. So if you register a brand new domain, you don't need to do this. You don't need to install a redirection plugin and do the revival that we're going to talk about in just a little bit. But if you did get an expired domain and there are posts that you want to revive, you're going to need this. So redirect. So I was messing around with this one right here. Again, I use the one in the paid version of SEO Press. I think this is a pretty good one. 2 million people have it installed. And let's activate it. Let's do the setup, start setup, continue. And you're going to need this to be good. If this is not good, then it won't work. Finish setup. Continue. We're all done. We don't need to do anything right here. We're just going to come back to this in a moment, but this is installed. Now let's install Fluent Snippets. See, plugins, add plugin. This is another free plugin by the WP Managed Ninja team. They make Fluent Snippet, they make Fluent SMTP, they made Fluent Forms, they have all kinds of other stuff too. So this is Fluent Snippets. All right. And let's go over here to Fluent Snippets now. Create our first snippet. Now, the main snippet that we're going to use is a clarity snippet. So right now, go to Google, search for Microsoft Clarity. You're going to need a Microsoft account, completely free. Make a Microsoft account, get set up with Clarity. You'll add your site. You can add unlimited sites in here. So I added my site, Cool Home Recipes. You just specify your domain and give the project a name. And then you'll get to this page that says almost there. You'll click install manually, get tracking code. You're going to copy this tracking code to our clipboard. So again, we went to Google. I didn't show you this because I have a lot of sites on here and I don't want to blur out all the different sites I have. But you'll go to Google, you'll search Microsoft Clarity, you'll log in with a Microsoft account, and then you'll dig around until you can figure out a way to add a project or add a site. You'll click that, you'll type in your domain name, type in a project name, which I just call my project name as the name of my site. And then you'll set it up. You'll get to that screen we were just at. You'll click add code manually and you'll get this code. Then we'll come over here to Fluent Snippets and we're under the new snippet. We went to new snippet. We got to click on content. So PHP and HTML. We paste this right here. Where do we want the snippet to run? Site-wide header, which is just on the front end. We'll give this a name, Clarity, create snippet, and then activate snippet. Now, if you got an error when you went to activate the snippet, what it is, it's the firewall on your web host blocking this stuff. I have a site on WPMU Dev, and I'd run into this problem. And so I had to go into the firewall on their site and figure out like what code, firewalls have all these different codes, what code was being triggered and disable those codes. I don't have any of that problems on Hostinger or Cloudways. If you're getting an error, that's most likely what it is. You'll have to go on your host, look at your server logs and see what particular rule is being triggered, and then find the place to whitelist that rule. Now, let me show you what Clarity is. Clarity will show you people interacting with your site. So this is a person from the United States. They visited from an Android device, and you can watch what they're doing. You can watch them scroll around on your site. This person is from Pinterest, United States. They're on mobile. I like this because I can see how people are consuming my content. Are they reading my content? How far down the page are they reading? Are they stopping on the table of contents? Maybe I need to remove the table of contents because it's just making people leave my site for whatever reason. If I'm using a plugin like AFFI that will display product widget boxes from Amazon, maybe if I display them too high up on the page, people are bouncing from my site. Maybe I need to have them like more engaged in my content and then display those boxes further on down in my site. This person's from Google right here, United States. This person's from Pinterest. All this stuff's from today. It's from yesterday, Pinterest. So yeah, that's what Clarity does. When you set up Clarity, it's going to take 28 hours, 4 to 8 hours before you start collecting data. And it's only going to collect data when people visit your site. So if no one's even visiting your site, you're not going to see anything. But get that set up now so it starts collecting that data. I think those are the only like mandatory plugins I recommend installing. Let's check it out over here. We have Blocksy, Disable Media Sizes, Fluent Forms, Fluent Snippets, Fluent SMTP, Generate Blocks Pro. Again, I'm using this to get those little numbers that we used on our homepage, but there are more features with this. HCAPTCHA, the Hostinger tools, which is required if you're using Hostinger. And this comes with Hostinger, the Lightspeed Cache, Redirection, which we're going to use in a moment, Reveal IDs, which helps us find the category IDs so we can exclude those from our WordPress scheduling for automatic categories, SEO Press, which is going to do a whole host of things, the Hide Login, Limit Login, and my OG Image Manager. Those are the mandatory ones. You should definitely install those. Two other optional ones you might want to think about. Main WP. I use this on every single site I build. You're going to register a new domain and install WordPress, and then you don't need to do any posts or anything like that. All you're going to do with that domain is that's going to be like the parent that's going to manage everything. And you'll put on main WP, like the server version of it. Just a plugin, you install it in WordPress, nothing fancy. And then all your other sites, like all your AI sites, for instance, or whatever WordPress sites you have, you'll simply connect to that main WP. So there's a plugin that you can install called main WP child. You'll install it right here, like main WP child. You install this and you'll simply connect it to that parent WordPress site. Like it's really easy to do. Follow the directions. It takes 60 seconds. What happens is all of your sites are now manageable through that parent site. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. Like there's one-click passwordless login to all your sites. You can manage your users, your plugins and themes. So let's say we have 100 WordPress sites. On my parent site that this main WP is installed, I can manage all of my child sites. I can manage the users on those sites. I can manage the plugins, the themes. I can lock the dashboards, all kinds of stuff you can do. I don't really use it for any of that stuff. You can even do backups. I simply use it for just updating all my sites. I'll log in and it's, oh, you have 60 plugins to install amongst all your sites. Press a couple buttons, everything gets updated. Very simple. So I love this plugin because now I don't have to log into all my sites. I can just manage them all from one simple place. Once you get it set up, it's phenomenal. There's also Perf Matters, and I use this in the Designer Affair course. It's a paid plugin, it's not free. Lots of stuff you can do in here. Some of the stuff is overlapped by Lightspeed Cache, which is installed by default for Hostinger. But there are some things in here that Lightspeed Cache does not do. One of the really cool things that it does is if you're using ZimmWriter, for instance, and you have ZimmWriter display a YouTube video, YouTube, the way it works is it will do an iframe embed, and that slows down your content, your page so much. So what this will do is it will not load that iframe. It will instead, if you click this YouTube preview thumbnail, it will instead create an image thumbnail for that video, and it actually won't load the JavaScript and load the iframe until someone actually clicks on that image. I would have like 20% drop in speed whenever I use those YouTube thumbnails. But then when I enabled this and I refreshed my cache and stuff, my speed just skyrocketed up. So I really like this, especially if I'm using YouTube videos. It's something definitely to consider when you set up a site. And that's basically it in terms of plugin install. What we're going to do now is tackle social media. We're going to generate 2 years of social media content I'll show you how to queue that all up and get that all set up. But you will need your articles written. You'll need all of your articles written, or at least if you're doing 200, get 200 written. If you're doing 500, get 500 written. Get that stuff written because we're going to need that for social media. Go take a break if you need to. Let ZimmWriter run and then come back and we will talk about social media. So before we jump into doing social media, there's one last thing that I need to do. And whether or not you need to do this is going to depend on whether you got a new domain or an expired domain. If you remember back when we were choosing our domains, I told you I bought this domain for 20 bucks. And I bought it because it has a lot of good backlinks to now non-existent URLs, non-existent recipe posts. And I want to bring those recipe posts back to life. And that will really help boost my domain up and help it potentially rank in the future. So if you registered a brand new domain, you can completely skip this section unless you want to learn how to do it, unless you want to watch and follow along. But I need to do this step because I'm just leaving money on the table if I don't take advantage of this, especially since I paid money for this domain, but I paid 20 bucks, which is an absolute steal for what I'm going to get out of this. So the first thing we have to do, if you have an expired domain and you want to find out which backlinks you need to revive and what those URLs were, is you need to get a tool like SEMrush or Ahrefs. I prefer SEMrush. Very easy to use, lots of features for the price point. You can get a free trial using my link down below. Use my link, you get a free trial. You can do a lot of research during that free trial. But what we'll do is we'll come over here, click on SEO, click on domain overview, put in our domain, and then go to backlink analytics, and then click on backlinks. Now there's a lot of links in here, and I only want to revive the good ones. Now, some people might say, let's just filter by follow and let's just skip over the no follow and not revive those. But there could be some decent no follow ones. I think you still get a benefit from no follows that if they're from a high enough website like Forbes or CNN or something very authoritative. So let's see what we have here. We have a no follow from this site here, rabbitandwolves.com. And this is sorted by page authority score. So we can go over here, right click on domain overview and look at the authority score of the actual domain that's linking to us. So this is a domain authority of 40. It's a pretty good domain. So even though this is a no follow, I would still revive this page because it's not going to be hard to do a revival. So let's tag that, let's save it. What else should we revive? This is linking to our homepage, so we don't need to revive that. That's perfectly fine. So this is a tomatillo salad dish. I can't even say that. This is from Williams Sonoma. Look at that. Williams Sonoma is a crazy backlink right there. Now this is, again, no follow, but this is great. So check out the authority score of this domain, 68. So we have a couple backlinks from them. Yeah, we're definitely reviving this stuff. So tomatillo salad dish, dreamy chocolate dessert recipes, clean soup recipe and tips. Let me separate these. So these are no follow. And I'm going to put the roundups up top. A roundup being an article that is for multiple dishes, because we haven't done that yet. I touched on that at the very beginning when we looked at the different types of articles that we can write, but I haven't taught you how to do this yet. So I want to put the roundup stuff up here and then just the normal stuff down here. What else do we have? Sugar apron. This is the ultimate surprise spaghetti is so good we've made it twice this week. There's that. Just copying the URLs from these high authority sites. Anything else that we want to revive? 20 dishes you can make with ground beef. This is a roundup. 25 easy paleo recipes. This is from Fit Slow Cooker Queen. I'm not looking at the domain authority for a lot of these because the page authority is high enough. A lot of times the page authority will get a boost based on the domain authority. So if you have a page authority of 16, that means the domain's probably in the 40s and the 50s, something like that. Like we can go over here and check. Like a 40 domain authority. So this is something we should revive. This is Rabbit and Wolves again, 35 easy vegan dinners for weeknights. This is another roundup. Cakes Cottage. All right, so we have some kind of grilled Parmesan. Anything else? Lifehack.org. Oh, this is a follow. So I think at this point, let's stop doing no follow and let's start doing follow. So let's just filter by follow and we'll focus on that stuff now. Because the follow is the most important. We definitely want to revive these ones. But again, we only want to revive the ones that are decent. So lifehack.org, we're definitely reviving that. This site is crazy. Myfridge.com, let's revive that. Let's see, Shareable Blooming Onion. They've linked to us twice, which is cool. What's this? Let's check this one out, myfridge.org. Interesting. Shareable Blooming Onion. All right, what else? Easiest Chicken Casserole. This is from News. This looks like a press release, but it's still a follow. So let's revive it. What else? And they link to our homepage too, which is awesome. This is DIY Joy. Cheesy crock pot potatoes with bacon. This is from adventure.com. This is baked ham and cheese wraps. What else? These link to our homepage. Press release, I'm not going to do that one. Thehomesteaders.com. All right, crock pot chicken pot pie. We will do that. I think that's probably pretty good. So at this point, we need to somehow recreate some or all of these articles, especially these articles right here. And then we need to take these old URLs and tell WordPress whenever somebody tries to visit this URL, it's going to redirect them to this new URL that we have. The first thing we can do, though, is we can remove the www because we don't need that. Our site right now, it does not have a www. So we have a redirect going on. And if you were to visit www, it would redirect you to the non-www. So we can remove all this www. It's hard to say that 3 times and replace it with nothing and clean that up a little bit. So at this point, we need to come up with titles for these, but then also see if we can get recipes for these. Open up Excel. In this blank worksheet, we're going to put the non-roundup URLs right here. The non-roundup URLs, old URL. There's the old URL. Now let's get the slug. We just want this slug portion right here. So let's open up a new window, paste this in, and let's just remove the stuff that we need to remove, our domain, and then remove the /2, and then remove all of the /. These slugs, I do want to clean some of them up because they're so long. We'll call this Ultimate Surprise Spaghetti. I think ZimmWriter might cut the slug off if it's too long. Breaded garlicly Parmesan chicken. So I think those slugs are okay. So let's take these slugs and go over here, slug, and those are our slugs. Now title before renaming. So we'll just call this title. And then over here, we'll call this title ZW because we're going to have ZimmWriter come up with the titles. But we'll use this as initial titles right here. Control F, and we want to replace all the dashes with a space. And here are our titles that will eventually feed into the discombobulator and convert into actual titles. And now we need our recipe. So this is where we take the URL. And let's put this right over here. Let's go to archive.org and we'll put in our URL and see if we can find the recipe and just copying that, using that as your background information, along with the directions. So we found it. Great. Ingredients, directions. Fantastic. So this one can go right here. Oh man, it really made this long. So let's find the next one now. September kale. Can't find that. Garlicky Parmesan chicken. So I'm done finding my recipes. I went to archive.org and I found the recipe that whoever owned this domain had for most of these right here. I didn't find these 2 in blue and then this black one. So these 2 in blue, I just went to Google and found a recipe because they weren't on archive.org anymore. So I just found a recipe that matched up with it. As for this one, I realized this one, Clean So Clean Soup Recipes and Tips, this is actually for a roundup post. So we're not going to do that one. I'm going to go back to this, and where's Clean So Clean? This is going to go up to my roundups up here. So these are my roundups, which most of these were for the no follow stuff. So at the end of the day, if I don't get them done, that's perfectly fine. I'll try to get them done. And then these are just the normal recipe post, kind of what we've been doing. So I have these titles, I have these recipes, and I have the slugs. So let's go ahead and open up our bulk SEO CSV file, open up a clean one, and our title. Now, these titles were like the slugs, and we were going to feed these into ZimmWriter. I guess we can do that right now. Let's take these titles. Normally, I would feed the titles with the ingredients into ZimmWriter, but then we'd have to get all this on one line, so we're not going to bother doing that. We're just going to go to ZimmWriter, go to the AI Vault, text discombobulator, paste our titles in, and then what did we call this? Yeah, we used the rewrite title part 1 clickbait recipe, and then we use rewrite title part 2b. We used both of the, and we enabled prompt stacking. We used both of these. I've already given you the data for them. They're in the file down below, so you should have those already. We're going to use Sonnet 3.7, and we're going to call this recipes. This should just take a second. So while that's working, let's get our slugs. Our slugs go right here. And here's the recipe itself. Those go as the background right here. And then we just need our titles. So let's go to our output folder and wait for this thing to finish. Our CSV is done. Let's open that up. Open with Excel. We should have our titles in here. So we're going to use that. Those are our titles. And now our CSV is done. So let's go to Sheet 2 and download CSV. It's going to download. There we go. Desktop recipes. Single, because these are not the roundup ones. Those are the recipes. And let's just open up ZimmWriter, bulk writer. We've loaded the expensive model right now. And we're actually going to adjust this because we want to instantly publish these things. We don't want to schedule these. We're going to instantly publish these right now. And the reason we want this to instantly publish and not do a schedule is because we have backlinks linking to these articles right now that don't exist. We don't want to put them on a schedule and publish them in 2 years. So we want them published right now so we can get that boost from those backlinks. I think that's all we got to do. So let's just start the bulk writer right now and we'll confirm. So at this point, what we need to do while this stuff is writing is create our redirections. The backlinks are pointing to these old URLs are non-existent anymore. And so we want to point them to our new URLs, if that makes sense. I typically use SEO Press, but because you would have to pay for the pro version to get the redirection, we're going to use like this free redirection plugin. Let's see here. The redirects the relative URL. So I think it's looking for relative URLs. You can click on support and then click on this link here to look at the documentation. I think what it wants is just relative for everything. So source URL, like /restricted. So here are our source URLs, and we'll just open up a new sheet. And we're going to replace coolhomerecipes.com with nothing. Replace all. There we go. So those are our old relative URLs. Now we need the new relative URLs, and that's simply the slugs. So let's go back to our Google Sheet and get our slugs. So here's the slugs. And where is it? Too many things open. So here's the new ones, but we need our slashes in here. So let's just go through each one of these and put a slash or / in. I'm sure there's a way to automate this. You could automate this with merging cells if you have a lot of articles. So those are our URLs to redirect. Let's go back to our plugin, which is over here, and click on redirection, click on redirects. So source URL, I'm going to go there. I guess we don't have to even do this one because it's the same thing. So we don't even have to do this one. Let's do the next one, this one. Ultimate Surprise Spaghetti becomes Ultimate Surprise Spaghetti. And we will add the redirect. That's a 301, which is what we want. September Kale Salad, that's the same thing. We don't need to change it. This breaded garlicly nonsense becomes this right here. Add redirect. Cinnamon French Toast, and then this 2, which we don't have anymore, becomes just Cinnamon French Toast. Shareable Blooming Onion, 2 becomes Shareable Blooming Onion. Easiest Chicken Casserole, that didn't change, that's the same thing. And then all of these 2s changed. Cool. I think we've written one of these Ultimate Surprise Spaghetti. So let's click on this and let's see. Cool. Ultimate Surprise Spaghetti. So when someone clicks here, it takes us here. So the redirect works. So now our backlink works. So we're getting that link juice from this particular backlink. So we're writing, I think this is 10 articles because we have 2 header rows. So we're writing 10 articles right now, and we'll have 10 backlinks to our articles now. This is great. Now we're left with these roundup posts and what to do about that. This video is getting so long. I'm not going to show you how to do this. I will give you a tip on how to do this. If you go to aiblogpostwriter.com and you scroll down to 10 best tasty recipes, I have a video that shows you how to make these. So 10 best honey garlic chicken recipes. And it will have the image in here. We're using the save text. We're using a special prompt to create this layout with the recipe and all this stuff. And then it moves on to the next one. For all of these though, I'm not using like the row 0, the existing recipe database. You really can't do that with this. So the only way to get this to work would be to use let the AI do its thing, or use Claude Sonnet to like research the stuff online. I have a video that teaches you how to do this. Go to my channel, Ranking Tactics on YouTube, and this is the video right here, AI recipe generator with ingredients. I teach you 3 methods in here. One method to just create like single recipes, another one to make a single recipe but like with ingredients, and then like this roundup view right here. So to revive these posts right here, because they're roundups, you would just follow the process that I teach in the video to make these particular articles here. I hope that makes sense. Otherwise, if I try to do that now, it's be another freaking hour in this course. And the course is getting long. I hope you've learned a lot of stuff, a lot of great stuff in this course, but it's getting long. So we're going to cut it right now, and we're going to be done writing articles. And now we're going to move on to social media, and that will wrap up our course. That will bring everything full circle. So grab a drink of water, do whatever you need to do, come on back, and we'll do social media. Welcome to the last section in our course where we're going to cover social media. I'm going to show you how to get all this content onto social media with just a couple clicks of a button, and you'll never have to do anything else with this. It will just be a set and forget thing for years and years of social media content. A lot of people fear social media because they don't have a process down. This was me a couple years ago. I did not have a process down. I would make the blog posts, but then I stopped there thinking I was done. I didn't know how to get this content with just a couple clicks onto social media and never have to manage it again, because there's a lot of social media plugins and solutions out there, but they're not set and forget. You have to make your schedule. You have to like every week or every month log in and drag the stuff onto the calendar. It's a total pain. Or the solutions are very expensive. They're $50 a month or $100 a month, stuff that we don't want to necessarily pay when we're, number one, spinning up a lot of AI sites, but also we don't know what's going to take off. And then also some of these other solutions they're just complicated. You actually have to make the post yourself. They're not like done for you solutions. So my process is going to avoid all of that nonsense. We're again going to click a couple buttons. It's not going to cost you virtually anything, and it's going to push all your content out and you won't have to do anything. That's the kind of solution that I like in the era of AI. So for social media, we're going to need a couple things. If you're doing recipes, first of all, you'll need to make 2 accounts. You need to make a Pinterest account. All right, you need to make a Pinterest account. You'll need to make a Facebook page account. So you can just go over here to your profile and then scroll down and you'll be able to make a new page. You can make unlimited pages, I think. So make a Facebook page, and it's gonna be a public page, and then make a Pinterest account, so to speak. What I recommend for Pinterest is a new account for each website, because there have been some people who get their account banned or whatever, and then it took down all of their attached accounts, all of the things associated with that one email address. So in my opinion, I would make a different email address for each Pinterest account. And then each Pinterest account is linked up to a particular web page. So I would recommend doing that. But for what I'm going to show you, you need that Pinterest account, and you also need that Facebook page. Now, the 2 tools that I'm going to show you, and it's up to you whether you want to use these or not. I'll show you the pros and cons of both of these. The first tool is called BitSocial. It's a WordPress plugin. And the second tool is called Publer. It's a SaaS solution. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. They both do social media scheduling, and they're both different. Let's talk about BitSocial first. BitSocial is really cool because it's, number one, a lifetime deal. You pay once, you never pay again. And the lifetime deal is a great deal. I think I'm an affiliate. I'm not sure. Check the links down below. If I'm not, then you still got to get this plugin. because I've looked at all of the WordPress plugins, and this is by far the best. The most bang for your buck, most features and everything. They have a free version, don't even look at that. They have a single site lifetime deal version. You pay one time, you can only use it on one website. Not a good deal. $195, pay one time, $195, unlimited websites. So you'll never have to pay this company again if you get the lifetime deal for unlimited websites. This is what I have. I use it on my crypto sites. I'm going to use it for this recipe site. Highly recommend this. What this will do is when you install it, you can add your accounts, and there's no limit to the number of accounts you can add. I'm going to show you Publer in a second, and Publer is not a lifetime deal. You got to pay for it. And each account you add, like each social account you add, whether it's Facebook or Pinterest or LinkedIn or something like that, it's going to be like an extra $4 a month. I think one account is $4 a month, and then 5 accounts is maybe $16 a month or something like that. But yeah, it costs a monthly fee to add your accounts, whereas over here, you can connect them all and you don't pay any more money. So you'll connect your account, connect your Facebook page. That's what I did over here. And then you can go over here to auto post and then turn on auto post. So what you'll do is you'll select your accounts that you want to post to, and then you'll turn this on. This was normally off, so you'll just turn this on, and you'll go over here to templates. And you'll create a template. So my template is post excerpt, which is the meta description, and then also the link card. The link card, because I have alternative images on my post, that's what's going to be shared when the post is shared on Facebook. So anytime a post becomes published, whether it's a scheduled post or a brand new post, anytime a post becomes published, BitSocial will share that post on Facebook. Let me demonstrate it. I'll go to one that's already published and I'll unpublish it, then I'll publish it again. So this is the chili recipe. So quick edit, I'm going to unpublish it, and then I'm going to publish it. I go over to Facebook, I click refresh, and here's our chili recipe, automatically posted. You see how easy that is? All we got to do now is just create an image for this page and an image right here, and we're done. We're literally done. Oh, there's one more thing you got to do in BitSocial. Under settings, assuming you're using the paid version, check this box. Make sure that this is enabled. It looks like this. If not, then your posts might not get published. You can also use this cron job if you're not using the paid version, but this works just as well. So auto posting, very simple to do. You can select all your accounts you want it to post to, and then whenever a post is published, it's immediately shared. Couldn't be simpler. You can also create a schedule if you want to. So this does not rely on a post immediately being published. This is for already published posts. And you can create a filter. So maybe there's a holiday coming up and you have a bunch of posts to share for the holidays. So you'll create this schedule, like Christmas schedule. You'll come over here, you'll do your filtering to find the post that you want. I want to share like all air fryer recipes for Christmas or something like that. After you select your filter, you'll go over here and select the accounts that you want to post it to, and you'll create your schedule. That's literally all you have to do. So BitSocial, super simple to use, very inexpensive. You can use it on all your different sites. Very cool. The downside to BitSocial, and this is not a BitSocial problem, this is a problem that a lot of social media schedulers have, is usually they're only going to pull the featured image from the post. So in our situation, because we're using the ZimmWriter OG image plugin, it's pulling our alt image. But regardless, a lot of these social media schedulers are only going to pull the main image for the post. I don't want to share just the featured image. I want to share my subheading images too. Now in this situation, I just have one subheading image. On my designer affairs site, I had like a lot of different images. So each post would have 10 different images in it. All those images would not be shared for most of these social media plugins or tools. BitSocial would not get any of those subheading images. Let me show you an example. Designer affair. So 5 spring home office decor ideas. BitSocial and a lot of other schedulers would only pull the image right here. They wouldn't pull this image, wouldn't pull this image, wouldn't pull this image, wouldn't pull this image or this one. So how do we get those images? The way is to use a platform like Publer that has a CSV import. So we can use ZimmWriter to create our schedule and identify all of the images that we want to use, whether it's a featured image or an alternative image or a subheading image. ZimmWriter can identify all of those things on articles it wrote and then create our schedule. And then we can feed that CSV file into Publer and get exactly what we want. So that's the benefit of Publer. If you don't need that, if all you want to do is share your featured image and that's it, then just use BitSocial. But I'm going to use Publer, but I'm also using BitSocial because Publer, you have to pay for each account that you link up. So I'd rather use BitSocial for Facebook, but then Publer for Pinterest. Does that make sense? Now, if you're not doing recipes, you're going to have to figure this out. Figure out what platforms you want to use. Figure out if you're using alternative images or not. Figure out if you want to share the subheading images or not. So figure all of this stuff out. Just to give you some context, for my crypto diamond hands site, right, I'm only using BitSocial because I don't have any subheading images. So there's no reason to link up this site to Publer and pay for that extra account when I can just use my lifetime deal for BitSocial. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of context and a little bit of guidance. So before we start using Publer, I want to add my images here to both Facebook and Pinterest, my profile images. I made some profile images using ZimmWriter. I'll show you how to do this. I have this prompt right here. You just have to copy it off the screen. I don't think I'm going to make it available in the description, but you'll get the gist of it. So describe a prompt of a mom in her title at home, and the title is going to be kitchen. Okay, so I'm going to put kitchen over here. In her kitchen at home, and it's brightly lit. The mom is dressed in normal women's clothing, wearing an apron, looking at the camera. So I want an image of someone in their kitchen. Now, I know we're using a robot and stuff like that, but I don't want to do that on Pinterest because someone's going to see that and then ban my account. So I'm just going to approach it from this perspective. And here are the results that we got. So we're just going to choose one of these and run with it. So we have this. This actually looks pretty good. Let's. I don't want that one. I like this. I don't know. That looks a little weird, and she's got too many fingers. Little weird. Too professional. That looks pretty good. So what's better? I think this looks more realistic. It's further back, and you can see the rest of the kitchen, which looks normal. It looks like real, whereas this potentially could be AI. So I like this kitchen 002. Let's use that. So it's really easy with ZimmWriter to create these things. Again, I put the prompt in here. I put the word kitchen here, which will substitute title for. I'm using Claude Sonnet 3.5, Flux Ultra. I set this to raw mode. I'm using 16:9, and I did 5. I think 6 images. That's all you got to do. Really easy to do. Let's just click Add Cover Photo. I'm just going to upload this photo right here. That looks freaking perfect. We'll save the changes. I'll do the same thing over here. Choose Profile Picture. And then we'll zoom in. That looks great. Fantastic. All right, so that's literally all done. Facebook is done. I don't have to touch Facebook ever again. And I have 443 posts that will go out, 5 a week. Now, a lot of other Facebook pages are doing 20 posts a day. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have this be a slow burn, and we'll see what happens. My goal is not to become a millionaire with these Facebook pages. It's to become a millionaire with the ZimmWriter, teaching you all how to do this stuff. So I have a little bit different use case than you with these sites. I'd like them to succeed, but I don't have the time. I'm only doing this part-time. I do ZimmWriter and everything part-time. I actually have a full-time job, and I only have so much time in my life to do these things. So let's see. But let me tell you, if I'm over here making sites and you're not making sites, then you better step up your game, because I have no time when I'm making sites. So let's go to Pinterest. Let's change our background now, and then we'll modify the profile. So let's do that. Let's open this up with Paint and see if we can modify this. Let's crop this a little bit, and we'll save this as JPEG lady. Now let's go back here and change this picture right here. We got to at least put our best foot forward. I think that looks a little bit better. Let's go back to our profile. Looks good. So before we leave Pinterest, what we need to do is create some boards for our account. And this is very powerful because Publer allows us now to specify what board different pins are going to go into as they're being created. And when you have boards, your account looks a little bit more organized, but also a little bit more professional, a little less like AI. So there's a plus button over here. We're going to click it, and we're going to create a board. And the board will be beef and pork. And we'll click create. All right, and let's just add something like this to our board. Great. Now let's go back to our profile. Now let's create a board. And we're going to call this, I can't spell casseroles, so we're just going to copy it. Casseroles and bake. And we're going to pin this right here. Done. Go back to our profile, chicken dishes. You get the point, right? Just do this for all of your different categories, and then we'll be done. So we have all of our boards made, which is great. And when we create our schedule, we'll have Publer upload the pins to the appropriate boards. So that's perfect. Now, again, you have to decide on which tools you want to use. I've showed you Bitch Social. I'm going to show you Publer. Publer is going to be more steps, more involved, but we're going to get much higher quality results. Just figure out what the best route for you is. So we're going to make a workspace, and we'll call this Cool Home Recipes. I make a new workspace for every site. That's what I recommend. And it doesn't matter what industry you pick. I'm just going to choose other. And we want to connect our Pinterest account. Make sure you're logged into Pinterest when you do this. We're going to give access and connect in the account. Again, I recommend one Pinterest profile per account. So if something does go wrong, you don't have 5 different things banned. Now, there are so many features inside of Publer. I'm not even going to scratch the surface with what you can do with this. And ideally, if you were like creating a brand, like an actual brand, and had a VA or someone managing your social media account, use Publer. There's so much you can do in here. You can find trending posts. You can get inspirations for things to share. There's AI baked in here. It's incredible. What we're going to be using is this bulk importer. So you click create and then bulk options and import CSV. There's a video that you can watch on how this all works. Let's just view the example because I think it's in Google Sheets. So here's an example. So we have the date for the post. We have the text, the description of the post, like what goes inside of it. We have links where the post, when you click on it, is going to go. We have the image, the URL to the image for the post. We have the title of the post. And what else do we have? The pin board, the Facebook pin board can go here. And I think that's all we're going to use. Lots of different options inside here, very powerful. This is a significant upgrade from their previous importer template because now we can do boards. So let's make a copy of this first of all, so we can edit it. And we're going to leave this kind of as is for a little bit because what we need to do is actually create our schedule. And that's where ZimmWriter comes in. Publer won't create the schedule. You can create it in Publer manually, right? But if you want to do this automated with ZimmWriter created blog posts, use ZimmWriter because ZimmWriter does incredible things. So we're going to go to ZimmWriter right now. And we're going to click on the AI Vault and the social media scheduler. If you have not used this tool, you need to use this tool right here. This is incredible. I spent so long making this thing. Obviously, you can read the directions in here. Very in-depth directions, very in-depth directions. There's so much to unpack with ZimmWriter Social Media Scheduler. So what you'll do is you'll select your site. You'll select the user. And then if you want to, you can enter a comma-separated list of category IDs to include. Now, right now, all of our stuff is just in all of our categories, just our main category. So we'll just include everything. We'll leave this blank. Maybe you have a specific category or subcategory that you only want ZimmWriter to pull from. That's where you enter it here. How do you find the ID? You use that plugin we used before called Reveal IDs. And then next to each category will be the corresponding ID. So if you only want stuff from beef and pork and casseroles and bake, you put in 19,17. If you want to exclude any categories, maybe you want everything included except for certain things, you would put that ID over here. Now below this are the post range start and stop. This is going to contain where you want ZimmWriter to look for these posts. When was the post published? The earliest time? And when was the post published latest time? I just want to do a test to give you an example of how this all works. So I don't want to pull all of my posts, but let's just look at a couple here that were published. We backdated some of our posts, remember. We have one on February 7th of 2025, and then one on April 1st. So let's select January 15th all the way down to April, let's do 3rd. So this should at least get these 3 posts right here. When do you want the social media schedule to start on? We'll just start it on today. Days before repeating a URL. So we're going to say 7. When it creates this schedule, If there's multiple images in a post, how spaced apart do you want the posts to be that share the same URL, if that makes sense? So posts per day. So I'm just going to do one post per day with this example. And then what images do we want to select? The main images, the alternative images, or both? So we're just going to do both as an example. We want to use the subheading images. Otherwise, it's just going to use the featured image. And then we can also use AI to recommend a date range. Some posts might be best made over Easter. If you had Easter recipes or something like that, the AI would recommend that to be shared around the time of Easter. Same with Christmas. If you had Christmas like drinks or Christmas food or something like that, it would recommend times around Christmas for that. So we can use this. Now, we're not doing a lot of posts. We're only selecting like 3 to 4 posts. And so if we select this, our schedule could be really out of whack. A post here and then 6 months before another post, because we're telling it to only recommend that date range. So I'm not going to use this for this very short test. Now, there's a custom prompt for a title, description, and then also we can stack a prompt if we want to. Now, by default, ZimmWriter uses its own prompts. It has its own prompts to do this stuff. You'll get something good. But I have a set of prompts that I'm going to share with you, a prompt for the description and then also a stack. I'm going to just load those up right now just to show you. CP Pinterest 1 and CP Pinterest 2. And the AI model for writing, I'm going to use a powerful one. I'm going to use 3.7 Sonnet, and we'll give this a name, schedule. And that's all you need to do. And we'll create the schedule. So what ZimmWriter is going to do right now is go out to my WordPress site and pull in all those posts. And so it says, ZimmWriter created a job file containing the fetched posts from your site. The file is located in your output directory called schedule. So here it is right here. ZimmWriter will now proceed to use that job file and create the schedule along with creating unique social media titles and descriptions. So do we want to proceed? Yes. So this is what it made. It made just a list of all of the data that it pulled from our WordPress site. And it went quick because we did not have a lot of posts that we were pulling from, and we did not have it recommend a scheduling time frame. So we have this article here, and we have some butchered text here, but remember, we're not even opening this particular file anywhere because this file is simply used by ZimmWriter for that next stage, that pop-up window that appeared. But we have 3 images from this. We have our 2 featured images, one the regular and one the alternative, and then we have the subheading image right here. So each article has 3 images in here. And what's really wild is these links actually are jump links. For the subheading image, they'll take you right to the subheading image. So if someone's on Pinterest and they see an image that they like and they click it, they're going to go right to that image and not to like the top of the article or something like that. So here's the chili example. Let's put this in here. So it takes them right to this image of the chili that they were looking at on social, and they can learn exactly how to make it. So that's the file that ZimmWriter is using right now to make this schedule complete file. It's working on this. We're not going to open this up. We're going to let it work. Okay, so the schedule for just this limited range of posts is done. Let's open it up and check it out. Again, this is something you're going to want to open up inside of Google Sheets and not Excel, but this is just a demonstration. So here's the post publish date. So this post was published on 2/7/2025, and the social schedule date is 5/15. This was on 3/30. Social schedule is 5/16. So we're getting a post a day. That's good. And the post URL, here's the post URL. And if you look at this URL right here, we don't see the appearance of this URL again until 7 days later. And the URL is the same, but remember, it's sharing our featured image and then the alternative image. Here's the post URL to the image. And then here's the social media title. So Mediterranean zucchini, I don't know how to pronounce that recipe, homemade banana bread recipe, rich and hearty homemade chili recipe. And then here's the text. Let's copy 2 of these, put them in Notepad to read them a little bit easier. A rich and hearty homemade chili recipe delivers deep flavors and satisfying textures that store-bought versions simply cannot match. The secret lies in simmering your ingredients slowly, allowing the spices to bloom and meat to tenderize. Most home cooks miss this crucial step that transforms good chili into legendary chili. That's great. Thai red curry beef stew combines succulent beef and aromatic spices and creamy coconut milk into a soul-warming dish that transforms traditional beef stew with vibrant Thai flavors. This one-pot wonder balances spicy, sweet, and savory. So again, this is with my custom prompt. I'm sharing it in the description down below. But yeah, this is absolutely great. Exactly what we want. And so what we're going to do with this schedule that it's made, this complete schedule that it's made, we're going to run it again and actually get the final schedule. But we'll take this schedule and then we'll take the columns that we want and paste it into that Publer schedule that I showed you on Google Sheets. And then we'll upload it into Publer, and then it will instantly create our schedule, and then we're done. And we have 2 years of scheduled content completely done. All right, let's delete both of these because we're going to make a new one. All right, and let's go back to ZimmWriter. This is going to be our final thing now. We're going to make our actual schedule. So I want to select all my posts now. So I'm going to select all my posts, just pick a range like well before and well after. That way you'll get all your posts. And I'm going to set the start date for tomorrow. I want to do 2 posts per day. And the reason I want to do 2 posts per day is because each of my posts has a featured image and a subheading image. And we're eventually going to reach a point where we don't have enough posts to share because we're only publishing on WordPress 5 posts a week. So we'll get to a point that there won't be enough posts to share per day, but that's okay. Select images. Now on Pinterest, I don't want alternative images because they could get flagged for AI. I just want the main images. Use subheading images. Yep. I want the AI to recommend the date range. We're going to use our 2 prompts right here. And I think that's it. So I think that's it. Let's create our schedule. So it's going to try to find all of the posts. This will probably hit about 493. Now it's doing the AI date range calculation for when it should be adding these posts to the schedule. Now what's going to happen when this is done, we'll get that pop-up that will appear that will ask us if we want to continue, and we'll click yes, and then it will actually make the schedule. And that's going to be a much more time-consuming job depending on how many articles you have, because it's going to be using the AI to create the title and create the description and all this other stuff. So I'm going to stop the video right here. And when the pop-up appears, I'll click yes and then have it build my entire schedule. It might take about an hour. It takes a little bit of time depending on how many posts you have. But I'm going to have the AI build my schedule, and then we'll come back, regroup, and kind of check out what it is, and then we'll import that into Publer. I'll show you exactly how to do that. So if you're following along, if you want to do what I'm doing, build your schedule right now with ZimmWriter, and then we'll come back and feed that into Publer. See you in just a few minutes. So ZimmWriter finally finished my schedule. It took a little bit of time, and I'll explain why in just a second, but let's get this imported into Google Sheets. We do not want to open this in Excel because that will butcher any special characters. So go to Google Sheets. Right now, I'm in the copy of the Publer bulk importer CSV. We're not going to import it directly into here. We're going to make a new spreadsheet. So click on import and then upload, and we'll drag our schedule over here. And we're going to create a new spreadsheet and import the data, and then open that spreadsheet up. So you'll notice if you scroll down, first of all, that at least for me, I have 900 and some posts. And that might be weird. You might be thinking, well, why do you have so many? Because over here, don't you only have 500 posts? So I do. I have 500 blog posts, but my blog posts have multiple images. So each image that ZimmWriter finds is going to turn into its own social media post. So we're just doing for Pinterest, we're just doing our main images, not the alternative image, just the main image. And each post has 2 main images, a featured image and a subheading image. So each blog post is going to give us 2 social media posts. Now, if my blog post had 10 images, a featured image and 9 subheading images, I would get 10 social media posts from that one blog post. So keep that in mind when you're running this, that your schedule, this number indicator that's going up, it's like on post number 1800, you're like, what's going on? I don't have 1800 blog posts. You don't, but you might have 1800 social media posts based on the number of images you're having ZimmWriter look at. Does that make sense? So we have almost 2 years of content here. If you look, it ends around 2027. All right, so that's basically 2 years of social media posts, which is absolutely phenomenal. And what we have to do now is simply take this and get it into that CSV that Publer has provided us. So the first thing I want to do is get our date, the social media post date. So that's this one right here, the social schedule. Don't make the mistake and take the post published date. This is the date the post was published. Don't take that date. Take the actual scheduled date. I'm speaking from experience here. I've made those mistakes too. So we're going to take this date right here of when the social media post is supposed to be published and go over here and just paste it in this column. Again, if you don't have this CSV file, I'll show you how to get it. Go to Publer, go to Create, go to Bulk Options, Import CSV, And then you can click this right here to open up that Google Sheet. And then you need to make a copy of it so it becomes editable. But that's all you got to do. You can watch more about it in this video right here. So we have our date for the social media posts. Then we need our text, the actual text for the social media post. That is right here, our social media text. So let's copy that and we will paste it right here. And then we need our link. Now this is the link to the actual blog post. So that is the first link that appears right here. This will be the link to the blog post. And we will copy that, paste that right here. Now we need the link to the actual social media image, whether that's our featured image or our subheading image. So that's right here. We will take this column and copy that. What else do we need? We need the title for the social media post. So let's scroll up and check. So it's not the post title. This would be the title of the actual blog post or the subheading title. We don't want this. We want the social media title that ZimmWriter came up with. So that's this column over here. Let's take this stuff and copy it. Now we don't need label or alt text. And we're not going to do comments in this video, but Publer it's so advanced, it will even allow you to specify comments that you want it to make on the post. As an example, if you're using this for Facebook, you could have it, instead of sharing a link to the blog post in the actual social media post itself, it could make a comment and share the link inside of the comment, like a first comment or second comment or something. So that's pretty cool. We don't need the post type or the call to action, but we do need the pin board. Okay, so this is going to be the name of the board that we created over here in Pinterest. Now, these pin boards, we created them based on the categories on our WordPress site. We just went to our categories, we pasted them over here. Double check to make sure all of these are identical to the ones over here. If you have a misspelling, then we could have a problem. Like this is the second time I've recorded this video because I had a goof up. When I was copying this stuff and pasting it over here to make my boards, I had the wrong information for the name of the chicken dishes board. It was like select chicken dishes, something just messed up like that. And then when I went to import my stuff in Publer, it all got hosed up. So make sure if you're following along with me with these boards, you copied everything correctly. Beef and pork actually is beef and pork over here. Casseroles and bakes is actually casseroles and bakes, if that makes sense. So what we have to do is go to our schedule that ZimmWriter made. And let's scroll all the way up. And we don't have the names of the categories for these posts, but we have the category IDs right here. And because we have the Reveal ID plugin installed over here, right, we can identify what the categories are and then just do a find and replace and actually get the names of the categories, which are the names of the boards. Does that make sense? What you want to do when you're doing find and replace, though, is sort by ID and do the highest number first. Because imagine you have an ID of 23 for a category, and you also have an ID of 3 for a category. If you replace the 3 category first, all right, with whatever the name is, that's going to screw up the 23. So we want to do the highest numbers first so we don't have any mistakes when we're doing our find and replace. So we want to replace 23, and we're going to go over here. We've selected column C, and then we'll go to Edit, Find and Replace, and we're going to replace 23, that's the ID, with the name, which is refreshments. And then sandwiches and salads, that is ID 22. We'll replace that. See how it works? Pretty easy to figure out. And if you named your board something different, then you just have to figure out what the board name is and get it all synced up properly. But you'll just be doing this find and replace, and it should work out in the end. Now we'll just double check that everything looks good. It's good to me. We'll copy this and we'll go back to, let's go back to Publer, and we'll paste this right here for our pin board. And we'll scroll down, make sure we have everything's in sync at the bottom. We have the meatless meals for our board. And then we have this garlicky Parmesan zoodles. That's interesting. Never had a zoodle before. And yeah, everything looks good. Everything looks perfect. Now, you might be tempted to download this CSV to import into Publer. That would be a mistake because Publer, and this is so critically important, Publer has an import limit of 500 at a time. So we can only do 500 at a time. So what I want you to do, if you have more than 500 social media posts, all right, is create another page here. And we're simply going to just copy everything, paste it over here. So we've duplicated the sheet basically. And then we'll go back here and we're just going to delete 501 down. And then over here for sheet 2, we're going to go over here to 500 and just delete it. Delete. So I have less than 1,000, so I only need 2 CSV files. So you might have more than 1,000, so you might need 3 CSV files or 4 CSV files. But just make sure that you don't have more than 500 rows on any CSV file. Okay, so this is our first file that we're going to use, and this is going to be our second file. So just make sure that you do this step, because if you try to import more than 500 at a time, it will look like everything worked properly, but it won't have. You'll be missing whatever came after 500. So for this first sheet, I'll go to File, Download, CSV, and I'll call this Publer 1. And then for this sheet 2, File, Download, CSV, Publer 2. And if you have more sheets, because you have 2,000 posts or something like that, just make a sheet 3 and then grab the next from 1,000 to 1,500 or something like that. So now we can go to Publer. And before we bulk import, I want you to do something, and this is very important. Click on Social Accounts and click on your Pinterest account if you're using this for Pinterest, and click Sync Info. And this is going to make sure that whatever boards you have created on Pinterest have been synced up with whatever's inside of Publer. So Publer is not going to like make new boards. It's going to fetch the boards that you've already made from Pinterest and make sure that they're identified and available inside of here, so that when we do our import, it says, oh yeah, there is a board called that. Let's use that board. Let's go to Create and then Bulk Options, Import CSV. And let's simply drag the first one that we're going to import right over here. Now it's going to take a minute or two to import, but we'll get a notification when it's done. Wait for it to finish before you import the next file, because you could get into glitches and things like that, and we don't want that. The upload is done. Let's click this little link right here. And so there we go. Scroll through some of these. You don't have to go through all of them, but scroll through and see if there's any circles with the little exclamation point, which will indicate that there's an error. Usually you'll get an error in 2 situations. The first situation is if you accidentally copied this column here, the post publish date, and not the social schedule date. So you could get an error because it will say, oh, all of these are back in time. You can't schedule those. The other time you could get an error is if you have a board over here that is not identified in Publer. You didn't go and do that sync info. I've run into that situation too. But other than that, everything should work. So we'll just click Submit and see what happens. And this is what the post is going to look like. Fresh and crunchy Mediterranean tuna salad. So here's the text. Here is the cool image. Here's the link to the post. Yeah, awesome. Looks great. And we have 2 posts today at 2 p.m., 6 p.m., May 16th. Actually, we're probably going to end up getting an error on at least both of these posts, because this is yesterday. I'm making this on May 16th, and obviously we can't backdate posts. So I'll probably get an error on both of these posts right here. The other times you could get an error is if maintenance mode is not turned off. So make sure maintenance mode is turned off. Otherwise, Publer can't fetch the data. And you could also potentially get an error if your firewall on your site is blocking all this stuff. All 498 scheduled perfectly fine except for these 2, and that's simply because these were from yesterday. So we have to reschedule them. So we'll click Schedule. Let's select Saturday, but we have to choose a new time because I have a post going out at the same time on Saturday, and you can't schedule at the same time either. So we'll just move it up an hour and we'll save that. Same thing for this. Let's do this on Sunday at 7 p.m. and we'll submit, and both of these should go through just fine. Awesome. So right now we have 500 posts imported. We have to do the second one, but let's just go to our calendar and check this out. Let's click on monthly view and let's go to 2025 in May. Can I see what we have? So yeah, we have 2 posts going out each day. Fantastic. And this is what they look like. Awesome. I don't know if this is, let's see if this is live yet. Yeah. How cool is that? It takes us right to the image and on the right post. So I love it. Now, if for whatever reason you have an error, you're like, oh crap, I imported these posts and I have an issue, there's a problem. This is what you do. If you want to clear out your calendar and kind of start over again without deleting your workspace. So go over here to Feed View and List View. And then when you're in List View, you can click this little settings icon over here. And then you can see all your posts. We have 499. You can click this and it will delete all your posts. You can just start over again. There's no penalty on Publer for doing that. So let's import the second one. So bulk options, import CSV. Here's the second CSV we made. This will take just a second. That's done. Let's click finish scheduling and we'll click submit and we'll just let this process. And then we'll have our about 1,000 posts all done and scheduled. The import's done. Now, for whatever reason, let's see, five of them failed for something. Let's see what the problem was. So there must not have been an image for some of these. And there was no URL either. So we can try to diagnose what's going on here. Let's go here and check it out. Yeah, everything looks good on this end. Sometimes you just get an error because Publer had to hit my site 500 times and there might be a firewall that got triggered or something like that. I have 980 some posts scheduled. So having 5 that did not make it, that kind of fell through the cracks, perfectly okay in my book. So I could manually fix this if I want to, but I'm really not interested in doing that. I'm fine. I'll just click clear and we should be good. So let's check our calendar out. Go to calendar and look at the monthly view. And let's go forward a year into 2026, October. And look at that. So almost 2 years out, we still have content that's dripping out every day. Awesome. So that's it. I think that's the whole course right there. I've taught you how to build an amazing site. Right? We went step by step through keyword research, through domain selection, through hosting and setup and WordPress install and WordPress configuration. I spent who knows how much time showing you how to build almost any homepage you want. Remember, don't just look at this from the narrow lens of, oh, okay, I learned how to make a recipe site. No, I taught you how to use a block builder to build whatever homepage you want. That's incredibly powerful. And then we also learned how to pull in recipes using the AI with deep research, but then also using a database. And so you could, if you wanted to, you could replicate this site. You can just copy this site, make another one for another batch of 500 recipes from the database if you want to. We pulled the 500 most popular recipes. Now go down and choose the next 500 most popular recipes. You can do that. It's so easy because you have the whole template right here. Change your logo up a little bit, keep the categories the same, and just throw on new recipes onto the site. Taught you how to do all that. And then I taught you exhaustively how to configure ZimmWriter. We went through all of the different settings inside of ZimmWriter's bulk writer. I taught you how to start with just a very generic blog post and then improve that with various iterations until we reached a point that we were very satisfied with. We used style mimics, we used a custom outline, alternative images, we talked about the different image models, all kinds of stuff. So you've gotten the grand tour of using ZimmWriter, and if you stuck with it up until this point, you know more than probably 90% of the other ZimmWriter users out there. A lot of ZimmWriter users they don't spend the time to dive into this, but I wanted this course to show you how to really unlock the full potential of ZimmWriter. And I think I've accomplished that. I hope I've accomplished that. If I have, drop a comment down below what you thought about the course. And then finally, to cap it all off, we covered social media. So by now you should have a Facebook page and your Pinterest account set up with all your stuff dropping on to Pinterest. I got nothing else. If you have any questions whatsoever, you can drop them in the comments below. Please drop some comments, because when you drop a comment down below about your thoughts of this course or something like that, that helps the algorithms on YouTube in terms of engagement, and they'll recommend this course to other people. If you do have any more questions, join the Facebook group. There's a link to it down below. There's 14,000 ZimmWriter members, and there are almost 15,000 members in there. Take advantage of that. I have lots of other links down below, including affiliate links. This course was free. If you do decide to get something, please use one of my links. But that's it. I got nothing else. I'm done. And you won't believe how long editing this course took. I haven't combined it all yet, but I think we're at like 10 hours or something. So if you stuck with it for 10 hours, props to you, congratulations. But it took me a lot more than 10 hours to make it. But I'm happy with the end result. I'm happy to share this knowledge with you, and be on the lookout for further courses from me. So that's it. I have nothing else. Good luck with your content generation. Truly, truly, good luck with your content generation, and I'll talk to you later.